The speaker knows that name very well. He is uncontrollable. A sword master is stuck in his room. He is a man out of his mind. He is Count Perdium's useless oldest son. Gislin Perdium sits upon his throne. The name is Gislin Perdium. You're telling me that I, the best knight of the North, was defeated by that garbage human being? He breathes heavily. It's pretty warm and cozy, right? He put a lot of money into making that trap. Flames danced, casting long shadows in the smoky air. The heat intensified, a roaring inferno surrounding him. A towering figure emerged from the blaze, an axe held high. The armored figure spoke, a sinister question hanging in the air. Do you like it? The figure's helmeted gaze seemed to pierce through him. Gislin, battered and bleeding, gasped, a trap? Are you telling me you? The armored figure responded simply, that. The figure continued, revealing, I also knew. Images flashed of cloaked figures and hidden spies, revealing the extent of the betrayal. Broken dolls lay scattered, symbols of shattered trust and innocence lost. The figure's words echoed in Gislin's mind. I knew it all from the start. A massive hand reached out, ready to crush him. He thought there was no way, that he had always been a hidden ace card. His face contorted in a scream, blood splattered across his face. The armored figure's strike lands, the force of it sending blood flying. The armored figure's weapon descends with brutal speed and precision. The armored figure stands over him, the axe embedded in his shoulder. The armored figure declared that he could try invading however many times he wanted. The armored figure vowed to win the war every single time. The armored figure asks if he knows why that is, because he's got all the plans. Gislin smiles, despite the dire situation he is in. The scene fades to black. A year ago, the gears of fate began to turn. The kingdom of Lithuania stood as a bastion. Near the Perdium estate, life took an unexpected turn. He awoke with a start, his mind racing. What just happened? Gislin's eyes widened, confusion etched on his face. I'm alive. He sat up in bed, his hands instinctively moving to his chest. His brow furrowed, trying to recall the events. There's no way, just a while ago, he was... A memory flickered, a vision of something terrible. An explosion of light and force ripped through the battlefield. A massive sword descended, a harbinger of destruction. The very earth trembled before its might. Two figures clashed amidst the chaos, their struggle desperate. He coughed, blood bubbling from his lips as the life drained away. Crimson droplets splattered against the dusty ground, each one a fading heartbeat. His vision blurred, the world above him a distorted mess of light and shadow. Darkness crept at the edges of his awareness, threatening to consume him entirely. So this is how it ends, Gislin Perdium, the mercenary king thought, staring up at his killer. The war was over, but for him, the battle had just begun. One of the continent's top 7, the noble knight Aiden, stood over him, radiating smug satisfaction. Aiden tilted his head, offering a mocking courtesy. Any last words? Gislin, his voice a bare whisper, lamented his failure. It's just a shame that I was unable to fulfill my revenge. Hatred flared in his dying eyes. Die, you sickening bastard. Aiden merely smirked, unimpressed by the dying man's defiance. The noble knight sheathed his sword, revealing a surprising knowledge of his victim. I didn't expect you to have been the oldest son of the fallen Perdium household, though. You left the family after your sister died, right? The blonde-haired man is shocked by the revelation. He exclaims, questioning how Aiden knows of his origins. Blood trickles down the young master's face, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on his features. He raises a gloved hand, a smug look on his face. Aiden confirms his knowledge, boasting of his efforts to track him down. Aiden's expression twists into a sinister grin. He reveals that he and others worked with the Delphine household. Gislin's eyes widen, the realization hitting him hard. Aiden's goal was to bring down his family. The blonde-haired man's face contorts in rage, his eyes glowing with fury as he hears the truth. Silhouetted figures loom in the background, hinting at a larger conspiracy behind Duke Delphine's household. Aiden dismisses any further explanation, telling Gislin to accept his fate. He'll be dead soon. Gislin, covered in blood, grips a weapon tightly. Wait, he shouts, his voice filled with disbelief and anger. The young master's face is a mask of fury. He screams, calling Aiden a bastard. Gislin vows never to forgive Aiden, his eyes burning with hatred. Aiden simply replies, okay. Aiden's cold, calculating gaze reveals nothing but contempt for the enraged Gislin. Vivid colors swirled, a chaotic blend of red and black, painting a disturbing scene. A blade, slick with crimson, hung, suspended, a stark image against the fiery backdrop. The colors intensified, a maelstrom of red and black, consuming everything in its path. He found himself submerged, the cold water a stark contrast to the fiery vision. He was decapitated at that moment. Yet here he remained, his head still firmly attached to his shoulders, defying the vision's grim decree. The young master wondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Was that all a hallucination? He stood in a dimly lit room, surrounded by barrels. Was he taken captive and used as a lab rat for the mages? Those arrogant bastards. He'd make them regret having kept him alive. His eyes narrowed, a cold resolve hardening his gaze as he plotted his revenge. A soldier's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth agape as he registered an unexpected presence. Ricardo, a Perdium soldier, stood guard, calling out, "Please come on out, young master. I know that you're awake." Ricardo hushed, his expression shifting to one of caution as he sensed movement nearby. Ghislain held a blade to Ricardo's throat, his voice a low growl. "I'll let you live if you answer my questions." His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Or maybe not. Ricardo's expression shifted to one of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief and a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A disembodied voice echoed, questioning the identity of the person they were addressing. "Why, young master?" A figure, pinning Ghislain, declared that something was crossing the line, emphasizing that a no is a no. Ricardo's confusion deepened, wondering aloud what was causing Ghislain's current reaction and perceived threat. Ricardo, still bewildered, questioned what they were talking about, his brow furrowed in concern. The attacker dismissed Ghislain's struggles, claiming he was simply tired from his earlier tantrum and had fallen asleep. Ricardo, mouth agape, questioned if Ghislain had forgotten everything after taking a nap, his face a mask of disbelief. Ghislain, looking confused, muttered about the orcs, his expression a mix of bewilderment and dawning realization. Ghislain questioned if he had thrown a tantrum, dismissing the idea as nonsense, his eyes narrowed in thought. An unknown voice commanded them to gather their belongings, stating that people were waiting, the tone impatient. Ghislain, still disoriented, wondered about his belongings and where they were going, his confusion evident. He heard Ricardo's voice, stating their destination, the Perdium estate, of course. Ricardo continued to lead him, his hand firmly on the young master's shoulder. A man's voice echoed, filled with disbelief. "What?" Ghislain heard the man's tone sharpen. "Say that again." Ricardo's grip tightened, his voice laced with apology. "Sorry." The name escaped his lips, a fragmented memory surfacing. "P. Perdium." The man pressed, his voice rising in disbelief. "You mean the fallen Perdium estate?" Elsewhere, a distant view of the sky, with birds flying in formation. A sprawling estate came into view, a grand castle overlooking a town. Ghislain walked towards the estate, his expression unreadable as he approached the town. The man's voice echoed again, filled with realization. It really is the Perdium estate. The man's eyes narrowed, his tone laced with suspicion. "Why is it fine? I saw it reduced to ashes back then." He is asked if he had a terrible nightmare, or something of the sort. Ricardo notes he is calling his own household a fallen one. He pinches his cheek, wondering if he's dreaming right now. The young master seems to be in disbelief. Ricardo slaps him, trying to wake him up from his stupor. The slap echoes in the air. A younger face appears, seemingly from a memory. The vision is encased in a crystal-like structure. The vision shows the estate in its original state. The Perdium estate stands tall and proud. That means he traveled back to the past. The clock hands moved backward, symbolizing the passage of time. He traveled back to the past. The intricate clockwork mechanism surrounds him. His younger self resented the household. The younger Ghislain is visibly upset and frustrated. The immaturity born from feeling inferior led to trouble. He falls, surrounded by judging figures. He was unable to withstand the criticism and ran away from home. The younger Ghislain flees into the darkness. Several years after that, time passes, marking a significant shift in his life. He became a mercenary. Ghislain stands atop a pile of swords, clad in mercenary armor. He had survived countless battles, honing his skills and building a reputation for himself. He returned to the Perdium County, seeking to atone for his past mistakes. He had lost everything, but it was still all there, the memories lingering. The flag of the Perdium County flew high, a stark reminder of what was lost. He returned to the Perdium County in order to make up for his past mistakes. The weight of his past mistakes was evident in his expression. He could not believe it, wanting to sing a song in joy, but the reality was too harsh. But it was too early to rejoice, the cost was too high. It was too early to rejoice. He recalled being told that they were there to raid the orcs, right? Yeah, he couldn't forget that day this day. It was the day most people in the raid squad would die. In his past life, the Mercenary King had followed the orc raid squad. He had done so in an attempt to make a name for himself, but the report stated there were only 3 orcs. The Mercenary King thought that would be easy enough for someone like him, who had no experience commanding a squad. But when they got there were more than 20 orcs, a gross underestimation. Almost all of them ended up dying because he had been stubborn and wanted to command the squad. He didn't really have a strategy, just a desire to prove himself. The problem was if these guys would trust him since they all thought he was some useless bastard. Ghislain glanced back, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. It should be doable enough since those orcs didn't. The ground shook as something massive landed nearby. Panic set in as the soldiers shouted, "It's the orcs!" The orcs were here, and they were many. The clash of steel and the guttural roars of orcs filled the air. A soldier barely had time to register the attack. Gislin's eyes widened in disbelief. Did they get here this fast in my past life, too? The battlefield was a maelstrom of violence, a desperate struggle for survival. An orc, massive and bloodthirsty, charged into the fray. The soldier's shield splintered under the force of the blow. A booming voice echoed across the battlefield. Get into formation. Panic threatened to overwhelm the troops, but the order cut through the fear. Do not panic. Get into defense formation. Raid Squad Commander Skovin charged forward, his armor gleaming. Skovin crashed into the orc ranks, his sword a blur of motion. The commander's face contorted in frustration. Damn it. We let our guard down, getting ambushed when we weren't prepared at all. Fear etched itself onto the soldier's face. There are way more of them than was reported too. At this rate, we're all going to die. He shouts a warning, his face contorted with urgency. Commander! An enormous orc swings a massive axe, the blade glinting menacingly. Behind you! Gislin turns to face the towering orc, his expression hardening as he prepares to meet the attack. The axe slams into the ground, sending splinters and debris flying in all directions. Dust and rock explode outward, obscuring the battlefield in a cloud of destruction. The Mercenary King and the orc clash on the edge of a cliff, locked in a deadly struggle. Skovin winces, his hand flying to his shoulder as if struck by an unseen blow. Gislin leaps back, narrowly avoiding the orc's sweeping attack. The soldier's brow furrows in confusion. The orc gazes down at Gislin, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Young master. With blinding speed, the protagonist strikes, his blade a blur of motion. The orc's arm is severed, the weapon falling uselessly to the ground. The severed arm of the orc falls, blood dripping from the clean cut. The limb tumbles through the air, a grotesque reminder of the recent violence. The severed hand hits the ground, splattering blood across the cracked earth. The orc reels back, clutching at the stump where its arm used to be. The ground is stained crimson, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Skovin's eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as he witnesses the aftermath. The orc roars in pain and fury, its voice echoing across the battlefield. The orc's massive foot slams into the ground, shaking the earth with each step. Gislin stands his ground, his swords ready as the enraged orc advances. Skovin grits his teeth, lamenting his inability to use mana and regretting his past choices. A soldier questions if he is the commander. The soldier kneels before Gislin, addressing him with a surprising title, Why Young Master? A hand extends, demanding the unseen object. The soldier looks up, a bead of sweat on his brow. Sorry, he asks. Another hand reaches out, this one clad in blue armor. The soldier states, the commander writes. Gislin looks down, a slight smirk playing on his lips. His blue eyes gleam with anticipation. The hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, ready to receive whatever is being offered. The young master stands over the armored soldier, his expression firm. Gislin Perdium demands the right to command, his voice echoing across the desolate landscape. Skovin questions the audacity of the request. He knows Gislin is an idiot, but the lives of their soldiers are on the line. The soldier's refusal hangs in the air. Gislin seems taken aback by the resistance, his expression shifting from determination to surprise. Skovin stands his ground, unwilling to yield authority. He believes Gislin thinks this is some kind of game, but he cannot give up the authority that the Lord gave him. Gislin finds the situation annoying. He admits he would have reacted the same way if an idiot came up to him and asked for the right to command. The young master's eyes narrow, a hint of frustration flickering across his face as he considers the soldier's words. Suddenly, a monstrous figure bursts onto the scene, its massive form dwarfing the soldiers. The earth trembles with each step the large red monster takes. Skovin orders a retreat, recognizing the immediate danger. He declares that he will take care of things, his voice filled with grim determination. The soldier in blue armor insists that Gislin is still too inexperienced to lead their troops, his tone sharp and unwavering. Gislin, seeing the dire situation, relents. He realizes he has no choice but to step aside, his expression a mix of resignation and resolve. A massive, clawed hand descends, ready to crush anything beneath it. Skovin is sent flying through the air, the force of the blow immense. A blade flashes, cutting through the air with incredible speed and precision. The monster grabs Gislin by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Skovin's face contorts in a mask of fury and determination. He can only utter a confused, huh, at the sight before him. The supporting soldier's eyes widen, a grim realization dawning on him. A sword pierces through the monster's head, silencing its roar. The armored warrior stands firm, his sword driven deep into the creature. The monster's face contorts in agony as the blade finds its mark. The sword pins the monster to the ground, Gislin barely escaping its grasp. Scoven stares in disbelief, muttering W at the sight. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning how the weak spot was struck. Scoven is asked what the most important thing in battle is. The soldiers fight, their faces etched with determination and fear as they clash with the enemy. Monstrous figures, their eyes glowing red, advance upon the terrified soldiers. A grim realization dawns. There is no hope of victory when the troops are consumed by fear. Ghislain, a determined glint in his eyes, declares that they need to seize the momentum. Ghislain leaps into action, his blade ablur as he cuts down a monstrous foe. The sounds of battle fill the air as soldiers clash against their monstrous opponents. Ghislain raises his sword high, ready to strike another blow against the encroaching horde. The monsters, a relentless tide of claws and teeth, surge forward, overwhelming the battlefield. The soldiers stand firm, a wall of shields and spears against the monstrous onslaught. Ghislain fights alongside the soldiers, his presence a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The monstrous face looms, its crimson eyes burning with savage intent as it towers over the battlefield. A soldier, eyes wide with fear, steels himself. "Come at me, orcs!" he shouts, brandishing his weapon. He raises his bloodied sword, his expression grim as he prepares for another strike. Covered in gore, Ghislain Perdium roars, "I'll kill all of you!" His voice echoes across the battlefield. The monster's massive foot comes down, crushing the earth beneath its weight. The young master slashes through the air, his blade meeting the monstrous horde with deadly precision. The battle rages on, a chaotic dance of steel and blood as Ghislain fights alongside the beleaguered soldiers. He cuts down another foe, the monster collapsing under the force of his attack. The soldier stares in disbelief, muttering, "Am I dreaming?" The monster's maw opens wide, ready to strike. "Even as a mana user, it's hard for me to do anything," the soldier thinks. Ghislain continues his assault, his movements a blur of motion against the monstrous onslaught. So how is that skinny young master doing all of this? A soldier wonders. The young master's face is etched with exhaustion, but his eyes still burn with determination. "I can already tell that he's tired," a soldier observes. However, he uses the smallest of movements to dodge the monster's attacks. And using his swordsmanship to strike at their weak spots, the monsters fall. Like a waneless swordmaster, he stands amidst the fallen, his sword radiating a faint glow. The man with the mustache watches with a concerned expression. Ghislain, covered in grime and monster blood, shouts, "Is this all you got? I'm still not warmed up." The monsters snarl, one of them retorting that he's not living up to their reputation as a warrior species. Ghislain charges forward once more, his sword a blur of motion. The soldiers watch, one exclaiming that the monsters are charging at the young master, and questioning if he is running away. Another soldier looks on with concern as Ghislain continues to fight. The man with the mustache wonders what the hell he is thinking. He had successfully drawn the orcs' attention. Now, the plan shifted to the next phase. That phase involved running away, and in a very specific direction. The path led towards a village nestled amongst the hills, a seemingly peaceful location. But the man watching knew something was amiss. Was at the edge of a cliff. Sweat beaded on his brow as he muttered a single word. "Wait." His eyes widened, a silent realization dawning on his face as the situation unfolded. Panic flared as someone shouted, "Don't tell me." "Troops, raise a shield wall." The soldiers responded instantly, forming a defensive line with their shields raised high. Meanwhile, another man watched with grim determination. "We'll follow the first sun," he declared. The orcs, massive and enraged, charged forward, their crude weapons ready to strike. Ghislain Perdium, a whirlwind of motion, met the Orcish onslaught head-on, his blade a blur. Scoven, observing the unfolding battle, thought to himself, "I'm sure you've realized what my plans are if you're a skilled commander." He gripped his sword, blood staining his clothes and armor. Ghislain thought to himself, he would rather cut them all down himself. His stamina was failing him, and he knew it. Even then, this should be enough. The mercenary king grinned, declaring it was enough for them to handle. Although he was injured, Ghislain continued to fight the orcs. The orcs seemed surprised by his resilience. The mercenary king's sword glowed with power. He stood firm, ready to face the horde. Despite his injuries, a smile crept across Ghislain's face. Ghislain leaped in the air, sword raised high, ready to strike. The cliff loomed, a silent witness to the battle. He declares that it is time to act, gripping his sword tightly. A commander shouts for his troops to mobilize immediately. The troops heed the call, pushing the enemy forces off the cliff's edge. The orcs flail wildly as they plummet from the cliff. The fall is long, and the ground rushes up to meet them. Ghislain grits his teeth, preparing for the next wave of enemies. The cluster of orcs continues its descent, a tangled mass of limbs and armor. The ground looms ever closer, promising a brutal impact. The orcs are helpless now, their fate sealed by the fall. A close-up of an orc's face shows terror as the end approaches. The impact is devastating, a cloud of dust and debris erupting from the ground. The orcs are crushed, their bodies reduced to a bloody mess. The soldiers cheered, their voices hoarse from battle and exertion. One armored soldier roared in triumph, his voice echoing across the battlefield. He plummeted downward, the sword still clutched tightly in his bloodied hand. The jagged rocks of the cliff face rushed up to meet him. Blood streaked across his face, a grim testament to the brutal fight. He was speechless, the shock stealing his voice. One of the soldiers stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with horror. His mouth gaped open, a silent scream building in his throat. The soldier cried out, realizing what had happened to his hand. He continued to fall, the ground a distant threat below. His grip tightened on the sword, his knuckles white with strain. The world faded to black. He plummeted from the cliff, the ground rushing up to meet him. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the young master fall. A shout echoed across the battlefield, a desperate cry for the young master. A soft voice called out, a name whispered with longing. Gislin, Appa. Silence hung heavy, punctuated only by the unspoken emotions swirling within her. Gislin, adrift in the darkness, uttered a name in return. Elena? Trapped within a fractured reflection, she asked if her mother was gone. Her reflection, distorted and pained, questioned what was wrong with him. The fractured image declared him the worst, her words echoing with resentment. He stood in a dark space, the ground shimmering like a disturbed pool. The young master held out his hand, a sad look on his face. These are my memories of Elena. A sudden impact struck him from behind, a voice calling out, Appa! A voice echoed in the darkness, an invitation to escape. Let's go together. A blonde girl with tear-filled eyes reached out, her expression desperate. Meanwhile, Gislin lay in bed, a cold compress on his forehead, his eyes fluttering open. He was in a simple room, sunlight filtering through the window, a scene of quiet recovery. He raised a hand, examining it closely. I'm alive. Looks like they managed to save me. He touched his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Dream? A sharp pain shot through his head, causing him to wince. Ugh. He sat up, clutching his chest. My entire body hurts. It must be the consequence of pushing my body to the limit. Well, I guess it makes it easier for me to know that I'm still alive. He lay on the bed, still recovering, as a figure loomed over him. A voice called out, relieved that he was awake. A maid with red eyes and white hair stood in the doorway, a concerned look on her face. Gislin stared back, his expression unreadable. The maid rushed to his side, her voice laced with worry as she scolded him for his recklessness. She embraced him tightly, relieved to see him alive. Gislin, confused by her actions, questioned what she was doing. She replied that she was just glad to see him. Her name was Belinda, his personal tutor. Belinda had been by his side since he was little, despite his antics. But after his family fell to ruins, she went missing, and he was no longer able to see her again. He never thought he'd get to see her like this, as Belinda hugged him tightly. He knew he had to be honest. Gislin needed to tell Belinda the truth, no matter how difficult it might be. Her grip tightened on his arm, a silent question in her touch. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Gislin tried to explain. Listen to me carefully. A catastrophe will soon strike Perdium. Belinda, her brow furrowed, could only ask, What are you saying? He steeled himself, ready to reveal everything. The young master began, the truth is. The words tumbled out, a desperate attempt to make her understand. Came back to life. Belinda, however, remained skeptical. Sure, I'm sure the orcs almost killed you. Gislin's frustration grew. Asterisk what? That's not what I meant. Asterisk Belinda, observing him, thought, Are you aware that you, not Perdium, are in greater danger? He tried a different approach, his voice rising in exasperation. If you keep causing a scene like this, you'll go to jail, acting and pretending stuff like this. Do you understand? Belinda's expression remained unchanged. Asterisk, she doesn't believe me. I guess this won't work. Asterisk. Belinda changed the subject, her tone laced with concern. Seriously, what were you going to do if you were too hurt to even go to the festival? Gislin's eyes widened, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Festival? Had he forgotten something important? Belinda smiled knowingly. Have you already forgotten about it? Lady Elena has been waiting for the day to go to the festival with you. A framed photo sat on a nearby shelf, a reminder of a past connection. It'd be a great chance for the two of you to become close to each other again. He gazed at the photograph, a flicker of something unreadable in his gray eyes. A thought surfaced, a memory of a life he no longer lived. In his past, festivals were a forgotten luxury. Of his traumatic experience, only a shattered room and a solitary figure remained in his mind's eye. Belinda entered the room, her expression thoughtful. How long till the festival? She inquired, breaking the silence. Belinda considered the calendar. Only 1 week remained until the festival. Gislin turned away, his expression unreadable as he contemplated the approaching date. The day that, a pivotal moment, etched in his memory with painful clarity. That day changed his life. A voice called out, a young girl's voice, asking if he was inside. His blue eyes hardened with resolve, a decision forming in their depths. A young girl, her eyes wide with desperation, pleaded with him to go with her. 1 week later, Elena will die. The words hung heavy in the air, a grim prophecy. Elena peered out from behind a door, her expression a mixture of hope and fear. Elena embraced Ghislain tightly, her arms wrapped firmly around him in an unexpected hug. He stammered, questioning what was wrong with her and what kind of prank this was supposed to be. Elena's voice was muffled against his chest as she confessed that she had missed him. His expression hardened, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. He struggled against her grip, demanding she let him go and accusing her of creeping him out. Ghislain wondered at her amazing strength, questioning if she had always been this strong. Belinda's words echoed in his mind, questioning what game she was playing and if she thought this made everything okay. He looked at Elena with a mix of confusion and suspicion, asking what made what okay. He lashed out, words like poison. Ghislain's face contorted with rage as he spoke to Elena, his voice dripping with disdain. The young master's thoughts swirled with regret. He admitted to himself that he hadn't been the best version of himself in his past life, especially toward Elena. A smirk played on his lips. Ghislain's expression shifted, a hint of amusement flickering across his face as he recalled those memories. Elena stammered an apology. She seemed genuinely sorry, but the others questioned the circumstances of his injury. Belinda and Elena exchanged a look of shock. The implications of the question hung heavy in the air between the two supporting characters. Ghislain, now masked, stood between the two women. He insisted he had defeated them all, but the others seemed skeptical of his claim. Red energy crackled around him. The protagonist's eyes widened, a surge of power coursing through his veins as he remembered the past. He lay defeated on the ground. Elena hovered over him. While Belinda looked on, their expressions a mix of concern and disbelief. Despite the past, Elena and Belinda smiled warmly. The two supporting characters seemed to have forgiven him, their faces radiating affection. The young master clutched his stomach, writhing in pain. He knelt on the ground, his face contorted in agony as he recalled the injury. Everyone is as he remembered them. Ghislain's gaze hardened, a sense of determination settling over his features as he looked forward. Meanwhile, he reflected on wasted time. The festival loomed, a reminder of the future and the challenges that lay ahead for the protagonist. He recalled rejecting Elena's offer to go together, feigning upset over the raid squad's events. That was the last time he saw her, a vision of youthful innocence and unbridled joy. Elena's body was later discovered, torn to pieces alongside her bodyguards, a gruesome testament to his failure. He should have been with her, a constant refrain echoing in his mind, a burden he couldn't escape. His grip tightened, knuckles white, as the weight of his regret threatened to suffocate him. The memory shifted, a younger Ghislain kneeling as Belinda asked if she could head in. Two armored figures burst in, shouting Elena's name, their faces etched with concern. Bodyguard Jamal and Philip questioned if something had happened, reminding each other they were told to wait outside. The servants apologized, explaining they asked Elena to oversee their work on the festival supplies. He wondered why they would ask Elena, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Belinda retorted that he wouldn't know, as he lays around all day, wondering why there was such a shortage of workers that even a young lady needed to work. Belinda thought to herself, wondering if they were really that short-handed. She questioned the guard about the lack of workers, noting the shortage. The guard stated he was heading out and told her to take care of herself. The guard's words echoed in her mind, and she thought to herself that she didn't care about those things back then. She offered to help as well. Elsewhere, Ghislain stood in a room, his expression unreadable as he looked down at something out of view. Belinda's eyes widened slightly, a hint of concern flickering across her face as she listened intently. Her expression was troubled, her brow furrowed as she considered the implications of what she was hearing. The maid stuttered, surprised by the offer to help, wondering if he had really been hit in the head. Meanwhile, the festival grounds bustled with activity, but an undercurrent of unease rippled through the crowd as rumors spread. The guard insisted he would help, but the others told him to go away, saying people would be too scared to work with him around. The guard questioned if that was how they treated someone who wanted to help, but the townsfolk insisted he stay out of their way and avoid trouble. The grim truth emerged. Elena's body had been found near the slums, far from the festival grounds. Ghislain's expression hardened, his hand clenched into a fist as he realized someone must have called her out there or forcibly moved her there. The castle loomed, its stone walls a testament to its age. A figure rushed toward Ghislain, calling out to him urgently. He looked weary, his hand pressed against his forehead as if warding off a headache. Fergus, clad in armor, looked up, wiping his brow with a cloth. The armored man seemed relieved to see him awake and well. Fergus, his lowly servant, explained that he rushed over upon hearing news of the orcs. The maid chimed in, mentioning that Ghislaine was acting strange after waking up and should be taken back to his room. He seemed to dismiss their concerns, as if he had other plans. He resolved to familiarize himself with the castle in the coming week. Ghislaine asked the old man if there was an abandoned training field in the castle, requesting to be taken there. He was determined to train, his expression resolute. Fergus looked surprised by the sudden request. The path ahead remained unseen, a silent promise of what was to come. Fergus led the way, his armored form a familiar presence against the ancient architecture. He paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he took in the scene. Ghislaine's eyes widened slightly, a silent exclamation escaping his lips. The training grounds stretched before them, far grander than he had anticipated. What? It's in a much better condition than I expected. Fergus stood beside him, a stoic guardian. It's a perfectly suitable location for me to train at. I never saw anything like this as a mercenary. Fergus explained, we kept it maintained in the case that you wish to use these facilities. Rows of weapons stood ready, a silent testament to battles long past. Fergus's expression softened, a hint of understanding in his eyes. I'm certain what you're going through is just a phase. Ghislaine's thoughts drifted to another time. In my past life, did he also? The training area was well maintained, a testament to the dedication of those who serve the Perdium family. He realized the implications of his situation. So that's what happened. He reflects on his mortality, thinking that dying really feels like shit. Fergus asks if he should beg his pardon, as Ghislaine is acting as if he's already experienced life and death. The young master thinks to himself that, as expected, Fergus is sharp. He reflects that he actually did die and was resurrected. Ghislaine's expression hardens as Fergus thinks that's enough tomfoolery, my lord. Ghislaine tells Fergus that he can head back, old man, as he is going to start training. Fergus responds that he will be just outside. The young master reflects that he always treated everyone around him like they're his enemies. But he was just short-sighted, he thinks, as a memory of him with two girls' flashes in his mind. Back then, it was revealed that the one behind Elena's death was a lord from a neighboring territory. Thanks to that, Perdium got caught up in a war. Elena's death was essentially the starting point of their house's downfall. That means he needed to set things straight from here. First things first, he needed to get a better physique. It sucked that he didn't have a lot of time. But he should at least be able to control mana. Ghislaine sat cross-legged, focusing his energy. Most people say that noticing and taking in the mana is the hardest part. He had to connect. The mana particles floated in the air. And bundle it up as if he's spinning a spool. Creating a mana core is a piece of cake. He focused, remembering that he couldn't have been part of the strongest 7 otherwise. The method from the half-burned book on magic that he picked up was key to this process. He would combine it with the natural mana core of humans, pushing his limits. A blue light emanated from his hands as he concentrated, sweat dripping down his face. He could create a second, and even a third, pushing past what he thought possible. He focused on creating a connected mesh of multiple cores, linking them together. The strain was visible as red energy surged around him, his eyes wide with effort. The goal, to create an explosive force, a surge of power unlike anything he'd felt before. Red beams of light shot out. He gasped, blood trickling from his nose and mouth as the effort took its toll. He slumped to the ground, acknowledging his limit, even though he was able to reach 5 in his past life. This method allowed him to create an explosive force in a short time, but at a great cost. That technique required an extremely large amount of mana in return, which was the primary reason he lost. Bringing a whole knight order to fight against him when he had run out of mana, he definitely would have won if it was a fair fight. It was inherently an unstable technique, but it was enough for now. He had a youthful body and a lot of time now. The blonde-haired man stood tall, his back to the viewer. He vowed, I'll have your head this time, Aiden. Even those bastards standing behind House Delphine, who helped destroy their county. His eyes burned with rage. Ghislaine Perdium declared, I will destroy you all. 1 week later, it was the day of the festival. The castle loomed in the distance. He tightened his belt. The young master secured a pouch to his side. Ghislaine stood before a building, ready for what was to come. He walked through the town, the sounds of the festival growing louder. Elena's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and delight on her face. She exclaimed, surprised to see him, noting his absence from such events. Ghislaine explained that, as a Perdium, he should attend festivals at least occasionally. Elena's expression softened, a hint of a smile playing on her lips as she looked at him. She questioned his newfound interest in family matters, recalling his previous indifference. Elena reminded him of his past complaints about his father and his desire to be the lord already. Elena smiled brightly, stating that she liked things the way they were now. It seemed. Elena observed that the oldham was back. He looked thoughtful, his gaze distant. He had realized something in the past week. The world changed, and the future began to shift, though imperceptibly. The woman in the maid outfit assured the others that they could be trusted. The general flow of things, however, might remain the same, a complex web of cause and effect. But it was difficult to gauge the impact of small actions. Making good use of information from the future was his job, and he needed to respond effectively. Ghislain held a chess piece, his gaze intense as he considered his next move in the grand game. His preparations were complete, the final touches meticulously applied. He reached into a pouch, his fingers brushing against something within. Meanwhile, Ghislain and Elena stood before a vendor, the vendor gesturing with a loaf of bread as they spoke. The pair ran, hand in hand, through the festival crowds, their faces alight with joy. The castle loomed in the background, a silent witness to their revelry. Ah, that was fun, Elena thought. But it was getting a little boring with it being the same every year. Ghislain wondered if there was nothing new this year. The festival was almost over, but nothing had happened. He wondered if it was because he was with Elena. A voice suggested that they check out other areas too. He narrowed his eyes, a flicker of something unreadable passing across his face. A voice suggested that according to a friend, there were new events elsewhere, and asked how she felt about it. Elena sat on the steps, propping her head up with her hand, looking unenthusiastic about the prospect. Elena, now standing, looked back at Ghislain, stating that it had better be fun. Ghislain's gaze intensified, his expression unreadable as he stared forward. A disembodied voice accused them, declaring that it was the two of them, the traitors of their house. A man grabbed Elena's arm roughly, his face contorted in anger as another man stood behind him, a sinister smile on his face. Elena's escort knights, Jamal and Philip, stand ready to protect her. They were the most trusted knights in the feud because they had protected Elena since she was a child. So is you too. The traitors of our house. Elena is being protected. Here. Philip noted that there was nothing of interest in the area. Elena questioned if a performance could even occur in such a dirty place. He guessed that the performers weren't ready yet, but thought people would be here soon. Jamal told her not to make him laugh, asking if she would want to perform in a place like this. The group stood amongst crates in the deserted street, waiting for something to happen. Elena seemed less than impressed with the surroundings. Jamal's expression remained stoic as he scanned the area, his blue eyes sharp. The deserted street seemed simple at first glance, but the placement of obstacles blocked the escape route. They must have made preparations in advance. Jamal told Philip to go, referring to him as Big Bro. A new voice called out to Elena, addressing her as young lady. He asked if she didn't think they should see the show since they were here anyway. She retorted that she wasn't going to watch a show in a place like this. Philip was sent flying backwards from an unseen force. Elena looked on in shock. Elena asked if he worked out or something, questioning why he was so strong. She seemed surprised by the sudden attack. The new character addressed Elena again as young lady, as she gasped in shock. Jamal's face contorted in a grimace, his eyes wide with alarm. The scene focused on the attacker's chest, revealing a glimpse of their attire. Elena's face contorts with worry as she calls out, "P.H. Philip?" Her voice trembles with a hint of fear. From a low angle, a figure clad in dark armor looms, their presence casting a long, ominous shadow. "You guys are acting strange." Elena stands beside Jamal and Philip, her expression a mix of concern and confusion. Jamal towers over her, his armor gleaming in a dim light. "What's the matter with you today?" Jamal lowers his head, his voice laced with regret. "Oh my, I didn't mean to scare you." His posture suggests a deep sense of unease. A man's face fills the frame, his eyes gleaming with a sinister intent. It's just that a reasonable request came in. Close up on armored hands, fingers interlaced. A subtle gesture that hints at a hidden agenda. The armor seems to pulse with dark energy. Elena's eyes widen in disbelief, her mouth agape. "A request?" she stammers, her voice barely a whisper. From a low angle, the group stand in the town square, the looming buildings casting long shadows. The air crackles with unseen energy. Meanwhile, high above, on a rooftop, the wind howls, carrying whispers of impending doom. The city below is unaware of the danger lurking in the shadows. A figure in a long coat and wide-brimmed hat strides confidently through the streets, flanked by two shadowy figures. Their footsteps echo in the night. The man in the hat pauses, his face obscured by shadow. "As expected, your work process is clean," he remarks, his voice a low growl. The man's face is finally revealed, a stern expression etched upon it. His name is Frank. Frank. He states that they have brought the young lady as promised, so they should end the deal there. The group stands in what appears to be a town square, surrounded by other figures in cloaks and armor. Frank seems to be thinking about something. Someone wonders if that is the eldest son of the Perdium family, and states that they did not request to bring him here. Elena stands close to Ghislain, seemingly scared. Jamal thinks to himself that he will just hand him over for free. Jamal is told that he sold him out, and is asked if he really thinks he can get away with this. Frank thinks that Jamal foolishly does not know this would be his graveyard. Ghislain walks towards the group. Jamal laughs and asks why they don't start worrying about themselves first, stating that all they have to do is run away, too. They were just getting sick and tired of this impoverished land. tormented by the barbarians anyway. Jamal states that he is sure there are plenty of others leaving Perdium besides them anyway. No? He stood over the fallen figure, a smug grin on his face as he looked down at the blond man. Elena was held nearby, looking terrified. The armored man's boots stood firmly planted on the ground, a testament to his resolve, though his opponent was unseen. Blood trickled from Jamal's mouth, his eyes wide with shock as he stared up at his attacker. The fight had clearly taken a turn for the worse. Elena watched in horror, while Frank observed with a calculating gaze. The situation was dire, and the stakes were high. Frank seemed confident, stating, "But at least they never sold us out." Ghislain stood with his back turned, his sword held loosely in his hand. The bodies of fallen enemies lay scattered around him. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a sign of the power he wielded. He was clearly not to be trifled with. Jamal, in disbelief, thought, "Jamal, that idiot. How could a knight lose to an amateur like that?" Elena was held tightly, her expression a mix of fear and desperation. She struggled against her captor's grip. The sword plunged downward, a symbol of Jamal's defeat. His fate seemed sealed. With his face contorted in pain, Jamal thought, "I am possible." Blood splattered as Jamal's eyes widened in disbelief. His defeat was absolute. Rain lashed down upon the battlefield, the aftermath of a brutal clash. He stood victorious, the blonde-haired Ghislain, cradling Elena protectively in his arms. From the shadows, Frank questioned if that was truly the eldest son of Perdium. He thought Ghislain lacked combat experience. Judging by his appearance, Frank decided that he was not mistaken about Ghislain's identity. Although they were taken off guard, he instantly killed two knights, a man with glasses observed. The attacks were fueled by mana, a testament to Ghislain's hidden power. Elena, wide-eyed with fear, stammered, calling out to her big bro, questioning what was happening. Ghislain's expression remained unreadable, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. The young girl's face contorted in terror, tears welling in her eyes. He held her close, a silent promise of protection in the face of overwhelming danger. Ghislain gently reassured her, telling her to take a little rest, his voice calm despite the chaos. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly power, a hint of the true strength hidden within. The bodies of the fallen lay scattered as one of the figures remarks that Ghislain is much different than what he heard. The speaker continues, stating that they were planning on taking care of those two themselves. The man with the pipe regards the scene, his expression unreadable behind tinted glasses. He stands with his sword bloodied as he asks what it matters to the man. The young master looks down at the sword in his hand, wondering if there are three of them. The man with the pipe states that the two beside him are nothing, but the one in the middle exudes the amount of mana on a different level, the text proclaims. The blonde-haired fighter extends his hand, a blue glow emanating from his body. The man with the pipe asks whose request this was, wondering if the dead man needs to know that. He knew that the young master wouldn't say it so easily, but it doesn't matter. The blonde-haired fighter stares intently, stating that they'll want to spill it soon enough anyway. The grip tightens on the sword, ready for the next attack. From the shadows, one of the cloaked figures denies something, issuing a brutal order to capture him alive. Frank's face is shown in a close-up, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he anticipates the pain to come. The cloaked figures rush forward, swords drawn, as one shouts a warning. Frank watches from behind. He barely has time to react as the first blade descends, aimed at his back. His eyes widen, pupils dilating as he prepares to defend himself from the ambush. The first blade swings down, narrowly missing its target. He pivots, narrowly avoiding the attack as the two cloaked figures press their assault. One of the cloaked figures realizes he's been tricked, but it's too late. With blinding speed, he counters, his own blade a blur of motion. The first attacker is caught completely off guard, blood spraying as the blade finds its mark. He continues his momentum, his foot slamming into the ground as he prepares for the next attack. The remaining cloaked figure scoffs, dismissing the attack as a shallow trick as he prepares to strike. He advanced, his boots thudding on the cobblestone street. The cloaked figure met him head-on, their swords clashing in a shower of sparks. The assassin pressed their attack, forcing him to parry again and again. Each block echoed through the narrow street, the sounds of steel on steel. The cloaked figure lunged, their blade a blur of motion. The clash of steel reverberated. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the fight. Frank watched intently, a grim expression on his face. He sidestepped another blow, his movements precise. The cloaked assassin pressed their advantage, their sword aimed at his heart. Frank muttered, "It was a perfect sneak attack, too." The fight continued, the sounds of the swords echoing off the stone walls as Ghislain fought to survive. The clash of blades echoes through the air. He parries the assassin's strike, their blades meeting with a shower of sparks. The assassin is visibly shocked. The assassin's pipe falls to the ground. The assassin's power crackles around him. Ghislain is surprised by the assassin's resilience. The assassin's mana flares intensely. Frank thinks to himself, surprised he wasn't beheaded. The assassin wonders how Ghislain survived a strike to his neck. Ghislain focused his mana around his neck to reduce the damage. The assassin admits he has no clue how Ghislain learned such strange swordsmanship at that age. The assassin's power continues to surge. He grins, a manic display of teeth and malice, fresh blood staining his neck. Frank declares, with chilling certainty, that Ghislain will die here. Frank seems surprised, musing that if he hadn't enhanced his body with mana, his head would be rolling on the floor. Frank questioned where his opponent learned such strange swordsmanship. The sword crackled with blue energy. The swordsman declared that such attacks would not defeat him. The silver-haired man mocked his opponent's feeble mana. As they clashed, blades meeting in a shower of sparks. Frank, eyes narrowed, promised that Ghislain would die here. A manic grin stretched across the antagonist's face. Ghislain's expression remained grim, his eyes shadowed with determination. Frank seemed to be smiling. The two warriors clashed again, their blades meeting with explosive force. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike carrying immense power, forcing Frank to defend desperately. The Mercenary King moved with blinding speed, his blade a blur against the backdrop of the ruined arena. Ghislain pressed his advantage, each step measured, each strike precise, driving Frank further back. Staggering backward, Frank reeled from the force of the blow, barely managing to keep his footing. The silver-haired man, his face contorted in disbelief, muttered, "Didn't I tell you?" Blood trickled from Frank's mouth as he realized the attack was far more potent than he anticipated. Coughing violently, Frank struggled to maintain his stance, the unexpected power of the attack taking its toll. Frank wondered aloud how the power of Ghislain's attack could be so different, so much stronger. The man with the silver hair realized he never expected there to be a true culprit behind Elena's death. A voice echoed, laced with dark energy, revealing the shocking truth. "So it was you." Ghislain stood tall, his swords radiating a menacing aura, the source of his newfound power now clear. The Mercenary King's voice boomed, filled with malice. "Prepare yourself." He unleashes a surge of power, the word's third core emblazoned. The unleashed power stuns Frank. He wonders how his opponent boosted his mana so greatly. The force of the activated core sends blades of energy flying. The Mercenary King's attacks come too fast, forcing Frank to block. Frank realizes the count is too fast for him to handle. The blonde-haired man unleashes a flurry of attacks, each one blocked with difficulty. The force of the blows sends Frank reeling backwards. He grits his teeth, struggling to maintain his defense. Ghislain's relentless assault continues, pushing Frank to his limit. Frank thinks this is impossible. His hands are turning numb from blocking strikes. No matter how much mana one draws, it usually has a limited effect. Frank has never heard of a method that increases mana so explosively like this. It was as if he had become a different person entirely. The Mercenary King moved with blinding speed, his blade a blur. The tip of the blade drew closer. Ghislain's attack connected, sending shards of glass flying as Frank reeled. The Count's useless oldest son pressed his advantage, his movements too fast to track. Frank stumbled backward, his footing unsure on the cobblestones. Blood splattered across Frank's coat as he struggled to maintain his stance. Ghislain's eyes burned with intensity as he pressed the attack. The force of the blow sent Frank reeling again. Ghislain's blade found its mark, drawing a fresh spray of blood. Frank gasped, a strangled sound escaping his lips. His vision blurred, the world tilting around him as he faced defeat. He takes the full brunt of the blow, blood spraying from the impact. Frank, reeling, declares that they should finish their conversation from before. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to Elena lying prone on the ground, an armored figure collapsed nearby. The injured antagonist wonders who requested this intervention. Frank grits his teeth, declaring he won't go down so easily. He produces a dagger, bloodied from the fight. Frank lunges toward Elena, declaring he will at least take the young lady of Perdium with him, but Ghislain intercepts him. He prepares to strike, screaming that she will die. Suddenly, magical threads erupt, ensnaring Frank's arm. The silver-haired man, now restrained, asks if they can make a deal. Ghislain warns him not to try anything useless, demanding he answer his question, and he will sheath his sword. Frank, now completely bound, realizes he can't move, wondering if the threads are created with mana. He wondered when the young master had become so strong. Ghislain was sure someone of Frank's caliber would know how to patch himself up. The young master thought that wouldn't matter if he destroyed Frank's mana core. Mana crackled around Ghislain's hand as he prepared to strike. Frank's face contorted in pain, blood dripping from his mouth. The Mercenary King stood over the injured Frank, his expression grim. Frank cried out in pain as Ghislain's mana surged. The force of the attack ripped through Frank's body. His mana began to scatter, the energy dissipating into the air. Frank, his face a mask of agony, was asked if he was out of his mind. Ghislain asked if he was planning to self-destruct, stating that was for the unskilled. The young master's eyes glowed with power as he prepared to finish the fight. Frank's face was a mask of blood, his expression a mix of pain and defiance. The energy around him crackled, and a voice declared that he wasn't bluffing. His eye glowed with an ominous light, a silent promise of self-destruction. The intensity in his gaze burned with a violet fire. With a final, desperate breath, Frank revealed the truth. It was Count Desmond. Ghislaine stood over him, the rain washing away the blood as Frank accused someone of orchestrating the attack. The dying man's words echoed in the air. He needed a pretext to start a war against the Perdium and Degard families. Ghislaine's expression hardened, the revelation about Desmond solidifying his resolve. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the hooded figure spoke of Duke Delphine, accusing him of orchestrating the events. Ghislaine, his face grim, demanded to know if Frank had intended to kill Elena. Blood splattered against the ground, a grim testament to the violence unfolding. The Mercenary King unleashed a brutal attack, his rage focused on the man before him. He demands to know what Ghislaine is doing, his face contorted in pain and anger. Ghislaine scoffs, noting that Frank seems scared now that the tables have turned. He asks what's the matter. The blonde-haired man's expression shifts to one of manic glee, a disturbing laugh escaping his lips. Frank declares that nothing will change, even if he dies. He claims to have already finished the work with the Degard. Ghislaine, looming over Frank, questions if people would listen to a punk like him. Frank, battered and bloody, declares that Perdium will perish due to the war. Ghislaine, his hand outstretched, prepares to speak, while Frank stares back, defiant despite his injuries. Let me tell you something. Meanwhile, a memory surfaces, a declaration of rebirth after death. The younger Frank, eyes narrowed, resolves to be different this time. The sound of a scream echoes, a visceral expression of agony. Frank's face is a mask of pain, his eyes wide with a mix of terror and defiance. A hand clenches, surrounded by an ominous red glow, hinting at a dark power. The night air crackled with residual energy. Streaks of violet light faded into the darkness. The echoes of the explosion still rang in the air. He stood amidst the carnage, twin blades dripping crimson. The Mercenary King gasped, his body broken. Ghislaine Perdium lay defeated, his face contorted in pain. Blood trickled from his lips, staining his pale skin. Elena lay still, her eyes closed, a pool of blood forming beneath her. The sword stood plunged into the ground, a silent testament to the battle. He struggled to breathe, his vision blurring. His white coat was now a canvas of crimson. A pained gasp escaped his lips. He stands over the fallen Ghislaine, who coughs, blood splattering on the ground. The Mercenary King spits, frustration etched on his face. Exploding 3 cores used to be nothing. Ghislaine grits his teeth, vowing that he won't fall like this. Elsewhere, footsteps echo through a grand hall. A figure walks away from a doorway. Bloody bodies are piled amongst broken wood. Ghislaine struggles to his feet, panting heavily. A man in a suit stands with his back to the viewer, hands clasped behind him. The Mercenary King's face is bruised and bloodied. Ghislaine realizes that he was killed along with his escort knight. This is how they silence them and frame them as Elena's killers. The moment this is revealed, the war will begin. Someone is ordered to erase the evidence. The town burned, bodies scattered amidst the flames. I won't let things happen as you intend. The words echoed in the destruction. He moved through the cobblestone streets, the sound of his boots muffled by the chaos. Elena was slung over his shoulder, her fate uncertain. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure watched from above. The destruction below was met with silence, their thoughts unreadable. The main character finally makes his appearance, or so it seems. Ghislaine Perdium stands before a towering figure. The contrast in their size is stark. A voice echoes, a greeting laced with familiarity. Hello, Ghislaine. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ghislaine simply utters a soft ah. The man recalls a face from the past, a memory resurfacing with clarity. The heir of the Loges County, with whom they have an alliance, is mentioned. Cain Loges stands tall, his presence commanding attention. He was his only friend at that time. He wore a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with an unknown intent. Ghislaine's expression hardened, the words echoing in his mind, my enemy. The scene shifts, showing Cain Loges in a different setting, surrounded by others. A body lies lifeless on the ground, a grim testament to recent violence. A man urgently asks Ricardo, what's the situation? The man grimaces, reporting that they responded to a disturbance at the tavern. The report continued, stating they found Cain there with his escort knight. Recognizing them, the man asked if the rumors about young Master Ghislaine were true. Commander Scovin explained the details. The man's face contorted in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. A hand clenched tightly, the question hanging in the air. Before the heir of Loges, what fate awaits? The man in armor finished his story, recounting the events as they unfolded in the past. The man with the fur collar urged the other to tell the truth, whatever it may be. The man in the white shirt claimed that Gislin, who never even trained, took down an orc with his bare hands. The man's face was bloodied and bruised, a testament to the violence he had endured. The man with the fur collar stated that this wouldn't have happened if the other hadn't lied in the first place. The man in the white shirt stood with a sword at his side, listening intently to the conversation. Gislin's expression was unreadable, his eyes sharp and focused on some distant point. The man speaking confirmed that Gislin was indeed that kind of guy, capable of such feats. Gislin always treated him as a subordinate, a fact that clearly still stung. Every time he visited Perdium, Gislin always made a mess, yet no one could say anything because he was basically his subordinate. No one looked down upon Cain, a testament to his power and influence. Unlike Cain, he was always burdened with an inferiority complex, a shadow that haunted his every step. His confidence and bold demeanor were praised as qualities, even as he charged at others with provocation. That's why Gislin Perdium was criticized more, his expression one of quiet contemplation. Cain Loges stood before him, his expression unreadable. Gislin simply asked, "What?" Cain looked down at Gislin, a smirk playing on his lips. "Look at this guy, huh?" Usually he would have. Meanwhile, a while ago, in Loges County, plans were being made. The Loges family manor loomed, a silent witness to the schemes within. Cain Loges sat in a darkened room, the words "kill Gislin" hanging in the air. He considered the implications. If you succeed in this task, the esteemed one will support the Loges family. Cain sat across from a cloaked figure, the only sound the crackling of the fire. Cain mused, it's not a hard task to deal with a punk like him, but Gislin is also an heir to his land. He continued, questioning how he was supposed to eliminate him. We can lure Gislin into a duel, making it appear as if an unfortunate accident occurred. It will simply seem like a trivial dispute between heirs. The cloaked figure responded, I will accompany you disguised as an escort knight, orchestrating the situation, so there is no need for concern. He remarks that this is an uncommon opportunity, even for the target. Cain contemplates the grim reality of his mission, a mission that forces him to consider killing his own cousin. Cain's expression hardens as he gives the order to leave immediately. His hands clench, a subtle display of the resolve he's trying to project. A question lingers in the air. Do they want to eliminate him because something has changed about him? Cain's face is set with determination as he stands with the cloaked figure, ready to carry out his plan. Cain's lips curve into a thin smile, sealing his resolve. In that case. Elsewhere, Gislin is asked what he is doing. Gislin is told that since they know he is here, they better bring what has been prepared for him. He wonders what is prepared. Cain hears that the festival has been interrupted and suggests livening up the mood and having an amazing time. He believes they've always been in sync when it comes to things like this. His yellow eyes gleam with a sinister intent. Gislin stands, seemingly unaware of the danger closing in around him. He let out a sigh, his expression a mix of annoyance and resignation. The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. The memory surfaced. He had always been expected to provide alcohol and women. He had once relented to avoid conflict, but those days were over. The thought of wasted money soured his mood even further. Had they forgotten that the Lord cut off support because of the wasted funds? Gislin's expression hardened, a glint of resolve in his eyes. The realization struck him. The solution had been within reach all along. His source of money, a glowing orb, pulsed with untapped potential. The air shimmered, a prelude to a shift in power. Suddenly, his name echoed, cutting through his thoughts. Hey, Gislin! The voice demanded action, reminding him of past agreements and present impatience. He agreed, stating that he would bring them right now. Gislin's expression was unreadable, his eyes narrowed slightly. A voice echoed, demanding to know if Gislin had a debt to repay. The man with light hair and blue eyes stared down, awaiting an answer. Nearby, a hooded figure with blonde hair tilted their head, a question forming. Gislin looked up, surprised by the accusation. Repay for what? He asked. The man with light hair stood before Gislin, his hand outstretched. What? 1,000. He continued, scoffing that all that shouldn't have even cost 100 gold, reminding Gislin of his friendship. Gislin's face contorted in frustration. It's like a friendship fee, he exclaimed. The light-haired man retorted, stating that he'd been Gislin's doormat for the longest time, not a friend. His eyes narrowed, a clear threat in his voice. So, pay it back before I beat the hell out of you. The man's expression hardened, his demand clear. I need a lot of money right now, you see. The room fell silent as Cain Loges confronted Gislin, his words hanging heavy in the air. Cain Loges' face contorted in anger. Young master, what are you saying right now? He demanded. His hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white with fury. Cain Loges sneered, his eyes narrowed. You're starting to act all bold just because I've been going easy on you, huh? Gislin looked up at Cain Loges, his expression unreadable. Cain Loges continued, his voice dripping with disdain. It seems you believe you've actually gotten stronger just because you spread a false rumor, saying you won against a knight. He leaned in close, his face inches from Gislin's. You're nothing but a parasite leeching off this land. Kane Loges spat the words out, his eyes blazing. This is why everyone in the north calls you a scoundrel when all you, the supposed heir, do is spout empty nonsense. His hand tightened around Gislin's collar, the fabric bunching in his fist. Kane Loges' grip intensified, his expression hardening. Get yourself together. Gislin remained still, his gaze fixed on Kane Loges as he was lifted from the ground. Kane Loges raised his fist, ready to strike, his face a mask of fury as Gislin dangled helplessly. He rears back, fist clenched, ready to strike. Kane Loges snarls, fury twisting his features. The punch lands with brutal force, sending shockwaves through the air. The impact reverberates, a testament to Kane's raw power. Kane's face is a mask of rage, his eyes burning with savage intent. The force of the blow explodes outward, a blinding flash of energy. Kane's smug expression twists into a vicious grin as he watches the mercenary king take the hit. Gislin's eyes widen in shock, the force of the blow clearly taking him by surprise. The man in the blue coat arrives just as Gislin collapses to the ground, spitting blood. The man in the blue coat asks if the young master is all right. Gislin, struggling to his feet, retorts that he blocked the shot and tells him to get up and stop whining. The man in the blue coat orders Kane Loges to stand back, questioning what he thinks he's doing. Whispers spread among the crowd, some questioning if Gislin had truly defeated Kane Loges. Others wondered if anyone had witnessed the fight clearly. A slight smile played on Gislin Perdium's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the unfolding events. The young master's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he considered the situation. Gislin seemed to be enjoying the show, a hint of amusement in his eyes. A man with silver hair stood beside a blue hooded figure, the silver-haired man asking how the hooded figure liked his acting. The hooded figure responded that it was excellent, stating that the stage was set perfectly to make it appear that the fault lies with Gislin in everyone's eyes, and that this should be more than enough to justify a duel. Meanwhile, Kane Loges clenched his fist, thinking that it was a rare opportunity to gain such powerful backing, and that he must make sure to leave a lasting impression this time. A cloaked figure stood in a room, thinking that if they succeeded in this task, the esteemed one would support the Loges family, and that this was the perfect time to cut off Perdium, a falling power. Kane Loges prepared himself, pulling on a blue glove with a determined expression. Kane Loges, his voice booming, declared that tarnishing the dignity of nobility with lies, attacking him simply for trying to verify the truth, was unacceptable. He then challenged Gislin to a duel. The intensity of the moment was palpable as Kane Loges' hand clenched, ready for the impending battle. Kane Loges' challenge echoed, formally demanding a duel with Gislin. He stood over the fallen knight, his expression unreadable as he looked down at the scene before him. Gislin's face contorted, his eyes narrowing as he listened to the accusations leveled against him. Kane Loges declared that Gislin had insulted him, the heir, in front of the people of Perdium. The man in the red coat continued, stating that Gislin had also assaulted his knight, tarnishing the dignity of nobility. The knight lay prone, his armor stained with blood, as a figure looked on with a mix of concern and disbelief. Gislin's expression hardened, a glint of defiance in his eyes. You're not thinking of denying it, are you? Kane Loges stood tall, flanked by an armored figure, his gaze unwavering as he awaited Gislin's response. The tension in the air was palpable, the unspoken challenge hanging heavy between the two men. A sinister smile crept across Gislin's face. You were stupid, but I didn't know you were stupid enough to dig your own grave. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, the metal gleaming in the dim light. Gislin accepted the duel, his eyes burning with determination. Don't regret it even if you die. The sword was drawn, its polished surface reflecting the impending conflict. He stared ahead, his expression unreadable as he considered the challenge. The glint of steel reflected in his eyes, a silent promise of the battle to come. A voice cried out, Ricardo, as a man knelt beside the fallen knight, concern etched on his face. Another man, his brow furrowed, commanded, Bring all the merchants who are protesting in front of the castle. Gislin watched the scene unfold, his expression thoughtful as the injured Ricardo received aid. The festival was suddenly canceled, the atmosphere that had heated up to its peak suddenly cooled down. Some tourists were left behind, unable to return, filled with regret. They must be in a state of incomplete combustion. In such a situation, if an event were to take place to soothe them, the crowd murmurs, a palpable sense of anticipation filling the air. Gislin Perdium stands ready, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the coming duel. The announcement booms. It's a duel between young Master Kane Loges and Gislin Perdium. Kane faces Gislin, the crowd looking on with excitement. The crowd places their bets, confident that Kane will win. The air buzzed with the shouts of vendors, eager to capitalize on the upcoming duel. It's cheap. Buy one and get one free, they cried. The betting organizer, a stout man with a booming voice, urged the crowd to place their bets. Now, Bet your money here. Line up here. Coins flew through the air as spectators placed their bets. Many were confident in Cain Loges' victory. I'll bet on young Master Cain. Me too. It's the guaranteed, safest bet. Elsewhere, Cain Loges planted his sword firmly into the ground, the impact sending vibrations through the arena. The sound echoed through the arena, a stark contrast to the festive atmosphere. A voice boomed, questioning the spectacle. Cain Loges stood tall, his muscular frame imposing as he gripped his sword. He was ready for the duel. His expression was one of grim determination. His eyes narrowed as he focused on the task ahead. Ghislaine Perdium listened to Cain's declaration. My sword will not stop even if you surrender, Cain declared. A mysterious figure spoke, their words laced with accusation. How dare you turn a sacred duel into a marketplace like this? The figure continued, their tone ominous. And that must be what you're going after. Ghislaine Perdium stood among the crowd, his expression thoughtful. Since it seems like we have enough people gathered, let's begin. Something caught his attention, causing him to pause mid-sentence, a look of surprise on his face. The hooded figure gestured, seemingly exasperated by the lack of interest. In the background, a man recorded the bets. Two men watched the proceedings with growing concern. Something about the situation clearly troubled them. One man exclaimed that nobody was betting their money on Duke Ghislaine, indicating a severe lack of confidence in the young master. A pair of hands carefully adjusted a betting slip, perhaps reconsidering the odds or the amount being wagered. The blond-haired man watched with sharp blue eyes, his expression unreadable as the betting continued. From above, the arena showed Cain facing off against Ghislaine. The crowd murmured, with one voice saying that the punk had no chance against young Master Cain. The man from before reiterated that the marketplace was ignoring someone, further emphasizing the lack of bets being placed. The arena floor awaited the combatants, the polished surface reflecting the tension in the air as the duel was about to begin. The armored figure stood near the betting table, listening to a proposition. The terms of the wager were about to change. A gloved hand slammed a heavy bag of money onto the table, the sound echoing the sudden shift in momentum. One of the concerned men declared that he would bet on Duke Ghislaine, defying the prevailing sentiment. Another gloved hand held up a bag of money, ready to be placed as a bet, signaling a change in the betting landscape. He maintained a stoic expression, despite the odds stacked against him. The weight of the bets, both for and against him, was substantial. Two women placed their bet, declaring, I'd like to bet on my big brother, too. The surprising turn of events caused a stir among the onlookers. Ghislaine's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The man looked on with a grimace, his expression a mix of anger and anticipation. The crowd continued to place their bets, the atmosphere thick with tension and excitement. This should suffice, correct? A hooded figure watched from the sidelines, their expression unreadable. Someone muttered, annoyed, making me wait for no reason. The announcement boomed. Then get ready. Addressing the crowd, a man stated, You know, I am older than you, after all. It'd look a little strange for me to make the first move, right? Ghislaine, looking up, was caught off guard by the statement. What? He gripped the sword tightly, his knuckles white as he prepared to strike. The blade gleamed, reflecting the light as he raised it higher. His gaze narrowed, focusing on his opponent in the distance. He shifted his weight, preparing to unleash the full force of his attack. A determined glint shone in his eyes, reflecting his resolve. His jaw tightened, a sign of the immense concentration he was exerting. Cain Loges watched him, his yellow eyes narrowed with anticipation. Cain taunted, questioning if it was too late for him to act like the older one. He lunged forward, bringing the sword down with incredible speed. A spray of blood marked the path of the deadly strike. The air crackled with the force of the impact. His opponent crashed to the ground, defeated. The man in the red coat is sent hurtling through the air. His eyes widen as he sees the blade coming for him. The sword descends, a flash of light reflecting off the steel. Cain's eyes are filled with terror as the blade approaches. He realizes he's already stooped too low to save face now. His face contorts in a scream as the attack lands. Ghislaine stands firm, his sword a blur of motion as he strikes down Cain. The force of the blow sends Cain flying backwards, defeated. Ghislaine stands over his fallen opponent, victorious. The blade continues its arc, a testament to the power behind the strike. Dust and debris explode outwards as Cain crashes into the ground. The crowd remarks that Cain couldn't even endure one hit from him. He stood amidst the rubble, the remnants of the previous clash swirling around him. Cain Loges smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. Look at this guy, huh? Ghislaine's gaze remained fixed, his expression unreadable as he stared down his opponent. The onlookers watched with bated breath. What do we do, young lady? We have to stop them right now. Cain considered his strategy. It's too late. He thought, no matter who the opponent is, the moment they decide to cross swords against Cain, they're already trapped. The narration box explained Cain's fighting style. The opponent, overwhelmed by that immense power, will become consumed by the thought that there's no chance to counterattack, and they will use up all their energy solely on evasion. The narration box continued. In the end, the exhausted opponent, after only dodging for a while, will leave an opening. The defeated will meet their end. Kane has always won that way. Ghislain narrowly avoided Kane's sweeping attack, the force of it creating a visible shockwave. Kane Loges grinned. You're slippery as ever. It seems your skills have indeed grown from before, huh? Ghislain prepared to counter. Makes sense. He parried the blow, but Kane Loges taunted him, claiming he was always good at running away. Ghislain grunted, struggling to maintain his footing against the onslaught. The force of the blow sent the Mercenary King flying through the air. Kane watched him fall, his expression smug as he prepared his next attack. Ricardo and the others watched in horror, shouting out to their young master in concern. Kane's face contorted into a cruel grin, declaring that it was over for Ghislain. He prepared to strike the final blow, intent on ending the fight. Ghislain plummeted towards the ground, defenseless against the incoming attack. The impact was imminent, the ground rushing up to meet him. He braced himself, knowing that the end was near. Kane's foot descended, crackling with energy as he muttered about wanting to go easy on him. The hunter stood over his prey, ready to deliver the final, decisive blow. He descends, blade poised to strike. The blonde-haired man looks up, his glowing eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Ghislain Perdium's face contorts in a silent scream, a question mark hanging in the air as he braces for the inevitable. Kane Loges, radiating power, prepares to deliver the final blow, his stance unwavering and his intent clear. The Mercenary King slides forward, his sword a blur of motion as he attempts to parry the incoming strike. Ghislain's eyes widen, his expression a mix of pain and desperation as he grits his teeth against the onslaught. A guttural sound escapes Ghislain's lips as he struggles to withstand the force of the blow. Kane Loges, towering over his opponent, mocks Ghislain's swordsmanship. Ricardo watches, seemingly unable to intervene. Ghislain's eyes glow brighter, a strange energy emanating from him as he thinks, "Allow me to open your eyes." The Mercenary King grips his sword tighter, his knuckles white as he prepares for a counterattack. Kane's smug expression falters, replaced by a flicker of surprise as he senses a shift in Ghislain's power. Ricardo watches as Ghislain prepares to unleash a new attack, Kane Loges taunting him, asking how he plans to do it. Ghislain takes a step forward, his stance shifting as he prepares to unleash his newfound power. He parried the incoming strike, the force of the blow reverberating through his arms. Kane Loges followed through, his blade a blur as he pressed the attack. The Mercenary King was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Ricardo watched helplessly as Ghislain struggled against Kane's relentless assault. Kane roared, pressing his advantage with savage glee. The force of the blow sent Ghislain staggering back, struggling to maintain his footing. But he recovered quickly, his blade flashing as he launched a counterattack. Ricardo watched as the two clashed, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks. Ghislain focused, his eyes glowing with an inner power. He prepared to unleash a final, decisive strike. The air crackled with energy as he channeled his power. Ghislain's gaze hardened, his resolve unwavering as he prepared to end the fight. He lay prone, the dust swirling around him as he struggled to rise. Kane stood over Ghislain's discarded sword, his expression unreadable as he looked down at his opponent. The crowd watched with bated breath, their faces a mixture of shock and anticipation as they witnessed the fight unfold. The spectators murmured, noting how much Duke Ghislain had improved, wondering if he could possibly win. Many in the crowd regretted their bets on Kane, realizing they may have backed the wrong fighter. Two girls watched intently, one asking if the other could see what was happening in the arena. An older man squinted, his brow furrowed as he tried to discern the subtle shifts in momentum. Another spectator's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, his expression intense as he focused on the battle. Kane's torso revealed a shallow wound, leading some to wonder if he had allowed it on purpose. Blood trickled down Kane's neck, his face contorted in a grimace as he acknowledged Ghislain's swordsmanship. Elsewhere, Ghislain and Kane faced each other once more, the tension palpable between them. Ghislain's blue eyes narrowed, his expression now one of focused determination as he prepared for the final clash. He held the weapons out, offering them in a gesture of dismissal. The swords clattered against the wooden floor, the sound echoing in the arena. He declared that he would be fighting barehanded from now on, a confident smirk playing on his lips. A murmur rippled through the crowd, a mix of confusion and anticipation. Kane Loges' face contorted in a furious scowl, his eyes burning with intensity. Kane knelt, his posture radiating a predatory focus as he prepared to face Ghislain's challenge. The young master reiterated his intention, emphasizing that he would fight with his bare knuckles. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the muscles in his forearms as he prepared for a hand-to-hand fight. Ghislain's opponent sneered, demanding that he be taught a lesson. The young master offered Kane Loges a handicap, suggesting a barehanded fight, a style in which the man in the red coat excelled. Gislin instead proposed to double the bet, wagering 2,000 gold, confident in his victory. A confident smirk played on Gislin's face as he made the bold proposition. The spectators murmured, shocked by the increased stakes and the unexpected turn of events, as this was supposed to be a duel. Kane's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his otherwise smug expression. The crowd marveled at Gislin's audacity, never expecting to be thankful for Kane's insanity. The announcer declared that fortune was on their side, urging everyone to place their additional bets. The announcer declared the start of a bare-handed fight between Gislin and Kane. The crowd looked down upon the fighters. One spectator thought challenging him in strength was foolish. Despite the odds, another spectator declared that they would bet on young Lord Gislin. Gislin stood ready, his expression unreadable as he prepared for the fight. Kane chuckled, finding the idea of a bare-handed fight amusing. A voice echoed, agreeing that he should go ahead and fight without a weapon. But the hand tightened around the hilt of a sword, ready to be drawn. The young master reached for the weapon, his intentions becoming clear. His grip tightened, preparing to unleash the blade. Kane declared his intention. He would use the sword. Muscles bulging, the man's eyes glowed red with murderous intent. Gislin faced his opponent, unaware of the sword about to be drawn. What an SSH asterisk look. Young lord, pick up your sword too, she shouts. The blade flashes, a crimson arc cutting through the air. Kane Loges swings his sword down with brutal force, intent on overwhelming his opponent. Gislin Perdium grits his teeth, his expression hardening. As I thought, I need to knock some sense into you. The sword crashes against him, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through his body. Kane's face is a mask of savage glee as he continues his assault. His feet barely keep him grounded as he's forced to stumble backward. The blade finds its mark again, slicing across his flesh. The impact sends him reeling, his vision blurring with pain. Gislin's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths. Blood splatters as the sword continues its relentless assault. He stumbles, blood dripping from the fresh wound. His massive frame bore the marks of the recent struggle. Kane Loges, breathing heavily, struggled to remain upright, using his sword for support. The world spun for the mercenary, his vision blurring as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. Kane Loges, regaining his footing, wondered aloud. How could this punk display such movements? The crowd roared as they watched Gislin Perdium standing over a kneeling Kane Loges. They thought the young lord might actually win. Gislin's eyes narrowed, a smirk playing on his lips. I haven't even gotten started, he thought. A primal scream tore from Kane's throat, frustration and disbelief contorting his features. The force of the blow sent Kane reeling. The mercenary king was sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground. Gislin stood over the fallen Kane, his sword glinting in the light, poised to strike again. The blade, humming with power, descended with deadly intent. Gislin struck Kane with the flat of his blade, a brutal reminder. You used to bow down. He spoke with cold confidence. On your own, whenever I showed up, Gislin held Kane in a tight grip. A blade descended with lethal intent, poised to strike a decisive blow. Gislin moved with blinding speed. Kane thought, I have to kill you to secure our Loges family's future. Kane's face contorted in agony, blood splattering as the attack landed. The force of the blow reverberated, a sickening thud echoing through the air. Each strike was a brutal display of power, a relentless assault. The onslaught continued, a whirlwind of violence and desperation. Blood sprayed with each impact, painting a gruesome picture of the battle. The flurry of blows intensified, a relentless barrage against Kane. The sounds of impact echoed, each strike carrying immense force. The brutal exchange continued, a dance of death between the two men. The aftermath of the battle lingered, a scene of devastation and ruin. Kane Loges struggles to breathe, blood coating his face and chest as he wonders why this is happening to him. A hand presses down on Kane's head, forcing him further into the ground, the attack unrelenting. Gislin Perdium looks down at Kane, a cold expression on his face as he says he pities Kane's father. Gislin stands over the fallen Kane, explaining that Count Loges helped Perdium until it was on the verge of demise, and that this is just because. Kane's thoughts reveal that his father was friends with Gislin's father, but Gislin had a different idea in his mind. The young master's expression remains cold and resolute, his intentions unreadable. Kane's face is battered and bloody, a testament to the brutal assault he is enduring. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a few years ago. A grand building stands tall, its architecture imposing as someone questions sending more support to Perdium again. Two figures discuss the situation, one stating that even if they are friends with Count Perdium, they're also having a hard time themselves, questioning why they continue to invest in a land that's withering away, like pouring water into a cracked bucket. A person walks away, their thoughts revealing it hasn't even been a week since their return, but they're already going back to help Perdium. The scene shifts to a memory from years ago. He stood in a grand hall, facing his father. The young Gislin spoke, his expression troubled. "Don't go, father." His father turned away, his back to Gislin. "Everyone's trying to stop you. Why do you insist on helping Perdium?" The young Gislin paused, considering his father's words. He looked down, a shadow crossing his face. "It's just because we are friends." Meanwhile, the flashback shifted to a gruesome scene. A man with dark hair lay beaten and bloodied. A voice echoed, filled with conviction. "There's no other reason." A figure with white hair stood over the fallen man, their expression unreadable. The beaten man's face was a mask of blood and pain, his eyes barely open. A voice dripped with disdain. "This ought to have educated you enough." The camera zoomed in on the beaten man's face, his yellow eyes filled with pain. The white-haired figure spoke, their voice cold. "Get up." He extends a hand, offering a gesture of dominance over his fallen foe. The defeated man lies prone, bearing the marks of a brutal contest. His face, a canvas of pain, reflects the harsh reality of his loss. Gislin Perdium stands tall, his sword planted firmly as he looks down at the defeated man. The crowd watches with bated breath, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. A hooded figure watches intently, their glowing eyes betraying an unknown emotion. The announcement booms. Young Lord Gislin has won. Gislin stands victorious, the cheers of the crowd washing over him. Disbelief ripples through the crowd as some lament their lost bets. Others celebrate Gislin's victory, their faces alight with excitement. The hooded figure kicks the defeated man, adding insult to injury. The hooded figure berates the defeated man, questioning his early surrender. The words echo with betrayal, a raw accusation hurled into the air. Cain Loges stands behind a hulking figure, the source of the unseen accusation. The smug expression on Cain's face twists into a grimace of frustration. Now, Cain thinks, as he glances towards Gislin Perdium, who stands with a neutral expression. Gislin smiles faintly, steeling himself. He thinks, "I gotta do what I gotta do, right?" Cain's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "WF?" he asks. Cain addresses the crowd, announcing that Gislin is volunteering to pay for everyone's meat and drinks. The announcement hangs in the air as Cain's expression hardens into something cruel. "What?" he exclaims. The crowd erupts in cheers, celebrating the unexpected generosity. "Meat and drinks?" they shout. Cain's face contorts with rage. He demands that Gislin withdraw his statement, insisting he never agreed to this. Cain slams his fist into his palm, emphasizing his fury at the situation. Cain clarifies that this is the price for losing the duel, and it won't be deducted from the bet. He stood beside a hooded figure, his expression unreadable. The crowd faded into a blur behind them. The hooded figure gripped his shoulder, reminding him to add 2,000 gold to the bet. It was originally set at 1,000. A dark message glowed ominously. "If you run, you know what will happen." The figure's hand clenched, a dark aura swirling around him. His eyes glowed with menacing intent. Gislin stood, looking down at someone kneeling before him. He understood the message. He walked forward, his expression unreadable as he moved through the room. The next day, in Gislin's room, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the stone walls. The room was quiet, save for the gentle breeze. He stared at the pile of gold, the weight of it settling in his mind. The young master considered his options. He could hire a small mercenary corps with this much money, but this wasn't a small amount. But it takes a lot of time to grow money, Gislin thought. They won't wait for him. To realize the business he had in mind, he had to prepare faster. The woman with white hair and the girl with blonde hair stood nearby, watching him. The girl asked what it was and where he planned to spend all that money. He brushed off the question, saying he was just asking. The woman with white hair thought it was obvious where he'd use it. The woman smiled knowingly at Gislin. "It's Lady Amelia's birthday soon," the woman with white hair said. She added that he put up such a show because he wanted to buy her a very expensive present. The woman with white hair told him he was so transparent. The girl with blonde hair remarked that he was doing all that just to look good to his fiancée. Gislin looked shocked. He had a fiancée? Gislin stood, his back to an unseen threat, sword held loosely at his side. A hand gripped a knife, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. A smug expression played on the man's face, a silent promise of violence. The young master sat on the couch, facing 3 figures standing before him, their intentions unclear. A figure knelt, surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, power crackling around them. Gislin's gaze hardened, his expression shifting to one of grim determination. A fist connected with brutal force, the sound echoing through the room. Blood splattered, painting the scene with a violent crimson. The figure crashed to the ground, defeated and broken. He is sent flying backward, the armored figure's attack connecting with brutal force. The force of the blow shatters the air, sending splinters of energy in every direction. The armored figure stands amidst the wreckage of a shattered table, their stance unwavering. A man with slicked back hair stares in disbelief, while a woman with short blonde hair looks equally surprised. Gislin, recovering from the blow, realizes the attacker's true intentions. An assassin, he thinks. His blue eyes narrow, a flicker of determination igniting within them as he steels himself for the fight. The armored figure stands ready, their blade gleaming. What poor hospitality, they remark, their voice cold. The clash of steel echoes through the room as Gislin meets the attacker's assault head-on. The armored figure's foot grinds against the floor, their stance solid as they press the attack. Blood trickles down Gislin's face, his expression hardening. Does Rayfold not know of chivalry? He thinks, anger rising. The armored figure retorts, their blade a blur. I'm sorry, but you were the one who was rude first, young Lord Gislin. The figure continues, their words laced with disdain. Arriving unannounced and unsettling the lady. How inconsiderate. He parried the blow, but the armored figure was relentless. To be polite to such a person in the first place. The figure pressed the attack, a blue energy blade extending from his sword. The mercenary king was forced to give ground. The force of the blow sent him flying backwards, a trail of blue energy following his trajectory. He crashed to the ground, the impact jarring his bones. The armored figure stood over him, sword raised, ready to strike the final blow. The figure thought back to what he had heard about the young lord. He was all talk with no real skill to back it up. But Gislin thought to himself that it seems he's no rookie. Gislin rose to his feet, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Meanwhile, a woman questioned Bernaf's tactics. What are you doing, Bernaf? Against a punk like that? The woman with red eyes demanded action. Hurry and bring me his head, if you really consider yourself my sword. Bernafa's expression hardened, his resolve renewed. He leveled his blade, the tip pointed directly at Gislin. Bernaf declared that he would not disappoint. Bernafa's eyes glowed with a malevolent light. He commanded something to come forth. A surge of blue energy emanated from Bernafa's sword. The blade pulsed with power. Gislin scoffed, his expression one of disdain. He questioned Bernafa's audacity. The blonde-haired swordsman adjusted his stance. He would do Bernaf a favor, but only if he insisted. The two men faced each other, swords at the ready. Blue energy crackled around Bernaf. Bernaf swung his sword with incredible speed. The air crackled with displaced energy. Gislin's eyes widened, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. The force of Bernafa's swing sent shockwaves through the room. Gislin was forced to react. Gislin realized just how fast his opponent was. He was struggling to keep up. Bernafa's expression was one of intense focus. He was determined to end the fight quickly. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared, surrounding Gislin. They were all armed and ready for battle. He clashed blades with his gray-haired opponent, the metallic ring echoing through the chamber. The woman watched intently, her expression unreadable as the two men traded blows. Crimson eyes narrowed, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. The duel continued, each strike carrying the weight of their conflict. Gislin gripped his sword, determination etched on his face as he prepared for the next attack. The gray-haired man pressed his attack, forcing Gislin to defend with every ounce of his strength. His opponent's grip tightened, the steel of his blade gleaming under the dim light. The swords met again, a shower of sparks illuminating their grim determination. Each parry and thrust was executed with deadly precision, neither willing to yield. Gislin, panting, wondered aloud if they had to do this again. The fight raged on, a whirlwind of steel and desperation. He grits his teeth, enduring the relentless assault. The fight continues to push him to his limits. The man in the suit presses his advantage, his blade a blur of motion. Gislin struggles to maintain his footing. The man's eyes glow with power as he declares, it won't work twice. He unleashes another flurry of attacks, each strike aimed with deadly precision. The air crackles with energy. Gislin cries out, staggering backward from the force of the blows. He is clearly struggling. The man in the suit advances, his expression grim. He shows no sign of relenting. He presses his attack, driving Gislin to the ground. The fight seems to be turning decisively in his favor. The man stands over him, poised to deliver the final blow. Victory seems assured. A voice observes, noting I see. He's enduring this using mana. Gislin's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in his gaze. He is far from defeated. The man in the suit remarks, young Lord Gislin, you're quite different from what I've heard. The saying that you never truly know until you've fought them yourself really is true. He rises to his feet, his sword held ready. The fight is far from over. He held his sword at the ready as his opponent spoke, analyzing his swordsmanship. The man suggested he'd picked up his style through combat experience. The man with blonde hair continued, confident that such a method might work on a chaotic battlefield. But against him, he doubted it. The man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed. He declared that Gislin's deviation would end here. The blonde-haired man seemed to be struggling, thinking that this was difficult as expected. The narrow, precise thrust of the blade constantly targeted his head. It messed with his sense of distance and timing. At close range, the difference in size made it hard to overpower the man with technique alone. The fight continued. He thought to himself that, in the first place, the man wasn't an opponent he should have tried to take on yet. Gislin's eyes narrowed, thinking that he didn't have much time either. The fight continued, with the blades clashing and energy crackling between them. The man with blonde hair was sent flying backwards, crashing into a wall. Gislin stood his ground, ready to continue the fight. He was surprised by the turn of events. He wondered if he had found an opening, a thread in his opponent's defense. The blade flashed, a silver streak against the dim light. His eyes widened, blood splattering as the attack landed. The two figures clashed, a whirlwind of steel and desperation. The man in the red coat was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. He was shocked by the sudden turn of events, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. A voice cried out in disbelief, shouting, "Bernaf!" Gislin stood over the down Bernaf, his sword raised, ready to strike again. Bernaf braced himself, the energy crackling around him. The sword came down with incredible force, poised to end the fight. Gislin's blade met resistance, the impact jarring his arm. Bernaf, though injured, managed to block the final blow. He clashes swords with Gislin, the sound echoing through the grand hall. Bernaf glances back, urging the woman with the white cat to escape. "My lady, you need to get out of here." Bernafa's expression hardens, a dark resolve settling over his features. He vows to himself, "From now on, I'll give it my all." The tip of his rapier glows with an ominous light. The woman's face is partially obscured, but her expression is one of worry. Gislin smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Now that's what I like to see." The mercenary king continues, admitting to himself, "I haven't met such an entertaining opponent in a long time." Amelia Rayfold hurried down the corridor, clutching a white cat tightly in her arms. Her face contorted with rage. "Gislin, how dare he cause me such humiliation?" she spat. Her lips curled back in a snarl, her eyes narrowed with fury. Amelia continued her frantic pace, her mind racing with questions. Who could have leaked information to Gislin? Judging by that rascal's knowledge, it had to be someone with inside access. She had thought it was luck or exaggerated information, but now she wasn't so sure. Her eyes burned with suspicion, the gears in her mind turning. Amelia's pace quickened, her resolve hardening with each step. Meanwhile, a hooded figure stood amidst fallen bodies, their purpose unknown. The figure's back was turned, their identity concealed by the shadows. The hooded figure remained motionless, a silent observer in the aftermath of violence. She speaks, the hooded figure's voice a low murmur, barely audible in the dimly lit space. Amelia's eyes widen as she hears the words. "It's been a while, lady," the hooded figure says, recognizing her. "P. Perdium's maid?" The hooded figure silences her with a soft, yet firm, "Sho." The hooded figure demands quiet, looming over Amelia, a dark shadow against the dim light. The hooded figure's robes billow slightly, obscuring the lower half of Amelia. Amelia's expression twists in disgust as the hooded figure continues to taunt her. "Goodness, you still have this unpleasant spider on your lips." The hooded figure recalls a past event. "I believe it was during the engagement ceremony. I remember eavesdropping on a conversation between Count Rayfold and our lord." The hooded figure continues, revealing more about Amelia's past. "Your siblings picked on you for having creepy spiders around you, so you raised the spiders yourself and took your revenge." A flashback shows Amelia as a child, surrounded by spiders, while her siblings look on in fear. The hooded figure muses on Amelia's actions. "I'm not sure whether it's to overcome trauma or a display of self-assertion." The hooded figure presses a knife to Amelia's neck, the threat now explicit. The hooded figure speaks, a hint of regret in their voice. "Forgive me for saying this, but it doesn't suit you, my lady." A massive foot descends, poised to crush all beneath it. The foot slams down with earth-shattering force. A voice echoes, offering a chilling proposition. "May I ask for your cooperation?" Gislin faces a new challenger, a man cloaked in darkness, as a palpable magical energy fills the air. The man in black advances, his movements deliberate and confident. He senses the shift in the atmosphere. The air is rough, Gislin observes. The man in black acknowledges the power gathering around him. Such an overwhelming amount of mana. The two stand poised, the air crackling with anticipation. The man in black sizes up his opponent. An entertaining opponent, you say? A cold smirk plays on the man's lips, hinting at the battle to come. He scoffed, declaring himself a noble, and questioned the other's right to speak. The man in black stood his ground, as the words, "Young Lord Gislin," appeared. The man in black and Gislin clashed, their swords meeting with a burst of energy. The man in black's eyes glowed with power, as he commanded Gislin not to disgrace the nobility. The man in black unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike imbued with blue energy. Gislin's eyes widened, struggling to keep up with the man in black's relentless assault. The man in black pressed his advantage, his sword a blur of motion. Ghislain parried desperately, sparks flying as their blades collided once more. Ghislain gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure of the man in black's attacks. The man in black pushed forward fiercely, his sword aimed at Ghislain. The two warriors continued their duel, trading blows amidst a shower of sparks. Ghislain, his expression hardening, declared that he'd had enough of the fight. He parried the blow, the force of it reverberating through his arm. Bernaf pressed his attack, his blade a blur of motion. The antagonist's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on his weapon. His sword crackled with energy, ready to strike. The clash of steel echoed through the chamber. Bernaf and Ghislain traded blows, each strike carrying immense power. The man in black spoke, addressing him as young Lord Ghislain. Bernaf declared that this was his final attack. The force of the blows sent shockwaves through the air. The two figures clashed once more, their movements a whirlwind of steel and fury. Blood splattered, a grim testament to the intensity of the fight. Bernaf's expression hardened, a flicker of something dark in his eyes. He braced himself against the searing pain, using his shoulder to push away the blade. The black-haired antagonist swung his blade in a wide, arcing strike, aiming to cleave his opponent in two. Bernaf's eyes narrowed, a cold glint in their depths. He thought, indeed, he could not let his guard down until the very end. The clash of steel echoed through the arena as the Mercenary King met Bernaf's attack head-on, sparks flying from their blades. Ghislain managed to block the blow, the force of it still sending tremors through his injured shoulder as he desperately tried to maintain his stance. The black-haired man's eyes gleamed with amusement. He mused that this was the difference between him and a man who wields his blade for entertainment. With a surge of adrenaline, the blonde-haired fighter launched a counterattack, his rapier a blur of motion against Bernaf's relentless assault. Despite the pain and exhaustion, Ghislain smirked, thinking that this was, as expected, entertaining. With overwhelming speed, range, and consecutive attacks, he controlled the flow of the fight, each strike pushing his opponent further back. He believes their swords are locked together, deceiving him into thinking they can't be separated. Bernaf knows that with his current mana, he can't counter the young master's strength. But by that, he means the mana he has right at this moment, nothing more. It's a shame, he thinks, as he looks down at his sword. Ghislain knows that he has to bring him down here, and that Bernaf has overlooked one thing. The young master stands, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he looks at Bernaf. The red coat of Bernaf billows around him as he prepares his next attack. Bernaf declares his unique mana cultivation technique, ready to unleash its power. A surge of power emanates from Ghislain, a bright light forming at his chest. Bernaf is sent flying backwards, the force of the blow staggering him. Ghislain unleashes his third core, a hidden power he had been concealing. The power of the third core sends Bernaf crashing down, the table seemingly turned. He plummeted through the air, sword held high, a desperate gambit. His grip tightened on the hilt, knuckles white with effort. The blade descended, a flash of silver against the crimson sky. Sparks flew as the swords met, a brief respite in the fall. The clash echoed, a high-pitched whine that vibrated in the air. Bernaf met the attack, but the force behind it was unexpected. The sword pulsed with raw power, a surge of explosive mana. The air crackled with energy, a visible distortion of space. Bernaf's eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Young Lord Ghislain. He struggled to comprehend. How could he wield such explosive mana during combat? The force of the blow sent Bernaf reeling, a gash opening on his shoulder. Blood splattered, a crimson testament to the devastating attack. Crimson streaks blurred across his vision, a painful reminder of the attack. Bernaf, face marred by the recent blast, glared upward, his pride wounded. Ghislain stood over him, sword leveled, as a hooded figure observed from the shadows. Meanwhile, Amelia Rayfold, eyes blazing with anger, demanded her due. Take it, 10,000 gold, and get out of my sight. Ghislain, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him, muttered, what a hassle. Bernaf gasped, a blade now inches from his face. I asked nicely, he managed to choke out. Elsewhere, a figure commented on the situation, addressing Ghislain as young master. Another voice dismissed it as a mere difference of opinion. Ghislain held his sword to Amelia's neck, his expression unreadable. I've got some unfortunate news for you, Amelia. A disembodied voice declared. The fee just went up to 20,000 gold. Ghislain, sword in hand, stared forward, his blue eyes gleaming with determination. The aftermath of the battle was clear, bodies strewn across the once pristine hallway. Debris littered the room, a testament to the fierce fighting that had taken place. A figure lay prone on the floor, the scene a grim reminder of the cost of conflict. A sword, once gleaming, now lay discarded amidst the chaos. Elsewhere, Amelia Rayfold stood with a guard, surveying the damage. The guard apologized, explaining that Ghislain Perdium was stronger than the rumors suggested, and that he had misjudged him. He added that Ghislaine emitted mana surpassing that of an advanced-level knight. The woman with red eyes stared intently, her expression unreadable. She considered the guard's words, thinking that Ghislaine Perdium had changed. The man with short hair asked if they should report this to the Delphine Duchy. Amelia Rayfold and the guard stood in the aftermath, the implications of Ghislaine's transformation hanging heavy in the air. She warned him to watch his mouth, emphasizing the danger posed by Duke Delphine. The man considered the implications. If news of today's incident reached the Duke, they would be finished. Amelia stood before the man as he explained that his secret alliance with Duke Delphine was made without his father's knowledge. He knew that the moment this alliance was exposed, his siblings would certainly kill him. Amelia's eyes glowed red as she thought that they had to do whatever it takes. The man with gray hair understood the gravity of the situation. Bernaf reflected on the battle, noting that he had managed to inflict light injuries on many parts of his opponent's body, but suffered a heavy one on his shoulder. Bernaf knew that because he had spent an explosive amount of mana, he would not be in his best condition for some time. Amelia stood with the man, discussing their strategy. She knew that to leave no traces, they could not use the knights from their land. The man with gray hair stated that was why they had them trained for times like this. Bernaf considered using the wildcats. The man with gray hair looked on, his expression unreadable. The group, comprised of war orphans and those without status, are known as the wildcat traffickers. Only the most talented natural-born specialists are among them. Amelia Rayfold orders the assembly of a dozen of them, selecting only those proficient with mana. Her expression is cold and calculating as she gives the order. Bernaf's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. He seems to be processing some information, his gaze intense and focused. The ravine is the only narrow path from the Rayfold territory to Perdium. Its strategic importance is clear. It's an ideal place for quietly handling things, as the area is remote and the terrain is tight. The landscape is desolate and unforgiving. Bernaf's face contorts with rage, his eyes burning with fury. He clenches his jaw, a storm of anger brewing within him. Amelia's red eyes glow menacingly. She vows that Ghislaine will pay for the humiliation he presented her with. The ravine stretches out, a dangerous and strategic location. It is the only path between the two territories. Ghislaine Perdium stands shirtless, revealing his muscular physique. He seems to be recovering from a recent ordeal. He reflects on something, his expression thoughtful. The sound of something clicking into place echoes in the room. A servant asks if the young master is okay. Ghislaine assures him not to worry, his expression calm despite the circumstances. Ghislaine clenches his fist, acknowledging that he might have taken things a little overboard, but it's not bad considering. He seems determined. He considered the 20,000 gold received from Amelia, enough to rebuild their territory. This windfall felt like saving years of labor. It would have been great to kill Amelia, too, he mused, but a war would have been unavoidable in that case. He couldn't risk the safety of their territory because of his momentary whims. Perdium was having a difficult time dealing with just the barbarians, so it was ideal that he back off here. The fact that he knew about the secret of the Arctia Merchants Guild would put enough of a burden on Amelia, he thought. This time, he resolved he would make good use of the information. Amelia spoke, her expression unreadable as she sat across from Ghislaine. So, things are going exactly as you said right now, right? Amelia asked, her gaze fixed. Ghislaine sat in the carriage with Amelia and a knight, listening to her instructions. Amelia instructed someone to subdue the guards once they heard fighting noises on the inside. She also told them to take Lady Amelia hostage once she came out of the room. Ghislaine responded, yeah, I did say that, but I told Fergus to do that. Ghislaine's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he considered the situation. He was being attended to, but the pain still lingered. Someone called out to the young master. Ghislaine stared at his bloodied hand, grimacing. It was still better than last time, but using his power was proving troublesome. He knew he had to find a way to increase his mana quickly. The Count winced as he touched his hand. Amelia tended to Ghislaine's hand, her expression unreadable. She carefully cleaned the wound. The flow of mana in his body was a mess, Amelia thought, her brow furrowed in concern. Ghislaine sat on the floor as Amelia continued to heal him. Two armored figures stood guard in the background, their presence a silent reassurance. Something clicked in Ghislaine's mind. This is it. His eyes widened in realization, a jolt of surprise running through him. The Count looked down at his hand, lost in thought. His entangled mana road had opened up a bit. This was a method that couldn't be executed without a deep understanding of mana. Belinda, he thought, his eye gleaming with newfound understanding. Ghislaine knew she wasn't just an ordinary maid since his mother brought her. But just who is she? A woman sits silently, hands clasped, pondering the skills hidden in unexpected places. The value of skilled individuals is clear, but the stern figure knows the encounters so far are just the beginning. Ghislaine's expression hardens as he considers the challenges ahead. A carriage speeds away, a symbol of the events unfolding. Amelia asks why he took such a large amount of money from her. Ghislaine admits he needs to spend money, and Amelia is the only rich person he knows. The older man looks concerned as Amelia presses him about trusting Ghislaine. The older man reveals that breaking the engagement was the reason, and Amelia will be in trouble if her father finds out. The carriage is seen again, as Amelia assures the older man that she can't tell her father about this. Ghislaine asks if he trusts him, his gaze intense. Amelia responds nervously, a forced smile on her face. The older man insists that Amelia should at least tell the person who took the risk with her what she's going to use it for. Her crimson eyes gleamed, reflecting a fierce determination. The forest floor was littered with glowing red embers. Ghislaine stood amidst the glowing embers, his gaze fixed on something ahead. A figure declared their intent, to pioneer the forest of beasts. Fergus, his brow furrowed, reminded the young master of a past request. Old man Fergus, do you remember my request from before we enter the castle? Ghislaine's expression was unreadable. Fergus confirmed that he remembered the request. Young master. A tense silence hung in the air. Fergus continued, stating that the person he was asked to find was indeed at the location mentioned. He added, are you sure that's the person? His condition is a little. Ghislaine dismissed Fergus's concerns, stating that as long as the person was alive, it was fine. He insisted they head there right now, but another voice protested, saying they had to return home and that he couldn't wander around in his current condition. Belinda questioned, do you really think Amelia would let us go easily after what we've done to her? Fergus thought to himself that Amelia would try to kill them to silence them. He reassured Ghislaine that he was good at fighting and was still a knight. He listened to the other man's words, knowing his role was changing. The young master's expression hardened, a new resolve taking hold. Elsewhere, the party was on their way to meet him. The carriage pulled up to a weathered building, the destination in sight. A firm knock echoed against the aged wooden door. The building appeared abandoned, a desolate air surrounding it. The address was confirmed. This was the place they sought. A hand reached out, cautiously testing the door. A grizzled face peered out, framed by a long, white beard. The door creaked open, revealing more of the man's form. The old man's voice rasped, questioning their presence. Who is this? The group stood before him, the man with the long white beard now fully visible. The white-haired figure questioned if the man before them was the right person. She doubted he was in any condition to fight, let alone survive. Ghislaine insisted that this was the right place. The man's face was weathered, his eyes holding a deep weariness. The old man addressed the group, asking if the young noble was bored. He told them not to waste his time and to get lost. The text identified the old man as the ex-captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. The old man's name echoed in the air, Gillian. Gillian's gaze was intense, his one visible eye piercing. The years etched themselves onto Gillian's face, a testament to battles fought and burdens carried. Gillian spoke, his voice raspy with age, saying he had longed to see him. The young master extended his hand, a silent invitation. Gillian's companions seemed surprised. He questioned the mention of the Ratatosk mercenaries, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. Gillian simply responded with a quiet, that's. The Ratatosk mercenaries were a group of warriors. Only those who had mastered most weapons could join their ranks, a testament to their skill and dedication. Although they no longer existed, their bravery was such that any knight, even in foreign lands, was bound to hear their name at least once. That any knight, even in foreign lands, is bound to hear their name at least once. And the captain of that mercenary group is a weathered face, framed by a long, flowing white beard, hinted at the wisdom and experience of a seasoned warrior. A figure with tousled blonde hair extended a hand, their expression unreadable. A flurry of motion blurred the air. The glint of steel flashed. The blonde-haired figure's eyes narrowed, a hint of a smirk playing on their lips as they prepared to strike. The armored figures stand ready, a palpable tension hanging in the air between them. A hand reaches out, a silent declaration of power. I see, so you know me. More armored figures stand behind the reaching hand, their presence adding to the oppressive atmosphere. The braid hangs low, a symbol of the eternal punishment that awaits. The figure with the beard demands, state your business. The darkness seems to writhe, a visual representation of the power at play. The figure with white hair stands beside the blonde figure, observing the scene. That man is not in his right mind. A voice echoes, promising the eternal punishment. Gillian, amidst the snowy landscape, offers a solution. I know the cure to the incurable illness your daughter is suffering from. The blonde figure asks, their expression unreadable. Does that pique your interest? The blonde figure's gaze is intense, their eyes narrowed in anticipation. The sick figure coughs violently, their condition worsening as a high fever takes hold. The affliction spread across the skin, blooming like crimson petals on a cursed flower. The sight of the patient writhing in agony, resembling a prisoner under punishment, gave the incurable disease its name, eternal punishment. The afflicted one cries out in pain, surrounded by those who can only watch in horror and despair. A man cradles the afflicted one, calling out a name in anguish. Rachel. Gislin's expression hardens with resolve. It's not too late, he thinks, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. He had searched for Gillian to recruit him, but Gillian was not of this world by the time he found him. He had given up everything and ended his own life as soon as his daughter passed away. Judging from the condition of this house, all of his assets must have been spent on treatment for his daughter. All that's left are the weapons, it seems. The afflicted one cries out, begging for death to take them. The man continues to cradle the afflicted one, calling out the name Rachel in anguish. Gislin steels himself, his gaze firm. He will start the treatment right away. A hand rests on Gislin's shoulder, a silent offer of support in the face of despair. The woman with white hair and red eyes addresses him as young master. The infected feet were a gruesome sight. Doubts were cast on the young master's ability to heal such a terrible disease, one even priests couldn't cure. Gislin declared that he could fix her. His confidence was unwavering, despite the severity of the ailment. The young master's piercing gaze met hers. He sought reassurance, asking if she trusted him to proceed with the treatment. Her red eyes reflected a mix of hope and apprehension. The woman's expression was unreadable, but she seemed to be considering his words. Her gaze remained fixed, betraying nothing of her inner thoughts. The woman's silence hung heavy in the air. A list was presented to the woman. The rustling paper broke the silence as she received her instructions. Gislin instructed her to purchase all the medicinal herbs on the list and return promptly. The fate of the patient rested on her swiftness. The woman's eyes widened slightly as she read the list. The task ahead was now clear to her. The young master's thoughts drifted to wandering mercenaries without a home. His expression was somber. He knew knowledge was directly tied to survival. The words, eternal punishment, were displayed, with a note that a cure would be discovered in the future. Thanks to that knowledge, he still remembered clearly. Herbs were being prepared, laid out on the table. The only problem was the exorbitant cost of the ingredients. The price was a heavy burden to bear. He held the fairy's blessing, its delicate purple glow illuminating his face. Fairy's blessing, he murmured, preparing to extract its essence. With practiced hands, the fairy's blessing and other herbs were finely chopped. The mixture was shaken well, left to sit, its potential magic steeping. Gislin added the remaining ingredients, stirring the concoction with care. Gillian's weathered face showed concern as he watched the process unfold. The potion, now a vibrant purple, was carefully poured into a small bottle. Gislin held out the bottle to Gillian. Have her drink this. The bottle was pressed to the patient's lips, forcing them open. Gillian cradled the bloodied woman, gently coaxing her to swallow the potion. Her face, marred by blood and exhaustion, remained still. A single eye flickered, a faint sign of life amidst the crimson stain. Tears streamed down her face as she lay motionless, her eyes closed. A faint pulse, barely perceptible, was the only sign of life. The two men watched over her, their expressions a mixture of hope and anxiety. A woman with white hair noticed something. The red spots were fading away. Gillian stared at the girl, a glimmer of hope in his weary eyes. "Oh, Rachel, the medicine really worked?" Gislin watched as Gillian exclaimed, "As expected, it works well." Gillian's face was etched with relief, the tension of the past hours slowly easing. The priest's divine power wasn't omnipotent, Gislin thought. It was different from the medicine. His hands trembled, the weight of responsibility and hope heavy upon him. A young boy looked up at Gillian, his eyes filled with desperate hope. "Can my daughter really be cured?" Gislin watched the exchange, his expression unreadable as he listened to Gillian's reply. "I guarantee you," Gillian said, his voice firm with conviction, "she will be cured." He remained kneeling, head bowed in supplication before the figure. The blond man stood behind him, watching the exchange unfold. The figure loomed, their face a mask of stern contemplation. A voice, raspy and world-worn, echoed, lamenting the state of their body. The figure's expression twisted into a grimace, a hint of desperation in their eyes. The figure declared that they did not need a slave. Gislin watched as Gillian remained kneeling, awaiting the figure's true desire. A soft gasp escaped the figure's lips, a moment of realization. The focus narrowed, the figure's gaze intense, drawn to something specific. A fiery image appeared, highlighting the importance of the eyes of a dreamer. The figure's eye, now glowing with an inner light, revealed a deep, violet hue. The figure's hand reached out, their intentions still unclear. An axe is raised high, glinting in the light as the wielder prepares to strike. The axe descends with brutal force, poised to cleave its target. Elsewhere, Gislin stands alongside Gillian, accompanied by an armored figure and a woman with striking white hair. The armored figure and the white-haired woman look on with shock, their expressions mirroring a shared disbelief. How could it be? The axe-wielding figure's face is partially obscured, but their intensity is clear. He's completely different from before. A close-up reveals the axe-wielding figure's weathered face, framed by wild, silver hair and a determined gaze. The young master and Gillian walk side by side, their destination unknown but their purpose seemingly aligned. The axe-wielding figure speaks, their voice carrying a hint of warning. Is there anyone else besides those here who have come with you, or might come looking for you? Ghislain responds, his expression serious. No, it's just us. Gillian asks if he has anyone who holds a grudge against him, to which Ghislain admits that he does, and there will be more in the future. The axe-wielding figure grips their weapon tightly, the energy around it crackling with power. In that case, the axe-wielding figure unleashes their attack, a swirling vortex of energy accompanying the deadly strike. A massive slash of blue energy hurtles downward, filling the corridor. The energy crackles, a pure display of destructive force. Looking up, the swirling energy seems to consume the entire ceiling. Gillian throws himself to the side, barely avoiding the blast. The hooded figure prepares another attack, channeling more energy into his weapon. The energy coalesces into a blinding sphere, ready to be unleashed. The hooded figure descends rapidly, bringing the energy down with him. The figure's eyes are obscured by the shadows of the hood. The hooded figure strikes Gillian, sending him reeling back. The hooded figure grabs Gillian by the neck, demanding, "Who sent you?" The hooded figure's grip tightens, his face hidden behind a mask. Ghislain watches the scene unfold as the hooded figure asks, "What would you like to do with this one?" He replies, "I can already tell who sent him. He didn't want to use his blade today, but the situation demanded it." The white-haired man insists that he be allowed to handle the situation. A hooded figure looms, a bloody hand reaching out, a testament to their brutality. The young master and Gillian stand before a woman with white hair, streaked with red. The woman's silence speaks volumes. She showed no hesitation in killing. Why would the young master recruit such a dangerous person? Young Master Ghislain considers the implications of his decision. The white-haired man declares that from now on, Gillian shall leave his life in Ghislain's hands. With this, he secured a crucial card for the upcoming reconstruction plan. Ghislain looks forward to working with Gillian, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Word had reached the wildcat traffickers. A reconnaissance unit had been eliminated. The news reverberated through the assembled figures, cloaked and masked against the elements. Disbelief hung heavy in the air. One of the figures considered the report. How foolish, he thought, before demanding quiet. The captain of the wildcat traffickers ordered his subordinates to lower their voices, his tone brooking no argument. One of the hooded figures offered apologies to the captain, the gravity of the situation evident in his posture. The captain considered Sir Bernaf's intel, which suggested Ghislain shouldn't even be able to find a reconnaissance unit, let alone kill them. Was the intel wrong? The captain's expression remained hidden behind his mask, but the tension in the air was palpable. Suddenly, a figure was struck with brutal force, the impact echoing through the chamber. The captain's masked face was inches away from the victim, his red eye gleaming with murderous intent. Another figure stammered, claiming to have witnessed the event with his own eyes, fear evident in his voice. The captain, his red eye blazing, finally made his move. He called out to Gillian. The sky churned with dark clouds, a silent omen hanging in the air. A carriage, pulled by two powerful steeds, thundered through the landscape, a large figure seated within. Inside the carriage, the white-haired character grimaced. "It's suffocating in here," she complained. Ghislain reclined, listening to the white-haired character's complaint. He thought, asterisk, did that guy really have to bring so much stuff? Was he an arms dealer? A sword or two would have been enough, asterisk. Ghislain responded to the white-haired character. "We needed to buy one to bring Rachel comfortably anyway, so it's fine." Elsewhere, the rear guard, Fergus and Ricardo, followed in their own carriage. Ghislain's expression hardened. He has a use for all of it, so bear with it for now. The landscape stretched before them, a dangerous rift looming. The most important thing at hand was to escape it. The carriages continued their journey, the forest blurring past as they raced against time. He listened as Rachel spoke of the watcher they had caught. She wondered if Lady Amelia had sent him. The young master considered the possibility, agreeing that it was almost certainly the case. Rachel's expression tightened, a clear sign of worry. This could be trouble, she thought, her eyes narrowed with concern. The mask, a grim visage of shadowed leather, was a symbol used by the wildcat traffickers. They were a fairly powerful guild in Rayfold, known for their ruthless tactics. Ghislain's eyes narrowed, his expression thoughtful. The wildcat traffickers, huh? He seemed to be considering the implications of this information. A glimpse into the dark underbelly of their operations revealed assassination, drug and human trafficking, and more. They were filthy scum who took on all the vile work. Rachel explained that among them were many skilled former mercenaries. This made them a shadowy guild armed with considerable combat power, a force to be reckoned with. Ghislain questioned how Rachel knew all of this, considering she had stayed in the castle. She admitted she had heard a lot of things before she started working there. Rachel insisted that, in any case, they were persistent, so they needed to be careful. Her concern was evident in her voice and posture as she leaned forward. Ghislain reassured her that it would be fine, his tone confident despite the grim information they had just received. Rachel's expression remained serious, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. She seemed unconvinced by his reassurance. She stated simply that it would be fine because they had Gillian. Her faith in their companion was unwavering, a source of strength in the face of danger. Ghislain listened, his gaze steady. He seemed to acknowledge the validity of her point, trusting in Gillian's abilities to see them through. The horse-drawn carriage rumbled along the darkened forest path, its occupants unaware. The moon cast long shadows as the carriage continued its journey through the trees. From above, the carriage seemed small and vulnerable against the vast, starlit sky. The bearded man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he observed the scene. Suddenly, an ambush erupted from the ground, the air filled with the sounds of battle. The bearded man watched as figures swarmed the carriage, their weapons glinting in the moonlight. The attack came swiftly, a coordinated assault from below, catching the travelers off guard. The bearded man muttered, "An ambush from the ground, I see." Chaos reigned as the attackers clashed with the carriage's defenders, sparks flying from the impact of steel on steel. Blades met with a resounding clang, the sounds of struggle echoing through the forest. A swift, brutal strike found its mark, blood splattering as one of the defenders cried out in pain. The bearded man remained a silent observer as the bloody conflict unfolded before him. A heavy foot crashes down with brutal force, initiating the violent assault. An axe is raised high, ready to cleave through anything in its path. Gillian's face is grim as the ambush unfolds around him, the sounds of battle filling the air. The attackers strike with ruthless efficiency, their blows landing with sickening thuds. The ambushers move with practiced ease, their dark figures emerging from the surrounding forest. Gillian, perched atop the carriage, surveys the chaos with a stern expression. Inside the carriage, a woman looks on with alarm as Gillian declares, "At this rate, we'll be crushed." The horses, panicked by the sudden attack, rear up and threaten to bolt. The attackers press their advantage, their weapons finding their marks amidst the confusion. Ghislain Perdium, observing the scene, remarks with a cold detachment, "An ambush as expected." The sounds of clashing steel and desperate cries fill the air as the battle intensifies. The attackers continue their relentless assault, their figures a blur of motion and violence. The voice identified him as the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, Gillian. Gillian's brow furrowed, a flicker of confusion crossing his weathered face. The hooded figure stood amidst his soldiers, accusing Gillian of cowardice. The armored soldiers stood firm, their presence a silent threat. Gillian stood his ground, listening to the accusations with a grim expression. The hooded figure spoke of a life he never wanted, blaming Gillian for his misery. The silver-haired man's eyes narrowed, a hint of recognition mixed with regret. The hooded figure declared that he would make Gillian remember him. The order was given, "Kill them." Gillian reassured the young master, stating that the situation was under control. The hooded figure believed he would be fine on his own. Gillian hefted his axe, preparing to face his old enemy. He was immediately set upon, dark figures emerging from the shadows. Gillian raised his weapon, preparing to meet the ambush head-on. The hooded figure shouted, "Damn you, old man," as Gillian fought off the attackers. With a powerful swing, he sent his attackers flying. The mercenary king parried a blow, his movements swift and precise. He pressed his advantage, driving back the encroaching soldiers. Another soldier fell before Gillian's relentless assault. The hooded figure watched, momentarily stunned by the old man's strength. The hooded figure thought, as expected, he's just as strong as he used to be. However, he commanded his troops, units spread out into two groups, take him on from both sides. With a grunt, Gillian spurred his horse forward, breaking through the encirclement. The hooded figure exclaimed, "The horse?" as Gillian made his escape. He parries a blow, the force of the impact reverberating through his arms. The hooded figures press their attack, blades flashing in the dim light as they try to surround him. Gillian raises his staff, preparing to meet the next wave of attackers. The hooded figures converge, their coordinated assault threatening to overwhelm him. One of the hooded figures realizes they can't get near him, and shouts to aim for the horse. The horse rears up, startled by the sudden shift in focus. The hooded figures adjust their attacks, now aiming for the horse's legs. A blade finds its mark, slicing into the horse's flank. The hooded figures press their advantage, hoping to cripple the beast. The horse cries out in pain as it collapses, throwing Gillian from its back. He is sent flying through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. The hooded figures advance, closing in for the kill. He is struck from his horse by a sweeping blow from the hooded figure. The hooded figure advances, declaring, "Since you ruined my life, you should at least not hinder my work." The hooded figure's single visible eye burns with murderous intent. "I'll make sure to kill you," they vow. The hooded figure continues their assault, striking Gillian as he falls from his mount. The force of the blow sends Gillian spiraling downward. Gillian raises his shield, attempting to deflect the incoming attack. The hooded figure's weapon slams into Gillian's shield with tremendous force. The hooded figure towers over Gillian, their dark cloak billowing. The hooded figure presses their attack, shield clashing against weapon. The hooded figure stares down at Gillian, their expression unreadable. Gillian crashes to the ground, the hooded figure looming above him. The hooded figure demands, "Ugh, you claim to not be the captain?" He spat blood, his vision swimming. Who could this be, if not who he thought? A massive axe gleamed in the dim light. The wielder had discarded their past, it seemed. A man with wild white hair declared his new allegiance. He was now nothing but young Lord Gislin's subordinate. Ornate blue armor covered the man's torso and arms. The craftsmanship was exquisite, yet menacing. The hooded figure's mask glinted, a single red eye burning with malice. His teeth were bared in a snarl. The figure lunged forward, his voice a raspy growl. He vowed to kill Gillian at all costs. Meanwhile, the white-haired man watched the hooded figure's advance. His expression was unreadable. The aftermath of a powerful clash leaves the landscape scarred and broken. Gislin Perdium clashes against Gillian, their weapons meeting with explosive force. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air, dust, and debris swirling around them. Gillian, grimacing, recalls his purpose, a life spent in service of the Ratatosk mercenaries. His resolve hardens, the weight of his past fueling his determination. The mercenary king counters, his movements precise and deadly. A blue aura crackles around Gislin's blade as he prepares to strike. The force of the impact sends splinters of energy flying in all directions. Gillian raises his shield, bracing for the onslaught. Gillian steels himself, ready to sacrifice everything for his cause. He stands defiantly, questioning the man in the black robe's choices and perceived fall from grace. The man with silver hair lies on the ground, bloodied and enraged by the accusation. His eyes glow with fury, a promise of retribution etched on his snarling face. The man in the black robe leaps into action, conjuring a series of energy blades. The silver-haired man meets the attack head-on, his own blade crackling with power as he deflects the blows. One of the energy blades strikes the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The two warriors clash once more, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks and energy. The silver-haired man's feet dig into the earth as he braces against the force of the attack. The impact of their blows sends shockwaves through the air, the force of the collision palpable. Gillian's face contorts with rage, his red eye burning with hatred. Gillian declares that Gislin's past strength is irrelevant to the present conflict. Gillian reveals his motivation, to become stronger through countless battles to cure his daughter. He declares that his opponent is no longer a match for him. The force of the blow sends the blonde-haired man crashing to the ground. The silver-haired man continues his assault, striking with a series of rapid blows. Each strike lands with brutal force, impacting the blonde-haired man. The silver-haired man continues his relentless attacks, each blow carrying immense power. The blonde-haired man is sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. Gislin, battered and bruised, hears Gillian declare that it's over. The blonde-haired man grits his teeth, his expression a mix of pain and determination. The air crackles with energy. The energy intensifies. The silver-haired man grips his weapon tightly, preparing for the final blow. The blonde-haired man is engulfed in a blue aura. He is enveloped in a blue aura as Gillian demands to know if vengeance is the reason for his actions. The blue aura intensifies as the mercenary king realizes Gillian put mana around his hand to grab his dagger. Gillian's red eyes narrow, the man with silver hair wondering if Gislin was not showing his full power until now. A burst of energy explodes outward, the blue aura crackling with power as it lashes out. The force of the blast sends the blonde-haired man flying backwards, crashing into the ground. The impact creates a shockwave, dust and debris rising into the air as the mercenary king is slammed into the ground. The blue aura dissipates, leaving Gislin kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from his mask. The blonde-haired man struggles to his feet, muttering that he does not understand what is happening. Gillian looms over him, stating that if he wanted revenge, there were plenty of chances for him to take it. The silver-haired man questions why Gislin didn't come to kill him earlier. Gillian smirks, telling the mercenary king that he knows one thing, but not the other. Gislin is bleeding from his mask, as he states that he had already visited where Gillian used to stay. The claim was false. There was no such captain of the Ratatosk. All that remained was a feeble old man, not even worth killing. Where did Gillian, the one he used to admire, disappear off to? The silver-haired man's gaze narrowed, his expression hardening. A voice commanded, "Raise your weapon." An exclamation pierced the air as the hooded figure declared, he, too, was bound to another's will. Gillian gripped his sword tightly, thinking, but at least for this very moment. The sword rose, glinting in the light. The silver-haired man stood ready, his weapon held high. Gillian vowed to show his former comrade the highest level of respect as the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. His eyes burned with determination, ready for the coming battle. He stood, cloaked and hooded, a silent challenge in the arena. The hooded figure lunged forward, blade flashing. Now we're talking. The hooded figure's blade clashed against Gillian's weapon, sparks flying as the battle began. The hooded figure grinned, a manic energy radiating from beneath the shadows. That's exactly what I wished for. The hooded figure unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike aimed with deadly precision. Gillian parried desperately. The hooded figure pressed the attack, forcing Gillian onto the defensive. The hooded figure's blade cut through the air, a silver arc of death aimed at Gillian. The hooded figure's attack connected, a spray of blood marking the impact. The hooded figure stood over Gillian, who was now kneeling, wounded. The hooded figure's face was visible now, a cruel smile twisting their features as they looked down at Gillian. The hooded figure raised their blade again, preparing for another strike against the kneeling Gillian. The hooded figure prepared to deliver the final blow, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. I will remember you, the figure vowed, the words hanging in the air. The hooded figure stood revealed, identified as the 5th Unit Commander of the Ratatosk mercenaries. The commander's name echoed, Vigo Villanos. Blood-stained Vigo's armor, a grim testament to the battle's brutality. Crimson splatters marked the scene of the recent conflict. The air itself seemed thick with the aftermath of violence. A fallen sword lay amidst the carnage, its purpose fulfilled. A gauntlet hand reached down, reclaiming the weapon. Vigo stood over his fallen foe, the battle clearly concluded. He glanced back, his expression unreadable. Vigo stood with 2 companions amidst the ravaged landscape. Don't you think? He apologized. I've caused more delays than necessary. My apologies. One of the figures replied, No, it's fine. The hooded figure stood beside Ghislain, who was surprised by his companion's capabilities. He was far more exceptional than expected. Vigo recalled his early days, when he first left home to start mercenary work. The stories about Gillian helped lay the foundation for him to become the mercenary king. The man nodded, seemingly agreeing with Ghislain's assessment. He seemed to be contemplating something. Elsewhere, Gillian stood alone, holding a knife. He reminisced, thinking he was my old comrade. Ghislain looked up at the sky, thinking about his old comrade. He wondered what he was doing. The young master wondered what his old comrades were doing now. He was sure they were living a life of their own, since this was before they met him. Ghislain's expression hardened. He thought to himself, I'll have to scout them someday. Another character spoke, suggesting they follow Belinda's suggestion and gather anything valuable from these guys. Gillian replied that he was not their subordinate. 2 days later, the scene shifted to Perdium territory. The landscape was lush and green. A castle stood in the distance, overlooking the territory. A wagon traveled along a road below. Gillian, riding on the wagon, sighed in relief. Phew, we're finally here, he said. He wondered if that was it. Back inside, Ghislain stood with Vigo. He felt good to have him there. He had always believed he could return home whenever he wished. Gillian's expression was grim as he surveyed the land. Gillian was asked how he liked the land. Gillian stammered, trying to find something positive to say. Ghislain knew better. The fields lay uncultivated, a testament to the war's toll. All the farmers had been conscripted. Gillian had heard that Perdium was always at war with the northern barbarians, but seeing it firsthand was worse than he expected. Ghislain declared that he would resolve all those problems. He stated that was why he needed Gillian's strength. The castle stood in the distance, a symbol of what once was. He vowed to eliminate everything connected to Duke Delphine and protect what was taken for granted. He would revive this land, no matter what. A horse-drawn carriage made its way along the road. Gillian pointed, his expression urgent. He told the young master to look over there, his hand outstretched. Ghislain's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he followed Gillian's gaze. That silhouette. The castle loomed in the distance, its spires piercing the sky, a familiar sight. Father? The man with blonde hair and a fur collar stared back, his expression unreadable. The armor gleamed, the emblem on his chest a symbol of a house long thought lost. His gaze drifted off into the distance, a storm brewing behind his sharp eyes. A silhouette loomed against the horizon, a familiar shape in the distance. Ghislain Perdium stared at the distant castle, a single word echoing in his mind. Father? The soldier's armor gleamed, a wolf emblem emblazoned on the breastplate. Perdium Castle stood tall, a testament to generations of power and influence. A stern voice declared, We'll need to reduce our forces. Within the castle walls, a council convened, the air thick with tension as they discussed requesting more support from Rayfold. One of the men muttered, observing that they were the ones who reduced the support fund, and now seemed to be gathering soldiers and stockpiling food over there. He realized He listens as the council discusses the need to reduce the Night Order's forces. Rebuilding the Forest of Beast garrison after the last battle against orcs is a priority. One man voices concern that reducing forces poses a significant risk. The young Lord of Perdium wears a small, knowing smile. It was the same old song and dance. Perdium Knight, Captain Randolph, stands firm, his expression unreadable. Treasurer Albert watches the proceedings with a stern gaze. Perdium General Administrator Homer wonders how long it has been. As the young Lord of Perdium, it's only been a few months. But as the Mercenary King, it's been several decades. He welcomes the thought back. He thinks of his father. Count Perdium's Walter Perdium's face is etched with worry. As a child, he never liked his father for being so strict and serious all the time. But now he can see it. The countless burdens of exhaustion and fatigue weighing on those shoulders. The responsibility of the lord of this land. A figure sits enthroned, hands glowing with an eerie, ethereal power. Walter Perdium sips from a teacup, remarking that he's been at the castle for about a week. Ghislain states that he visited the Rayfolds, his expression unreadable. Walter hopes that the young master didn't cause any trouble this time. Ghislain denies it, as one of the council members mentions that he won the duel against Kane and some money. Walter asks if he went there to gamble, his brow furrowed with concern. Ghislain retorts that it was investing, and that he just had business with Amelia. Walter reminds the young lord that he will be succeeding Perdium, so he has to think before he acts. Ghislain says he gets it, and to not worry about it. One of the council members states that's enough, cutting off the conversation. Ghislain is told that he made some good trouble while he was away. Walter states that he heard Ghislain executed Jamal and Philip for trying to sell Elena away. Walter asks if that is true, his expression serious. He faced the assembled group, their expressions a mix of suspicion and disapproval. Those guys. Walter Perdium seemed unconvinced. He stated that there was no way Ghislain executed them himself. Randolph added that they probably fought each other, and the story got exaggerated. He suggested that Ghislain merely delivered the final blow. He also thought it best to avoid trouble. Walter Perdium seemed to already know the answer. I knew it. Ghislain's expression remained unreadable. He simply stated, great job. Walter Perdium emphasized that no matter the process, what's important is that Elena is alive. Randolph stood firm, his gaze unwavering. Ghislain seemed surprised by the comment. He thought to himself that this was the first compliment he'd ever gotten from his father. He addressed Walter Perdium directly. Father, may I request one thing? Walter Perdium warned the young master that if he was about to ask for money as a reward, he was going to cut him off right there. He reminded him to think about all the trouble he'd caused so far. Walter Perdium continued his tirade, accusing him of selling military provisions to get gambling money, lighting the front gate on fire to grill an army horse, and melting all the armor to forge a legendary sword or something. Ghislain, surrounded by Albert, Homer, and Walter Perdium, thought it sure sounded like he did a lot. He reiterated that he'd just like his father to give him permission. He declared his intentions, stating he'd like to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. The declaration was met with mixed reactions from the assembled group. Ghislain Perdium's expression remained unchanged, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The answer came back quickly. Dad said no. He recounted the reaction, saying his father freaked out and started shouting at him. The man with the beard explained that the place is filled with monsters, and there's nothing to gain from dealing with them. Gillian asked if he had heard of the plan from Belinda, confirming that he wanted to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. The forest is known as the Forest of Death, from which no one can return alive. Because of that, nothing is known about the place and everyone avoids it. Its notoriety is already well known in other regions as well. Ghislain responded that, as they said, there's nothing to gain from entering that place. The woman shouted for them to stop, reminding him that he said he didn't get the permission that he wanted. He smirked, stating that this has to be done. He sighed. Gillian wondered what could possibly be there that he was so obsessed with. Ghislain said he would tell her later, revealing it now would only cause trouble. If he successfully pioneered the forest, Ghislain thought he'd be able to earn a massive amount of funds. At a place not too far away from the forest's entrance, there was something, a massive runestone vein buried deep within the earth. The vein pulsed with magical energy, a source of immense power. Or infused with mana, a runestone, an extremely rare mineral that mages are absolutely crazy about. It's used in all sorts of magical tools, barriers, magic circles, and magic scrolls. Alchemy, magic research, you name it. It's involved in anything that uses mana. In his previous life, Duke Delphine was the one who discovered it. But now, only he knew about this piece of information. He clenched his fist, determined to keep this knowledge to himself for now. Gillian seemed skeptical of his secrecy. He stood with Gillian and another, discussing the logistics of hiring mercenaries. The Count's useless oldest son considered the implications of such a large expenditure. Ghislain instructed Belinda to head to the nearby guild and hire some mercenaries. Around 200 should do, he figured. Gillian warned that mercenaries are a rough and unruly bunch. With that many gathered, they'll be hard to control, he cautioned. The young master agreed, stating that he and Belinda would personally pick out the useful ones. He implied a more selective approach. Gillian mentioned a small-scale mercenary group in the north. The grizzled man seemed to know of their reputation. The Count's useless oldest son seemed to anticipate what Gillian was about to say. He braced himself for the suggestion. It was said that they're skilled enough, but they would turn on their employer if things go south. The mercenaries were known for their ruthlessness. The Cerberus mercenaries were monstrous, three-headed wolves chained and ready for war. Their reputation preceded them. The Cerberus mercenaries were a force to be reckoned with. Ghislain considered the risks and rewards of hiring such a volatile group. The Count's useless oldest son seemed determined to proceed with his plan. He would need powerful allies to secure the runestone vein. He decided to put a leash on those crazy dogs. Ghislain would find a way to control the Cerberus mercenaries and use them to his advantage. He continued down the mountain path, unaware of the danger ahead. Hidden amongst the rocks, a group of bandits prepared to spring their trap. Through a bandit's spyglass, the figures of Ghislain and his companion grew larger. One of the bandits smirked, commenting on the approaching prey's ignorance of their fate. The bandit, judging from his appearance, thought he looked like a noble brat, musing on how much money they could make. A shadowy hand reached out, ready to strike. With a savage cry, the bandits launched their ambush. One of the bandits reacted in surprise as the attack began. A bandit lunged forward, weapon raised. The bandits swarmed, hoping to overwhelm their targets. One bandit, enraged, screamed at his target. The bandit's face contorted in a mask of fury. He parried a blow, the force of it shuddering through his arm as Gillian fought beside him. The armored soldiers pressed their attack, a relentless wave of steel. The soldiers advanced, their heavy boots pounding the earth as they closed in on their targets. Hatred burned in the eyes of the armored soldier, his face contorted in a mask of fury as he charged forward. The soldiers questioned who their attacker was, preparing for battle against the unexpected foe. One soldier demanded if they had lost their minds, questioning the wisdom of their current course of action. The soldier sneered, observing that Ghislain looked like he came from a noble family, but couldn't act recklessly just because of his status. A man with long white hair, surrounded by soldiers, declared that they shouldn't expect to return home alive. The man with white hair watched the battle unfold, his expression unreadable as he observed the scene. Meanwhile, Vigo Villanos rode into the area on horseback, his arrival signaling a shift in the battle's momentum. Vigo Villanos surveyed the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the chaos as he prepared to enter the fray. Ghislain Perdium, mounted on horseback, surveyed the assembled soldiers, his expression unreadable as he waited for someone to step forward. A voice cut through the silence, challenging the young master's authority. "Who's the captain here?" Ghislain's sharp gray eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face at the blatant disrespect. From the ranks, a soldier with long silver hair and a cruel smirk stepped forward, a dark chuckle escaping his lips. The soldier hefted a wicked-looking flail, its spiked ball glinting menacingly. A noble brat has lost his mind, it seems. The soldier's eyes gleamed with malicious intent, promising pain. "It's time for you to learn." With a roar, the soldier swung the flail, the spiked ball blurring as it hurtled towards Ghislain. Ghislain remained still, his expression unchanged as the weapon approached, a calm amidst the chaos. The flail crashed down with brutal force, the air itself seeming to crack under the impact. The spiked ball connected, slamming into Ghislain, the force of the blow threatening to unseat him from his horse. The chain of the flail whips through the air, a deadly blur. The soldier swings the flail with brutal force, aiming for Ghislain. Two armored soldiers watch the fight, their expressions hidden behind their helmets. The soldier's eyes widen as he realizes Ghislain has a plan. He shoved his blade into the chain. The flail continues its deadly arc, now with a sword embedded in its chain. The flail slams into the ground with tremendous force. As expected, words won't get through to them. He grits his teeth, his expression hardening with resolve. Ghislain's expression hardens. Do just enough for them to not die. The soldier with the flail stands his ground, ready for the next attack. Understood. The soldier swings the flail again, aiming to crush Ghislain. The flail connects, sending sparks flying as it hits its mark. The force of the blow sends the soldier flying backward, his weapon knocked from his grasp. He gripped the flail tightly, the magical energy crackling around the weapon. The flail whipped through the air, a blue arc of power cutting through the space. "You bastards! We won't go easy on you, just cause you're a noble," one of the soldiers shouted. The flail slammed into another soldier, sending him flying backwards into his comrades. The weapon continued its deadly arc, crushing armor and bone alike. The soldier crumpled under the force of the blow, his sword falling uselessly to the ground. The flail struck again, impacting with a sickening crunch against the armored figure. Magical energy surged from the point of impact, amplifying the destructive power. The ground around the impact cratered, a testament to the flail's devastating strength. Ghislain's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he surveyed the remaining soldiers. 2 more soldiers charged forward, their swords raised in a desperate attempt to strike him down. He shifted his weight, preparing to meet their attack with a deadly flail. He's asked how long he plans on making them wait. The young master's expression is unreadable. A man with pink hair remarks that he was sleeping well and wonders what the commotion is. Armored soldiers stand at attention, their presence imposing. The pink-haired man announces, "I am the captain of the Cerberus Mercenaries, Kair." Kair asks why they are looking for him. Kair, the captain of the Cerberus Mercenaries, stands before his armored soldiers. Ghislain is told that Kair is there to entrust a request to them, and wonders what other business anyone would have with a mercenary group. Kair retorts that the noble should be more knowledgeable when it comes to manners. Ghislain is told that this is Kair's own way of greeting him, and that he thought this would be the best way to tame him properly. Kair smirks, saying tame, you say, and that he can't imagine what would happen if he would greet them twice. Ghislain is asked what kind of request he has. He speaks of the forest of beasts, his tone suggesting a challenge. Ghislain counters, stating he'd like to hire them to pioneer the forest. The armored soldiers murmur amongst themselves, questioning the forest in question. Kair smirks, curious as to what kind of person he's dealing with. Ghislain Perdium declares himself the young lord of Perdium, silencing any doubt. The young lord stands tall, his expression unreadable. Kair remains seated, flanked by his imposing guards. The soldiers whisper, recognizing Ghislain as the young lord of the rumors, and questioning his sanity. The captain scoffs, calling him Mr. Noble, and dismissing him as a rookie who doesn't understand the forest of beasts. Ghislain's patience wears thin. He declares the negotiation over, his eyes hardening. Kair signals to his men, the glint of steel flashing in the dim light as they prepare to attack. The man with the white hair and beard looks on, seemingly unsurprised by the turn of events. He stares down at the man, a smirk playing on his lips. Are you scared? Kair dismisses the mercenary king's reputation. He heard they were skilled, but it seems that was just a hoax. A heavy foot slams down onto the table, the wood groaning under the sudden force. Armored figures stand behind, their presence a silent threat. Don't mess with me. Like you said, we're mercenaries. Ghislain's foot remains planted firmly on the table, his expression unwavering. He sees no need to do something that doesn't pay off. Kair's eyes narrow, a hint of amusement in his gaze. It's always the weaklings that come up with the excuses. The mercenary king's jaw tightens, his resolve hardening against the veiled insult. Kair scoffs, surrounded by his men. He says that a brat like him isn't even worth killing, offering to let him go for some money. Ghislain's eyes are shadowed, his expression unreadable as he considers the offer. Kair, captain of the Cerberus Mercenaries, is met with a firm refusal. No, that won't happen. The captain's expression darkens, the threat now explicit. A murderous revolution against you. The armored figures react, their weapons likely drawn as the tension reaches its peak. He stares down at Ghislain, a smirk playing on his lips. Kair questions if he even knows what it is. Ghislain responds, of course, he knows. It's about space and movement, he says, his expression unreadable. The scene shifts to a flashback, depicting 2 figures engaged in a fierce duel. This is Moriana's recognition. When 2 people agree to the bet, they fight using only a single dagger without relying on mana, each determined to win. Forcing them into a brutal life-or-death struggle within limited confines. The fight is unforgiving. In many cases, not only the loser, but even the victor ends up dead, a testament to its brutality. The loser must cleanly admit defeat and absolutely obey the words of the winner, a harsh condition. The loser becomes the winner's dog, a complete surrender of autonomy and will. Kair asks Ghislain how that sounds, a challenge hanging in the air between them. In the mercenary world, rejecting this challenge would mean admitting to one's weakness, something that can never be refused. Kair's smirk widens as he watches Ghislain, his men standing guard, ready for whatever comes next. Kair's men are ready to enforce the challenge. They have a bold little noble here who wants to be recognized in a mercenary's way. He stared down at Ghislain, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Thick rope bound the young master's wrists together. The crowd roared as Ghislain's hands were secured. The binding was complete, the knot pulled tight. An older soldier commanded, "Kill him, Captain, that insolent little noble brat." Kair remarked, "It seems you've heard of this method from somewhere and decided to fight me." The pink-haired man gripped Ghislain's bound hands. "You cannot back away from this now." The hunter's face contorted in pain as his wrists were twisted. Ghislain, gritting his teeth, thought, "Because I've already done this 5 times." The young master's expression remained stoic despite the pain. Kair smirked, confident in his advantage over the bound Ghislain. A disbelieving voice echoed, 5 times? He remained bound, as Kair stood over him, radiating an almost palpable confidence. The air crackled with anticipation. Kair's expression was smug. "I've done this over 100 times, he declared, his eyes gleaming with self-assuredness. Ghislain remained silent, his expression unreadable. He offered no response to Kair's boast. The red-haired man grapples with Ghislain, their struggle a whirlwind of motion. He grunts, questioning the situation. Ghislain, his blue eyes gleaming, states that he has done this over 100 times. The red-haired man's face contorts in anger as he continues to fight. Ghislain's expression hardens, his gaze intense as he prepares to strike. The red-haired man's face is a mask of fury, his teeth bared in a savage grin. Daggers clash as Ghislain and the red-haired man engage in a deadly dance. Muscles strain and sweat glistens as the red-haired man fights with unrestrained ferocity. Ghislain parries a blow, his dagger a blur of motion against the red-haired man's relentless attacks. He stares intently, his blue eyes narrowed, focused on his opponent. The red-haired man grits his teeth, preparing to strike with brutal force. The red-haired man swings his arm, aiming a powerful blow at Ghislain. The blonde-haired man blocks the attack, the force of the impact reverberating. Ghislain counters with a punch of his own, aiming for the red-haired man's face. The red-haired man deflects the blow, sparks flying as their fists collide. The red-haired man spins, attempting to use his momentum to strike again. Ghislain dodges the attack, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike. The red-haired man is hit, staggering back from the force of the blow. He retaliates with a kick, aiming for Ghislain's torso. Ghislain blocks the kick, the impact sending tremors through his arm. The red-haired man smirks, saying, "Oh ho, you're actually holding on for longer than I expected." The red-haired man taunts, daring his opponent to bluff, but demanding a convincing performance. He meets the taunt head-on, his fist flying forward with incredible speed. The crowd observes the fight, noting that Ghislain has lost the momentum, and they urge the red-haired man to finish him. The spectators watch with anticipation, their expressions a mix of bloodlust and eagerness. One of the spectators believes it's a losing battle for the young master. The arena is barely large enough for one person to lie down, and the rules forbid mana and force, forcing the participants to rely purely on physical strength. The size difference and limited movements due to the hands being tied together present a significant challenge. The young lord's hands, bound tightly, struggle to find purchase on his small blade. The red-haired man presses his advantage, forcing Ghislain into a desperate defense. If the situation becomes truly dire, then, at that moment, Ghislain prepares to unleash a hidden technique. The clash of blades echoes as the fight reaches a fever pitch. He flipped through the air, a desperate maneuver against the larger opponent. The red-haired man's force crashed down, a visible wave of power. He landed hard, boots skidding against the arena floor. His eyes widened, a flicker of pain crossing his face. Pain surged through him, a consequence of blocking the attack. Damage was stacking up. The red-haired man grinned, noting his opponent's lack of mana protection. "My, you're already looking pale. Are you hitting your limit already?" The red-haired man continued his taunt. "Ghislain Perdium, you look pathetic, trying to resist my strength." Despite the onslaught, Ghislain stood his ground. The red-haired man acknowledged his guts, but remained confident. "Well, among the nobles I've met so far, you sure do have guts, I'll give you that." But that was it. The red-haired man's eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in them. "I can see right through you." The red-haired man predicted his strategy, even while enduring. "Your strategy is likely to deflect or dodge blade strikes with your weapon, while enduring." Moriana's recognition prohibited the use of mana, meaning all the impacts inevitably stacked up on him. He is surely aware of the strain building in his legs. The red-haired man's grin widened, eager to witness the struggle. The red-haired man's eyes glowed with manic glee, declaring that's what makes this fun. The red-haired man lunged, a dagger glinting in his hand. The red-haired man's attack crashed against Ghislain's defenses. The red-haired man pressed his advantage, forcing Ghislain backward. The red-haired man rained down blows, each strike testing Ghislain's weakening guard. The red-haired man's dagger slashed through the air, aiming for a vital strike. Ghislain struggled to maintain his footing, the red-haired man's relentless assault pushing him to the brink. The red-haired man landed a blow, sending Ghislain staggering. Ghislain collapsed, defeated, as the red-haired man loomed over him. The red-haired man declared it was over. A hand grips a knife tightly, the blade gleaming with deadly intent. He looks up at his attacker, the red-haired man towering over him with a sinister grin. Armored figures watch the brutal scene unfold, their reactions a mix of shock and anticipation. An older man, wielding an axe, shouts in desperation, calling out to the young lord. Ghislain grits his teeth, a grimace of pain contorting his face as he struggles against his opponent. The red-haired man presses his advantage, the knife held high, ready to strike a decisive blow. Pinned beneath the red-haired man, Ghislain desperately tries to defend himself, his movements growing weaker. The red-haired man's eyes gleam with a savage intensity, focused solely on ending the fight. The red-haired man continues his relentless assault, driving Ghislain further into the ground. The red-haired man's face is a mask of determination, blood splattered across his skin. Gislin's grip loosens on his own weapon, his strength failing as the fight drags on. The red-haired man stands over a defeated Gislin, his chest heaving, victorious but wounded. The bearded man watched with wide eyes, a silent question forming on his lips. The red-haired man pressed his advantage, swinging his blade down towards him. Kaur continued his relentless assault, his movements a blur of crimson and steel. The blade found its mark, drawing a spray of blood as it sliced across Gislin's flesh. The surrounding soldiers gasped, their shock echoing the cry. "He wounded our captain again." The bearded man clenched his fist, muttering about the noble brat and questioning the captain's strength. Kaur's relentless attacks continued, each strike carrying the weight of his brutal strength. The red-haired man pressed the attack, his blade a constant threat to Gislin's life. Gislin, grimacing, raised his own blade, preparing to parry the next blow. The clash of steel echoed as Kaur's blade met Gislin's, the force of the impact jarring them both. Gislin's grip tightened on his weapon, his knuckles white with strain. Kaur's blade found another opening, slicing across Gislin's arm, eliciting a grunt of pain. He reels back, the force of Kaur's punch sending shockwaves through his body. Gislin grits his teeth, blood dripping from his mouth. Kaur scoffs, "What did you do? You were struggling to withstand my strength just a moment ago." Gislin narrows his eyes, observing his opponent. An older man with long, white hair watches with a knowing gaze, muttering, "I see." Swinging with power stiffens the muscles and burdens the body with rigidity. Exerting strength to pressure and take control makes him lose his flexibility. The young lord didn't fight against the opponent's momentum. Instead, he relaxed and redirected it to create his own flow. To think he would overcome the disadvantage of size this way. The white-haired man watches intently. "What are you doing, Captain? You're not making anyone laugh right now, man." Kaur stands, his expression a mix of annoyance and intrigue. The white-haired man observes, "Your resolve is impressive. Many opponents would break the rules and use mana when cornered." Kaur retorts, "Now you're talking as if you've really done this 100 times. I won the position of captain through this very method." Gislin smirks, a glint in his eye. He declares, "I'll admit it. In a head-to-head match, I might be at a slight disadvantage." Kaur's expression is one of pure menace, his words promising more than just brute force. The clash continues, a whirlwind of motion as Gislin struggles to maintain his footing. A glint of steel flashes as Kaur brandishes a dagger, pressing his advantage. The rule is absolute. A single step outside the circle means automatic defeat. His foot slips, the earth beyond the boundary rushing up to meet him. Kaur declares that no matter how skilled he is, if he sends Gislin flying, he'll have to touch the ground outside. Kaur, bloodied but triumphant, declares his victory. The dagger, a symbol of Kaur's ruthless efficiency, gleams in the light. The final moments of the fight play out, a desperate struggle for dominance. With a final decisive blow, Kaur sends Gislin hurtling through the air. Gislin falls defeated, his body landing outside the circle, sealing his fate. His arm, mangled and bloody, hangs limp as the fight concludes. The damage is severe, the bones likely broken from the force. Kaur stands over the fallen Gislin, breathing heavily after the intense battle. The force of the final blow still echoes in the air around them. He is sent flying, tumbling out of the circle that defined the arena. Gislin's expression is one of shock and disbelief as he crashes to the ground. Blood splatters as his broken arm impacts the hard-packed earth. The surrounding soldiers watch as the defeated mercenary king lies prone outside the circle. The soldiers murmur, acknowledging that he's out of the circle, the fight concluded. Kaur's expression is smug as he declares, "I win." The victor looms over Gislin, questioning who he is to possess such skill. Kaur's eyes glow with power as he states, "I don't like your attitude." He delivers a powerful blow. Gislin is sent reeling from the force of the punch. "You're talking to your master right now." The blond man stands, bruised and battered, before Kaur. He asks what Kaur wants, stating that the fight is over. Kaur stands over him, replying that he hasn't gone outside the circle just yet. Gislin is shocked by this statement. Kaur's fist clenches, ready to strike again. His expression is cold and unforgiving. He declares that he will be disciplining his subordinate now, his tone leaving no room for argument. Gislin's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening with resolve as he prepared to discipline his subordinate. The young master declared, "I'll be disciplining my subordinate now." His gaze intensified, the blonde-haired noble focused on the task ahead. Blood splattered as the first blow landed, a brutal testament to the power about to be unleashed. The battle unfolded, a whirlwind of motion and violence as Gislin dominated the arena. The man's face contorted in agony, blood streaming from his wounds as he screamed in pain. The rules of the battlefield meant nothing as Gislin's fist connected with brutal force. Standing over his defeated foe, the young master questioned if he would fight according to the rules. Ghislain silenced his opponent's retort, reminding him not to talk back to his master. The blonde-haired noble stood victorious, his subordinate lying defeated at his feet. His fist, slick with blood, continues its relentless assault. Kair can only call him a lunatic. The blows rain down, each impact echoing with sickening force. Kair's body is being pummeled. Ghislain's onslaught continues, a crimson spray accompanying each strike. The beating is relentless. The armored soldiers watch the brutal display. One wonders aloud if letting it continue is acceptable now that the bet is over. Kair, battered and broken, begs for the assault to cease. His voice is a desperate plea. The blonde-haired man continues his assault, unfazed by the pleas. The circle around them is stained crimson. Ghislain, standing over his defeated opponent, declares that Kair is not yet out of the circle. Kair's face is a mask of pain, his eye wide with terror as he looks up at Ghislain. His features are contorted in agony, every line etched with suffering. The beating has taken its toll. One of the soldiers demands to know if they will simply watch. He orders them to kill Ghislain. The armored soldiers surge forward, weapons raised. The order has been given, and they advance as one. An axe is raised, ready to strike. The soldiers are poised to attack, their intentions clear. The bearded man stands tall, his gauntlet gleaming with an ethereal light. The axe is raised, ready to strike a decisive blow against his opponent. The axe descends, the force of the blow promising to end the fight. Kair's face is battered and bruised, a testament to the beating he has endured. Blood trickles from his lips as he struggles to maintain consciousness. The world spins around him, each impact blurring his vision further. Kair's face is covered in blood as he asks, "Are you?" A pained laugh escapes Kair's lips, a sign of his broken spirit. At this moment, Kair knew he had failed. His face is a mask of defeat, the reality of his situation crashing down on him. The images flash before his eyes, overconfident pigs, traitors, and narcissists. A little scare tactic worked wonders for them, as a man stands over kneeling figures. Taking money from their pockets was truly entertaining to him. And thus, he earned the title of Mad Dog. But now, why was he losing to a noble brat like this? The memory stung as he lay defeated. The armored soldiers cried out, "Captain Kair is going to die at this rate." Ghislain Perdium held the defeated enemy aloft. The young master demanded, "What are you doing, standing there? Bring me some water, a bandage, and a towel." One soldier observed, "Your captain's going to die at this rate, by the way." The armored soldiers gasped. They understood. The white-haired man looked on. The white-haired man thought, "The unruly mercenaries are listening to the young lord's orders." In this world of mercenaries, where strength dictates survival, fists are closer than the law. The young lord engraved his will into their heads, using the most direct and surefire method. A wolf's eyes glowed with an eerie, supernatural light, piercing the darkness. The wolf's snarling visage filled the frame, teeth bared in a fearsome display. The beast stalked forward, a dark silhouette against a backdrop of swirling energy. The mercenary with red hair sat at the table, bandages across his chest, flanked by armored guards. He pointed to the map, indicating where he wanted the signature placed. The mercenary remained silent, his face bruised and swollen, contemplating the offer. Ghislain sat casually, observing the mercenary as the older man with white hair stood behind him. The mercenary slammed his hand on the table, declaring here. His eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in their depths, questioning the mercenary's resolve. He stated, "I meant to say, I look forward to working with you from now on." He landed a solid punch. The mercenary reeled from the blow, a satisfying sound echoing in the tent. Ghislain stood over the fallen mercenary, addressing the leader. He declared, "We're a family from now on." The mercenary king's expression was unreadable, his gaze intense as he stared down at the man. The mercenary leader clasped Ghislain's hand, sealing their alliance. He stated, "I look forward to working with you as well." A few days later, time passed, the alliance holding firm. At the outskirts of the Perdium territory, the landscape stretched out, a mix of rolling hills and distant forests. A company of soldiers stood guard, their armor gleaming in the sunlight as they maintained a vigilant watch. One soldier yawned, complaining about the early morning call. Another grumbled about needing lunch before starting work. A soldier questioned the young master's ability to handle the mercenaries. Another dismissed him as just a brat. One-eyed soldier chuckled, thinking this might turn out to be easy work. A loud clap echoed, demanding attention from the assembled soldiers. A muscular man addressed the troops, stating that to handle a brat employer, they needed a representative. The soldiers considered their options. One asked, "You are Gordon the Muscle?" Gordon flexed, admiring his physique. He thought to himself that he thoroughly observed their posture. The soldiers knew that if they didn't unite their voices, they wouldn't be able to achieve the results they desired. One soldier recalled a time when someone made an unreasonable demand, and the whole thing fell apart. He asked, "What do you plan on doing?" Gordon declared he would pressure the employer as the representative. He demanded they put the compensation for his hard work in there. The soldiers agreed that if Gordon was their representative, it should be fine. They believed his giant build would help in situations like this. One of the soldiers noticed someone approaching. "Hey, someone's coming," he shouted. The soldiers watched as Gordon held out a bag. They knew he was reliable and good at gathering money. Meanwhile, a lone rider approached a distant castle, kicking up dust as they rode. The rider continued their journey, the castle growing larger in the distance. The soldiers judged the approaching figure's clothes, deciding he seemed like their employer. One chuckled, thinking he might run away after seeing Gordon's muscles. Gordon told everyone to come forth and set up a scary mood for him, preparing to intimidate their employer. He clasped his hands together, a cruel smile spreading across his face. It was time to teach someone a lesson about the real world. He narrowed his eyes, a flicker of anticipation in their depths as he considered the task ahead. Meanwhile, a lone rider approached, the sound of hooves echoing through the forest as he neared their location. The rider's approach stirred up dust, a silent harbinger of the confrontation to come. The approaching party was large, a mix of mounted soldiers and other figures obscured by distance and dust. The lone rider, with his blonde hair and sharp eyes, led the way, seemingly unfazed by the imposing figures awaiting him. The entourage pressed forward, their horses kicking up dirt as they closed the distance. Gordon stepped forward, his massive frame casting a shadow over the approaching rider. Behind the large man, one of the soldiers muttered, questioning what the rider had done to command such loyalty. The soldiers parted, allowing Gordon to approach the rider unimpeded, his intent clear in his posture. Ghislain Perdium remained calm, his expression unreadable as he met the gaze of the imposing figure before him. Gordon loomed over the young master, his voice a low growl. "Are you the rep?" The young lord's expression tightened, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Sweat beaded on the brow of the muscular man as he stammered, "G. Gordon the Muscle." Ghislain tilted his head, a question forming on his lips. "Gordon the Muscle?" he asked. With a swift motion, Ghislain's fist connected with Gordon's face, the sound of impact echoing. The force of the blow sent Gordon staggering back, a pained ugh escaping his lips. Standing tall, Ghislain Perdium declared, "I am the young lord of Perdium, Ghislain Perdium." Recovering, Gordon was ordered to gather the mercenaries, his expression a mix of pain and surprise. Ghislain's gaze hardened with determination. "We will now begin pioneering the forest of beasts," he announced. A grotesque maw filled with jagged teeth lurked in the shadows. Panic seized the group as monstrous figures emerged from the darkness, their forms twisted and menacing. Monsters," someone cried out, the word barely audible above the rising tide of terror. A colossal monster loomed over the fleeing crowd, its single eye burning with malevolent intent as it reached out to grasp its prey. "We're gonna get eaten alive. Run!" a man shrieked, his face contorted in primal fear as he urged his companions to flee. The monstrous figure lashed out, its razor-sharp claws tearing through the air as it hunted down its victims. A man cried out in confusion as he was sent flying through the air, a victim of the monster's brutal assault. The gaping maw of the monster awaited, ready to swallow another hapless soul into its nightmarish depths. Two monstrous figures stood silhouetted against the light, their glowing red eyes promising only death and destruction. Help!" a man screamed, his voice cracking with desperation as the monsters closed in. The man with the axe braced himself as Gordon cried out his name. Gordon struggled against the monstrous vine, its grip tightening around him. The man with the axe swung, grunting as his weapon failed to sever the vine. He wondered why this vine was proving so unexpectedly sturdy. The vine thrashed wildly, its power evident as it sent Gordon flying. Gordon's scream echoed as he was flung away from the battle. Elsewhere, the knight with silver hair stood ready, his glowing sword aimed at the monstrous vine. The vine lunged, its single eye burning with malevolent intent as the knight prepared to strike. The knight braced himself, the air crackling with energy around him. With a burst of speed, the knight unleashed a torrent of blue energy from his blade. The energy slammed into the vine, searing its surface with intense heat. The vine recoiled, screeching in pain as its form began to disintegrate. He stood his ground, sword drawn against the monstrous vine, ready to defend against its crushing attack. The soldiers braced themselves, preparing for the onslaught of the monstrous vines. Ghislain Perdium roared, commanding his troops to get themselves together and prepare for the coming assault. Ghislain Perdium warned that spreading out would make them easier targets, ordering them to raise their shields and form a tight formation. The young master focused on defense, awaiting his next order to counter the monstrous vines. One of the soldiers responded with a resounding, "Why, yes, sir," to Ghislain's command. The soldiers prepared to block all directions, determined not to die in such a place. Ghislain Perdium stood near the cart of lamps, confirming that they were all present and accounted for. Ghislain Perdium ordered the soldiers to light the lamps and throw them at the monsters, burning them down. The soldier realized that the monsters were looking their way, sensing the impending attack. Ghislain Perdium shouted, "Now," signaling the attack to begin. The soldiers threw the lamps, yelling for the monsters to get a taste of their attack. The soldiers stood their ground, lamps raised high, ready to strike. The lamps floated through the air, an eerie glow illuminating the cavern. But the vines simply swatted the lamps away, extinguishing their light with ease. "They just swatted them away?" Gordon exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief. The vines loomed over the soldiers, their massive forms casting long shadows. A figure moved with blinding speed, a blade flashing in the dim light. Belinda, her white hair a stark contrast to the darkness, prepared to strike. She faced the vines, her eyes narrowed with determination as she readied her blade. Gillian's voice echoed, "Gillian and Belinda, prepare to throw the lamps while guarding the Cerberus mercenaries." Gillian stood ready, his expression grim as he watched Belinda charge forward. The blade shimmered with an ethereal light, ready to cut through the darkness. The vines pulsed with malevolent energy, their single eye focused on the approaching threat. She had declared her intent to attack, but Ghislain stepped forward. He would draw their attention. Belinda's eyes widened, her mouth agape in what looked like a silent scream. The mercenary king raised his sword, its blade gleaming with an unnatural light. The monsters responded with a furious, chaotic assault, their forms blurring with speed. The glowing blade met the monster's attack head-on, sparks flying as the two forces collided. Ghislain dodged and weaved through the onslaught, his sword a blur of motion against the encroaching darkness. He spun, the sword cutting through the air, a whirlwind of silver against the monstrous forms. The soldiers watched from below, fear etched on their faces as they realized their employer was in danger. The mercenary king stood firm, his stance unwavering as he prepared for the next wave of attacks. He crouched low, his eyes narrowed as he focused on the approaching monsters, ready to strike. The sword flashed again, a beacon of defiance against the overwhelming darkness, a promise of resistance. The monsters roared, their eyes burning with rage as they closed in on their prey. The soldiers advanced, their shields raised, all heading towards their employer. Belinda, her red eyes blazing, commanded, "Now, throw all your lamps." The lamps sailed through the air, arcing towards their monstrous targets. The lamps rained down upon the monsters, the soldiers pressing their attack. The lamps exploded on impact, engulfing the monsters in flames. The monsters writhed as the flames consumed them, their forms silhouetted against the inferno. A man with red hair grinned, a manic energy in his eyes. "Yes." Another man, his blonde hair disheveled, shouted encouragement. "Keep throwing. Don't stop." The monsters roared as the flames intensified, until we burn them all down. The inferno raged, consuming the monsters in a sea of fire. The flames danced and crackled, a testament to the soldiers' desperate fight. The soldiers watched in amazement. Amazing! I didn't think we could fight back against them." The armored soldiers wondered if the entire forest would burn down at this rate. One soldier scoffed, remarking that the trees were weak against fire, after all. A cloaked figure urged the soldiers not to let their guard down, stating that it wasn't over yet. Ghislain realized that they would now show their true appearances. The young master's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with grim resolve. A strange energy pulsed through the air, a visual distortion hinting at a monstrous change. The cloaked figure and the soldiers found themselves enveloped in a thick cloud of steam. The soldiers questioned the smoke, wondering if the fire had been extinguished. Two voices called out to Ghislain, addressing him as young master and young lord. A white-haired figure looked at Ghislain, questioning what was happening right now. The burning shells met the moist flesh inside, causing them to release steam. The transformation continued, the air thick with the promise of something terrible to come. The burning trees writhe, their forms twisting into something far more sinister. The wood and flame coalesce, forming grotesque, monstrous shapes with gaping maws. A cacophony of unnatural sounds erupts as the transformation nears completion. He watches as the monstrous creatures fully materialize from the burning forest. Fear grips the soldiers as they witness the horrifying transformation, their faces etched with terror. The soldiers grip their weapons tightly, a wall of steel against the encroaching darkness. The sky above reflects the impending battle, a canvas of swirling clouds and ominous light. Ghislain Perdium raises his sword, his voice ringing out with unwavering resolve. The blade gleams, a beacon of hope against the encroaching monstrous shadows. From now on, this is a close-quarters battle, the order rings out as the soldiers charge. The mercenary king's eyes burn with determination, ready to meet the monstrous threat head-on. He raised his sword high, the blade gleaming in the fading light. The order rang out, clear and sharp. "Raise your weapons." Ghislain's sword descended, a flash of steel against the darkening sky. The shift in strategy was announced. From now on, this is a close-quarters battle. The command to charge ripped through the ranks, a primal scream of war. Ghislain surged forward, his blade a blur of motion. The charge began, a wave of soldiers crashing against the monstrous foe. Steel met steel, a cacophony of clangs echoing across the battlefield. Fear gripped the soldiers. A close-quarters battle against such massive monsters? Easier said than done. The Cerberus mercenaries surged forward, eager for the fight ahead. Oh, we were waiting so long for this. A figure watches the advance, concern etched on their face. Young master, be careful. The soldiers hesitate, shields raised, unsure of their next move. What are you all hesitating for? A figure stands amidst the chaos, issuing a command. This is an order from young Lord Gislin. A stern face observes the battlefield, a single word conveying his resolve. Trust him. The soldiers, still wary, exchange glances, a silent question passing between them. One soldier breaks the silence, urging his comrades forward. Let's trust him and follow his order. The sword gleams, promising power to those who wield it. You will be able to cut it without mana, since all of its bark has been burned away. A figure in dark armor stands defiant against the monstrous enemy. Do not be afraid. They're nothing but huge target dummies now. The man with red hair, eyes blazing with fury, commands his forces. Annihilate them. Gislin Perdium leaps into the fray, his sword a blur of motion against the monstrous horde. The man with red hair strikes down a monster, his rage fueling his attacks. He stared ahead, his expression a mask of grim determination as blood splattered his face. Before him, a monstrous being declared its purpose, to eradicate all hesitation from its followers. The mercenary king moved with blinding speed, his blade a blur against the monstrous foe. His sword crackled with energy as he brought it down upon the creature. He pressed the attack, his movements a whirlwind of steel and determination. The monster's words echoed in the air, to instill the will for making the impossible possible. With a final surge of power, he stood his ground, ready to face whatever came next. The battlefield was a chaotic scene, with soldiers and monsters locked in a deadly struggle. The soldiers, battered but unbowed, exclaimed that they had killed them all of those monsters. Gislin, his back to the carnage, simply commanded them to line up. The ground trembled as the remaining monsters prepared to meet their end. The soldiers charged forward, their resolve hardened by the sight of their leader's unwavering stance. The forest of beasts loomed, a graveyard of fallen soldiers already claimed by the direst ends. The soldiers knew it was already swarming with monsters, a fact that made their blood run cold. But Gislin, ever the leader, reassured them, telling them not to fret. The knight in armor declared that he would always be standing at the forefront. The young master acknowledged that they were only at the entrance, yet urged them to trust and follow him. The troops stood ready, their faces a mixture of determination and fear as they prepared to advance. The soldiers responded with a resounding, "Yes, sir," ready to follow their leader into the forest. A monstrous figure emerged from the depths, its glowing eyes promising a brutal encounter. Another warrior, bathed in blood, stood ready to strike, his face contorted in a savage grin. The battle began, a chaotic clash of steel and claws as the soldiers fought against the monstrous horde. The monster roared, its eyes burning with rage as it prepared to unleash its fury. The soldiers braced themselves, shields raised against the monstrous onslaught. A hulking beast towered over them, its eyes burning with savage intent. One of the soldiers, face contorted in fury, roared, "Damn it, what the hell is that now? The monsters are endless." The red-haired soldier locked eyes with the white-haired soldier, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew what they had to do. With a battle cry, the red-haired soldier launched himself at the monster. He aimed his blade at the creature's exposed flank. The monster reeled, its massive form beginning to topple. "It's falling this way," a soldier cried out, fear evident in his voice. The white-haired soldier raised a shield, bracing for impact. The monster crashed down, shaking the ground with its immense weight. A blade of pure energy descended, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. It was a strike meant to end the fight. The monster roared in agony as the energy blade struck true, its body convulsed, the light fading from its eyes. Gislin watched as the monster fell, his expression grim. "Injured?" one of the soldiers asked. Another replied, "No, sir. We're alive." The blonde-haired soldier shouted, "Don't leave the employer's side if you want to survive. Come at us, you damned monsters." The white-haired soldier observed, "The formation is looking decent now." The red-haired soldier added, "Training through real combat always yields the best outcome." Gislin surveyed the battlefield, his gaze resolute. "We still have ways to go. Keep clearing the path," he commanded, urging his troops forward. The soldiers affirmed their orders, their voices echoing through the dense forest. He watched his troops advance, their heavy armor clanking with each step as they pushed forward. One soldier's face betrayed his growing unease, muttering about the insanity of their situation. The twisted branches of the forest canopy clawed at the sky, a silent testament to the dangers below. The forest opened to reveal a moonlit lake, its surface shimmering under the night sky. The soldiers rushed to the water's edge, eager to quench their thirst with the seemingly pristine water. Belinda cautioned against drinking from the lake, sensing an unknown danger lurking beneath the surface. Ghislaine considered their progress, acknowledging that they were still on the right path. The order was given to set up camp by the lake, a temporary respite from their journey. The camp began to take shape, tents dotting the shoreline under the watchful gaze of the moon. Around a crackling fire, the soldiers expressed relief that the past 2 nights had passed without incident, unaware of what might lie ahead. A pot hung over the fire, promising a warm meal and a moment of comfort before the next leg of their journey. Around the campfire, the mercenaries debated their next move. The muscular mercenary questioned if they should sneak out of the forest. The mercenary with the hat, identified as Manus, argued that they no longer needed to risk their lives. He insisted their lives were worth more than money. Another mercenary countered that they had already come this far. He added that their destination was close, so they should almost be there by now. Manus scoffed, reminding the others that their employer was the well-known scoundrel of Perdium. He believed Ghislaine wanted to pioneer the forest to accomplish something. The muscular mercenary pointed out that they had already been paid. He questioned if doing as the employer said wasn't their job as mercenaries. Manus admitted that Ghislaine was a good fighter, but insisted they had just been lucky until now. The atmosphere around the campfire grew tense. Another mercenary chimed in, stating that Ghislaine was only human. He warned that one mistake would lead to their deaths. Manus, his face contorted in anger, declared that all nobles were the same. His distrust was palpable. The muscular mercenary conceded that Manus had a point. The other mercenaries looked on, their expressions a mix of concern and resignation. Manus continued, his voice rising in intensity. He threatened to use them as bait if necessary, revealing his desperation and ruthlessness. Another mercenary concluded that they would have all died already if it weren't for the employer. The debate continued, unresolved. A gloved hand gestures towards a group gathered around table. The speaker directs the attention of others to the scene unfolding before them. With careful precision, ointment is applied to a wound. The viscous substance is spread across the skin. Ghislaine Perdium advises someone to keep water out of their wound, lest it become infected. Belinda stands nearby, observing the exchange. The young master and Belinda examine a small jar. He wonders if this is what they are meant to be used for. A figure calls out, summoning the next person in line. Ghislaine Perdium sits with Belinda and another armored figure. The man with the eye patch wonders if their employer would use them as meat shields. His expression is one of concern. Around a campfire, mercenaries discuss their employer. One claims he's different from the others and wouldn't abandon them. The man in the hat is frustrated that someone is hindering him. He needs to persuade others to leave, but it seems difficult. A figure orders others to stop the chit-chat and rest while they can. A subordinate responds with a yes, sir. Ghislaine Perdium addresses Gillian and Kayer, stating there's something they need to discuss. The atmosphere is tense. One of the men wonders if they should leave him be. The other responds that he can't do anything due to the monsters. Amidst the dimly lit camp, someone reflects on the need to confirm something important. Lanterns cast long shadows. The group gathered, and one of them questioned the purpose of counting the lamps. Another responded that there were approximately 24. Ghislaine Perdium, his gaze distant, realized they were missing a few as expected. Monsters had been attacking them day and night since they entered the forest. However, they hadn't seen any for the past 2 nights. Belinda glanced sideways, a knowing look on her face as she listened to the conversation. A figure with a long white beard declared that they had entered the territory of a nocturnal monster. Someone mentioned that there was one with a huge influence on this forest. Belinda confirmed that they were correct. A lone figure stood in the dark forest, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves. Ghislaine Perdium's expression hardened. The real danger, he knew, was only just beginning. Under the light of a full moon, the buildings stand tall. The muscular man stood over the fallen, his arms crossed. He remained still, his expression unreadable. The muscular man furrowed his brow, a low hum escaping his lips. Suddenly, a lantern flew through the air, the man's eyes widening in surprise. He shouted in disbelief as the lantern sailed away, questioning why it was flying. The monster's glowing red eyes narrowed, its gaze intense. Drool dripped from the monster's mouth, its fangs bared. A man with a hat looked on in shock, his eyes wide with fear. The muscular man yelled about monsters, demanding they get away from him. The monster lunged forward, its claws extended, declaring its intent. The armored figures demand to know what is going on with Gordon, their voices laced with urgency. Gordon's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as he insists a monster was right beside him. The armored figures exchange uneasy glances, questioning what Gordon could possibly be seeing in the darkness. One of the armored figures states the obvious. There's nothing around him, only shadows and dust. Ghislaine Perdium, gripping his weapon tightly, stands ready to defend himself against any unseen threat. Gordon, still shaken, looks around in disbelief, questioning if he truly saw something or if it was just his imagination. One of the armored figures suggests Gordon had a nightmare, but another counters that they've been dealing with a lot of monsters lately. The group gathers around a fire, their faces grim as they discuss the increasing monster activity. The armored figures realize that it's not just sleep-talking, something else is happening. A figure with an eye patch stands beside another with long, silver hair, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Whispers spread through the crowd as they recount hearing a creepy laugh, questioning what in the world is happening. The figure with long hair states that one thing is for sure, their gaze intense and knowing. The air hung heavy with unseen threats, a palpable tension in the forest. Gislin's companion acknowledged the danger, confirming that he saw right through it. The mercenary king approached his employer, surrounded by soldiers ready for battle. Gislin called out to the assembled group, urging them to gather up. A vast assembly of soldiers stood ready, their weapons glinting in the dim light. Two soldiers discussed the dire situation, realizing the monsters had surrounded them, unseen. The mercenary king observed that their invisibility was simply a natural characteristic. A close-up revealed the character's intense gaze, suggesting they knew the monsters had been following them since they reached the lake. The monsters, shrouded in darkness, were identified as denizens of the forest night. These hunters of darkness were known as Falors. He battled the Falors, knowing physical attacks were useless against the monsters that could melt into the darkness. The man with long gray hair looked shocked. They were facing a few hundred of the invisible creatures who lured their prey into the darkness. The woman with white hair stated they'd been losing their lanterns. The man with red hair wondered if the creepy bastards want to play with them before killing them. The man with red hair suggested they go beat the shit out of them now. The man with blonde hair countered that they should wait until they started attacking. Belinda stated that they had already lost more than half of their lanterns, and they couldn't just wait any longer. The man with blonde hair explained that attacking them recklessly would only stimulate their sadistic tendencies, and they'd fall back and harass them even more thoroughly. Someone wanted to wipe them all out at once, but how could they manage such a feat? The man with blonde hair stated there was a way to achieve that against hundreds of invisible monsters. He looked to the old man with the white beard. The old man with the white beard asked Belinda if she had prepared the magic scrolls as he had told her to. She confirmed she had given them out. The man with red hair demanded that someone explain how to fight them, his expression a mix of frustration and desperation. The group stood together, a mix of determination and fear etched on their faces as they prepared to face the invisible threat. Meanwhile, the herd of Falors had surrounded their camp from 3 different directions, stealing their lamps to slowly tighten their position. Since they are vastly outnumbered, covering the entire area will be impossible, especially against non-human enemies. If they start fighting head-on, they'll start collapsing from the sides. Belinda notes that setting up camp with a lake in the back has avoided being surrounded. The young master states that this may sound like they're at a disadvantage, but that's not really the case. He believes they have the initiative of this fight. Belinda questions the initiative. First, they'll divide their forces into 3 groups, as indicated by the symbols drawn in the dirt. The defenders will take on their attacks, forming a shield wall against the Falors. The crossbow units will stop the enemy, providing ranged support to the defenders. The elite assault units, of which Gislin is a part, will spearhead the offensive. The assault units prepare to move out, their armor gleaming in the dim light. The defenders and crossbow units will gather in the middle, pushing away the enemies, as shown on the map. In the meantime, the assault units will attack them from the left, focusing all their firepower on that side. If they manage to surround them with the forces in the middle, it'll be their victory. He listened intently, absorbing the details of the plan laid out before them. Doubts lingered, though, as he wondered if success was even possible. The old man with the white beard insisted it was possible, so long as the units in the middle held out. But another voice called out, interrupting the planning. Belinda reiterated what the young master had said. The Falors were immune to physical attacks. She wondered how they would overcome this obstacle. The group exchanged glances, the weight of the challenge settling upon them. The blonde-haired man with the sharp eyes seemed to be thinking hard. Belinda spoke, suggesting a solution. You just have to use mana, right? She asked, looking at the others for confirmation. Gislin Perdium offered a confident smirk. He revealed that they had the magic scrolls, a potential key to victory against the Falors. Meanwhile, a booming voice echoed across the battlefield, ordering the troops to stay in formation. The command was delivered with urgency and power. The soldiers, clad in heavy armor, stood shoulder to shoulder, a wall of steel against the encroaching darkness. They were reminded not to split up, just like their employer had said. Panic flared as the soldiers realized their last lamp had been taken. The darkness pressed in, amplifying their fear and vulnerability. A sense of dread washed over the soldiers as something began to stir in the darkness. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to the horrors to come. A soldier holds up a scroll, its intricate design hinting at arcane power. Ghislain Perdium recalls the scroll's purpose, to reveal the true selves of their enemies when exposed to intense light. The scroll emanates a soft glow, its power ready to be unleashed against the darkness. Belinda prepares a one-first circle magic scroll, ready to illuminate the battlefield. The soldiers brace themselves, magical energy crackling around them as they prepare to fight. A surge of magical energy erupts, promising a shift in the battle's tide. The Falor's true forms are revealed, monstrous figures with glowing red eyes, lurking in the shadows. Light banishes the darkness, revealing the horrors that lurked within. The Falor's grotesque forms become clearer, their menacing presence now undeniable. The light intensifies, pushing back the shadows and exposing the Falor's terrifying visages. The soldiers express their shock and disbelief at the Falor's appearance, realizing the danger they've been in. The soldiers brace for an incoming attack, preparing to defend themselves against the revealed Falors. The crossbow units braced, leveling their weapons as the order rang out. The soldiers with shields stood firm, bracing for the onslaught of shadowy figures. They were ordered to hold on for as long as possible. The soldiers stood ready, their swords gleaming with an ethereal light, prepared to meet the Falors head-on. The soldiers watched in stunned silence as the true forms of the Falors were revealed before them. The soldier stood his ground, sword at the ready, prepared to face whatever horrors lay ahead. The sword glowed intensely, illuminating the grotesque forms of the Falors as they advanced. The order echoed across the battlefield. Assault units, charge! The soldiers surged forward, their faces grim with determination as they charged into the fray. The blade pulsed with power, ready to strike down the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, the mercenary king stood firm, his blade glowing with an ethereal light. Before him, grotesque monsters writhed, eager to tear him apart. The order rang out, assault units, charge! The blade surged forward, cleaving through the air with blinding speed. All eyes were on the battlefield. Allies watched with bated breath, hoping the mercenary king could prevail against the monstrous horde. The blade continued its descent, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Its edge promised swift and decisive action. The monsters lunged, their grotesque forms a terrifying spectacle. But the mercenary king stood ready, his resolve unwavering. The clash was inevitable. Steel met flesh, and the battle began in earnest. The mercenary king was surrounded, but he would not yield. The monsters pressed their attack, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. They sought to overwhelm him with their sheer numbers. With a determined gaze, Ghislain prepared to meet the onslaught. His grip tightened on the sword, ready to unleash its power. The sword flashed, a whirlwind of destruction. The monsters fell, their bodies rent asunder by the mercenary king's might. He stared intently, his gaze fixed on the encroaching horde of monsters. The party prepared to strike, knowing the monsters could assimilate into darkness, but their defenses were weak. Gillian declared they would cut their numbers down. Gillian moved to the front, ready to tank their attacks and keep their attention focused on him. Meanwhile, Kair prepared to disrupt the monster's formation, ready to strike. Ghislain moved with blinding speed, his blade a blur as he engaged the enemy. The monsters swarmed, but Gillian stood firm, bracing himself against their assault. Belinda crossed her arms, preparing to unleash her support. Belinda moved to create an opening with her support, ready to strike. Belinda called out, her voice filled with urgency, "Young master." Ghislain continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly as he cut through the monsters. His blade left a trail of destruction in its wake, the monsters falling before him. The monsters were overwhelmed by the combined assault, their numbers dwindling rapidly. He embodies the elite power of Perdium, a force to be reckoned with. A blinding light erupts, signaling a surge of energy. The raw power explodes outward, shaking the very air around them. A soldier fires upon the encroaching monsters, desperate to hold the line. Another soldier prepares a crossbow, ready to unleash a volley of bolts. The monsters are relentless, overwhelming the defenses. A soldier cries out, questioning their numbers and dwindling ammunition. The soldiers anxiously await reinforcements, their survival hanging in the balance. "When are the assault units coming?" one shouts. A monstrous figure looms over the beleaguered soldiers, its jaws agape in a terrifying roar. The monster's grotesque features are highlighted, a nightmarish visage of teeth and tentacles. Ghislain fights alongside the soldiers, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The battle rages on, a desperate struggle for survival. The soldier's armor bears the brunt of the assault, a testament to the ferocity of the monsters. The battle concludes for now. Belinda, Kair, and Gillian stand with him. "You've done well," one of them remarks. The soldiers cheer, relieved at the sight of reinforcements. It's the employer. "We're saved." The order rings out to widen the formation. The soldiers are to surround the Falors from all directions. A monstrous Falors declares that it is their turn to overrun the soldiers. The tide of battle shifts. The Falors, grotesque and powerful, advance with unnatural speed, ready to strike. The soldiers realize the followers are retreating. The tide of battle has turned once more. Ghislain observes that the followers retreated before they could be surrounded. He notes their quick-wittedness. Belinda is asked to find their leader, the one with the horn on its head. She confirms that she sees the target. The soldiers question whether to chase after them. One suggests it's better if they retreat like this. Ghislain states there's no reason to give them a second chance. They must avoid a war of attrition at all costs. Belinda listens intently as the young master explains their system will collapse once they lose their leader. Belinda acknowledges the plan, understanding that they need to wipe them out. Belinda stands ready, her resolve firm as she prepares to carry out the mission. She dodges a sweeping attack, the force of it carving through the earth. The air crackles with energy as the monster's attack continues to devastate the landscape. Belinda's crimson eyes narrow as she assesses the situation, her expression determined. She descends upon the battlefield, a lone figure against a horde of enemies. The horned monster looms, its massive jaws open wide, ready to strike. Belinda notes the one with the horn as she prepares to face the beast. The monster lunges, its claws extended, aiming to crush Belinda in its grasp. She plummets towards the monster, a small figure against its immense size, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Ghislain descends, his sword gleaming, ready to join the fray. Ghislain, clad in dark armor, prepares to unleash his power upon the battlefield. He crashes in the ground, a shockwave rippling outwards, scattering the follower soldiers. Ghislain's blade pierces through the horned monster, a blinding light erupting from the point of impact. She was caught in the monster's grasp, its claws reaching for her. The horned monster loomed over Ghislain, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The monster grinned, confident in its victory. It's over. Ghislain, however, moved with blinding speed, his sword a blur of light. The battlefield was a chaotic scene of carnage, with soldiers and monsters locked in deadly combat. A soldier's voice rang out, filled with rage and determination. Their leader is dead. Wipe them out. Don't spare a single one of them. The Cerberus mercenaries were determined to hunt their enemies down. Try to hunt us down. Make sure we don't lose to that old man. Meanwhile, the sound of the battle echoed across the ravaged landscape. The sun peeked through the smoke, casting an eerie glow on the scene. The monster was impaled, the blade piercing through its flesh. The battle raged on, the fate of many hanging in the balance. The battle concluded, and the declaration of victory echoed through the ranks. Ghislain stood amidst the aftermath, his massive sword resting on his shoulder. The surviving soldiers raised their weapons, celebrating their hard-fought triumph. The cry of survival burst forth, a testament to their resilience in the face of overwhelming odds. One of the soldiers approached the young master, inquiring about any injuries he might have sustained. Belinda was asked to check the head count, while Kayer was instructed to bring over his Cerberus fellows. The corpses were to be spread around the camp, their scent serving as a deterrent to other monsters. The older man declared that the camp area would become safer, but the younger man reacted with surprise. Ghislain confronted the older man, asking if he wanted to settle things then and there. It had been around 10 days since he entered the Forest of Beasts. A map detailed the path through the forest, marked with strategic points and potential dangers. The only thing left to do was to mine the runestones. He wondered if the fighting had truly ended, his expression unreadable. Belinda approached, reporting that the Cerberus mercenaries had suffered 3 fewer casualties than anticipated. She noted that there were no casualties among the Cerberus mercenaries. A red-haired man smirked, declaring himself the captain of the mercenaries, after all. The blonde-haired young master stood among the contract mercenaries. Belinda confirmed 3 dead among them, but couldn't confirm because there were no corpses. Elsewhere, 2 soldiers stood over a fallen comrade, one angrily pointing out that the missing soldier's corpse hadn't been found. Another soldier speculated that, considering his personality, the missing man probably fled during the battle. The forest loomed, its trees gnarled and menacing, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Soldiers ran through the forest, their armor clanking, fear etched on their faces. One soldier asked if the other heard how fierce the battle sounded, adding that they would have died if it weren't for Manus. One of the soldiers suggested they slowed down now that they were quite far away. Another yelled at them to get themselves together, saying they needed to get out of the forest. A disembodied voice warned that if they wanted to live, they should keep running. One of the soldiers stopped, asking if the others heard him and why they stopped. He noticed something over there. One of the soldiers, eyes wide with fear, points his sword forward. The forest floor glows with an ominous light, the source unseen. Drawn by the light, the soldiers advance, unaware of the massive, glowing eyes watching them. The soldier's eyes dart around, his fear growing with each step. His teeth grit, the soldier prepares for a fight, his face a mask of terror. A monstrous, scaled form writhed, its massive body twisting amidst shattered crystals. The beast thrashed, its movements violent and destructive as shards of ice scattered. The dragon's head descended, its red eyes glowing ominously above a field of bones. The monster loomed, its shadow falling over the skeletal remains of its victims. A single, crimson eye focused, radiating malevolence and hunger. The wagon wheels turned, churning through the mud and debris. The wagon driver shouted a warning, urging his team to watch out for falling trees as they pushed through the forest. Meanwhile, the blond man observed that the mercenaries were working well together without someone ordering them around. The mercenaries strained, pushing against the heavy timber. One remarked that he had never seen them work so hard before. Ghislain Perdium, axe in hand, heard the old man's grumbling. He simply replied, "Whatever, old man." The man with red hair wondered if they should let the mercenaries go once this was finished. Ghislain Perdium replied that he would hire them as his private mercenaries. The young master's expression remained stoic, his gaze fixed on some distant point. However, those mercenaries had already surpassed the limits of mercenaries just through the experience they gained here. They'll serve as an. The figure with long white hair, Gazelle, was praised for a job well done. The man with red hair commented that the effects seemed to be pretty good, as he said. They hadn't seen a single monster ever since they left the camp up until they got here. Not even a lone monster that had lost its way. Ghislain's expression remained unreadable. He hoped it was just his needless worry, as he was called young master. Belinda descended from the sky. Belinda announced that she was back, and asked if he saw anything up ahead. Belinda exclaimed that she did see something. Ghislain's eyes widened in surprise. The order pressed forward, their mission clear, to pave a path with all their might. The trees loomed, but the destination was close. Belinda stood with the others, gazing at something beyond the trees. The sight was impossible, judging by the expressions of the men observing. He knew what this was, the highest quality runestone mine. Before them lay a vast expanse, glittering with the promise of untold riches. One man wondered if this forest really had something worth a lot of money. Another responded that he had told him so. Belinda embraced Ghislain Perdium, asking how he even knew about this, calling him young master. The soldiers marveled at the sight. All of those are runestones? That's not something we can touch, not even once in a lifetime. One soldier exclaimed that if they mined all of this and went back, they'd be rich. But a voice declared no. The runestone mine shimmered, a tempting prize for those who sought its power. His eyes glowed with power, and he declared that they couldn't go anywhere. A grotesque face fills the field of view, its expression promising only doom. The declaration echoes as the monstrous form of Manus descends upon the group. Manus roars, his massive form dwarfing the armored figure who dares to question his presence. Ghislain orders a retreat, his sword drawn as he prepares to face the colossal foe. The mercenary king lunges forward, his blade a streak of light against the encroaching darkness. The clash of steel and monster echoes through the cavern, shaking the very foundations of the mine. The air crackles with energy as the battle intensifies, each strike carrying the weight of desperation. The group struggles against the onslaught, their numbers dwindling as Manus unleashes his fury. The skeletal remains of fallen creatures litter the battlefield, a testament to the monster's power. The armored figure grimaces, realizing the true horror of their situation. He thinks he sees human corpses. The group gathers, realizing they can't simply mine the runestones without a fight, as the armored figure addresses someone as Lord. Judging by the scale, this is likely a nest of a high-class monster, and it hasn't been abandoned. The air hung thick with harmful gases, rising from the corpses below. He cursed under his breath. The mine itself should not have posed such dangers. Ghislain steeled himself, preparing to act as bait for the monstrous foe. The massive monster loomed, its red eyes burning with predatory hunger. The beast's maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The monster's throat pulsed, ready to swallow its prey whole. With a shout, Ghislain commanded his allies to scatter. Belinda and Manus reacted instantly, moving to avoid the impending attack. Ghislain launched himself forward, his blade crackling with energy. He swung his weapon in a wide arc, aiming for the monster's vulnerable underbelly. The monster roared in fury, its massive head lunging towards the blonde hunter. Ghislain pressed his attack, his blade meeting the monster's thick hide. He lunged forward, blade extended, aiming for a vital spot on the beast. The monster, however, seemed unfazed by the attack, its massive form barely registering the blow. Manus observed, noting, only a scratch despite him using mana. What kind of scales does that thing have? The scaled beast retaliated, its massive head lunging forward with terrifying speed. A cloud of green erupted as the monster unleashed its venomous attack. Poison! The poison splashed against him, the impact sending him reeling backward. The monster pressed its advantage, looming over the mercenary king as he struggled to regain his footing. He braced himself, preparing for another onslaught from the massive creature. The monster's maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth ready to tear him apart. With a burst of speed, he dodged the snapping jaws, narrowly avoiding a gruesome fate. The monster's attack slammed into the ground, the force of the impact shaking the entire cavern. Ugh! The scaled beast glared, its red eyes burning with predatory hunger. A woman's desperate cry pierced the air, her voice filled with alarm. A monstrous, serpentine form descended, its scales shimmering ominously in the dim light. Panic erupted among the soldiers as the massive snake threatened to crush them all. The soldiers braced for impact, their shields raised in a desperate attempt to withstand the crushing force. One soldier was sent flying, the force of the blow knocking him off his feet. Another soldier desperately reached out, tried to grab onto something, anything, to stop his fall. A chorus of screams filled the air as the soldiers realized the dire situation they were in. The soldiers frantically shouted orders, urging each other to block the attack and form a defensive line. One of the soldiers cried out for their master, hoping for a miracle. The monstrous snake loomed, its massive form casting a shadow over the battlefield. Gislin's blue eyes narrowed, the bad feeling he had been experiencing now gone. The snake's head, a grotesque visage of scales and malice, prepared to strike. He stood, sword in hand, facing a monster of immense scale. It was one of the monsters he considered impossible to hunt. The monster loomed, a testament to the dangers of this expedition. Gislin thought he wouldn't have to face it, since it lived in the deepest part of the forest. He knew he had no time for delays, the stakes were too high. The monster's massive hand crashed down, a display of raw power. He steeled himself, knowing that if he gave up now, all would be lost. Everything he'd done up until now would become meaningless. The monster roared, a sound that promised destruction. Don't get in my way. Gislin's eyes burned with determination, his resolve unwavering. He knew he had too many things on his back to give up now. Energy crackled, the air shimmering with unseen power. Gislin Perdium focused, his eyes narrowed with determination as power emanated from him. A voice echoed, burdened by unseen weights. I have too many things on my back, you see. The Mercenary King's expression hardened, his resolve unwavering in the face of the looming threat. His third core unleashed, the energy coalesced into a tangible force. Before him, a monstrous, serpentine creature revealed itself, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The blonde-haired protagonist stood his ground, his sword radiating power as he prepared to fight. The serpentine beast lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. The creature's attack pressed forward, a blur of scales and teeth aimed at the Mercenary King. He raised his blade, preparing to meet the monstrous serpent head-on. The sword descended, a flash of light against the encroaching darkness. The clash of power echoed, a prelude to the coming storm. He raised a hand, bracing himself against the immense force about to crash down. The serpentine creature's massive tail slammed down, meeting Gislin's blade in a shower of sparks. Muscles straining, he struggled to maintain his ground against the overwhelming power. The serpentine creature's maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The beast lunged forward, intent on devouring its prey. Gislin stood firm, his blade a crimson streak against the monstrous form. A surge of power coursed through him, his eyes glowing with determination. Meanwhile, a figure sat upon a throne, shrouded in shadows, the weight of responsibility heavy on their shoulders. Belinda watched with concern, surrounded by others who shared her worry. Now, the final clash approached, a moment of truth for Gislin. The question hung in the air. Was it time to fulfill his responsibility? He stood firm, his expression resolute despite the immense pressure. His eyes glowed with an inner light as he acknowledged the monstrous threat. The blood python. Before him loomed a serpentine horror, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The blade pulsed with power, showing no signs of weakening against the foe. He knew unleashing the third core for too long was a gamble. At this rate, his mana would be depleted before he could kill that monster. His allies surged forward, ready to defend him, but the young master remained focused on the task at hand. A man with a white beard called out, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Belinda pleaded with him, her red eyes filled with worry. Please, escape to safety, young master. The group prepared to hold the monster down, determined to buy their leader time. Belinda looked back, startled by something she heard. Pardon? What did you just say, employer? The white-haired man spoke, his expression unreadable. You saying, young lord? Even he can't guarantee anyone's safety against such a massive monster, the blood python looming large. The young master knows he can't afford to lose anyone here, his expression grim as he faces the threat. She questions Gislin's decision, but he declares he will defeat that monster here, his resolve unwavering. Belinda's eyes widen, realizing what he's shown until now has been close to a miracle. Gislin stands firm, his sword radiating a crimson glow, ready to face the blood python. The blood python looms over the battlefield, its massive form dwarfing the soldiers below. Ghislain shouts for everyone to leave quickly, his face contorted with urgency. The soldiers clash with the blood python, their swords meeting its scales in a desperate struggle. A wave of energy erupts as the soldiers fight, the ground scorched by the monster's power. The young master's expression hardens as he hears the soldiers pleading to fight with him. The soldiers stand ready, their weapons raised against the blood python, determined to protect their employer. The soldiers express their gratitude, stating they have never met an employer like him, as Belinda listens intently. The white-haired woman declared that with the snake gone, the treasure would be theirs. Beside her, the red-haired man stood ready. Another voice insisted that there was no way they would leave the young master behind. They would draw its attention and create. The blonde-haired man turned as someone called out, "Gillian." The white-haired man with a beard stood firm, shield in hand. A voice echoed, stating that since they've trusted him, they must succeed. The red-haired man stood among the group of soldiers. Gillian pleaded with the young lord to trust them as well. His expression was earnest, his eyes filled with determination. The young master stared ahead, his face obscured by shadow. He would draw its attention and create an opening. The red-haired man looked on, a hint of concern in his eyes. Gillian stood beside him, his gaze fixed on the young master. A warning was given. The extremely sturdy crimson scales would deflect even blades imbued with mana, and lethal poison awaited. The white-haired woman's expression was grim, her eyes narrowed with determination. She knew the risks were high. The young master faced the snake, some damage already visible. If you attack, it's smashed, right, eye gaping injury. A blade glowed with purple energy, ready to strike. The power thrummed through the air. The Forest of Beasts expedition team stood ready, prepared for the battle ahead. They knew if you were to be attacked even once, you will surely die. He declared their intent, hoping to inspire courage. Let them all return alive. Below, the soldiers steeled themselves, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. The massive serpent responded to their challenge with a deafening roar, its jaws wide. Belinda, a white-haired warrior, launched herself into the fray, a blur of motion. The serpent lunged, its massive form dwarfing Ghislain and Belinda as it sought to crush them. The soldiers were caught in the serpent's wrath, their armor proving useless against its immense power. A red-haired man, a whirlwind of motion, joined the battle, his attacks aimed with deadly precision. The serpent roared again, its fury intensified by the combined assault of Belinda and the red-haired man. Another soldier fell victim to the serpent's crushing grip, his shield splintering under the immense pressure. Ghislain, with a determined cry, launched himself at the serpent, his blade aimed at its vulnerable eye. The red-haired man struck true, his weapon piercing the serpent's eye, drawing a roar of pain and fury. He realized that, even with his knowledge of the future, victory was not guaranteed. However, the situation remains dire, the monstrous snake crushing all in its path. The soldiers, brave but outmatched, are being decimated by the colossal beast. The snake looms, a symbol of destruction. The text declares, "If I don't take action, many will die." The remaining soldiers brace themselves, their faces grim as they prepare for the inevitable onslaught. Ghislain Perdium stands firm, his resolve hardening. "And I won't let that happen," he vows. The monstrous snake's head, a grotesque visage of scales and fangs, dominates the scene. Ghislain faces the beast, his figure small against its immensity. "I know the future of this land," he declares. The air crackles with energy, a prelude to the coming strike. The snake's massive head descends, ready to crush everything in its path. Three figures watch in shock, their faces reflecting the gravity of the moment. "Lord!" one exclaims. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, determination etched on his face. The sword pierces the snake's eye, a decisive blow against the monstrous foe. The beast's massive form is pierced, its scales rent asunder by an unseen force. Dark ichor sprays forth, a testament to the severity of the blow. The blade continues its descent, cleaving through flesh and bone with ease. The red-haired man smirks, while the white-haired woman looks on with wide eyes. A declaration echoes, "I am the future of Perdium." Ghislain's gaze is intense, his eyes burning with determination. The air crackles with energy, a visible manifestation of power. The energy intensifies, forming a barrier of pure force. Meanwhile, Castle Perdium stands tall, a symbol of power and history. A fist slams down on a table, the force of the blow evident. He ignored your order not to enter the forest and went inside anyway. One of the seated figures exclaims, the tension palpable. Albert is told that the young lord thinks he's the lord of the land due to Homerun's long absence. He expresses his frustration, stating there's no point in getting worked up. It has been 2 weeks since the young lord entered the forest. Two figures discuss how they could have stopped him if Scoven hadn't made a false report. One wonders why he would help the young lord like that, risking his knight status. Another man insists they can't let this slide any longer, demanding action before the young lord causes even more trouble. The man continues, stating that they have to imprison him the moment he returns and punish him. The young lord, Gislin, is shown with a stern expression. Someone calls out to the man in armor, addressing him as my lord. Another man says that he thinks the lord has to come down and see this. Someone asks what the matter is. Albert looks up, surprised by what he is hearing. Meanwhile, a grand castle looms in the distance. Gislin walks towards the castle. His footsteps echo on the stone path as he approaches. The tension hung heavy in the air, a silent battle waged between narrowed eyes. The man remained silent, his expression unreadable as he considered the situation. Gislin Perdium announced his return, his voice calm despite the palpable tension. I'm home, father. The man with long hair recalled his clear statement about the forest of beasts. Gislin apologized, though his expression remained unreadable. I'm sorry, but it had to be done. The older man with white hair questioned Gislin's words, his tone laced with disbelief. It had to be done, you say? The man with long hair continued, explaining the potential consequences of Gislin's actions. Not only could you have lost your life, Gislin countered, pointing out the lack of any actual harm. But as you can see, I'm alive. The older man with white hair was taken aback, his face contorted in disbelief. What? He sat, seemingly unbothered, as the older man questioned his actions. The room was filled with silent observers, their expressions unreadable as they watched the exchange unfold. The older man pressed, demanding an excuse for the young lord's behavior. Gislin held a letter, his expression unreadable as he considered the situation. The young lord's unease stemmed from his visit to the Rayfold territory, where he extorted funds from Lady Amelia. The older man's face was a mask of fury, the Count's decision to cut off support hanging heavy in the air. The letter in Gislin's hand, seemingly genuine, detailed the Count's willingness to work with Amelia. Lady Amelia was willing to join hands with her enemy, stopping at nothing to get her way. Gislin realized that his leverage over Amelia was now useless. He knew this incident would negatively affect their entire land. Time was not on his side. The older man, his face etched with concern, pleaded with the young lord to say something. The distressed man urged Gislin to return the 20,000 gold, a sum that could sustain the entire night order for months. He faced the assembly, the weight of their collective disappointment pressing down on him. Gislin admitted that he used all the funds for the development of the Forest of Beasts. Silence hung heavy in the room as the implications of his words settled over the group. The older man with the beard questioned if Gislin wasted all that money on a useless forest infested with monsters. Gislin apologized, stating he didn't have much to say about the Rayfold incident. The older man grabbed Gislin, calling him a damned little brat. The man declared that Gislin was no longer the young lord of the land, but a filthy criminal. The older man ordered them to throw him in jail, but then said not to worry. The man stated that from now on, he could receive the support fund from him, including the 20,000 gold. The elf-like man questioned what he meant by that. Gislin, seemingly cornered, called out for Belinda. The assembly remained seated, awaiting Gislin's next move as Belinda approached. 3 men examined the glowing crystals, their faces etched with curiosity and concern. The chest overflowed with the runestones, their power palpable. Gislin stood before them, Belinda at his side, a silent observer. Around a low table, the assembled group studied the runestones, their expressions a mix of awe and calculation as they considered their potential. One of the men wondered where such a rare thing came from. Another speculated that it was where the young master used his 20,000 gold. Gislin stated that they mined it from the Forest of Beasts. Belinda stood beside him, listening intently. The man with gray hair admitted that if it really was runestone, then it would be worth a fortune indeed, but it was nowhere near enough to run their land. The man held the runestone up to the light, examining it closely, his brow furrowed in thought. A smug look crossed Gislin's face, a hint of triumph in his eyes as he considered their words. The runestones glowed with an inner light, a promise of power and potential, but this wasn't the end of it. Elsewhere, a group of people transported the runestones, their figures small against the vast landscape. The guard were told that the wagon was full and to make sure they didn't scratch the runestone and to gather all the others. Meanwhile, one of the men asked Brother Homern if he was seeing things right now and that they got all of this in a mere 2 weeks. He reported that the young master himself led the entire expedition. This, he stated, was what they obtained from their efforts. The inner hides of the Dirus Ints and byproducts from defeating the blood python were among the spoils. The amount of runestones was only a fraction of the mine they left in the forest. The reason for this expedition, Gislin thought, was to help the land. It was only right that he use the resources for their land. Belinda exclaimed, "And my lord." After a rough estimation, it seemed they wouldn't struggle with a lack of support funds with this amount. Belinda and Homern exchanged concerned glances, a silent question passing between them about the implications of this newfound wealth. Gislin's expression remained unreadable, his gaze fixed on some distant point as he considered the situation. Homern addressed the young lord, asking if he must be tired from the expedition. He seemed concerned for Gislin's well-being. Homer offered his assistance, but noted there were a few conditions for the support fund. He seemed hesitant to reveal them. Ghislain stated that, first off, Scovin and Ricardo should be released, as they only followed his orders. He seemed firm in his decision. Secondly, Ghislain declared they would continue to prohibit civilian access to the Forest of Beasts, just as they had done so far. It was stated that if unnecessary rumors spread, it could lead to needless troubles. The implications were clear. Secrecy was paramount. Ghislain, Belinda, and Homer stood together, the weight of the conditions for the support fund hanging heavy in the air between them. He frowned. The interference with troop movements a persistent issue. It seemed every time he tried to reposition his forces, something went wrong. Voices rose in disagreement. The idea of maintaining a private army within the territory deemed a waste of resources. One man vehemently denied any such intention. Albert, holding a book, calmly interjected, suggesting the young lord was misunderstanding the situation. He offered to correct the misinterpretation. The treasurer clarified that it was a misunderstanding, merely laying out the necessary conditions to provide financial support to Perdium in place of Rayfold. Ghislain questioned if Albert was sure he was okay with such a trivial issue disrupting their operations and negatively impacting Perdium's finances. One man urged his brother to speak, revealing they were currently making a deal with the future of their land. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The young lord stood among his advisors, an exclamation mark punctuating the gravity of the moment. All eyes were fixed on him, awaiting his command. Meanwhile, Albert was thanked for his hard work as he arrived before a crowd. He simply acknowledged their gratitude with a nod. The runestone loading process neared completion, the speaker stating they would be ready to move at any time, awaiting only the order. As instructed, the hides of the dirus ant had been stored without any preservatives. The figure wondered what the plan was for them. The corpse would soon be dismantled, its venom, blood, flesh, and hide separated and preserved to prevent decay. A figure confirmed with a yes, sir. Understood. The mercenaries were individually formidable and had an overwhelming presence. One figure confirmed to his lord. He stood among his men, a red-haired warrior and a hulking armored figure flanking him. The group's observer marveled at the young lord's command. The man's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed on some distant point. The fur collar around the man's neck seemed to emphasize the speaker's point. It was just like an elite force. His jaw was set, his blue eyes narrowed in thought. The man with the fur collar acknowledged the difficulty of commanding such mercenaries. He told Ghislain Perdium that he must have put in a lot of effort. Ghislain countered that without them, the expedition wouldn't have prevailed. The man's eyes closed briefly, and he simply said, all right. The man with the fur collar, clad in blue armor, stood among his retinue, a silent judgment hanging in the air. The man with the fur collar relented, telling Ghislain that he would let this one slide. The man with the fur collar warned, however, that if Ghislain defied his orders again, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Ghislain's blue eyes burned with determination, his expression unyielding. The speaker acknowledged that he seemed to have possessed the spirit of the northern wolf after all, as they overlooked the town. He stood alone, his back to the viewer, contemplating the weight of the words he had just heard. He stood in contemplation, the weight of recent events etched on his face. Meanwhile, it was the alias given to Count Perdium, who guarded the frontier of the Lithania kingdom. His father was a lonely person. Forces and a treasury plagued by poverty defined his rule. Yet in the northernmost reaches, where war never ceases, he dedicated his life to protecting this land. Even without his wife, Elena, he persevered. Or me, his son. And in the end, he was met with a miserable death, forgotten by all. The battlefield was a testament to his sacrifice, a grim reminder of the cost of duty. Elsewhere, finally, one thing off the list, one of the figures exclaimed. Another asked if she would be heading straight back to the castle. The blonde man turned to her, concern etched on his face. He asked, wait, you're not going to rest? The white-haired man with a beard stated that since she had overworked herself, her body should get some rest. He added that it was a miracle that she made it out alive from the blood. Belinda, her expression strained, asked if he had any idea how hard she worked to detoxify him. Belinda's name hung in the air as she looked away, a hint of frustration in her eyes. The young master looked at her with concern, his hand gently touching her shoulder. The group stood together, a mix of relief and exhaustion evident on their faces after the ordeal. Word of their success in securing the runestone would spread quickly. Belinda walked alongside Ghislain, the pair heading towards the distant town. He knew that the news would reach the ears of those looking to invade their land, too. Ghislain needed to expand his power as quickly as possible, to a level where no one would dare challenge him. The town sat nestled in the valley below, a small cluster of buildings. Energy crackled in the air. Ghislain and Belinda stood in the center of a crater, surrounded by swirling energy. Meanwhile, a group of people looked up, their expressions a mix of awe and fear. Someone shouted, calling out to the young lord. The message detailed the confirmation of the Forest of Beasts development. The order was given to initiate war with the Degard family and annihilate Perdium. The shadowed figure inquired about the number of their people still inside Perdium, his expression unreadable in the gloom. The woman reported that only 2 retainers and 1 knight remained, her tone grim as she delivered the news. The order came down: send 2 retainers to the Dagard's territory. The death of the young lord in Perdium provided justification for war. An intense gaze pierces the darkness, a silent promise of what is to come. The supreme commander of this operation would be Victor. They never thought Desmond's strongest card would be revealed so soon. One among them questioned the decision. They understood Victor would handle the task flawlessly, but revealing their hidden card felt rash. Another voice wondered why the ducal house, always operating in secrecy, now chose to directly intervene in Perdium. The reason? Because of the forest of beasts. The words hung heavy in the air, a grim explanation for the shift in strategy. A hand clenched, a silent vow to not question any orders, no matter what they may be. The command echoed: prepare for the war. The die had been cast, and conflict was inevitable. The figurehead of this coming conflict was revealed: Count Desmond Harold Desmond. The Count's attire spoke of power and authority, a visual representation of the forces he commanded. The leader's gaze narrowed, a question hanging in the air. Was there anyone else who was aware of this situation? A crimson slash tore through the air, a brutal symbol of the war that was about to begin. The ornate hall seemed to amplify his rage, the sound of shattering glass echoing. He seethed, the name of his rival a curse on his lips: Ghislaine Perdium. Desmond cradled the woman in his arms, his expression a mix of fury and possessiveness. The Count spat the words out, revealing the source of his anger. Ghislaine had secured a runestone mine. Desmond admitted his failures, revealing the depths he'd sunk to in his attempts to eliminate Ghislaine. His face contorted with rage, the veins in his neck bulging as he spoke. Desmond's expression hardened, a cold resolve settling over his features. The woman's face was buried in his shoulder, her own emotions obscured. Desmond, now composed, stood with the woman with blonde hair and a man with gray hair. You're right. I got too emotional. The woman with blonde hair stared intensely, her red eyes gleaming. What's done cannot be undone. Desmond listened intently, his gaze fixed on the woman. I'm waiting for your order, my lady. The woman with blonde hair and Desmond examined a map, plotting their next move. They must be celebrating it. He acknowledged that it was too early to celebrate. The important thing was that they hadn't sold the runestone yet. That was far too little time for them to establish a distribution network. They would exploit that weakness. The woman with blonde hair knew it was obvious who they'd be selling to. There was only one place in the northern region where he'd sell the runestone to, the woman with blonde hair stated. The finest magic tower of the north, dominated by the 7 Fourth Circle Archmage, the Crimson Magic Tower. The Crimson Magic Tower loomed, a beacon of power and influence in the region. Runestone was essential for magical research, so the magic towers were always determined to secure their distribution channels. The target wasn't Ghislaine, but the laborers who were transporting the runestone. They would use hit-and-run tactics to isolate the transport, preventing the transfer completely. And in the meantime, they'd take the runestone for themselves. But in the north, there's also the Flame Magic Tower in Bryven's territory. Desmond wondered if it was wise to deploy all their forces toward the Crimson Magic Tower. The woman with blonde hair stated that the Flame Magic Tower was different now. According to their intel, the Flame Magic Tower had been in decline ever since it lost its place at the top, blinded by past glory. As someone who is utterly obsessed with money, Ghislaine wouldn't choose it. The woman with blonde hair vowed that this time, she would take everything from him. Ghislaine Perdium. The sky stretches, vast and empty, above the world. A towering castle looms, its spires piercing the heavens. He lies prone, his expression unreadable as he rests. The beast's maw opens, ready to consume its prey. The prey is pulled deeper into the monster's gullet. The monster's digestive process begins, tearing at the flesh. The monster's insides churn, a horrifying landscape of flesh and bone. A predator begins preparing to digest its prey. Before it reaches the esophagus, the prey is first dissolved by venom secreted from the inside, making digestion easier. However, in the process, the resulting toxic fumes create a lethal breathing environment. Most prey either lose consciousness or die by this stage. He had to endure it, pushing through the pain and the encroaching darkness. This expedition, everything he held dear, hung in the balance. The future depended on his actions. If he couldn't evade the poison, he'd make it his own. He would direct every bit of the invading venom, turning it against itself. The energy surged, flowing into his mana core, a dangerous and delicate process. The fierce rotation of mana within the core neutralized the venomous energy, a feat only superhumans could achieve. His eyes glowed with power as he focused, pushing his abilities to their absolute limit. It would serve as an alternative fuel, capable of withstanding a mana explosion. The energy reached a crescendo, a blinding flash of light and power. Meanwhile, he stirred in his bed, a faint expression of confusion on his face as he woke. A sense of refreshment washed over him, a feeling of renewed strength and vitality. He sat up, wondering if this was his room, trying to piece together what had happened, remembering his father's forgiveness. He blinked, the room slowly coming into focus as Belinda looked at him. She embraced him tightly, relieved that he was awake. Belinda greeted him, calling him brother. His eyes narrowed, taking in the scene. He muttered a name, Elena. Belinda exclaimed that he was awake. 2 days later, Ghislain stood, bandages wrapped around his torso. He recalled receiving minimal first aid from Belinda after entering and exiting Python's body, and how he tried to endure until the runestone was sold. The blond man flexed his arm, noting that his body was in surprisingly good condition despite being overworked. He figured 2 days wouldn't be enough to heal from that damage. He looked down at his feet, a strange sensation washing over him. He clenched his fist, realizing that his total mana had increased for some reason. The property of his mana had changed, he realized. He wondered if the energy of the blood python had mixed in while neutralizing the poison with his mana core. This new method was something Ghislain had never known of in his past life. He stood, a pile of discarded bandages at his feet. Ghislain still needed to verify a few things. But with this method, he could grow dozens of times faster, Ghislain realized. For now, though, selling the runestone takes priority, Ghislain thought, adjusting his shirt. It's already been 2 days. By now, many must have heard about it. He needed to call the mercenaries first. Belinda? There's no need to knock, Ghislain thought as he turned toward the door. The door swung open. Belinda stood beside a man in full armor. Belinda smiled. The man in armor spoke, his expression serious. His brow furrowed. The young master's expression betrayed a deep unease. She stood beside the armored figure as he inquired, "Are you all right?" Belinda reassured him, "Yes, as you can see." The armored man seemed relieved by Belinda's response, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Belinda, her hand gently placed on Ghislain's cheek, asked with concern, "Are you sure you're all right?" The armored man called out, "Ghislain." The armored man asked, "Do you have time to talk for a moment?" The man's gaze was intense, his expression unreadable as he looked down at Ghislain. The armored man continued, "I have a request for you." Ghislain's eyes widened slightly, a question forming on his lips, a request. The training facility loomed, a testament to generations of Perdium martial prowess. Ghislain stood with his father, the air thick with unspoken expectations. He mused that this was the first time he'd ever had one-on-one time with him. The training facility with father. He had avoided him at all costs in his previous life. The young master was scared that he'd yell at him. His father apologized for calling him there even though he had just woken up. Ghislain replied that he was in excellent condition thanks to those 2 days of rest. Ghislain's brow furrowed slightly as he wondered what request his father wanted to ask of him. The silence stretched, heavy with anticipation. His father's gaze was unreadable, a lifetime of stoicism etched onto his face. What was he thinking? The young master's blue eyes narrowed, a flicker of unease crossing his features. He was on edge. He remembered what his mother said to him when he was still a child. Was this what she meant by that? Ghislain's expression hardened, a resolve settling in his eyes. He would face whatever came next. Elsewhere, Belinda stood with him, the setting sun casting long shadows across the field, a silent promise of support. His mother's words echoed in young Ghislain's mind. Your father can't show his honest self to others. Belinda held him close, continuing her explanation. He says that he has to be an unshakable pillar for the people of this land, or whatever. She paused, her expression softening. He has always put others before himself, so he's never shown his honest self before. Belinda finished, her voice gentle. He's just not good at expressing his emotions. Meanwhile, an older swordsman, his silver hair flowing, leveled his blade. Raise your weapon. Ghislain, now older, mirrored the swordsman's stance, his own blade held ready. The two faced each other in the training yard, the air thick with anticipation. Steel clashed against steel, the sound echoing through the courtyard as the swordsman lunged. The swordsman's attack was swift, forcing Ghislain to parry with a grunt. Footwork became crucial as Ghislain dodged a follow-up strike, the swordsman pressing his advantage. The two traded blows, a whirlwind of motion and flashing steel filling the training yard. Ghislain struggled to maintain his defense, the swordsman's experience evident in every strike. He parried the blow, the force of the impact reverberating through his arm. The swordsman with long silver hair pressed his attack, a flurry of strikes aimed to overwhelm. Ghislain felt the weight of the blade. It's heavy, he thought, recognizing his father's sword. His strikes were forged with the strength to subdue the savage barbarians of the north, yet tempered with the gentleness to protect all. Ghislain found himself on the defensive. The swordsman's expression remained stoic, his movements precise and powerful. Steel clashed against steel, the sounds echoing through the training hall as Ghislain struggled to maintain his ground. The swordsman's eyes narrowed, sensing an opening in Ghislain's defense. Ghislain adjusted his stance, preparing to counter the next attack. The swords blurred, a dance of power and precision unfolding before them. The sparring match continued within the grand hall, the sounds of clashing steel filling the air. Ghislain's gaze hardened, determination etched on his face as he focused on his opponent. He listened as the older man spoke, acknowledging that he had improved a lot. Ghislain's expression remained stoic, absorbing the words of his mentor. However, the blond-haired man's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. The older man suggested loosening his sword pressure during a blade clash. He noted Ghislain's strength and reflexes. But the man with blonde hair knew that if he wasn't careful, his intent might become too easy for his opponents. Ghislain considered this, realizing he usually got a feel for his opponent's movements as the fight went on. Now that he thought about it, this was the first time someone had ever given him guidance. His swordsmanship was instinctual, born from real combat and experience. There must be things he overlooked and never learned because he never followed formal training. His father pointed them out precisely, making him aware of them. He always believed he had only himself to rely on. But perhaps receiving guidance wasn't such a bad thing after all, Ghislain thought. Ghislain expressed his gratitude, thanking the older man for teaching him. The man with white hair regards someone out of frame. The man with white hair admits he intended to scold him today. Ghislain looks up, surprised. The man with white hair states that no matter how great his recent contribution was, the fact that he broke the rules remains. Ghislain remains silent, listening intently to the man's words. The man with white hair continues, his expression stern. The man with white hair says he can see that he is looking beyond that, towards something greater. The man with white hair explains that if everyone starts disregarding rules under the pretense of achieving contribution, only chaos follows. Ghislain stands with his sword at his side. Ghislain acknowledges the man's point, thinking about his past actions. The man with white hair asks if he didn't say that he had a request to make, noting that he hasn't told him what it is yet. The two stand in the courtyard, the tension palpable as Ghislain prepares to speak. Ghislain begins to speak, considering his words carefully. He tilted his head, the question hanging in the air: where would the funds come from? Meanwhile, the forest of beast posts stood as a testament to civilization's reach. A small company stood before the outpost, awaiting the arrival of their leader. Footsteps echoed on the worn path, signaling someone's approach. The soldiers stood at attention, their armor glinting in the dim light. Their faces were grim, hardened by countless battles and long journeys. He greeted them with a warm smile. "Have you all been well?" The soldiers parted, revealing a woman standing beside Ghislain Perdium. One of the men spoke, noting that he looked healthier now. Another apologized for making them wait so long. Ghislain turned to Gillian, his expression softening. "Gillian, how's Rachel?" Gillian's face fell, his silence speaking volumes. Someone reflected on a time they never thought they'd see again, the day she could walk. He is thanked by Gillian, who says it's all thanks to him, the young lord. Ghislain smiles faintly, finding the news good to hear. Gillian stands with Ghislain, a maid, and a man with red hair, stating that there is something he must say. Ghislain's expression hardens as he is told that their land is in danger right now. Gillian and the man with red hair react with surprise. Ghislain, Gillian, the maid, and the man with red hair sit at a table as he recounts everything that happened on the day Elena was attacked. A flashback shows how he stopped them from killing Elena and using her death to start a war. Elsewhere, two men discuss the possibility of traitors among the vassals, considering Elena's bodyguards had betrayed them. They agreed that they should keep this among themselves, as there was no way to confirm who was on their side. Belinda considered the situation. Thanks to Elena's survival, she bought some time, but now that they've found the mine, there's no reason. Ghislain's expression hardened. He would not allow the enemies to sit still, not while Perdium was at stake. His blue eyes narrowed, a silent promise to make it a tough fight for anyone who dared to challenge him. Around the table, the group gathered, each with their own thoughts and concerns about the impending conflict. The white-bearded man, the red-haired man, and Belinda listened intently to Ghislain. The red-haired man leaned in, a smirk playing on his lips. He said that they could just order them around. The red-haired man's expression was confident, his eyes gleaming with anticipation of the coming battle. The white-bearded man declared that he had already sworn his life to him, and that he would fight with him until the very end. Belinda's eyes glowed with determination. She asked who was going to protect him, if not for her. Ghislain's lips curved into a faint smile, a silent acknowledgement of the loyalty and dedication surrounding him. The greatest threat to Perdium was the Delphine ducal family, along with Count Desmond and Amelia. The weight of the decision settled on him, the risks palpable, the stakes high. Ghislain Perdium's expression hardened, his resolve firming. "I won't let things go the way you intend." He declared their course of action. "We will now head to the Flame Magic Tower." Belinda seemed surprised by the decision. "But, to the Flame Magic Tower, you say?" Ghislain explained his reasoning. He figured that the Flame Magic Tower would cause less friction. The white-bearded man considered the logic. Transporting high-value goods meant unwanted guests would appear. Belinda agreed, remembering past events. True, there could be an ambush, just like last time. Ever since Delmouth of the Crimson Magic Tower ascended to his 7/4 circle archmage, the Flame Magic Tower had been on a downward spiral. Flame was likely making efforts of its own, but reclaiming its former glory wouldn't be easy, Ghislain knew. Despite the risks, Ghislain was determined. The reason? Because of her. His blue eyes reflected a steely resolve. The Flame Magic Tower his destination. A towering structure pierces the sky, its ornate clock face gleaming. The Flame Magic Tower stands tall, a beacon of arcane power. Shelves upon shelves overflow with ancient tomes and forgotten knowledge. Surrounded by stacks of books, a girl sits amidst the literary chaos. Her gaze is fixed on a glowing blue orb as she wonders when the light will appear. She clutches a staff, ready to come when called. The Flame Magic Tower loomed, its clock face a testament to the passage of time. A carriage, pulled by sturdy horses and guided by armored figures, approached the grand edifice. Ghislain Perdium, astride a white horse, took in the sight. So this was the Flame Magic Tower. He had only heard about it for the longest time, but never expected to come here himself. The quality of life here was completely different from Perdium. So this was where magic scrolls were produced, row upon row of them, glowing with arcane energy. Mages, clad in purple robes, worked their craft. He had never seen magic actually being cast. What were they doing? The mages continued their incantations, the air crackling with unseen power. The mages, their faces obscured by hoods, focused intently on their spellcasting. A surge of blue energy enveloped the mages as they channeled their power. The spell took form, its effects rippling outwards. The soldiers stared in disbelief, muttering about how they disappeared. He observed the scene, noting the spell that concealed their appearance. It seemed they weren't welcome. The woman with white hair remarked that they were in the Brivant territory, one of the richest lands in the kingdom. Even though they were pushed down from the industry's top, a magic tower was still amazing. Ghislain looked toward the tower, his expression unreadable. On the surface, yes, he thought. The magic tower loomed in the distance, a testament to a time when it was at its peak, before it fell into ruin. Drawn by horses, the carriage approached the entrance to the magic tower. "We're here," the man with red hair stated. Ghislain admitted he couldn't even see the top of the tower from this close. The woman with white hair tilted her head, wondering where the gatekeepers were. It had taken a while to get to the entrance, since this place was so vast. Scattered on the ground, pieces of armor lay abandoned. The carriage was halted by an unseen force. A voice shouted, "Back off!" The abandoned armor glowed with an eerie blue light. The armor seemed to pulse with magical energy. 2 suits of armor stand guard, each wielding a glowing halberd. The armored figures stand atop the tower, barring entry to all. From below, a hooded figure demands they reveal their identity and purpose. Belinda observes that they control the armor like puppets, not even bothering to greet them. An exclamation point appears above the hooded man's head as someone declares that the man on horseback is Ghislain Perdium. The white-bearded man orders someone to bring him the trade officer. The hooded man declares that they are not buying any fine goods. Ghislain looks up at the tower, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. The hooded man scoffs, saying that Perdium is a beggar's land and a waste of time. The suits of armor stand menacingly as Ghislain and his group approach on horseback. The white-bearded man demands to know who is calling them beggars and orders them to get down here now. Ghislain stares intently, his expression unreadable. The hooded figure held aloft a spear-like object, its tip gleaming. He questioned the other's certainty. Ghislain held up a glowing blue crystal, its light illuminating his face. He challenged the hooded figure's knowledge. The hooded man's expression remained unreadable, shadowed by the deep cowl. The crystal's reflection burned in the depths of the hooded man's eye. A voice exclaimed about the runestones, realizing the implications of the tower's contents. A wagon, overflowing with the glowing blue runestones, was pulled into the city. Ghislain's expression hardened, his blue eyes narrowed with determination. 2 figures knelt before a third, their posture conveying deep respect. A man with round glasses introduced himself as Sylvain, the trade officer of the magic tower, offering assistance. Ghislain stated that they had brought quite a lot of runestones. He declared his need for someone to take responsibility for the deal, requesting a meeting with the tower master himself. Sylvain looked shocked, stammering at the mention of the tower master. He stood frozen as the group was led to the reception area. Sylvain's expression betrayed his unease at the situation. Belinda scoffed, retorting that they should have shown such attitude from the start, instead of mocking them. An exclamation mark appeared above the group, signaling the start of a confrontation. Ghislain was asked if something was the matter. The man in the dark robe dismissed the question, saying they didn't have to pay any heed to it. Ghislain stated that it was common during magic research, his expression unreadable. The group continued down the hallway, the atmosphere thick with tension and unspoken hostility. Belinda was suddenly thrown back, a surge of magical energy erupting around her. A voice snapped, reminding her that she was told to never even think about setting foot into the laboratory. The speaker accused her of taking up space in the laboratory for no reason, especially since she couldn't even use magic. Alfoy, the future successor of the Magic Tower and a third circle master, demanded to know if they were going to ignore him. He questioned why her teacher even brought her here. He told her to be grateful that the Tower Master provided her with a place to sleep. Belinda stammered, trying to assert that she also had the right to use the laboratory. She declared herself a mage, holding a glowing orb in her hands. Alfoy, peering through his glasses, responded with skepticism. The dark-haired woman received his doubt with a cold stare. Magic crackled around his staff, energy coalescing. Alfoy challenged her to block his attack with magic. Her eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She cast a first circle spell, conjuring a fire sling. The mage quickly raised a defense against an unseen threat. The fire erupted, intercepting the incoming attack. She was thrown back by the force of the impact. The white-haired mage stood her ground, deflecting the attack. Alfoy and Sylvain watched with stunned expressions. She stands with a dark-haired man as he questions her research. Alfoy wonders if this is acceptable behavior for the Flame Magic Tower. The dark-haired man stands behind Belinda, observing the situation. Meanwhile, in the Tower Master's meeting room, someone expresses their shock. They are running low on runestones, a critical resource. Hubert, the Tower Master of the Flame Magic Tower, sits in contemplation. Hubert and his elders discuss the growing gap between them and Crimson. Hubert questions what the elders have been doing, reminding them to get the runestone beforehand. The elders admit they've been buying trinkets and luxury goods instead of networking with nobles. Hubert acknowledges the runestone problem, noting that the Crimson Tower Master has reached the 7/4 circle. One of the elders tells Hubert not to talk about that guy, claiming he could reach the 7/4 circle with more runestones. Hubert curses Delmuth for reaching the 7/4 circle before him, suspecting he's buying all the runestones. He was being addressed, the voices urgent. Why did the runestone have to be so expensive, they wondered. Hubert was being scolded for entering without knocking. How rude. The man said, didn't he see they were having a meeting? Someone began to apologize, but the man cut him off, shouting at the top of his lungs. Someone brought in a massive amount of runestone, the man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, Ghislain stood amidst the flames, his sword drawn and ready. The air crackled with heat and energy. His grip tightened on the hilt, knuckles white as he prepared to unleash his power. He swung the blade, a blur of silver against the fiery backdrop, ready to strike. A burst of fire erupted, consuming everything in its path with intense heat. From below, the Mercenary King continued his assault, his movements swift and deadly. Magic crackled around his hands as he channeled his energy into the blade, preparing for another strike. Ghislain stood firm, the flames licking at his feet as he prepared to face whatever lay ahead. Another explosion rocked the area, the force of it shaking the very foundations. Two figures stand in opposition, the tension palpable between them. Hubert's eyes widen behind his glasses. You slice that in half? He exclaims. Hubert's shock turns to suspicion. He wonders aloud, who even are you to be able to dash? A figure with striking white and red hair stands protectively in front of Hubert. The figure brandishes a sword, ready to defend against any threat. The figure glares accusingly. You dare attack my young master? A voice booms out, desperate to halt the escalating conflict. Everyone stop! Hubert's expression is one of utter bewilderment. What in the world is going on here? The scene unfolds, revealing a chaotic tableau of figures amidst the aftermath of battle. A bellowing voice cuts through the air, demanding everyone stop. The man with glasses demands to know what in the world is going on. Belinda stands over a kneeling figure, surrounded by others in ornate robes. The girl with black hair calls out to the Tea Tower Master. Belinda is told to release him, as she agrees. The man with glasses calls out to teacher, wondering what is going on. The man with glasses claims that they are intruders and that he was making sure Vanessa couldn't enter the laboratory. The man with glasses is told he is crying like a little girl, and he retorts that he is a man. The man with blonde hair and the girl with black hair are in the laboratory. Someone thinks they were right about who she is. Flames engulf the image of Red Nightmare, Vanessa, a vision of fiery destruction. The inferno seems to consume her entirely, leaving only a faint silhouette. Ghislain Perdium observes the image, remarking on what she was like before becoming a total nightmare. A figure looms, furious, declaring that they will not allow anyone to harm their student after intruding into the Magic Tower. The Flame Magic Tower Master vows to burn the intruders into a crisp, his eyes blazing with rage. Belinda, standing beside Ghislain, expresses concern, noting that the Master looks dangerous. The Flame Magic Tower Master apologizes for the late introduction, his power radiating intensely. Ghislain Perdium introduces himself as the heir of the Perdium family, his expression unreadable. He states that he is there to trade runestones, his hand resting on his chest. Belinda's eyes widen, her face a mask of shock and disbelief at the revelation. A man with glasses reacts with extreme surprise, questioning if someone like Ghislain possesses runestones. Ghislain states calmly that he has prepared it in front of the castle, his gaze steady. Before the castle gates, several carts laden with glowing blue runestones awaited inspection. The sheer quantity of runestones caused a stir. The carts, each overflowing with the magical crystals, were escorted by a figure in a blue robe. One of the men muttered about where he could have gotten so much opportunity. The Tower Master was informed that there seemed to be at least 10 cartfuls of runestones. The Tower Master's expression was obscured by shadow. The Tower Master exclaimed that he never thought he'd see this much runestone, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He declared that with this, he could finally crush those Crimson Magic Tower bastards. The Tower Master admitted he expected more than this, and the quality didn't seem to be very good either. One man wondered if the bastard even knew how hard it was to get all this. One of the figures near the runestones commented that it was quite a lot of runestone, and one cart of it could last them weeks. The Tower Master told the figure to be quiet and asked what they could possibly know, ordering them to head back inside. Renato's departure has left a lingering frustration. If she lacks talent, the annoyed man thinks, she should at least be able to read. Ghislain remains silent, his expression unreadable as he surveys the room, processing the ongoing discussion. The Tower Master stands with two elders, one of whom asks if anyone else agrees with her assessment of the runestones. A closer look reveals that the quality doesn't seem very good. If they suddenly brought runestones from such a poor territory, there's a possibility that these could be fake. Belinda is shocked by the accusation. She asks how they know how hard the young master worked to get them, and why they are calling them fakes. One of the elders retorts that how hard he worked isn't their concern. He explains that there are many scammers out there these days. The other elder agrees, stating that they shouldn't go off solely based on what the seller says. He then asks if they're not interested in purchasing it. Ghislain observes that it looks like the Flame Magic Tower doesn't need it. He suggests they find someplace else, but Belinda tells him to hold on a second. Belinda calls out to the Tower Master. The Tower Master acknowledges her, confirming that she is listening. One of the elders pleads with the Tower Master not to leave them empty-handed after coming this far, asking her to show them some mercy. The Tower Master relents, stating that out of the generosity of her heart, she will buy them all. However, the Tower Master clarifies that she will buy it slightly below the market price. Ghislain believes they are misunderstanding something here. He watched as Kaur was instructed to return all but one of the carts. Ghislain questioned the change in plans, noting that they were only supposed to sell one cart. The Tower Master seemed taken aback by the question. Alfoy chuckled, claiming he had forgotten their original intention. The subordinates began to move the carts away. The Tower Master apologized for the confusion, blaming it on his subordinates. He asked what they thought they were doing. Ghislain listened as the Tower Master revealed their true destination, the Crimson Magic Tower. They only needed money for the journey. The Tower Master's words caused a stir. The Tower Master, attempting to defuse the situation, joked about their first meeting being awkward and suggested they go up for a chat. The Tower Master apologized again, seemingly trying to smooth things over. Ghislain agreed to the Tower Master's suggestion. The Tower Master offered to make an introduction. He gestures, explaining that they're the elders of their Flame Magic Tower. The four mages are all mages of the 5/4 circle, a testament to their power. Ghislain's expression hardens, unimpressed that everyone is a 5/4 circle mage. The Tower Master sits across from Ghislain, as expected of the second strongest in the northern region. The Tower Master adjusts a ring, as Ghislain dismisses his words as unimportant. The woman with white hair wonders if he is trying to anger the Tower Master, but the man with red hair is sure he has a plan. Growing impatient, the Tower Master demands to know how much they are willing to sell it for. He assures them that they won't get a better deal anywhere else. The Tower Master awaits their counteroffer. A voice declares that they want double the market price. Ghislain holds up 2 fingers, emphasizing his demand for double. The mages are shocked by the demand, thinking he's too naive to understand how the world works, and that's not how you negotiate. The Tower Master gestures emphatically, declaring that Ghislain's negotiation tactics are unacceptable. He remains resolute, stating that he felt justified in demanding double the market price from the Flame Magic Tower. 2 other mages bristle at the perceived disrespect, one exclaiming at how he dares joke around in such a place. Ghislain sits calmly, unfazed by their anger, as the Tower Master continues to glare at him. Elsewhere, a man with shadowed features expresses his annoyance at seeing clueless brats flailing around in a world they don't understand. His expression hardened. The young master remains unmoved by their collective disapproval. The Tower Master attempts to reason with him, citing his youth and offering a show of mercy, urging him to take the negotiation seriously. The Tower Master offers a slightly higher price than the market value, hoping to secure the deal, but Ghislain begins to rise from his seat. Ghislain states that even double the price is a discounted rate, and he will go to the Crimson Magic Tower if they are not interested. The Tower Master, visibly shocked by Ghislain's resolve, asks him to excuse his abrupt departure. The Tower Master questions why he is in such a rush, insisting that he is willing to negotiate, and invites him to sit down for a longer chat. He pauses, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as he considers the Tower Master's offer. He stood firm, flanked by two silent figures, his expression unyielding as the negotiation reached its peak. The Tower Master, visibly agitated, admitted that Ghislain had guts, but reminded him that they were the first to visit, offering double the market price. The Tower Master leaned in, emphasizing the offer of double the market price, hoping to sway the blonde man's decision. Ghislain remained impassive, stating that he would only sell one cart's worth of goods at that price. The Tower Master, his brow furrowed, questioned what the Mercenary King was talking about, reminding him that he needed to sell everything he brought. Ghislain countered, explaining that if he told the Crimson Tower he sold the goods for double the market price, he could probably sell the rest for triple the price. The Tower Master, taken aback, asked if Ghislain thought he would sell everything there, his expression shifting to disbelief. The Tower Master's face contorted in shock at the mention of triple the price, realizing there was a limit to how much he could let the young man joke around. The Tower Master, now visibly agitated, declared that they would buy it all at triple the price, his patience wearing thin. The Tower Master, regaining his composure, stated that now they were talking, as expected, of the greatest magic tower in the northern region. The Tower Master, eager to finalize the deal, told Ghislain to stay right there, promising to bring the money immediately. The Tower Master seethed, internally lamenting being played by Ghislain. He was also frustrated by the shortage of runestones. Ghislain, unfazed by the Tower Master's internal turmoil, casually told him to hold on. He hadn't finished dictating his conditions. The Tower Master's patience wore thin. What could the Mercenary King possibly want this time? His face contorted in fury. The Tower Master was clearly at the end of his rope. The camera focused on Ghislain's hair. Ghislain's blue eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He wanted Vanessa. The man's brow furrowed, a question forming on his lips as he spoke a name. Vanessa? The Tower Master responded, his gaze steady. Yes, Tower Master. The meat sizzled over the open flame, close to burning. One of the figures by the fire muttered, Oh, for God's sake, then you do it. I'm missing an arm, you know. The other responded, What? Before the first waved it off. Oh, nothing. The captain inquired, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. By the way, Captain, have you heard about Vanessa the Red Nightmare? He tilted his head, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. Red Nightmare, he echoed. The voice continued, explaining, I've been going around collecting intel, and I found this especially interesting. It's about the mage who burned down the entire northern region of Lithuania. The Tower Master took a sip from his cup, listening intently. Apparently, this woman had reached the 7/4 circle. The man in armor inquired about her. He had heard she'd gone completely mad, despite being a mage who learned a mana cultivation technique. The man in armor continued, stating she was a walking disaster who burned everything in her path. The Tower Master was reminded of the subjugation request for her. The man in armor spoke of a mage who reached the 7/4 circle through a mana cultivation technique. Ghislain Perdium was told that by the time Vanessa was found, she was as good as dead, unable to control her magic. The Tower Master's expression shifted, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. He was curious. The Tower Master declared to Claude that they should recruit her. Claude seemed surprised by the suggestion. Ghislain Perdium seemed to disagree with the assessment, thinking that such a thing never happened. It was said that she had the talent to reach the 7/4 circle even though she never learned magic properly. With a little bit of guidance, her talent would flourish. The Tower Master's eyes narrowed, a determined glint in them. He resolved to recruit her, for sure this time. He is questioned about Vanessa, the girl from before, with another adding she didn't appear strong. Ghislain is told to bring someone along if he wishes. The Tower Master is told it's a great opportunity to get rid of that useless girl, and to do as he says. The Tower Master states that the fact they've cared for her until now is enough to say they've honored their loyalty to Renato. He then says Vanessa is indeed an outstanding mage that their magic tower values. He is sure she'd be delighted to accept this request for the magic tower. In addition, he'd like them to dispatch battle mages who have reached the 3/3 circle or higher to Perdium. Ghislain states he needs mages for the upcoming territorial war. The room is filled with tension as the discussion continues. Paying 3 times the market price, dispatching mages of the 3/3 circle or higher to Perdium for 1 year, and handing over Vanessa as his exclusive mage are the conditions for selling the runestone to Ghislain. The group listens intently, their expressions unreadable. The Tower Master stands his back to the viewer. The Tower Master's power emanates from him. Ghislain is caught in the blast of the Tower Master's power. The force of the magic explodes outwards. The Tower Master's power crackled, filling the air with palpable tension. Ghislain Perdium's name hung in the air, heavy with unspoken accusations. The Tower Master's voice dripped with disdain. It seems you must have taken me for a fool. His single glowing eye burned with righteous fury, a promise of retribution. The Tower Master reminded him that mages affiliated with the magic tower cannot intervene in territorial wars. The Tower Master accused Ghislain of pushing mages of the 3/3 circle or higher into the front lines, violating the kingdom's rules. The Tower Master declared this an insult to the Flame Magic Tower, promising nothing would be left behind. Observers noted the Tower Master's immense mana pressure, realizing he was a 6/4 circle mage after all. A subordinate called out to Ghislain, but the Tower Master's wrath was already descending. Ghislain's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he faced the Tower Master's fury. The Tower Master's single eye blazed, promising regret it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a report came in. A massive runestone vein had been discovered in their territory, several dozen times larger than their current supply. Two men react with surprise to the news spreading across the north. It was understood that many would come seeking the runestone vein. Ghislain explained that Perdium simply needed the magic tower's help to gain strength. The idea of having a monopoly on runestone was considered. If that happened, Flame would overtake Crimson as the top magic tower. The young master's expression was serious as he considered the implications. Elsewhere, a figure with long white hair held out their hand, a faint glow emanating from their palm. Their eyes narrowed, a hint of determination in their gaze. The figure's mouth was set in a firm line, their resolve hardening. Energy crackled around them, a sign of the power they wielded. The figure explained to Alfoy how things had come to be. Alfoy questioned why he was chosen, but was told it was for his own future. He seemed skeptical, questioning if he was truly the greatest talent in Flame's history. The master explained that this experience would help him become the Tower Master. He was also told to keep a close eye on the locals, lest they smuggle the runestone elsewhere. If a territorial war broke out, he was to retreat immediately. The master insisted that Alfoy only needed to endure it for 1 year. 1 year, and they would take over the #1 spot as the best magic tower. Alfoy responded with a simple, "Okay, master." His expression hardened, a hint of resentment flickering across his face. A distant view of a town, its buildings constructed in a Gothic style, filled the panel. Meanwhile, a group of people stood before a sign that read, "Welcome to Perdium." The master commented on the town's old-fashioned style, deeming it practical enough, if not flashy. Alfoy scoffed, dismissing Perdium as just a rural dump. The master explained that he only came because his master asked him to. Alfoy, a 3/3 circle master and the heir of the magic tower, had been dispatched to this miserable excuse of a territory. The master called him an ignorant bumpkin, asking if he thought he was a servant. Alfoy retorted that once he became the Tower Master, he would be the first one he dealt with. Alfoy's expression was one of simmering resentment, his eyes narrowed. The young master's piercing gaze cut through the air. The Tower Master remarked that she should be bringing their bags from somewhere back there. A small crowd gathered as the luggage detail arrived. Barefoot, a young woman struggled under the weight of several large suitcases. Her face was strained with effort, her brow furrowed in concentration. With a nervous stammer, Vanessa greeted the young lord, her voice barely a whisper. The Tower Master scoffed, remarking that she had taken long enough. Vanessa apologized, explaining that she hadn't finished moving the bags yet. The Tower Master dismissed her concerns, stating that she should be left to her chores since she couldn't even use magic. A suitcase was thrown violently to the ground. The luggage scattered as the Tower Master made his displeasure known, addressing Alfoy directly. The Tower Master questioned the meaning of the scene before him, his expression a mask of irritation. He firmly declared that Vanessa was no longer affiliated with the Tower Master's magic tower. She was now his personnel, and he would not allow her to be ordered around. The young master's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he issued a dire warning. If he saw this happen again? Vanessa looked on, her expression a mix of gratitude and apprehension. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The Tower Master's face contorted in rage, his teeth bared. He cursed Vanessa under his breath. The Tower Master, his face a mask of fury, questioned how he dared to be treated in such a manner. He was, after all, the heir to the Flame Magic Tower. The Tower Master rallied his mages, commanding them to show the young master the pride of mages. His voice boomed with indignation. Ghislain sighed, his expression unreadable as the mages prepared to confront him. The mages, a formidable force, drew their weapons, ready to defend their honor and the Tower Master's authority. The mages expressed their outrage, calling the act of drawing weapons against them barbaric. They were mages, after all. The mages demanded the treatment they deserved, but the young master silenced them with a sharp rebuke directed at Alfoy. Ghislain explained that, no matter the treatment they received, they were there as per contract. He had been granted full authority to command them freely for 1 year. The young master reminded them that, in Perdium, their role was nothing more than that of a reserve bundle of living mana. If they wanted to be treated well, they should obediently fulfill that role. The man with glasses grits his teeth, veins bulging as he seems to sense a disturbance. The Tower Master addresses someone off-panel, ordering Gillian and Kair to take care of them. The Tower Master smirks, taunting someone about how they preferred being at the Magic Tower. A hand rests on a shoulder, promising guidance to adapt to the land. The man with glasses stares wide-eyed, calling them miserable human beings. Vanessa gasps, her expression a mix of shock and fear. Ghislaine stands before Vanessa, who responds affirmatively to his presence, calling him young lord. Ghislaine firmly tells her not to take orders from anyone else, reminding her that she is his exclusive mage. Ghislaine's expression is serious as he looks down at Vanessa. Vanessa's eyes widen, a blush rising on her cheeks. Vanessa looks down, her expression unreadable. Ghislaine watches Vanessa, her words echoing in his mind. So being your exclusive mage is? He maintained a stoic expression, his lips pressed into a thin line. Ghislaine Perdium extended his hand, a silent invitation hanging in the air. Ghislaine and Vanessa stood in the grand hall, the silence broken only by the soft echoes of their footsteps on the stone floor. Vanessa's gaze drifted downwards, her expression unreadable. The young master turned to the woman, his brow furrowed with concern. Ghislaine inquired, curious about her progress. How far did you get in your magic studies? Vanessa responded that she reached the 5/4 circle. The pair stood together, the only sound the rustle of their clothes. Vanessa clarified that it was just the theory, though. Ghislaine's lips curved into a slight smile. Excellent. Vanessa's expression darkened, her voice laced with frustration. But it's all useless, because I can't use it. Ghislaine's eyes narrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his face. The young master pressed, his voice gentle. Is there a particular reason why you can't? Vanessa revealed, because I've never been able to feel mana since childhood. Vanessa stood silently, her long hair cascading down her back, hiding her true feelings. She had believed she could use magic someday if she worked hard enough. But the more Vanessa studied magic, the more she realized that day would never come. And now, the support she had, the teacher who guided her, had passed away, leaving her to face this reality alone. Perhaps that's why she'd been kicked out, unable to meet the standards of her peers and instructors. Vanessa stood, her expression unreadable, as she contemplated the implications of her magical deficiency. The text notes that her magic is at the 5/4 circle, a strength that is on par with the average elder of the magic tower. The panel emphasizes that magic isn't something one can master just by memorizing it, hinting at a deeper requirement. It requires insight, an understanding of the principles behind activation, and the ability to infuse it with your interpretation and will. Vanessa may understand in her head, but her body isn't keeping up. To overcome this, she must have endured grueling effort and countless trials and errors, pushing herself to her limits. Ghislaine states that it is in vain. Vanessa, the path, is simply different. It's about the mage who burned down the entire northern region of Lithuania. Apparently, that woman reached the 7/4 circle. She's a mage, but she learned a mana cultivation technique, hinting at an alternative path to power. The mage's expression is smug, as if they know something others do not, hinting at a hidden advantage. He smirked, a glint in his eye as he dismissed her concerns. Ghislaine declared that he would teach her a mana cultivation technique. The young master stood confidently, his expression unreadable. Vanessa's eyes widened slightly, a hint of worry in her gaze. Ghislaine explained that both circles and mana cultivation techniques are based on controlling mana. The blonde-haired man tilted his head, inquiring if she had ever tried it before. Vanessa internally panicked, thinking of the potential consequences of failure. A bold declaration hung in the air. Let's try it. Ghislaine stood tall, his expression determined as Vanessa looked up at him. His blue eyes shone with conviction, a stark contrast to her apprehension. A subtle tension filled the space between them. Vanessa's glowing eyes reflected a mixture of fear and resolve. Her hand trembled, the prospect of what she was about to do weighing heavily. Could she really bring herself to do this? To use magic? Vanessa stood tall, the staff a familiar weight in her grasp, a stark contrast to her inner turmoil. Her fist clenched, a storm of conflicting emotions brewing within. She remembered the cost. If this is what it takes for me to use magic. Her fingers tightened, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. A familiar face appeared in her memory. In my past life, you had the same eyes as mine. Regret, rage, hatred. These were the emotions that threatened to consume her. She recalled the fall. The place you fell to after endlessly yearning for magic was an endless abyss. The memory of burning everything to ash flashed before her eyes. You mastered a mana cultivation technique, burning everything to ash. But this time, she vowed, things would be different. But this time I'm here. She would not let history repeat itself. She would do everything to prevent it. Ghislaine, determined, vows to prevent Vanessa from falling into the abyss again. He extends his hand, ready to help her through the process. Ghislaine stands behind Vanessa, his hands glowing as he initiates the mana transfer. The mana begins to flow through her body, visible as glowing veins beneath her skin. The influx of mana causes Vanessa to gasp, her expression strained. The sensation intensifies, and she cries out that it's hot. Ghislaine urges her to close her mouth, warning that she's twisting her mana road. His eyes glow intensely as he declares that what has entered her body is his mana. Vanessa is told not to let go of the sensation, to feel the flow of mana as much as possible. The flow of mana stretches through every corner of her body. Vanessa focuses, her expression determined as she tries to control the mana. The mana circulates along the edges, finding its path within her. Mana, like lightning, crackled and converged toward a single point. The energy focused, swirling with intense power within her eye. The mana surged, filling the room with its radiant glow. Light poured down, bathing the room in an ethereal luminescence. The light intensified, focused on the figure standing below. Vanessa's expression hardened as she listened to the conversation. "You're saying you'll cut off support? Do you even realize what you're saying?" A man with white hair exclaimed. "Vanessa has talent. Without that child, would we have ever been able to prove the pattern of mana particles transmuted into mana?" The man continued, well, I admit it, but it's a little iffy. Can't you tell, Renato?" From below, Vanessa heard. "Smart she is, if she can't cast any magic at all. Can you really call her a mage?" "Hubert, what are you?" The voice continued, questioning the investment in her. "I'm saying, what more are we going to get out of that girl, even if we invest in her?" A figure in a robe stood silently, thinking, my younger self? Vanessa, her eyes filled with determination, apologized. "I'm sorry, Teacher Renato." She thought to herself, if only she were more talented, then she wouldn't have to leave the magic tower. Vanessa declared that she wasn't leaving the magic tower. She was only going on a journey to find a method for the other person to use magic. She paused, a determined look on her face, as she steeled herself for the journey ahead. A figure in a cloak told her to lift her head high and look at the sky, offering words of encouragement. Vanessa found herself in a dark place, but she remembered the words, "There is no place in this world where darkness lasts forever, my dear." A hand reached out, as if offering help or guidance, a promise hanging in the air. The memory continued, a figure standing with her, as a voice declared that one day, light would come to find her. A man with blonde hair appeared, radiating a sense of hope and guidance. A hand reached out, as if offering a helping hand or a path forward. Vanessa's face was visible, a look of determination and resolve etched upon it. A hand reached out, as if grasping for something, with the words, "Teacher, you were right," appearing. A hand reached out towards a distant light, a symbol of hope and guidance. Light, formless and bright, fills the space. The light begins to coalesce, taking on a pinkish hue. She lies prone, her dark hair spread around her. Light did come. Even for her, light had arrived. The light fades, leaving her in a more somber setting. Elsewhere, under the night sky, a battle rages. A lone house stands in the distance, a silent witness to the carnage. The soldiers exclaim that the crazy bastard has already beaten up 4 people. They wonder what kind of monster he is. The crazy bastard roars, his face contorted in manic glee. He taunts them, asking if they think they can cut him down with that piece of metal, telling them to stop being ridiculous. The soldiers attack, but their blows seem to have little effect. The crazy bastard stands triumphant, seemingly impervious to their attacks. He struggles against the armored knight, who towers over him with a raised blade. A sinister grin spreads across Ghislaine Perdium's face as the knight brings the sword down. With a surge of strength, the mercenary king throws the armored knight off of him. The armored knight crashes through the wooden floor, splintering the planks. Ghislaine Perdium stands over the fallen knight, dusting himself off. "I ain't even warmed up yet," he says. Meanwhile, inside a tavern, a patron slams his fist on the table. "How dare these worms interfere with our party?" he shouts. Another patron grips his tankard tightly, declaring that no one around can stop them. Elsewhere, the moon hangs high in the night sky, casting a pale glow over the land. A lone figure stands on the rocky shore, gazing out at a distant building. The man is asked if his training is going well. Vanessa looks up, her expression unreadable. She's asked what she has to say. A man in a tricorn hat declares that Count Desmond has issued a mobilization order. The armored knight's head hangs low, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Each breath sends a spray of moisture into the air, a sign of exertion. A hand rests upon the helmet, a final, crushing weight. The gauntlet presses down, the sound of metal on metal echoing faintly. The knight's hair, matted with sweat, clings to his brow. A voice booms out declaring, "Let's go." The knight lies defeated, a pool of blood spreading beneath him as a figure looms. With his last breath, the knight thinks, "I was just getting bored to death." The helmet, once a symbol of power, now reflects only the cold sky above. A dark pall hangs over the halls. The tower master sits at his desk, a grim expression etched on his face as a guard stands nearby. He holds a scroll, his knuckles white as he grips the parchment. The scroll declares the guard's intent: vengeance for the alleged murder of Gilmore, Degard by Ghislaine Perdium. The tower master's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. He grits his teeth, a silent command forming on his lips. A flag unfurls, bearing the emblem of a wolf, a symbol of war. The Tower Master's voice booms, questioning the Degard's sanity and their accusations against Ghislain. The council murmurs, debating the Degard's motives and the potential gains from fighting them, after treating them like family for so long. The Tower Master's expression hardens, his resolve firming in the face of the declaration. He believed the recent events were all connected to the runestone. Ghislain Perdium recalled sending 2 vassals to the Degard's territory while he was away at the Magic Tower. The council members considered the possibility that the vassals had betrayed them, spreading information about their territory. The runestone. It was not uncommon for actions taken for one's land to lead to a crisis. Ghislain's expression hardened as he contemplated the situation. The man in blue armor declared that they outnumbered the Degard's army with far more experienced soldiers. The sound of armored feet echoed through the halls. Urgent news arrived, interrupting Ghislain's thoughts. A man yelled, his face contorted in anger. The flag of their house, emblazoned with a blackbird, was raised in defiance. A knight on horseback carried the flag, leading the charge. The horses charged forward, towards the looming castle in the distance. A knight, clad in shining armor, leads the charge, his banner held high. The enemy forces amass, their numbers stretching far across the snowy plains. From the castle walls, the scale of the approaching army becomes terrifyingly clear. The castle lords watch the horizon, their expressions grim as they assess the threat. The report confirms their fears. The armed forces number around 6,000, with a supply unit of 1,000 more and siege weapons already under construction. Randolph, what is this? One of the lords asks, incredulous. They vastly outnumber us. I thought the Degards were as poor as Perdium. Another lord barks, get yourselves together. The tension in the room is palpable. A commander shouts, quarreling amongst ourselves will serve no good. Gather all troops at the castle wall now. Panic sets in as the order is given. Take all citizens inside the castle and close down the gates. Soldiers scramble to their assigned positions, preparing for the inevitable siege. The commander declares, his voice ringing with grim determination. The war has already begun. The castle stands defiant against the approaching storm, a silent promise of resistance. He approached the castle on horseback, the imposing structure looming in the distance. A close-up revealed a grimace, a hint of the fury brewing beneath the surface. Count Degard Tamos Degard gazed upon the castle, declaring it an incredible sight. The count instructed Victor to come with him, stating he needed to speak with Brother Perdium. Count Degard, standing atop a siege tower, demanded to know the meaning of this treachery. The man on horseback considered the declaration of treachery, his expression unreadable. Count Degard's face contorted in rage as he proclaimed Ghislain Perdium the successor of Perdium. The man on horseback heard the declaration, as Count Degard stated that any parent would be furious at the death of their child. Ghislain Perdium's expression remained stoic, his eyes narrowed as he listened to the pronouncements. One of Count Degard's men insisted that he was lying until the very end, urging the Count to end the conversation. Ghislain reflected that even though he saved Elena, things would end up like this since Gilmore died anyway. He thought to himself that seeing how they brought the siege weapon, they're here to trample them completely, but it's all going as expected. The Count Degard stands firm, his expression unyielding. He declares that his son did not kill Gilmore. The Count's eyes glow with an inner light, a storm brewing within. That is the only answer he shall give. His lips curl into a sneer, a challenge hanging in the air. If they value their lives, they will return to their land. The Count's imposing figure looms, a symbol of power and defiance. His words echo with a threat. Meanwhile, a soldier speaks of Zwalter Perdium, acknowledging his commanding presence. He is worthy of the renowned general who has protected the North for so many years. Another soldier acknowledges the Count, referring to him as the Northern Wolf. He exhales, anticipating the coming conflict. The soldier on horseback scoffs, unable to fathom how much blood will be spilled because of their foolish choice. He declares that Zwalter Perdium will regret this. From atop the wall, soldiers brace themselves, the sounds of battle growing louder. They prepare for the inevitable clash. One soldier pleads with his brother to leave all the troops to him. He is ready to face the enemy head-on. Another soldier cautions against recklessness, stating that they are nothing but unorganized dogs. He vows to wipe them out and bring victory to their land. One soldier questions the other's sanity, warning that the difference in numbers is too vast. He fears that one lost battle will cost them their lives. The soldier suggests requesting aid from other lands, but wonders if they can even wait until they arrive. He fears they may have to abandon the castle. He felt chaos brewing within him, an inability to focus his thoughts. After the sudden declaration, their enemies appeared fully prepared, hinting at assistance from an unknown source. Count Degard, his brow furrowed, wondered what he could possibly do in this dire situation. Ghislain suggested that they prepare for a defensive battle, his expression resolute. The Count seemed to be considering something. His eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered Ghislain's name. Compared to the Dagard army, which numbered close to 7,000, they could barely muster a little over 2,000 troops, Ghislain noted. The enemy troops were fully prepared, and their morale was high, a daunting prospect for the outnumbered forces. Roughly 15 days remained until their siege weapons were complete, and they would begin their full-scale assault. Ghislain agreed that requesting reinforcements and holding out in the castle would be the usual course, but he didn't see anything they could do after that. The two stood together, contemplating their limited options against the overwhelming enemy forces. Whispers filled the air as they discussed the dire situation, their faces etched with concern. Count de Guard seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes widening slightly as he realized something. The enemy's full-scale assault would commence in 15 days. Ghislain Perdium vowed to pour everything he had into turning the game around. Armored boots stood firm on the ground, ready for war. Elsewhere, a war council convened, maps and strategies laid out on the table before them. The old man with the white beard listened intently. Count de Guard acknowledged the grim reality. The war had indeed broken out. The white-haired character's expression was unreadable. The young master declared he would tell them what they must do from now on. His resolve was unwavering. Ambush! The thought hung in the air. Before they began their assault, he planned to ambush their supply units. The white-haired character questioned how, given the enemy's occupation of the front of their castle. They would notice immediately if they tried to do something, Kayer and Gillian warned. A soldier reported to Count de Guard Tamos de Guard that troops were stationed in the Forest of Beasts outpost, as instructed. Another figure reported that the ponchos made from the dirus Ent's skin had been distributed, as ordered by the young lord. Of course, a large army moving would easily be detected, Ghislain considered, studying the map with the white-haired woman. The woman countered that if it was an elite unit in camouflage, spotting an ambush wouldn't be so easy. The issue was the location of the supply unit. Ghislain's expression hardened, his blue eyes narrowing as he considered their options. The cloaked figure was ordered to find out where they were, the voice cold and demanding. The woman's red eyes reflected a fierce determination as she listened intently. She responded with a sharp, "Understood," her gaze unwavering. Ghislain acknowledged that this was a dangerous role, requiring steeling one's self for death, but he was sure Belinda would handle it easily. His blue eye glowed with a fierce resolve, ready to face the coming battle. The strongest card that will land the finishing blow in this war. A woman with long dark hair stands, a faint blue glow emanating from her. Bare feet touch the ground, the source of the light now beneath her. Meanwhile, a few days later, at de Guard's supply unit camp, a banner bearing a blackbird flaps in the wind. Fabreau raises a glass, declaring that the war has finally begun and he will be rewarded with land. Two soldiers clink glasses. One says it's a good thing they sided with Count Desmond, allowing them to rest without taking risks. Another soldier agrees, stating it's all thanks to their splendid decision, and bids goodbye to Perdium. Fabreau takes a drink, thinking that a part of that land will soon belong to him. The celebration continues as the soldiers revel in their perceived victory. Elsewhere, a soldier's face is partially obscured by shadow, his expression grim. A group of soldiers on horseback ride through the darkness, their figures silhouetted against the night. The soldiers and their mounts move as one, their mission shrouded in secrecy. One of the soldiers complains that it's too dark to see anything, hinting at the challenges ahead. The knight, clad in dark armor, surveyed the landscape from atop his steed. He mused that the terrain was perfect for an ambush. His armored hands tightened, a cold order issued. No hostages required. The ambush would be absolute and without mercy. The knight's gauntlet gripped the hilt of his sword, the polished steel gleaming faintly in the dim light. Behind the visor, the knight's eyes glowed with an eerie light, betraying a ruthless determination. The horse's eyes widened, sensing the impending violence, its breath misting in the cold air. Meanwhile, a gauntlet hand clenches, the command clear: no prisoners will be taken this day. Crimson intent hung in the air as the figure stood poised, a gleaming blade held ready. The figure, cloaked in shadow, prepared to unleash a storm of steel upon their unsuspecting foes. Elsewhere, the horse's eyes widened in terror as the battle began, its breath misting in the cold air. Unsuspecting, the soldiers stood in formation, unaware of the impending slaughter about to descend upon them. The ambush sprung, and chaos erupted as the soldiers found themselves caught in a deadly crossfire. Steel flashed, and blood splattered as the first soldiers fell victim to the sudden, brutal assault. The horse reared in panic as the battle raged around it, its hooves kicking out at the encroaching chaos. Amidst the carnage, the horse and soldiers became entangled in a deadly dance of survival and desperation. Panic set in as the soldiers realized they had walked directly into an enemy ambush. The soldier in yellow armor surveyed the battlefield, questioning where the sentries were. The ambush had caught them completely off guard. Ghislain's mercenaries moved with deadly precision, cutting down soldiers left and right. The ambush was proceeding according to plan. The cloaked figure, overseeing the carnage, gave a chilling order. No one was to be spared in this assault. The sounds of battle echoed through the forest, a symphony of death and destruction. A soldier desperately called out to Baron Fabreau, urging him to intervene. The enemy's ambush was proving devastating. Baron Fabreau, despite the dire situation, tried to rally his troops. He reminded them that they still had 1,000 soldiers on their side. A nearby soldier, overhearing Fabreau's words, looked concerned. He knew the situation was far worse than the Baron let on. The reality of the situation was grim. Over 70% of their soldiers had already been killed in the ambush. The brutal fighting continued, with soldiers falling left and right. The ambush was a slaughter. The cloaked figure continued to cut down soldiers, their movements swift and deadly. The figure showed no mercy. Baron Fabreau, despite the overwhelming odds, steeled himself. He would not panic, not yet. The soldier with silver hair questioned the situation. Fabreau lamented that he would be killed before he got rewarded. The armored man reeled from the blow, blood splattering from the impact. Belinda observed the scene, a hint of surprise in her crimson eyes. "Oh my, I didn't expect to see you here." Fabreau, Perdium's vassal, looked up in shock. "Be Belinda?" The fires raged, consuming the battlefield. The aftermath of the ambush was a scene of devastation. A group of armored soldiers rode through the burning landscape, their faces grim. The soldiers were vassals who headed to Degard as an envoy. Not only did he sell their information, but he was serving as the commander of Degard's supply unit. A soldier, kneeling on the ground, begged for his life. Fabreau lay on the ground, defeated. The soldier's eyes reflected the burning chaos around him. A desperate question hung in the air. Who's behind everything? The kneeling soldier, terrified, revealed the truth. "Please spare me, young Lord Ghislain. It was the Desmond family. I was threatened, so I couldn't help it." The man with blue hair had supported and provided soldiers for Degard, furthering the conflict. Belinda stated that the situation had escalated, but she had served Perdium for a long time. She believes Count Degard will pay a generous price. A large figure commanded Fabreau to raise his head. The injured man addressed the figure as young lord. Fabreau, injured and kneeling, thanked the figure for giving him another chance, his voice strained. A soldier stood over Fabreau, his sword glinting ominously in the dim light, ready to strike. A close-up revealed Nye, bloodied and filled with shock as the attack commenced. Ghislain Perdium's expression was unreadable, his lips curled into a slight, knowing smile. Belinda's eyes glowed with power as she declared that those who attack Perdium will face nothing. Meanwhile, a group of riders charged towards a burning structure, their faces grim and determined, ready for death. One soldier asked the captain what they should do now, his expression reflecting the chaos around them. The captain, his gaze resolute, declared that they would head straight to the castle, their mission clear. The siege weapons were already firing, the narrator stating that the attack must have started by now, drawing attention to the castle. From the rear, they would strike. The plan was to use the element of surprise to their advantage, sowing confusion among the enemy ranks. The assault began. A wave of soldiers crashed against the castle gates, their numbers a stark contrast to the defenders within. 3 figures rode swiftly toward the besieged castle, their steeds kicking up dust. They seemed determined to reach the front lines. The rider in the forefront wore heavy armor, his face partially obscured by a helmet. A long, braided beard flowed beneath his chin. Ghislain Perdium, his expression grim, received his orders. He was being entrusted with the main fighting forces for this engagement. It was a surprise attack, but the odds were stacked against them. They would be facing thousands with only a handful of soldiers. The armored rider's jaw was set, his gaze unwavering. He seemed ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. His eyes narrowed, a hint of determination flickering within them. The blue-haired man was ready for battle. "If it's your command, young lord," a voice declared, acknowledging his authority. The red-haired man remarked that the old man was getting the most fun part of the plan. The woman with white hair wondered who would be in charge of the castle gate. A cloaked figure was ordered to leave the castle gate be, turning away from the conflict. The red-haired man, the woman with white hair, and the blue-haired young lord stood together, ready to face the coming battle. He surveys the battlefield, his expression unreadable beneath the helmet. The war, it was said, would be the starting point that would change the history of Perdium. The commander raises his voice, bellowing orders to his troops, prepare for the enemy attack. Explosions rock the castle walls as the siege commences, sending debris flying. From the ramparts, soldiers are ordered to fire, preventing the enemy from reaching the wall. Despite the defense, the enemy soldiers are already scaling the castle walls. The sheer number of attackers is overwhelming, forcing a switch to close-quarters combat. Defenders clash with the invaders atop the wall, a desperate struggle for control. The defenders know they must not give them the castle wall. An enemy commander laughs, confident in their assault. The enemy commander believes this war is already over. The enemy prepares their catapults for a second strike, eager to take over the castle. The hooded figure muses, the end of the northern wolf drawing near, or so it would seem. A soldier clashes with an enemy, but the attack is easily deflected. The soldier expected a greater challenge. The soldier continues to fight, blood splattering as the battle intensifies. Ghislain Perdium stands alongside another soldier, surveying the battlefield with a stoic expression. Panic sets in as the castle gate is on the verge of collapse. The soldier asks what they should do. A determined soldier orders that the castle gate be abandoned, a difficult decision made. The soldiers resolve to focus solely on protecting the wall, a strategic shift in their defense. One soldier questions Scovin about the missing backup, seeking answers amidst the chaos. The soldier explains that all the territories they sent messengers to have refused to send aid, and the messengers to the Loge's territory have gone missing. The city is under siege, its flags bearing the symbol of a blackbird, a grim reminder of their isolation. The soldier curses their allies. Two soldiers run, one exclaiming that the situation is dire, a sense of urgency permeating the scene. The soldier reveals that their supply units have been compromised, a critical blow to their defenses, leaving the other soldier in shock. The crowned figure relayed that the soldiers sent out for a supply request hadn't returned yet. He cautioned against jumping to conclusions so quickly, stating that it couldn't be. Thomas de Gard questioned how the Perdium fools knew where their supply unit was and attacked them. He seemed agitated by this turn of events. A plume of smoke billowed in the distance, marking the location where the supply unit had been stationed. The situation appeared dire. Thomas de Gard mused that Perdium still had someone who could boldly use their brain. He seemed impressed, despite the circumstances. The helmeted figure found the situation interesting, a glint of light reflecting off his visor. His tone was measured, almost amused. The crowned figure exclaimed, "V Victor." He questioned what they should do now that the war had just begun and they didn't have their supplies. Thomas de Gard declared that they needed no supplies. His voice was cold, betraying a ruthless determination. He stated that they would simply take over the castle. His words were a chilling promise of impending violence. The crowned figure looked on with a worried expression, his face etched with concern. The situation was clearly weighing heavily on him. Thomas de Gard stood before the castle, his armor gleaming in the dim light. He was ready to carry out his plan. The helmeted figure's gaze was fixed on the castle, his intentions clear. He was determined to take it over, no matter the cost. The assault on the left and right walls, which began quite some time ago, still hadn't broken through. The battle raged on, with no clear victor in sight. The enemy forces advanced, their numbers pressing against the Perdium's elite, including the Northern Wolf. Meanwhile, the castle gate stood as the last line of defense against the encroaching horde. He peered out from behind his helmet, assessing the enemy's advance. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, the cold steel a familiar comfort. The order rang out, all forces advance. The banners of war billowed in the wind. The mounted soldiers prepared to charge, their leader declaring that they would break down the castle gate. He stood ready, the weight of the coming battle settling upon his shoulders. The blade gleamed, reflecting the grim determination in his eyes. A heavily armored knight sat astride his warhorse, prepared for battle. The knight's gaze was intense, his expression hidden behind his helmet, but his intent was clear. Adon. The warhorse stomped its hooves, eager to charge. The knight's helmet gleamed, reflecting the light of the impending conflict. Adon gripped the massive weapon, its weight seemingly inconsequential in his gauntlet hand. The weapon, a polearm of immense size, stood ready to deliver a devastating blow. The knight declared, his voice echoing from within the helmet, "I shall now personally head out to break through the castle gate." Surrounded by his fellow knights, Adon prepared to lead the charge. One of the knights was instructed to stay behind and protect the area. Adon, a figure of imposing strength, was ready to advance. The warhorse's tail swished as it shifted its weight, anticipating the coming battle. The siege towers lumbered forward, inching ever closer to the castle walls. Steel clashed against steel as soldiers fought atop the walls, a desperate defense against the encroaching invaders. The battle raged, a chaotic dance of death and desperation as both sides fought for control of the castle walls. Adon, face contorted with urgency, barked orders, pointing towards the advancing siege towers. "And my lord, over there." The siege towers loomed, monstrous wooden structures threatening to overwhelm the castle's defenses. From within the castle walls, the defenders braced themselves, the imposing siege towers casting long shadows over the courtyard. Panic began to set in among the castle's officers. "Damn, how did they figure out the height of our castle wall? We're too busy with the soldiers already. We won't last if the towers reach." Adon's voice boomed across the battlefield, a desperate plea for support. "Are the catapults ready yet?" The catapult crews worked feverishly, loading massive stones into their weapons, preparing to unleash a barrage upon the enemy. "We just finished our preparation." With a deafening roar, the catapults launched their payload, sending massive stones hurtling towards the advancing siege towers. The massive stones crashed into the siege towers, splintering wood and disrupting the enemy's advance, but the towers continued to approach. The defenders questioned if they had finished making the catapults as it was going to land. A surge of energy crackled as the shot hurtled towards its target. The projectile streaked through the air, a blue trail blazing in its wake. The shot was intercepted, a burst of energy erupting in the sky. The soldiers watched with bated breath, their swords drawn and ready. A figure strode forward, their back to the viewer, a sense of determination in their stride. The man's eyes narrowed, a silent intensity radiating from his gaze, no matter how much you resist. The soldiers questioned if it was him, their faces a mixture of awe and fear. A knight, clad in shining armor, rode forth on a majestic steed. The knight declared that there was no point in resisting Perdium, and that his demise was predestined. The knight commanded the siege ram to charge, his sword raised high. The siege ram hurtled towards the castle gates, a symbol of impending doom. The order rings out, and the siege ram hurtles toward the castle gate. The soldiers scream as they push the ram forward, their voices a mix of fear and determination. Steel clashes against steel as the defenders meet the attackers head-on, a desperate struggle for survival. The ram slams into the gate with a deafening crash, the wood groaning under the immense pressure. A man cries out, his voice filled with desperation, calling out to Ghislain Perdium. A surge of magical energy erupts, a desperate attempt to turn the tide of battle. The mages gather, their faces grim as they prepare to unleash their power against the invaders. They unleash their spell, a torrent of energy aimed at repelling the siege and protecting their home. One of the mages shouts, declaring their identity and purpose. They are mages, protectors of the realm. Another mage protests, reminding everyone that they were never meant to be part of this war, but orders are orders. One of them cries out in disbelief, pointing out the siege ram and lamenting the dire situation. A woman declares that the castle is doomed, her words heavy with resignation and despair. The man's face contorted in rage, his voice ready to erupt. Belinda clasped her hands, declaring that the young lord would surely prevail. One of the bound men scoffed, calling the belief ridiculous and predicting a meaningless death. The angry man from before silenced the bound man, questioning if they would continue listening to a lunatic's orders. Belinda's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing as she insisted that he was not a lunatic. Her conviction was unwavering. She would not allow anyone to speak ill of him. Belinda focused her mana, preparing to unleash what little magic she could muster. Ghislain Perdium stood beside Belinda, his expression unreadable as she prepared her spell. Belinda apologized to Ghislain, explaining that this was all the magic she could currently manage. He assured her it was enough. Belinda told him to follow her, stating that she had something to show him. Elsewhere, a group of people gathered around a glowing formation, the air thick with anticipation. Meanwhile, Ghislain and Belinda walked past exhausted workers, the sounds of their heavy breathing filling the air. She wondered if burying a runestone was the right choice. Elsewhere, someone shouted for the young lord. Ghislain stood beside Belinda, as someone questioned why mages were being made to dig. Surely there were others for the job? An older man struggled with a shovel. He was told that if they wanted to hide the runestone, they could just move it outside and to stop talking while working. Belinda grimaced, steeling herself. She swore she was going to kill someone. Young lord, this is... she thought. Ghislain steeled his gaze, preparing for what was to come. He knew that preparation was key. The most powerful and simplest tactic in war is to overpower the enemy with an overwhelming difference in numbers. No matter how much they struggled, their castle gate would surely be compromised after taking on their endless attacks. Belinda and Ghislain walked away, their backs to the viewer. But Ghislain knew there was still a way to win. He just needed to find it. Belinda's eyes widened. Wait, could it be? Her expression was one of dawning realization, a mix of surprise and hope. A pair of hands held a staff, glowing with blue energy. Do you really think I can do it? A lone figure stood surrounded by soldiers, bathed in the light of a glowing formation. A complex magical circle glows with power, ready to channel its energy. Ghislain, caught in the circle, grits his teeth, realizing what is happening. The young master's eyes widen in disbelief. A mana transfer is underway. She focuses intently, her hands clasped together, ready to unleash her power. Belinda steels her resolve, whispering encouragement to herself, knowing what she must do. Elsewhere, a desperate cry echoes across the battlefield. Vanessa's name is called out in anguish. A figure stands silhouetted against the chaos, their purpose unknown. The gate is under heavy assault, crossbow bolts exploding against its defenses. A soldier urgently points, alerting his lord to a threat. They are under attack. A heavily armored knight charges forward on horseback, a whirlwind of dust and fury. The lord recognizes the approaching force, his expression grim as he prepares for battle. The armored knight, weapon raised, prepares to strike a decisive blow. He surveyed the battlefield, his helmet gleaming in the dim light. Chaos erupted as soldiers reported in, their voices filled with urgency. An unknown cavalry unit launched a surprise attack from the rear on both sides, catching the forces off guard. The knight's blade crackled with energy as he prepared to meet the charge. He moved with blinding speed, a whirlwind of steel and righteous fury. The knight's attacks were brutal and efficient, cutting down anyone in his path. Panic set in as the soldiers realized they were ambushed. An ambush! Crossbow bolts flew toward the knight, a desperate attempt to stop his advance. The knight's eyes glowed with power as he pressed forward, undeterred. Explosions of dirt and debris marked the cavalry's relentless assault. The knight rode through the chaos, a beacon of defiance against the onslaught. The soldiers watched in disbelief, their faces etched with shock and fear. What? He moved with impossible speed, a blur of steel and righteous fury. The knight's blade cut through the air, a harbinger of destruction. His sword descended, a storm of purple energy unleashed upon the enemy ranks. The soldiers in yellow armor were scattered like leaves before a gale. Ghislain Perdium rode through the chaos, an unstoppable force of nature. The soldiers watched in horror. He had taken out so many in a single strike. Was he a monster? The blade pulsed with power, ready for the next strike. His gauntlet tightened around the hilt, determination etched on his face. Ghislain roared, his battle cry echoing across the battlefield. He declared that their counterattack starts now, his voice filled with conviction. The armored knight charged forward, cutting down more soldiers in his path. The soldier's face contorted in a battle cry, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Ghislain Perdium raised his sword high, his command ringing out. Rise, soldiers of Perdium! The soldiers surged forward, their counterattack commencing with a thunderous roar. The Perdium forces advanced, their formation a wave of steel and determination. Meanwhile, a strategic overview revealed the positions of key figures, their movements plotted across the war-torn landscape. At the Degard main camp, chaos erupted as a sudden assault overwhelmed their defenses. A surprise attack caught the Degard forces completely off guard, their main camp now under siege. The old man barked orders, demanding Gordon and Torrens spread out and disable key facilities. He reveled in the panicked faces of his enemies, knowing their base would soon be reduced to ashes. The armored soldier questioned the unfolding events, bewildered by the ambush they were suffering. Ghislain Perdium led the charge, his forces crashing against the enemy lines with overwhelming force. The declaration echoes. Enemy commander, Count Thamos de Gard, has been identified. Count Thamos de Gard, mounted on horseback, declares his intent. I will take you hostage. The Count's expression is grim as he prepares to carry out his threat. Energy crackles around Count Thamos de Gard as he prepares to strike. The Count's power intensifies, ready to be unleashed upon his foes. Count Thamos de Gard rides forward, his intent clear, to dominate the battlefield. The clash of battle leaves soldiers wounded and struggling on the ground. A soldier observes the unfolding conflict, muttering, "He's strong." A surprise attack on the main base, launched with a small force, shows guts. A new figure emerges, declaring, I am Adon Prasso. Adon Prasso stands tall, a formidable presence amidst the chaos. The armored figure demands, state your name. A single, luminous eye pierces the darkness, its gaze intense and unwavering. The towering figure clutches a massive axe, its blade gleaming with ethereal energy. It declares, its voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance, that it has no name. The figure clarifies its purpose, stating it is merely a weapon, wielded by the Grand Duke of Perdium. The left fortress wall stands as a silent sentinel, a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. Arrows rain down upon the fortress walls as soldiers clash in a desperate struggle for survival. Elsewhere, a cry rings out as the woman with white hair and red eyes is called by name. Kair. Kair moves with blinding speed, her movements a blur of motion as she engages her enemies. The man with red hair lunges forward, his fist clenched and ready to strike a devastating blow. He swings his weapon, a crimson arc painting the air as he aims to cleave through his opponent. Kair intercepts the attack, her expression hardening as the man with red hair sneers, telling her to handle it herself. Her eyes widen in fury, Kair's face contorting in rage at the insult. Old lady. The right fortress wall stood as a silent testament to the coming storm. Captain Ghislain, mounted on horseback, cleaved through the enemy ranks with brutal efficiency. Panic seized the enemy soldiers. Everyone's going to die. Or run away. One cried, turning to flee. Seeing the disarray, the captain seized the opportunity. While the enemy is confused, this is our chance to overwhelm them all. His gaze hardened, the knight's resolve unwavering. I'll bring down their siege towers myself. The soldiers rallied, their fear momentarily forgotten. Follow Captain Ghislain. Let's crush these bastards completely. The captain surveyed the battlefield, his expression disdainful. What a disorganized bunch of amateurs. He barked orders at his troops. Spearmen, block the front. The spearmen responded, Why, yes, sir. Ghislain urged his steed forward. Dodge the attacks on your own. A barrage of spears met their mark, exploding in a shower of splinters and dust. The horse, impaled by multiple spears, reared up in agony. Confusion spread among the ranks. What? Where did he go? He stood, a figure clad in armor, a spear aimed directly at him. A dozen spears impaled him, yet the mercenary king remained standing, surrounded by enemies. Despite the grievous wounds, Ghislain held his ground, his eyes burning with determination. With a surge of power, he unleashed a sweeping attack, scattering his foes. The blade crackled with energy as it cut through the air, leaving trails of light. His enemies were sent flying, their bodies crashing to the ground. Blood splattered across the battlefield as Ghislain continued his relentless assault. The ground trembled beneath his feet as he prepared to strike again. His gaze narrowed, focusing on the next wave of attackers. From the fortress walls, soldiers watched the seemingly endless horde approach. The fortress wall was in worse condition than they thought, perhaps due to the siege tower. At this rate, the fortress wall will fall before they get through the fortress gate. Their numbers were too great. If they let this drag on, they'd be surrounded. The soldiers shout, desperate to stop him, fearing the fortress walls collapse. Before they lose momentum, a single blue eye glows from within the dark helmet. They must secure their win, the blade reflecting the urgency of the moment. The blade gleams, a promise of victory etched into its very edge. The armored figure grips the weapon, ready to strike with deadly force. The sound of impact echoes as the blade finds its mark. His face contorted in determination, the armored figure presses the attack. He cleaves through the enemy ranks, blood splattering as he advances. One of the soldiers cries out, calling him a bastard as he cuts them down. The clash of steel rings out as the armored figure continues his relentless assault. He moves with speed and precision, cutting down any who dare to oppose him. The armored figure stands amidst the chaos, a whirlwind of steel and death. He advanced, his blade singing through the air with deadly precision. The strike connected, sending blood spraying across the battlefield. The soldiers shouted, "He's targeting the siege tower. Don't let him get close." Ghislain continued his relentless assault, his movements a blur of steel and fury. One soldier cried out as the blade found its mark, his armor offering little resistance. The mercenary king pressed forward, undeterred by the enemy's numbers. Another soldier fell, his body riddled with wounds as Ghislain carved a path through the ranks. He glanced back, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The soldier cried out in pain as he was struck by mana thread. Mana thread crackled with energy, ready to strike. Ghislain focused, his gaze intense, as he manipulated the magical threads. The mana threads exploded outward, a storm of arcane energy. He continued his advance, the siege tower looming in the distance. The mercenary king gripped his blade, ready to strike down any who stood in his path. With a flash of steel, he cut down the soldiers who dared to challenge him. The remaining soldiers watched in terror, their faces hidden behind their helmets. Ghislain's blade moved with blinding speed, each strike precise and deadly. The force of his blows sent the soldiers flying, their armor offering little protection. The siege tower loomed ever closer, its wooden frame a testament to the enemy's desperation. With a final, devastating strike, he shattered the last line of defense. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the battlefield. Inside the siege tower, panic set in as the soldiers realized their impending doom. The siege tower, that idiot. One soldier muttered, to think he's dismantling the siege tower with his bare body. Another asked, is that guy the commander? He stood amidst the wreckage, the siege tower continuing to crumble around him. Inside the castle, a soldier wondered if the main gate had been breached yet. The assault continued, the attackers confident they would break through in mere minutes. The tension was palpable as the battle raged on. A knight on horseback declared that he would take out their commander, ordering the gate to be opened upon his return. The armored figure's gaze was intense, promising retribution. The figure threatened death by his own hand to anyone who failed. The eyes behind the helmet conveyed a chilling intensity. A soldier looked on in disbelief. The knight declared that he was not going anywhere. Someone questioned the armored figure's identity. The figure revealed himself as Kair, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. Ghislain's grin widened, a flash of teeth promising pain. He seemed to relish the coming battle. Kair's armored hand clenched into a fist, ready to fight. The challenge was clear. Let the games begin. The armored figure stood, a silent sentinel amidst the chaos, their identity obscured by the gleaming metal. A figure with crimson hair emerged, a blur of motion and intent, ready to engage the armored warrior. The man with red hair, identified as Kair, grinned, his expression a mixture of confidence and anticipation. Mounted atop a warhorse, Kair issued a challenge, his voice ringing across the battlefield. Let's play. The armored figure responded with a swift counterattack, their gauntlet meeting Kair's blade in a shower of sparks. The clash of steel echoed as the armored figure and Kair engaged in a furious exchange, neither giving ground. Kair pressed his attack, his blade a silver streak against the armored figure's defenses, seeking an opening. With a snarl, Kair brought his blade down, the force of the blow threatening to shatter the armored figure's guard. The armored figure parried, the impact reverberating through their frame as they struggled to maintain their stance. Kair and the armored figure locked blades, the intensity of their struggle reaching a fever pitch, neither willing to yield. His face contorted in a furious snarl, Kair's teeth bared. The armored figure met the blow, a flash of blue energy erupting. Kair's eyes widened in disbelief. What the? He managed to block all that. The armored figure stood firm. I met a ton of people like you. Kair lunged forward, blade meeting the armored figure's defense once more. The armored figure thought, mediocre mercenaries who just use brute force. The armored figure's blade glowed with an intense blue light. Kair was sent reeling back, blood spraying from a fresh wound. The force of the blow blurred the air around Kair. The armored figure's attack left Kair stunned and speechless. The armored figure stood, a silent, imposing presence. Kair, now sporting a fresh cut, glared at the armored figure. He grimaced in pain, blood splattering as the unseen blow landed. The armored figure mused that nothing is easier than dealing with beasts who swing their front paws instinctively. The armored figure, mounted on horseback, towered over the fallen Kair. The injured Kair, teeth gritted, acknowledged the armored figure's strength with a curse. It was just as the captain had said. The narration revealed the armored figure's name, Victor. He was Desmond's hidden joker card, a power rooting for Perdium's fall. One figure asked if Victor was stronger than the other. The other figure responded that Victor was stronger than anyone he had faced before, except himself. They would use numbers to force their enemies to focus all their attention on defending the walls. At that moment, he was probably planning to break through the weakened gate and launch an all-out attack. The figure with long, dark hair and glowing eyes stared intently. The figure with short, light hair declared that this was exactly as he planned. If Victor made it out of the castle gate, the plan would fail in the worst-case scenario. A sword was drawn, ready for battle. Tears well in Kair's eye, a single drop escaping as they look on. Before the knight on horseback, a red-haired figure kneels, head bowed in supplication or defeat. A gauntlet hand grips a blade that hums with a blue, ethereal energy. The red-haired figure, teeth bared in a savage grin, declares, "You're asking for too much." The castle looms in the background, a silent witness to the coming storm of battle. The glowing blade descends, a streak of blue against the chaos of war. The ethereal energy crackles as the blade meets its target, steel ringing against steel. The knight on horseback is struck, the force of the blow sending them reeling. A nearby knight shouts, "Step back, my lord. Be careful," as the battle intensifies. Someone caught in the crossfire mutters, "Make sure not to get in Gillian's way." Annoying. The bearded figure, surrounded by glowing energy, declares, "There's no time to waste here." The armored knight wonders, "When was the last time I met someone this sturdy?" However, the armored figure with pink hair remains standing, seemingly unfazed by the attack. Kair declares that they have no more time to waste on their opponent. The armored figure swings their weapon with tremendous force. A voice declares the attacks are pointless. He acknowledges the heavy blow, but boasts that his shield cannot be broken. The armored figure continues their assault, blade meeting shield. Sparks fly as the weapons clash, the force of the impact evident. The armored figure spins, bringing their weapon down in a wide arc. The other figure is struck, a muttered curse escaping their lips. The battle rages on, neither side gaining a clear advantage. The armored figure is sent falling. Kair stands victorious, their weapon raised high. They swung their weapon with incredible force, the air itself seeming to crackle around the blade. The impact sent shards of energy and debris flying in all directions, a testament to the blow's power. Kair gritted their teeth, the strain of the battle etched on their face as they pushed forward. Meanwhile, a massive gate loomed, its entrance now clear, promising passage or peril. An explosion erupted near the gate, sending soldiers scattering amidst the chaos. Debris rained down, the aftermath of the explosion creating a hazardous environment. A hooded figure watched from the shadows, their face obscured, their intentions unknown. A man lay injured, while a woman stood over him, urging someone to act, now that their mana had been taken. Kair's expression hardened, a surge of determination visible in their eyes as they prepared for what was to come. A soldier announced that the gate was open, signaling a shift in the battle's momentum. The order was given. All soldiers were to attack and take over the castle, a clear declaration of war. The soldiers surged forward, a wave of armored figures charging toward the castle, ready to fight. A commanding voice echoed through the castle, demanding action. The order was clear: bring Count de Guard to him. He intended to eliminate their commanders. A soldier responded with unwavering obedience. But another, mounted on horseback, voiced his disagreement, a silent exclamation mark punctuating his defiance. A figure with crimson hair stood firm, blocking the path. His voice dripped with menace as he declared, "You're not going anywhere." The knight questioned the man with pink hair's presence. He wondered why Kair bothered coming at him again, knowing he must know when to discard his life. The armored knight's helmet reflected the grim determination of the battlefield. His gaze was fixed, unwavering, and ready for the coming clash. The knight on horseback faced the armored figure. The tension was palpable as they prepared to engage, the fate of the battle hanging in the balance. Kair's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed. He knew his surprise attack had failed to change the outcome, but he remained defiant. The armored knight's gaze remained cold and resolute. He believed that no matter how skilled, they couldn't defeat a highly trained knight. The knight on horseback urged Kair to act like a mercenary and know when to run. He implied that this fight wasn't worth dying for. The knight on horseback declared that nothing in this war was worth throwing their lives away for. He stood ready, his words a final warning. Kair chuckled, his defiance unwavering. He dismissed the knight's warning with a simple, "So what?" The intensity of the moment reached its peak. The question hung in the air, mercenaries or knights? They fight on. The battlefield is staged for their deadly dance. The armored knight stands opposite Kair, ready to strike. The knight declares he doesn't need to hear the loser's excuse. The knight raises his weapon, preparing to strike a powerful blow. The clash of steel echoes across the ravaged landscape. Kair and the knight meet in a flurry of blows, neither giving ground. The knight realizes something is happening inside the axe. The pink-haired figure stands firm, their resolve unwavering. The knight is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The impact of the attack sends shockwaves through the battlefield. The knight crashes to the ground, defeated but not broken. The armored knight, enraged, accuses Kair of being a wretched mercenary. They remained prone on the ground, as the armored knight towered above. The knight brought his blade down in a wide, arcing strike. The knight's armor gleamed, reflecting the light of the battlefield. The knight declared, "Even the sturdiest defense has a gap." The knight gripped his sword tightly, his resolve unwavering. The blade cut through the air, a silent promise of destruction. His gauntlet tightened around the hilt, ready to deliver the final blow. The knight proclaimed, "Only bring him victory." His eye burned with unwavering devotion, focused on his mission. The knight swung his sword again, a desperate act of loyalty. The sword connected with a resounding crash, the impact shaking the ground. Ghislain Perdium stood nearby, observing the scene with a stoic expression. He knew that his opponent was stronger than him, a grim realization. And that he could die, but... Meanwhile, the man in armor commanded someone to hold Victor down, his expression unreadable behind the helmet. If Kair could land just one strike, he bared his teeth, a desperate resolve hardening his gaze. A foot descends with crushing force, the impact sending tremors through the ground. The man with blood on his face grits his teeth, acknowledging the power of his opponent. He knows that he is outmatched and that he can die. His eyes burn with determination, a single thought echoing in his mind. If he can land just one strike. The bloodied man's expression is fierce, his jaw clenched, ready to endure whatever it takes. A disembodied thought hangs in the air, a question of bewildered triumph. How did I do it? Ghislain Perdium glances back, a flicker of curiosity in his sharp gray eyes. Which one? The man with dark hair recalls a past fight, describing how he dodged everything. Bam, 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 and dodged everything. The man with dark hair looks up, his expression earnest. He asks, "Can you teach me how to do that?" Ghislain smiles faintly, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he considers the request. He listened to the armored figure, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The armored figure descended, confident that anyone facing him for the first time would falter. The armored figure sneered, declaring that he was facing just an animal that charges forward. The armored figure's eyes glowed with power as he prepared to look down on his opponent. Ghislain grinned, a flash of teeth hinting at the ferocity beneath his calm exterior. The armored figure swung his blade, a flash of blue energy accompanying the strike, but Ghislain met the blow. The armored figure pressed his attack, but the mercenary king stood firm against the onslaught. The armored figure grunted, the sound muffled by his helmet, as the fight continued. Ghislain dodged another strike, the force of the blow carving a trench in the ground where he had stood. The armored figure declared that fools like him always make hasty decisions in desperation. The armored figure raised his blade, the blue energy intensifying around it. The armored figure prepared to strike the final blow, uttering a single, chilling word, "Die." However, he remained focused, despite the overwhelming odds against him. The armored figure declared that hiding his true intentions would be futile. Ghislain's eye twitched, blood trickling down his face as he braced for the incoming attack. He raised his sword, preparing to meet the armored figure's assault head-on. Ghislain's stance shifted, ready to parry the incoming blow with precision. The armored figure's blade descended with immense force, a blur of motion. Ghislain strained against the force of the blow, his expression one of intense concentration. The armored figure's attack crashed against Ghislain's defense, the impact echoing through the arena. The armored figure's helmet reflected the intensity of the battle, a silent observer. The armored figure declared that the strike should be more than enough to land, as Ghislain struggled to maintain his footing. The armored figure's blade continued its descent, aimed directly at Ghislain. The blade connected, a spray of blood erupting as Ghislain was struck. His feet skidded across the ground, unable to find purchase. The force of the blow had clearly taken its toll, blood splattering across the battlefield. The armored figure loomed over him, sword raised high, ready to strike again. He lay on the ground, the taste of dirt and blood filling his mouth. The armored figure observed an irregular movement that caught the blade. I deflected. The figure continued, musing on Ghislain's potential, a caliber that only those prepared to face death can reach. Perhaps you weren't as thoughtless as I had gauged. The armored figure stood tall, the fallen Ghislain a stark contrast at his feet. Despite his dire situation, Ghislain thought to himself, excellent. The armored figure stated, it's not uncommon for one to surpass their limits at the crossroads of life and death, but unfortunately, you missed. The blade of the armored figure's sword gleamed, ready to deliver the final blow. The armored figure pointed the sword at Ghislain, asking, any last words? Ghislain stared up at his opponent, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. He spoke, his voice echoing from within the confines of his armor. The red-haired man's face contorted in a savage grin, declaring that he had landed a hit. The impact reverberated through the armored figure's helmet. The force of the blow sent him staggering backward. The red-haired man pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of attacks against the reeling Ghislain Perdium. He spun, his movements a blur of deadly intent. The armored figure crashed to the ground, defeated. The red-haired man prepared to deliver the final blow, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. His weapon crackled with energy as he brought it down. The armored figure lay prone, vulnerable to the killing stroke. The red-haired man towered over him, ready to end the fight. Meanwhile, a horse galloped towards the scene, its rider unseen. He stood silent, the knight's helmet concealing his expression from the world. Had that strike truly landed? He recalled the events that led him here. Then, did that mean his actions up until now were worth risking his life for? The knight stood tall amidst the burning landscape, his sword held firmly in hand. He remembered the blood, the pain, and the narrow escape from death's grasp. Before him, a burning gate and a horde of soldiers awaited, ready to spill more blood. Could it be that he was not alone in this fight? The army stood ready, their weapons glinting in the firelight, prepared to defend their castle. The soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, a united front against the encroaching darkness. The woman with glowing eyes seemed to be in deep thought, her expression intense. She was determined to hold him, to protect him from whatever was to come. Even when the enemies reached right under their noses after breaching the castle gate, she would not falter. He is told that the situation can be flipped to their advantage. It would require the help of his magic. Ghislain stands with another person, cloaked and silent. She wonders if she really thinks she can do it. A voice, close and encouraging, assures her, I know you can do it, Vanessa. A complex magical circle glows with an intense blue light, symbols swirling within its bounds. The magical circle hovers above a legion of soldiers, their forms indistinct in the radiant light. The blue light intensifies, bathing the soldiers in its ethereal glow, preparing them for the coming assault. Energy crackles and arcs, the air shimmering with raw power as the spell reaches its apex. Eyes glowing with magical energy focus on the target, the spell about to be unleashed. The words flame strike appear, emblazoned in fiery letters, signaling the nature of the attack. The magical circle descends, engulfing the enemy forces in a torrent of searing flames. Explosions erupt, sending shockwaves and plumes of smoke billowing across the battlefield. The aftermath of the flame strike leaves a scene of devastation, the enemy ranks decimated by the magical assault. The flame strike detonated, consuming everything in a furious inferno. The blast radiated outward, a searing wave of pure destruction. The intense heat warped the very air, creating a visible distortion. The light from the flames blazed, an all-consuming radiance. Structures buckled and shattered, unable to withstand the magical assault. The inferno roared, a monstrous visage of fire and fury. The ground itself seemed to melt under the sheer force of the spell. Ghislain watched the devastation unfold, a grim expression on his face. Nearby, a woman was restrained. The young master's eyes reflected the raging fire, a silent acknowledgement of its power. A soldier screamed, engulfed in flames, the heat unbearable. Panic seized the ranks as the order to retreat echoed through the chaos. The surviving soldiers fled, desperate to escape the Inferno's wrath. A man with light hair shouts, commanding his forces to surround the castle gate. The commander's order rings out as he demands that not a single enemy escape the Inferno. The battlefield is engulfed in flames, the fire consuming everything in its path. He kneels amidst the devastation. The aftermath of the flame strike heavy around him. A soldier cries out, desperately calling for someone named Victor amidst the chaos. A soldier, his helmet scorched, pleads for retreat, acknowledging the dire situation. A figure, silhouetted against the flames, finds the situation merely irritating. The voice notes that they had blocked every path Ghislain Perdium could take to survive. However, their special forces stand ready, a looming presence amidst the destruction. A close-up reveals a face contorted in rage, the words Mad Dog emblazoned nearby. Another face, this one belonging to an elder-class mage capable of incinerating thousands of soldiers in an instant. The voice declares it's far too convenient to call all those factors a mere coincidence, for they were all perfectly aligned to thwart their victory. The armored figure stood amidst the blaze, the heat shimmering off his helmet. He realized, with growing certainty, that he had walked directly into their trap. The armored figure gripped the hilt of his sword, the metal gleaming in the firelight. Another armored figure issued orders. Assemble the soldiers, they would be making a temporary retreat. The first armored figure considered their options. This area wasn't forested, so as long as they escaped the blaze, they could regroup back at the main camp. He thought to himself that he needed to call Adon immediately. The armored figure's gauntlet tightened around the sword's grip, the flames reflecting in the polished steel. The armored figure who gave the order to retreat walked away, the other figure following close behind. A figure with a long white beard stood amidst the destruction, carrying a large axe. The figure with the beard stared intently, asking if he was the commander of the guard. The armored figure stared back, his expression hidden behind his helmet. The figure with the beard awaited an answer, the tension hanging heavy in the air. The battlefield erupted, consuming the main force and the army. A figure plummeted from above, crashing into the ravaged earth. The armored warrior stood tall, a declaration of surrender echoing. The massive blade descended, reflecting the fiery sky above. Explosions continued to rock the battlefield, obscuring the scene in smoke and fire. The air crackled with energy as the battle intensified. A sinister chuckle emanated from the armored figure. The armored figure sneered, daring someone not to make them laugh. The warriors stood amidst the chaos, their sword raised high. The armored figure wondered if the war would end this way, declaring they would cut off all heads themselves. The armored figure's arm tensed, ready to strike. The armored figure lunged forward, their massive sword poised to cleave through the air. He stood, clad in full armor, a figure of imposing strength and resolve. The enemy formation stood firm, a wall of armored figures awaiting the inevitable clash. Then, the order came, and the sky erupted in flames, consuming everything in its path. Amidst the inferno, soldiers fought desperately, blades clashing and blood splattering against the fiery backdrop. A mounted soldier cut down the enemy, seizing the golden opportunity to turn the tides of war. One armored soldier bellowed, commanding his troops to show no mercy. The firestorm raged on, consuming the battlefield and turning the tide of the conflict. Ghislain Perdium rode through the blaze, his expression unreadable as he surveyed the chaos around him. A woman watched the battle unfold, her expression thoughtful as she considered the events before her. The face of a soldier, contorted in pain and desperation, reflected the brutal reality of war. The soldier's gaze was sharp and calculating, his mind focused on the task at hand. The woman admitted that she had doubted the plan, but it seemed to be working. The group stood around the remnants of their attack, the air still crackling with energy. They'd spent all their mind runestones in that one strike. The armored figure, his expression unreadable beneath his helmet, broke the silence. He wondered where Gillian was. A woman with striking white hair turned, her red eyes widening slightly. She seemed surprised by the question. A figure on horseback charged forward, the sound of hooves echoing through the battlefield. The rider leaned forward, urging a horse onward. The rider called out to the young master. The powerful horse galloped, its hooves pounding the scorched earth. The name Gillian echoed in the air, a desperate cry for help. The intricate details of the armor gleamed, reflecting the surrounding flames. Two figures clashed amidst the inferno, their weapons meeting with a resounding clang. He lunged forward, his blade a blur against the fiery backdrop. The white-haired opponent raised his weapon, bracing for the impact. The opponent gritted his teeth, thinking, moreover, his momentum was indeed incredible, a whirlwind of steel and determination. The white-haired opponent struggled to maintain his footing against the relentless assault. He pressed his attack, each strike carrying the weight of his resolve. The opponent's grip tightened on his weapon, knuckles white with strain. Blood splattered as the relentless exchange continued, neither warrior yielding. The white-haired opponent's feet dug into the ground, desperately trying to hold his ground. He coughed, blood trickling from his lips as he absorbed the blow. The opponent thought his strength and speed are both ridiculous. He struggled to catch his breath, realizing he isn't giving me time to rest. He pressed his attack, the axe a blur of motion. The white-haired warrior snarled, "I'd give you an inch, and you try to take a mile." The axe descended, a flash of blue energy accompanying its deadly arc. The white-haired warrior barely managed to raise his weapon in defense, a look of shock on his face. Inside the axe, the power surged, ready to be unleashed. The impact resonated, the force of the blow threatening to overwhelm the defender. Ghislain pressed forward, his relentless assault showing no signs of slowing. The ground splintered and cracked under the force of the impact. Ghislain's expression hardened. "You have crossed the line." The white-haired warrior's face was a mask of pain and determination. The axe loomed over the white-haired warrior, poised to deliver the final blow. A spray of blood marked the end of the exchange. He grits his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Crimson droplets scatter as the warrior struggles to maintain his footing. The white-haired warrior, despite his injuries, acknowledges his opponent's skill. "I see you twisted the blade to evade the vital point in that brief moment." The warrior recalls the recent battle. He thinks, "So it wasn't just by luck that you defeated Adon." He continues, "No one has ever received my attack like this except him." A flashback shows the two combatants locked in a fierce exchange, their weapons meeting with explosive force. The white-haired warrior's face contorts in rage as he shouts, "Now die." A single, luminous feather drifts through the air, a symbol of the warrior's fading hope. The warrior's expression is grim, his eyes reflecting the harsh reality of his situation. Ghislain's axe cleaves through the air, striking the white-haired warrior with devastating force. The warrior cries out, his voice strained, "Who goes there?" Ghislain steps forward, his armored boot crushing the earth beneath him. The mercenary king stands victorious over his fallen foe, the battle concluded. A strange energy crackled in the air, the prelude to something terrible. A figure clad in black armor stood firm, the visor concealing any hint of humanity. "You!" The armored figure's gaze was intense, promising pain and destruction. The figure's weapon, a massive axe, dripped with dark energy. The axe was raised high, ready to cleave through anything in its path. The air crackled with anticipation, the promise of violence hanging heavy. The figure stood poised, a dark silhouette against the fiery backdrop. The armored figure advanced, each step deliberate and menacing. A single eye, glowing with malevolent intent, focused on its target. That black armor. The figure's core, a source of immense power, was unleashed. The armor pulsed with energy, a sign of the devastating attack to come. The armored foot slammed into the ground, unleashing a shockwave of force. The figure in black armor lunges forward, spear aimed to strike. He descends, the spear a blur of motion. The spearhead glints, poised to pierce the figure in white armor. The figure in white armor raises their sword, preparing to meet the attack. The spear and sword collide in a shower of sparks, the force of the impact echoing. The figure in white armor grunts, struggling against the force of the blow. With a cry, the figure in white armor is pushed back, but manages to maintain their footing. The figure in white armor regains composure, preparing for another exchange. Ghislain Perdium and the figure in white armor clash again, their weapons meeting with brutal force. They trade blows, each strike carrying the weight of their determination. Ghislain presses the attack, his spear a whirlwind of deadly precision. The figure in white armor struggles to defend, pushed to the limit by Ghislain's relentless assault. He descended, axe raised high, ready to strike the armored figure below. The armored figure braced, raising a gauntlet to meet the blow. Ghislain's axe crashed against the armored figure's raised arm, the force of the blow staggering them. Sparks flew as the axe scraped against the helmet, the armored figure's eyes widening behind the visor. The axe continued its downward arc, cleaving through the air towards the armored figure's leg. Ghislain pressed his advantage, his relentless assault forcing the armored figure to desperately parry each blow. The armored figures struggled to maintain their footing, the heat of the battle intensifying around them. Each strike echoed with deafening force, the armored figure barely managing to deflect the attacks. The armored figure grunted, feeling the weight of each impact. Ghislain leaped back, creating distance between them as the armored figure struggled to regain their balance. The armored figure thought, "One wrong move, and I'll die." How come such a powerful individual was hidden within Perdium? The armored figure knelt, panting heavily, and wondered how such a powerful individual was hidden within Perdium. From the strength of their war power and strategy, a grand army stood ready. The cloaked figure spoke of the faction that had supported them from behind. The cloaked figure remained shrouded in shadow, their intentions unclear. The armored figure's singular eye glowed with an ominous light. It declared, "I know all about it." A flicker of doubt crossed the armored figure's face. Was this a trap? It wondered. Frustration mounting, the armored figure clenched its fist, the metal groaning under the pressure. Ghislain charged forward, his blade crackling with energy as he closed the distance. The armored figure cried out, "There's no way Perdium had known about this grand project that we've been conducting in absolute secrecy." Ghislain's attack pressed on. The clash of steel echoed as Ghislain's relentless assault continued, each strike carrying immense force. The armored figure struggled to defend against the onslaught, sparks flying with every parry. With a surge of power, he declared, "I am the hidden joker of Count Desmond." Ghislain pressed his advantage, switching to a brutal axe attack, determined to break through the armored figure's defenses. He swung the axe, the declaration that he wouldn't fall for trickery. The blade met resistance, energy crackling at the point of impact. Ghislain pressed his attack, leaping back to gain momentum for another strike. The armored figure noticed the incoming attack from above. He descended, axe aimed to cleave the armored figure in two. The axe crashed against the armored figure's raised sword. The armored figure struggled to maintain his footing against the force. Ghislain pressed his advantage, the axe's momentum pushing the armored figure back. The force of the blow sent the armored figure reeling. He prepared to deliver the final blow, axe raised high. Ghislain brought the axe down, the armored figure unable to fully block the attack. The armored figure cried out as the axe struck home. The armored figure is sent crashing to the ground by the force of the blow. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the immediate area. The axe continues its downward trajectory, cleaving through the air. Dust and debris explode outwards as the ground is pulverized. The force of the blow is immense, a wave of energy radiating outwards. The armored figure is launched backwards, a dark silhouette against the fiery background. The helmet of the armored figure is sent flying, spinning through the air. The world around the armored figure is a blur of fire and destruction. The armored figure kneels, defeated, his armor battered and broken. Blood streaks down the armored figure's face, a testament to the force of the blow. Ghislain stands over the kneeling figure, his axe held loosely at his side. The armored figure, despite his injuries, speaks, I like using axes too." The armored figure declares that this style suits him better. A blade gleams, reflecting the light. Blood streams down his face, obscuring his vision. He can only mutter, "Just what?" The armored figure questions, "Me?" He declares himself the young lord of Perdium. The helmet clatters to the ground. A voice calls out, "Ghislain." The name echoes, "Ghislain Perdium." Ghislain Perdium's blue eyes narrow, his expression hardening. Flames billowed around him as Ghislain Perdium declared, his voice ringing out, that he was the young lord of Perdium. The declaration hung in the air, the weight of his words settling over the battlefield. A helmet, dislodged in the chaos, clattered to the ground, a symbol of the fallen. Ghislain Perdium's piercing blue eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable as he gazed forward. The injured man, his face marred with blood and scars, questioned if it was truly Ghislain Perdium. A low, guttural sound escaped the injured man's lips as he processed the revelation. The battlefield stretched out before them, a desolate landscape of fire and ash. The strongest knight in the north, defeated by a mere scoundrel, he voiced his disbelief. A voice declared that they would see who the real strongest in the north was today. He stared down his opponent, a glint of triumph in his gray eyes. "Victor." Blood trickled down the other man's face, but a sneer twisted his lips. "Arrogant." Ghislain Perdium stood amidst the flames, his gaze fixed on his adversary. He wouldn't even ask about the trap. In war, anything goes. A gauntlet hand tightened around the hilt of a sword. Every means was necessary for a decisive victory, the man thought, and only the last one standing mattered. Arcane energy crackled around the battlefield, a visual testament to the power at play. Ghislain Perdium raised his sword, the blade gleaming in the firelight, ready to strike. The other man's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, blood streaking his face, a terrifying visage. A cruel smile spread across his face, a chilling question hanging in the air. "Isn't that right?" The dark-haired man's grip tightened on his own weapon, preparing for the inevitable clash. The air shimmered with magical energy, a prelude to the coming storm of steel and sorcery. Ghislain Perdium held a glowing orb in his hand, power radiating from it, ready to unleash its force. The dark-haired man stood firm, awaiting the attack, his stance unwavering amidst the chaos. Flames danced around the battlefield, the air thick with heat and ash. He stared down his foe, his blue eyes narrowed with determination. A guttural voice echoed across the scorched earth, beckoning him forward. "Come." The armored figure roared, hefting a massive blade, ready to strike. The armored opponent's face contorted in rage, his grip tightening on the hilt. Ghislain Perdium's expression remained stoic, his resolve unwavering in the face of the challenge. The fiery landscape blurred as the two warriors prepared to engage. Across the scorched earth, the distance closed between them with terrifying speed. The air crackled with energy as the impending clash drew near. The armored figure lunged, his massive sword a blur of motion. Steel met steel, the sound echoing like thunder as Ghislain Perdium parried the blow. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield, neither warrior yielding ground. He clashed against the armored figure, the force of the blow echoing. The armored opponent spun, their blade a blur of crimson energy. He parried the attack, sparks flying as their weapons met once more. The armored figure's strike sent debris scattering across the arena floor. Ghislain Perdium countered, his blade glowing with a blue light. The armored opponent met his attack head-on, their stance unwavering. Ghislain gritted his teeth, pushing harder against the armored figure's defense. The armored figure unleashed a powerful swing, flames erupting around them. The force of the blow staggered him, his grip faltering on his sword. The armored opponent pressed their advantage, leaping forward with a final strike. The blade connected, a spray of blood erupting from his shoulder. Ghislain Perdium cried out in pain, his face contorted in agony. He narrowly avoided the blow, the force of it creating a gust of wind. The armored opponent pressed his attack, his movements swift and powerful. A strike landed. Ghislain recoiled, blood trickling from a fresh wound on his head. The armored opponent's blade gleamed, ready to deliver another strike. The armored opponent lunged, his sword arcing down towards the Mercenary King. Ghislain dodged again, narrowly avoiding the descending blade. The armored opponent's sword slammed into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. The armored opponent's expression remained cold, his eyes fixed on Ghislain. Ghislain's face was marred with sweat and blood, his determination unwavering. The two warriors faced each other amidst the flames, their battle far from over. The armored opponent unleashed another powerful strike, the air vibrating with its force. The armored opponent advanced, his heavy footfalls shaking the ground. He parried the blow, the force of the impact reverberating through his arm. The armored opponent pressed his advantage, sparks flying as their blades met again. Ghislain's expression tightened, pain etched on his face as he prepared for the next attack. The armored figure loomed, an implacable wall of steel and fury. He struggled to maintain his footing, the ground slick with dust and the promise of blood. The armored opponent's sword arced down, a whistling death aimed at the Mercenary King. Ghislain met the blow head-on, his own blade a blur of purple energy. The clash of steel echoed, a deafening roar in the desolate landscape. Locked in a deadly embrace, neither warrior yielded an inch. The force of their struggle sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Blood trickled down Ghislain's face, a testament to the brutal exchange. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, refusing to surrender. He grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as his eyes glow with an inner light. The Mercenary King clashes with the armored opponent, the force of their blows sending sparks flying. Steel grinds against steel as the armored figure presses his advantage, forcing Ghislain to struggle to maintain his ground. His grip tightens on the hilt of his sword, knuckles white as he prepares for the next onslaught. He lunges forward, a desperate attempt to break the armored opponent's relentless assault. The two warriors exchange a flurry of blows, each strike carrying the weight of their determination. The armored opponent brings his blade down with crushing force, aiming to end the fight. With a burst of speed, Ghislain leaps back, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. He manages to raise his sword in time to block the next strike, the impact reverberating through his arms. The force of the collision sends shockwaves through the battlefield. The armored opponent's relentless power forces him to his knees, the ground cracking beneath the pressure. From his kneeling position, Ghislain glares up at his towering foe, refusing to yield. He clashed against the armored figure, the opponent's blade crackling with blue energy as it met his own. There wasn't much difference between them, even with his power amplified by the third. Ghislain thought, his gaze intense. He recalled a past conflict, a voice echoing in his mind, remembering when he started the war and attacked Count Desmond. The armored opponent had stood in his way back then, too, a formidable barrier against his ambitions. The memory showed the armored figure alongside another armored warrior, a united front against him. He had been able to defeat him after they clashed their swords dozens of times. The memory continued, blood splattering. The clash of swords echoed in his mind as he remembered being able to defeat him after dozens of clashes. But he ended up wasting far too much time, the memory concluded, showing the armored opponent standing victorious over a fallen foe. The ranks of armored figures loomed large, a symbol of the overwhelming force he faced. If guys like this were determined to destroy Perdium, then its downfall would be inevitable, a voice declared in his thoughts. That day, the image of a ruined landscape and a tattered flag flashed before his eyes, a vision of what could come. He had made up his mind, Ghislain thought, his expression hardening with resolve. He moves with blinding speed, kicking up dust as he advances. The mercenary king leaps forward, his sword a blur of motion. Gislin's roar echoes across the battlefield as he prepares to strike. His eyes burn with fierce determination, the blade reflecting a crimson light. He descends, a figure of righteous fury, promising delivery. The warrior declares that he shall deliver nothing but death. The impact sends shockwaves through the air, a testament to the force unleashed. Gislin stands amidst the carnage, his cloak billowing behind him. Swords litter the ground, a grim reminder of the battle's intensity. Close to the ground, the toll of the fight is visible on his face. Blood and dirt streak his features, a testament to the brutal struggle. He grips his sword tightly, ready for the next onslaught. The monstrous form lay broken, its unnatural limbs twisted at unnatural angles. A voice called out, the speaker uttering a name with a tone of desperation. Lord Desmond. He stood amidst the carnage, the massive blade reflecting the harsh light of the battlefield. Armor lay scattered, a testament to the ferocity of the battle and the cost of victory. The air crackled with residual energy, a silent echo of the devastating clash. He surveyed the scene, the burning castle a backdrop to the fallen figure at his feet. Blood streamed down his face, a mask of crimson amidst the grime of war. Despite the injuries, a steely resolve hardened his gaze, his eyes reflecting the inferno around him. The hunter stood silhouetted against the flames, his back to the inferno, the sounds of battle still ringing in the air. His expression was grim, the weight of the battle etched into the lines of his face. He turned, his voice low and dangerous. Let me ask you one thing. A final, desperate question hung in the air, a plea for understanding amidst the chaos. Who? He stood amidst the carnage, blood streaking his face, his voice hoarse. Who could possibly be worth this much bloodshed? His blue eyes, usually so sharp, were clouded with a mixture of pain and confusion. Meanwhile, a figure stood on a distant rise, surveying the scene with disdain. The figure thought Gislin was just a loser in Perdium, the trash of the north. The blonde-haired man's expression hardened, the insult barely registering through the haze of battle. Not that it mattered anymore. The sun beat down on the ravaged landscape, casting long shadows across the fallen. It was enjoyable, the figure thought. Gislin Perdium's name hung in the air, a silent accusation amidst the carnage. He lay among the dead, his gaze fixed on sky. A figure clad in dark armor stood amidst the fallen, their presence radiating an ominous power. The armored figure's blue boots crunched on the blood-soaked ground, each step a deliberate act of dominance. The battlefield stretched as far as the eye could see, littered with fallen soldiers and broken weapons. Armored figures moved through the carnage, their faces grim as they surveyed the devastation. Before the castle gates, a massive crowd had gathered, their expressions a mixture of fear and anticipation. Heavy footsteps echoed across the ravaged land, each stride deliberate and resolute. He stood alongside an older man, his face etched with concern as they observed the grim scene before them. A group of soldiers stood together, their laughter a stark contrast to the surrounding despair. His gaze was intense, his blue eyes narrowed as he took in the devastation around him. The soldiers remained, their expressions a mix of determination and weariness after the battle. A faint smile played on his lips, a subtle hint of resolve amidst the chaos. He looked forward, his expression unreadable as he prepared to address the crowd. He stood amidst the fallen, the cheers of his men echoing around him. The battlefield, a testament to their hard-won victory, stretched out before the young master. An older captain, his face etched with disbelief, called out to him. He had never seen a war fought like this in his entire mercenary career, the magic leaving him stunned. The soldiers around him murmured, the sheer power of the battle sending shivers down their spines. They admitted to having goosebumps from the display. The mercenary king offered a small smile, his gaze sweeping over the assembled troops. He thanked them for following him so well. His expression hardened, a resolve settling in his eyes. Gislin acknowledged that they all had done a great job. The older captain waved off concerns about his injury, but his comrades insisted on examining the wound. They urged him to stop acting tough. Gislin's gaze softened as he looked upon the white-haired woman. He noticed she was in a weakened state. The woman lay still, completely out of energy. But she should be fine, since Fergus moved her inside the castle, along with the other mages. His blue eyes narrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Gislin's thoughts were clearly elsewhere. A man with long black hair embraced Gislin, his voice booming with pride. He declared that he was truly the successor of Perdium. The knight captain was enveloped in a hug, his expression unreadable. The man's words hung in the air. Meanwhile, the older captain embraced the woman with black hair, calling her father. The scene was filled with a quiet emotion. He bore the grime of battle, but a flicker of resolve remained in his eyes. A figure approached, their back turned, the weight of their cloak obscuring their form. The intricate details of the armor hinted at the power it held, a symbol of authority. The armored figure embraced Ghislain, a gesture of gratitude, and perhaps something more. The figure pulled back slightly, their voice filled with admiration. "You've done an amazing job." A memory surfaced. The figure, then distant, had expressed doubt. "When I first heard what you said, I really thought it was impossible." Now, the figure's face was etched with pride. "But you really did it." The toll of the battle was evident on him, etched into every line of his face. Ghislain lowered his gaze, deflecting the praise. "No, it's all thanks to you." The figure raised a gauntlet in triumph, a symbol of victory for all to see. The figure's armor gleamed, a testament to their strength and resilience, that we were victorious. Meanwhile, the castle stood tall, a beacon of hope. Perdium had won. He stood amidst the cheering crowd, the castle looming behind him. A roar escaped someone's throat, the sound of pure, unadulterated triumph. Flags waved, soldiers celebrated, but a sense of unease lingered in the air. The faces of the soldiers were filled with joy, relief washing over them. Ghislain's expression remained stoic, his blue eyes betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. He knew this was it. This was what he came back for. The mercenary king stood tall, his gaze fixed on some distant point. However, a fist clenched, a silent promise of more to come. The words echoed in his mind. The war isn't over yet. His eyes burned with determination, a stark contrast to the celebratory atmosphere. A soldier approached, asking what he planned to do. Ghislain replied that he would check on their soldier's state right away. Another man suggested that there would be much to do from now on, so he should take a rest. Ghislain refused. He knew there was no time to waste. The situation demanded immediate action. A formal surrender from Count de Garde was needed, and it was needed swiftly. Ghislain was assured that the matter would be handled, but he insisted it would be too late to wait. He declared his intention to head to Count de Garde's territory immediately. The other man questioned the need for such haste, wondering if Ghislain and his soldiers weren't exhausted. He asked about the authority of a lord's deputy. The mercenary king knew the war wasn't over yet, not by a long shot. He couldn't afford to give his enemy time to think, time to regroup. The man listened intently, his expression unreadable. Ghislain knew Count de Garde had broken their alliance and declared war to seize their territory. He would not let this stand. He thought they couldn't afford to give him time to think, for if they did, he would surely strike again. They must strike immediately. Ghislain pressed the advantage, demanding reparations on their terms, so that he'd never dare challenge them again. He walked away with his advisors. The man watched him leave, his face etched with concern. Then he may proceed. When a chance to end things decisively appears, they must push forward to take it. He listened as the man spoke of Count de Garde, once an ally and a noble sworn to the royal family. The man emphasized treating him with courtesy as much as the situation allowed. Ghislain Perdium, his expression unwavering, assured the man that there was no need to worry about that. Ghislain addressed Belinda and another figure, confirming their readiness to move. The other figure downplayed an injury, dismissing it as just a scratch. Mounted on horseback and clad in armor, he issued a clear order to his assembled troops. It was time to move out. The order was given, full speed to the de Garde territory. The assembled troops surged forward, a wave of mounted soldiers. The war horses galloped onward, their masked faces conveying a sense of grim determination. Meanwhile, a white flag flapped in the wind above Castle de Garde, a symbol of surrender or perhaps something else entirely. Within the castle walls, someone reacted with fury, their single word echoing the sentiment. "Damn it." Inside the castle, a man in armor stood over a table, his expression one of disbelief. "How could this happen?" he exclaimed. The angry man revealed that he only accepted the secret treaty because Desmond was known for how strong they are. He scoffed at the idea of losing to the Perdium lots, finding the thought laughable. The armored man, his face contorted with rage, snapped at his subordinate. "Shut it, Lowell. Does it look like I can calm down?" A man in full armor points accusingly at another man in a green tunic. The armored man seems to be berating the other. The armored man declares that Count Perdium is an idiot known for respecting customs and honor. He believes Perdium will surely accept the negotiation. The man in the tunic, looking distressed, asks where they can get the money for reparations. He appears to be struggling to breathe. The armored man's hand tightens around the tunic-clad man's throat, choking him. The man's face is contorted in pain. The armored man demands to know how the other has been working there with that brain of his. He orders him to squeeze it out of the citizens. The armored man asks if the other feels guilty for doing that because he's also a peasant. His face is filled with rage. The man being choked can barely speak, gasping that animals are more important than him. He struggles to get the words out. The armored man scoffs, telling the other to know who his master is. He gestures dramatically with his arm. The armored man throws the other to the ground. He shouts at him to get moving, the impact clearly painful. The man on the ground thinks that he's been forced into administering this territory, but he can't endure this tyranny any longer. He is bleeding from the mouth. The man on the ground believes the people will really revolt this time. The words are emphasized with jagged text. Another man in armor rushes in, exclaiming that there's huge trouble. He's clearly alarmed by what he sees. The soldiers from Perdium had already arrived, their presence looming over the castle. The armored figures stood silently, their numbers suggesting a swift and decisive occupation. The soldiers' arrival sent tremors through the castle, their heavy footsteps echoing through the halls. Inside the castle, preparations were underway, the atmosphere thick with tension as the Perdium soldiers assembled. The air crackled with anticipation, the weight of the impending negotiation pressing down on everyone. The man at the desk seemed uneasy. He thought to himself that they got here so quickly. And what was with this atmosphere? The man at the desk, Zwalter Perdium, steeled himself, ready to face whatever was to come. The soldiers stood guard, their presence a silent threat as they awaited further instructions. Gislin Perdium, flanked by his companions, approached the negotiation chamber, his expression unreadable. The blond man's piercing gaze betrayed nothing as he considered the question. Had he prepared for the surrender negotiation? Count Tamos de Gard questioned why Gislin, the son, was here instead of brother Zwalter, as he was put in charge of this negotiation. Gislin's eyes narrowed, a cold command issued, bring that man to his knees. A few hours ago, a large group rode through the countryside, their destination unknown, their purpose yet to be revealed. A lone horse galloped, its rider shrouded in shadow, urgency etched into every stride. The man with red hair clicked his tongue, noting that de Gard was fast when it came to running away. He wondered what kind of lord abandons his soldiers and runs back to his territory so quickly. One of the men apologized, explaining that they let him slip away. The man with red hair dismissed the apology, stating that Gramps let him slip away and that they did their job. Gislin Perdium considered letting him have his chance against Gillian one day, his expression thoughtful. The man with red hair questioned if the young master was sparing him, asking why. The young master remained silent. Gislin Perdium knew that Count de Gard was a shameless bastard who tried to take over Perdium. His external pretext was vengeance for his successor. The man with red hair stated that it sounded like they were making this more complicated than it needed to be. He wondered why they didn't just march into their territory and wipe everything out. The man with red hair asked if the woman with white hair really thought a dispute between nobles could be resolved like a fight between mercenaries. She countered that nobles and mercenaries were all still humans, and that the nobles attacked them first. The man with red hair told Kair not to think too much of it, stating that he was just saying that's what his father would have done. She seemed lost in thought, replaying events in her mind. The young master's expression hardened, a subtle shift in his resolve. He was different. Meanwhile, a group approached a formidable castle, their figures dwarfed by the imposing structure. A voice declared an intent to claim the territory of de Gard. And back to the present, a man with a beard reacted with shock and disbelief. Gislin Perdium, flanked by his companions, advanced with purpose. He inquired whether preparations had been made for surrender negotiations. The man with the beard questioned why Gislin was there instead of his brother, Zwalter, identifying him as Count Tamos de Gard. A man with sharp eyes commanded that someone be brought to their knees. The order was carried out with swift brutality. Count Tamos de Gard protested, demanding to be released from the guard's grasp. Gislin watched as Tamos de Gard was restrained. The count's massive form trembled, his yellow robes rustling as he knelt. Lowell looked on, concerned. He seemed unsure if the young master was truly all right. The man in dark armor spoke, revealing his concern for Gislin's actions and their potential consequences. Tamos de Gard, face contorted in rage, demanded respect with spittle flying from his lips. The name echoed, a declaration of the accused, Tamos de Gard. Gislin accused the count of treason, betrayal, and attempting to seize Perdium, his voice cold and unwavering. Gislin's expression hardened, his eyes promising only death. The words hung in the air, a grim warning to those who dared to harm Perdium. Tamos de Gard's face was a mask of disbelief and terror, realizing the gravity of his situation. Gislin declared that Tamos must risk his own life or pay the price for his actions. The count's eyes widened in horror, sweat beading on his brow as he called Gislin a crazy bastard. A blade, glowing with ethereal energy, stood ready to deliver its grim sentence. He stood over the kneeling Count de Gard, the air thick with unspoken threat. The mercenary king was serious. Suddenly, Lowell's voice pierced the tension. He shouted for Gislin to wait. Count de Gard remained on the ground, attempting to bargain for his life. He asked if he could pay the price, he said. Tamos' face was contorted with desperation, sweat beading on his brow. He was willing to give up this territory. Lowell looked on with wide, fearful eyes, a question mark hanging in the air. He seemed unsure of what to do. Lowell's expression hardened, a grim determination settling over his features. He knew Count de Gard would do that. Gislin stood firm, his blade still pointed at the kneeling count. He would handle those issues himself, so Tamos shouldn't worry about it. Count de Gard, desperate, offered another solution. He suggested they say he was a distant blood relative. Tamos snapped at Lowell, demanding a pen and paper. He questioned why he was just standing there. Lowell's eyes glowed with a strange light, his expression unreadable. He was caught between his loyalty and his fear. Count de Garde continued to bargain, though he didn't know. He offered to pay the reparation on top of everything else. Desperation etched into every line of his face. Tamos pleaded for time. He could tax the citizens to make some money. He groveled, begging for his life before Ghislain and the guards, hoping for a reprieve. Ghislain's expression remained unreadable, his blue eyes narrowed in thought. The mercenary king spoke, his voice cold. Do you value your life that much? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Count Tamos de Garde's face contorted in a mix of shock and disbelief at the unexpected offer. The Count's expression remained frozen in stunned silence, unsure of what to expect next. A swift motion blurred before his eyes, far too fast to follow. Meanwhile, the distant castle stood as a silent witness to the unfolding drama. Ghislain kicked Count de Garde into the dirt before the assembled crowd, sending him sprawling. The crowd watched in stunned silence, unsure of what they had just witnessed. Whispers rippled through the onlookers, a mix of confusion and dawning realization spreading amongst them. The Count sputtered, indignant. Hey, young lord, why are you putting me in front of these peasants? Ghislain loomed over him, his voice dangerously soft. I suggest you watch what you say, because they get to decide if you live or die. Ghislain Perdium addresses the citizens of de Garde, declaring himself the deputy lord of Perdium. The young lord reminds them that Count de Garde declared war and was defeated, and now he must collect reparations. Ghislain asks if anyone would like to volunteer, but the crowd is silent and wary of his intentions. The crowd raises their fists, declaring that the nobles should handle the reparations themselves. Ghislain states that he is offering them mercy and giving them a choice. The crowd is given a choice: save their lord and pay a massive reparation, or let him die and have their land absorbed into Perdium. Ghislain explains that this way, their people won't have to bear the weight of defeat. Tamos, kneeling on the ground, is shocked to hear Ghislain's words. The Count is enraged, questioning how Ghislain dares to insult him in such a way. Tamos's face contorts in a mask of fury and disbelief. Someone from the crowd strikes Tamos in the face. An angry citizen accuses Tamos of taking his mother's keepsake and the bread for his children. He is overwhelmed by the mob, their anger fueled by his past actions. Do you have any idea how many people suffered because of you? The crowd descends upon him, a flurry of fists and makeshift weapons striking him from all sides. The sounds of the assault echo through the air. The onslaught continues, each blow a testament to the years of resentment and pain he inflicted upon the populace. There is no escape. His face contorted in agony, he is battered and bruised, a stark reminder of his past transgressions. The mob's fury shows no sign of abating. Amidst the chaos, he struggles to rise, but the weight of the crowd and their collective anger keeps him pinned to the ground. The end is near. Ghislain watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable as the mob continues their assault. He stands with another figure, observing the carnage. The blonde-haired man stands with two others, their faces grim as they survey the scene. The man with red hair and the woman with white hair stand beside him. Ghislain turns away, his blue eyes reflecting a cold resolve. All right, let's go back, he says, his voice firm and unwavering. The words hang in the air, a declaration of their retreat from the chaos and violence. The decision has been made. The man with red hair speaks. Yes, well, you must have a plan or something like you always do. The woman with white hair replies, I am not worried at all. Meanwhile, the words Castle Perdium appear, signaling their destination and the shift in location. Inside the castle, a figure stands silhouetted against the light, their expression hidden in shadow. They await the return of Ghislain and his companions. The nobles could scarcely believe what they were hearing, their faces etched with disbelief and shock. Count Tamos de Garde sat in his office, the very picture of cold calculation. The nobles continued their discussion, the name of Count de Garde hanging heavy in the air. Tamos de Garde reminded them of his previous warning, stating that he had judged this course of action to be better. The young master's expression hardened as he considered the implications of sparing Tamos. One of the nobles voiced his concern. If they spared him, would Tamos attack again? The de Gardes had attacked Perdium with an army of over 7,000 men, a feat they couldn't have accomplished alone. It was revealed that Desmond provided troops, and Rayfold worked behind the scenes to support the attack. The nobles were shocked, questioning if Desmond and Rayfold were truly targeting them. The reason no aid came from their allied territories, it was theorized, must be Amelia's doing. She had killed the messengers to completely cut off the flow of information, a tactic that had always been her specialty. But if he took control of the de Garde territory, the situation would change, preventing an immediate attack on Perdium. He rubbed his temples, the weight of the de Garde territory pressing down on him. One of the nobles explained that even killing the lord doesn't guarantee ownership of the land. It must be inherited by blood. Another noble presented a sealed document, requesting that they examine it closely. The noble read aloud that Ghislain was a distant blood relative and the first successor of the de Garde territory. Ghislain, seated, revealed he received the document directly from Count Dagar himself. The nobles murmured amongst themselves, considering the implications of the document and its potential to resolve inheritance issues. One of the nobles questioned if Ghislain could handle ruling over a territory, expressing his doubts. The young master offered a confident smirk, assuring them not to worry about his capabilities. Meanwhile, fate seemed to whisper that there was someone indeed fit for the role. Elsewhere, the Syrian kingdom stood tall, its Austin territory bustling with activity. Inside a crowded tavern, patrons gathered, their voices a low hum against the clinking of glasses. The tavern patrons commented on someone's relentless actions, speculating about the consequences of their ambition. The dice tumbled across the worn table, a chaotic dance of chance. The cup rattled, a blur of motion as it shook the fates within. A bald man with sunglasses watched, flanked by two imposing guards. The cup slammed down, the sound echoing the finality of the roll. The bald man's gaze intensified, his expression unreadable behind the dark lenses. He grinned, a predatory flash of teeth. Now, we don't have to get so nasty here. It's all for fun, isn't it? Hurry and make your bet. The dice sat stacked, an unsteady tower of fate waiting to topple. The grand hall buzzed with hushed anticipation, sunlight streaming through the towering windows, illuminating the assembled crowd. The speaker's voice echoed, acknowledging immense contributions in the name of His Majesty, the words resonating with the weight of the crown. Before the assembly, a figure declared, "I hereby grant you the title of Baron of Fenris," bestowing the honor upon Ghislain Perdium. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices rising in a unified cry of "Long live," as they celebrated the newly appointed Baron of Fenris. After the war, Ghislain's sharp eyes reflected a cold determination, his gaze fixed on the future that lay ahead. A while back, the newly titled Baron sat, his expression unreadable as he contemplated the lands now under his control. He leaned forward, his finger tracing the contours of a detailed map, the weight of his new responsibilities settling upon him. As he studied the map, he thought, the Dagard territory, excluding the directly governed lands, is composed of a total of 5 baronies, and he intended to establish his base in the Fenris barony. He sat at the head of the table, listening to the reports from his advisors. "That is all. Do you have any questions?" One of the advisors shuffled his feet, hesitant to speak. He admitted, "Questions, my foot. It's just a notice. Another advisor leaned in, whispering into Ghislain's ear. He spoke urgently, addressing him as Lord. Ghislain listened intently, his expression unreadable. He gestured with his hand, seemingly concluding the meeting. "Taking the end." He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Anyway," Ghislain grimaced, considering the financial strain on his territory. "It seems that our territory has suffered quite a bit of financial bleeding due to this war." He recalled a past event, his expression hardening. "Them all up at the castle gate, remember?" A close-up of Ghislain's face revealed a determined glint in his eyes. "Don't worry, I'll mine more and get some for you." And back to the present. A subordinate with white hair and red eyes gushed. "Young master." Ghislain was surrounded by his subordinates, who congratulated him. "Hurry and have your meal, young master." "Congratulations, young lord. I mean, my lord." The red-haired subordinate spoke to the white-haired one. "I was once worried about what he might become, but it seems my hard work in raising him has finally paid off." The white-haired subordinate responded, "Ah, so that's why he's so rude and ruthless, huh?" The white-haired subordinate continued, "My young master is a lord now. My mighty." The red-haired subordinate responded with a disgusted, "Ugh." He is greeted warmly as he enters the room, someone calling out to him as brother. Elena approaches, accompanied by another woman with blonde hair. Elena asks Ghislain if he's the same person she used to know, teasingly suggesting she should call him Lord now. He tells her to call him whatever. Ghislain listens intently, his expression unreadable. Rachel's name is spoken. Rachel stands with her hands clasped in front of her. Elena greets Ghislain, and he responds with a simple hey. Another woman wonders when Elena got so close to him. Ghislain tells someone to let him know if Elena bullies them, noting she gets violent when she doesn't like something and that she is strong. Ghislain is told that Rachel is completely healed now, and that it's all thanks to him. Ghislain claps his hands together. Ghislain addresses the crowd, calling for their attention. Someone thanks the crowd for following his order for this war. He declared himself the new Lord of Fenris, stating his base would now be Fenris instead. The men around the table wondered if this meant they would be getting permanent positions. Ghislain confirmed their hopes, adding that he planned on training them all as knights. The declaration caused a stir among those listening. He continued, stating that their intrepidity in the recent war showed they were worthy as knights. One of his companions noted that an army of such scale would cost a lot of money. Ghislain responded that they needed to make a lot of money. Ghislain asked Gillian about his condition. Gillian replied that there was no problem at all. He instructed Gillian to lead the people to Fenris and wait for his arrival in advance. Gillian's companion asked if he would not be coming with them. Lord? He replied that he had somewhere to visit beforehand. adding that Fenris would be in poor public order since the war had just ended. He instructed them to go there first and take care of that before anything else, as a blood-stained path led to a castle. Gillian listened intently to the instructions. He adjusted the belt around his waist, preparing for the journey ahead. The armored guard spoke. "You are one of the people I trust the most." He placed a hand on the guard's armored shoulder, a silent acknowledgement of the trust placed in him. The guard bowed his head slightly. "Have a safe trip, my lord." Ghislain turned to two figures. "Belinda and Kayer, you will be coming with me. Get prepared." One of the figures looked surprised. "We're going overseas?" The other figure seemed excited. "Wait, by Austin territory, you mean the place that's popular for games?" He stated firmly, "We're not going there for entertainment." Meanwhile, a woman with long black hair stared intently. "Let me suck just one time." Her hands gripped the staff tightly, her expression pleading. The man in robes recoiled. What the hell are you saying? Suck what?" An old man with white hair berates a girl holding a staff, his face contorted in anger. The old man remarks on someone's energy as Ghislain enters the room, his expression unreadable. The old man complains to Ghislain about the girl trying to take his mana, concern etched on the young master's face. Ghislain reassures the girl, telling her that she must have been nervous during her first real combat. The old man acknowledges Ghislain's presence, adding that he played his role very well. The old man's expression hardens, a sinister glint in his eyes as he says, "Just you wait." The old man speaks to Ghislain, seemingly about something else entirely, his tone shifting. Ghislain is told that he is coming along too. Alfoy, his expression thoughtful. A close-up reveals the details of Ghislain's attire, the fabric catching the light. A grand building stands bathed in the ethereal glow of the night sky, its architecture intricate and imposing. Meanwhile, the sign indicates this is the Austin territory of the Siren Kingdom, home to the Kraken Gambling House. Inside the Kraken Gambling House, patrons gather around tables, their faces illuminated by the flickering candlelight as they gamble. He took in the sights and smells of the gambling house, a place he hadn't visited in a long time. His companions followed close behind, one of them questioning their detour. Elsewhere, a man with spiky red hair gave orders to two goblin-like figures. He told them to have some fun, promising to call on them when needed. The red-haired man held out a bag of money, a sinister grin spreading across his face. His companion, a man with glasses, looked on with amusement. The red-haired man's sinister grin widened as he mused about their little guy knowing how to use magic, but not how the world works. The man with red hair smirked, declaring that he would show them how to make money with money. He told them to just watch. A woman with white hair asked Ghislain if he was there to have some fun too. She assured him that she wouldn't say anything if he wanted to gamble a little. Ghislain dismissed the suggestion, stating firmly that he was not there for that. He had a different purpose in mind. The young master revealed that he was there to find someone to appoint as the steward of the territory. He knew the man lived in the gambling house due to his circumstances. The woman with white hair seemed surprised by this revelation, questioning if he was referring to such an important position. Ghislain reassured her that she didn't have to worry, stating that the man was good with handling resources. He seemed confident in his choice. Elsewhere in the gambling house, a man was being confronted. Someone exclaimed, "Got you, Claude, you crazy bastard." The man being confronted was accused of trickery. His accuser stated that it was strange he'd win so much money. He was told he was done for playing tricks in his house. He was caught red-handed. Captain Crank, blade in hand, prepares to cut his hand. Surrounded by onlookers, Claude is held down. The man with the blade warns him about playing tricks. Captain Crank holds up a die, accusing Claude of using a fake. His expression is cold and unforgiving. The captain prepares to strike. He accuses Claude of scheming all this time. Claude, lying on the ground, feigns ignorance. He claims he's never prepared or swapped a die like that. Captain Crank stands over Claude, unmoved by his pleas. The punishment is about to be carried out. The captain states that they can never fully understand each other. His eyes are hidden behind dark glasses. Claude grits his teeth, bracing for the pain. He cries out in pain. Captain Crank, silhouetted against the light, gives the order. "Do it." The blade descends towards Claude's outstretched hand. The moment of impact is imminent. Claude's face contorts in agony as the blade strikes. The sound of the impact echoes. Tears stream down Claude's face as he endures the excruciating pain. His eyes are squeezed shut. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he reels from the captain's punishment. Suddenly, Ghislain is ambushed by two assailants, their blades already drawn and poised to strike. A stern man with round glasses and a thin pipe regards the scene with a calculating gaze. The blonde-haired man declares his name, identifying himself as Ghislain from the Lithania Kingdom. The man is Baron Ghislain Fenris, his blue eyes narrowed with determination. Steel clashed against steel as Ghislain fought against multiple opponents, his movements swift and precise. The man with glasses watched the fight, his expression unreadable as he questioned Ghislain's identity. With a determined look, Ghislain declared his name, identifying himself as being from the Lithuania kingdom. The declaration hung in the air, the man with glasses absorbing the information that Gislin was a noble from a foreign land. The man with glasses' gaze intensified, his lips pursed as he considered the implications of Gislin's words. His patience wearing thin, the man with glasses' voice rose as he addressed Gislin. Gislin continued to fend off the attacks, his movements fluid and efficient as he weaved through the chaos. The man with glasses stood his ground, his presence commanding as he watched the scene unfold. Extending a hand, the man with glasses welcomed Gislin to the Kraken Gamble house, requesting he not start a fuss. With authority, the man with glasses ordered everyone to sheath their weapons, his voice brooking no argument. He stood with Belinda, listening to her speak, though her words were met with a dismissive humph. Elsewhere, Gislin sat at a table. A man asked what brought such a distinguished guest to a shabby place like this. As Gislin said he was looking for someone. The man with green hair, Claude, looked up with a fierce expression, ordering someone to stand up. Another man with blonde hair stated he was here to pick someone up. The dice tumbled, promising fortune or ruin. The dice continued to bounce, the stakes growing higher. The dice settled. Alfoy won 1,000 points. A man announced that there was a winner. Someone exclaimed in frustration, wondering how they could lose to a beginner and why the beginner was so lucky. Two men wondered how much the winner had just won, commenting that the little guy had some talent. A figure loomed, their face obscured by shadow. The seated figure seemed to be generating an amount he'd earned selling magic scrolls all day. His hands moved with practiced ease, manipulating unseen forces with subtle gestures. The man with glasses adjusted his spectacles, a faint blush rising on his cheeks as he observed the scene. A collective gasp swept through the room as onlookers reacted to an unexpected turn of events. The woman with white hair stated that this is the gambler they've been looking for. Gislin simply replied with a yup. The man with the pipe, his face impassive, stated that he regrets to inform that won't do. Gislin questioned if it was trickery, as the man did not honorably participate in the sacred game and resorted to trickery, so he must pay the price for it. A sinister smile spread across a face, hinting at the ruthless consequences to come. A figure knelt in supplication, begging forgiveness. "I'm sorry, Baron Fenris," he exclaimed. The man's face contorted in anguish, tears welling in his eyes as he spoke of the money provided to support him. He lamented losing it all to a swindler, and that they manage all the dice used here, and they thoroughly screen for the smuggling of cheating tools through inspections of personal belongings. Gislin questioned what he was suddenly saying, as the woman with white hair expressed her goodness. The woman with white hair accuses someone of lying about never seeing their young master before. Gislin Perdium stands beside her as she speaks, but the man with the pipe dismisses her accusation. The man with the pipe wonders aloud where Claude obtained such a large sum of money. He muses that he doesn't know how the two became acquainted, but Claude's words cannot be trusted, as swindlers are always like that. The man with the pipe sits at a table, addressing Gislin Perdium, stating that despite his status, he won't be able to avoid a diplomatic dispute if he causes trouble. The man with the pipe tells him to pretend nothing ever happened, so he can go back to his land quietly. Gislin Perdium responds that he is afraid he can't do that. The man with the pipe says, "Mima." The man with the pipe tells Gislin Perdium not to scowl like that, and suggests they find a compromise since it seems they both need this guy. The man with the pipe asks why Gislin Perdium doesn't play a game with him, stating that if he wins, he'll take Claude and his money. Gislin Perdium says that he can take his status and all his assets. The man with the pipe is shown with a man with green hair, both looking surprised. The woman with white hair reels back, her eyes wide with disbelief. Gislin is supported by another, who appreciates the gesture, but questions the other's motives. The man with green hair states that he is someone who needs Gislin. Gislin is held up by the man with green hair, who looks down at him with concern. The man with the pipe recalls the last time he saw a noble with such gut. The man with the pipe declares that if you're at the gambling house, you gotta play a game. The dice tumble, signaling a big match is about to begin. The crowd murmurs that some no-name, noble challenge boss crank, and there's no time to be bored today. The rules are simple. The person with the lowest number wins, but there's no such thing as a tie. The man with the pipe states that nobles nowadays don't seem to understand the rules if they get too complicated, as he tells him to roll again. Gislin, looking determined, says he gets it, and tells him to start. The man with the pipe says that Gislin is hastier than he thought, and agrees to start. A coin spins high into the air, glinting in the dim light. The coin toss would decide who went first. Heads, the young master stated confidently. The coin continues its arc, suspended for a moment against the dim light. The coin lands with a clatter. Tails, Captain Crank declares. Crank goes first. Captain Crank's expression is unreadable, his eyes hidden behind tinted lenses. He takes the dice in his hands, shaking them with practiced ease. The dice rattle within his cupped hands, a blur of motion. Captain Crank continues to shake the dice, preparing to make his play. A woman with white hair watches the game intently. Taking all the time in the world with a single die, isn't he? The dice are held tightly in Captain Crank's hand, ready to be thrown. With a slam, Captain Crank throws the dice onto the table, the sound echoing in the room. The die tumbles, its face is flashing before finally settling on a single pip. The spectators murmur as Captain Crank scores a single point in the dice game. The crowd cheers, some wondering why anyone bothers challenging the captain at all. Elena calls out to Ghislaine, her expression unreadable as she watches the game unfold. Ghislaine apologizes, remarking that the game might end too quickly given the noise they've made. He thinks he went too hard from the start. The man with blonde hair thinks that Captain Crank has a big mouth for a big guy. Ghislaine eyes the die, a suspicion forming in his mind about the captain's luck. A man with strange glasses and a pipe exhales a puff of smoke, seemingly unconcerned with the game's outcome. Elena observes that he's bluffing, pretending to be calm, but she can tell he's panicking. But it's all useless, the man with the pipe thinks. The man with the pipe continues to smoke, the smoke swirling around him. A special custom-made cup with a bottom that opens depending on how it's held, and a weighted die that always lands on one, hidden between the fingers. He concealed the process of switching the dice by shaking the cup. The captain smugly thinks that no one has ever caught him in the act. Captain Crank is addressed as Mr. Noble, his face close to the viewer. Ghislaine manipulates the dice with a magical aura surrounding his hands. The magical energy intensifies as Ghislaine focuses on the dice. The dice tumble across the table, their fate hanging in the balance. The other gamblers watch intently as Ghislaine and Captain Crank face off at the table. Ghislaine explains that the person with the lowest number wins. Ghislaine states that he got 0 points, a declaration met with silence. He reveals the contents of the cup, now a pile of dust. Captain Crank is shocked, unable to comprehend what just happened. The onlookers are in disbelief, questioning how the dice turned to dust and if their boss lost. Elena looks on with concern as Ghislaine Perdium stares intently ahead, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The captain slams his fist on the table, declaring the outcome to be nonsense and accusing Ghislaine of trickery. Another gambler shouts that Ghislaine can't just do that, even if he is a noble, implying that he is cheating. Captain Crank's fist clenches, his face contorted with rage as he prepares to strike. Ghislaine, unfazed, asks what the captain is going to do about it, his expression calm despite the rising tension. A die falls onto the table, the captain exclaiming in disbelief at the sight of it. The other gamblers murmur amongst themselves, questioning if another die came from the captain's hand and if they've been cheated. Ghislaine states that he is playing honorably in the sacred game, his expression unreadable. Captain Crank's face is inches from Ghislaine's, his eyes narrowed with suspicion as he leans in to speak. The captain wonders how Ghislaine knew everything from the start, his expression a mix of anger and confusion. With a swift motion, the captain draws a knife, the glint of the blade reflecting the tense atmosphere. The captain lunges forward, knife in hand, as Ghislaine prepares to defend himself. Elena's eyes widened, mirroring the shock etched across Ghislaine's face as the captain's accusation hung in the air. Ghislaine leveled a cold stare at Captain Crank. He stated that the captain should have taken that stance from the start, and not pretend to be polite when he's just a thug. Captain Crank, flanked by 2 guards wielding blades, feigned innocence. He claimed he wasn't sure what Ghislaine was talking about. The captain's facade crumbled. Now that it's come to this, he declared, they can't let Ghislaine go so easily, and ordered his men to get him. Ghislaine braced himself, the order echoing around him as the guards advanced, their blades glinting in the dim light. A cacophony of voices rose, a unified cry to bring him down. The soldiers swarmed, their weapons raised to strike the mercenary king. Ghislaine's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing behind his stoic expression. He met their charge head-on, a whirlwind of motion against the encroaching steel. With a swift kick, he sent one soldier sprawling, disrupting their formation. Spinning through the air, Ghislaine positioned himself for a counterattack. The force of his blow exploded outward, sending another soldier flying. A soldier clutched at his side, the fight draining from his eyes. Ghislaine's blade flashed, a silver arc cutting through the chaos. He faced a larger opponent, the clash of steel echoing through the room. The bald man's eyes widened, a silent question forming on his lips. One of the men addressed the other, calling him B-Boss Crank with urgency. The man with the knife pressed the blade closer, demanding to know what they should do with them. Elsewhere, several figures stood in a room, the tension palpable in the air. The man with red hair sneered, declaring that they had picked the wrong guy to mess with. The man holding the woman looked down at her, the situation growing more dire by the second. The bald man with the pipe was threatened, the man with the knife stating he'd take all the money and claw it with him. The text explained that the gambling house was the main source of income for Baron Austin, and the manager was caught rigging a game. The man's face contorted in anger, warning against bringing up what happened today again. The bald man with the pipe stared intently, as the man holding the woman looked down at her. The bald man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with determination. The bald man with the pipe clenched his jaw, the pipe firmly between his teeth. He stood with Captain Crank, the tension palpable between them after the recent confrontation. Claude's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed as he declared, "Let's go, Claude." The sound of shattering glass echoed as Claude stood near a table, the implication clear: someone had escaped. The exclamation rang out, a mixture of surprise and frustration. He ran away? The gambling house loomed, its ornate architecture a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding within. The woman, arms crossed, expressed her annoyance. How ungrateful of him. He would have lost his hand if it weren't for us. Another man suggested he probably ran to a different gambling house. Claude dismissed the woman's suggestion. He must have. "Let's go search the entire dash," the woman interrupted. "No, you don't need to." Claude knew where he was going, the city lights twinkling in the distance as he made his way through the streets. A horse galloped through the city streets, its rider determined to reach their destination quickly. Wrapped in a hooded cloak, he pondered, "I wonder who that noble was and why he helped me." Pulling the hood tighter, he thought, "Well, I got what I needed thanks to him." The hooded man offered a silent apology. "Sorry, Mr. Noble." He needed the money, a desperate glint in his eye. Meanwhile, 1 year prior, the situation was already dire. Claude surveyed the dilapidated building, a flicker of hope in his eyes as he called out, "Look at this, Anna." Anna sat cloaked and surrounded by coins, her posture suggesting a deep weariness. Claude stood before her, boasting of his success. He exclaimed, "Incredible, right? It turns out that gambling isn't all about luck." Claude's face was a mask of desperate hope. He pleaded, "If I can keep making money, we won't have to hide like this anymore. We can live a normal life again." Claude reached out to Anna, but she recoiled. "Please stop, Claude," she begged, her voice laced with pain. Anna's hand was gently taken, but her face remained hidden in shadow. "So please." Claude looked down at Anna, his expression a mix of guilt and regret. His face contorted with anguish, Claude whispered, "It's my fault." Rain fell, mirroring the despair in Claude's heart. "It was because I was immature and stupid that I made him a traitor." The dilapidated building stood as a testament to their downfall, a scholar of the Syrian Royal Academy and a traitor. The man declared that she was Anna Archias, daughter of Boethius Archias. Anna Archias was held captive, bound and gagged between two imposing figures. A figure commanded that she be taken away, her fate hanging in the balance. A man stood over Claude, who was lying injured on the ground, his situation dire. He weakly called out Anna's name, his voice filled with desperation and regret. Claude was given a year to bring 2,000 gold, a seemingly impossible task. The man declared that Anna originally deserved to die, revealing a dark history. The man stated that if the ransom was paid, she would be freed, offering a glimmer of hope. Claude, fueled by desperate desire, vowed that Anna would be free. The man with green hair promised that he would free Anna soon, his eyes filled with determination. Elsewhere, Castle Austin stood tall, a symbol of power and perhaps Anna's prison. A man at a desk lamented that the prison camp was already full and the prisoners were a waste of food. Baron Austin sits at his desk, signing orders with a grim decree. If ransoms aren't paid, there's no reason to keep them alive. Baron Austin instructs Rogier to execute those who haven't paid their ransom within a week. Rogier confirms the order. Rogier reminds the Baron that it has almost been a full year since a certain event. Baron Austin recalls the traitor's daughter, a flicker of dark amusement in his eyes. The Baron inquires about Claude. Rogier reports that he's wasting time at the gambling house, while Crank seems to be doing well. Baron Austin had planned to use her as a maid, but hiring the daughter of a traitor feels wrong. The Baron orders Rogier to execute her along with the others, ensuring Claude doesn't hear about it. He adds to take the money and eliminate him later. Baron Austin muses that no one will care about a dead gambler anyway, but only if he comes to pay the ransom. The doors to the Baron's office stand closed. Rogier interrupts Baron Austin. Rogier informs the Baron that a fellow named Claude is making a fuss, claiming he's here to pay the ransom. A heavy bag of money sits on the floor. He sat behind the desk, observing the man before him. Claude declared that he had clearly brought 2,000 gold for the ransom. Claude pleaded with Baron Austin, begging him to release Anna. The Baron examined a gold coin, his expression unreadable. Baron Austin questioned where Claude had gotten the money. Claude responded that he won in a bet. The bag overflowed with gold coins, glinting in the light. Baron Austin, unmoved by the plea, ordered his guards to imprison Claude. Claude's eyes widened in shock. "What?" he exclaimed. The armored guards seized Claude, their grip firm. Claude struggled against their hold, protesting that he brought the money as promised. Baron Austin's expression hardened, suspicion etched on his face. "Yes, but the source of this money is kind of fishy, YC." Baron Austin dismissed Claude's protests. He declared that if Claude wanted to be executed, he could stay in prison. Claude's hair fell around his face as he was dragged away, his fate uncertain. Baron Austin sits at his desk, listening to Claude, thinking the gambler actually got the money for the ransom. The Baron's eyes glow with disbelief as he mutters, "I can't believe it." A close-up shows a hand holding a gold coin, perhaps the source of the ransom money. Baron Austin's face contorts in rage, his eyes wide with fury. His teeth are bared, a snarl forming on his lips as his anger reaches its peak. Claude is seized by the guards, his arms pinned behind his back as he shouts in protest. The guards, clad in armor, move in to subdue Claude, their faces hidden behind their helmets. Claude is forced to his knees, the guard's armored boots pressing down on him. Baron Austin watches the scene unfold, his expression a mix of anger and satisfaction. Elsewhere, a man with long, green hair stares intently, his expression unreadable. The green-haired man's hand rests on another shoulder as he says, "Well done." The green-haired man comforts a blond man, his hand resting on his shoulder. He watched as a figure in a red coat approached, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the room. The man's voice boomed, demanding to know who he was. The figure announced himself as Baron Ghislain Fenris from the Lithania Kingdom, his voice carrying a regal authority. Elsewhere, a woman with white hair stood alongside two men, their presence radiating an aura of formidable strength. Baron Austin's eyes widened in recognition, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he uttered a name, Crank. The Baron remained seated at his desk, his hands still clutching the bag of money, his expression a mixture of shock and apprehension. The footsteps grew louder, closer, each step carrying the weight of impending confrontation. Ghislain Perdium, seated regally, issued a simple command, his tone laced with an undercurrent of authority. "Bring me a cup of tea, will you?" The man's polished shoes stopped just before the desk, the silence amplifying the tension in the room. The man's feet flew up into the air, his body crashing to the ground. Ghislain Perdium sat comfortably in his chair, offering a cup of tea. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, a picture of nonchalance. The man with the mustache sputtered, utterly shocked by the sudden turn of events. Ghislain glanced over at the armored figure looming behind the fallen man. The armored figure stood tall, a silent sentinel observing the unfolding scene. The armored man declared that this was not something Ghislain could handle. The armored man seemed surprised by the turn of events. The man with the mustache pointed, demanding to know what everyone was doing and ordering Ghislain to be removed. Ghislain stated calmly that he was not there to be violent. Ghislain considered the situation, his expression unreadable. Inside a lavish room, Baron Austin sat surrounded by his retainers, seemingly in the middle of a heated discussion. The Baron raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism in his voice as he questioned a request. "See compensation?" Elsewhere, a woman with white hair choked a man with glasses, who was the manager of the Baron's gambling house. The Baron stared at a large bag, thinking about the life savings that were bet on the game. A bald man yelled, claiming that the other party was cheating. "Lord, that's not how it went. He's the one who cheated." The woman with white hair continued to step on the head of the man with glasses, who was still trying to lie. Baron Austin looked on with a stern expression, asking what he was expected to do in this situation. Ghislain stated that cheating in a gambling house was unacceptable and demanded fair compensation for himself and Claude from Baron Austin. Baron Austin sat back in his chair, claiming that this had nothing to do with him. Ghislain countered that it did indeed have something to do with him, his expression unwavering. Baron Austin, his brow furrowed, pressed for details. And how exactly? He listened intently as Ghislain explained that half of his income came from the gambling house. If rumors of cheating spread, it would appear that he brazenly tried to scam the nobles. The tension hung heavy in the air, the only sound the creaking of the table legs under the weight of unspoken threats. Ghislain's expression remained calm, but a glint of steel shone in his eyes. Things would start getting interesting. A flicker of irritation crossed his face, a brief crack in his composed facade. Baron Austin's voice dripped with incredulity. He asked if Ghislain was suggesting he pay him hush money. The Baron's thoughts turned to the sum. The compensation must be at least twice the money there. Furthermore, Ghislain demanded that he release Anna Arceus. The man with green hair looked on, his expression unreadable. Ghislain stated that if he did that, he would pretend like nothing happened today. He finally understood what was happening. Baron Austin's face contorted in rage. He called Claude an ungrateful prick. He thought back to when he gave the man with green hair a chance to save the woman that was supposed to be executed. Yet this is how he repaid him, working with another country's noble to rob him. The Baron was surrounded. Ghislain told one of the men to move aside. Another asked Belinda for a dagger, stating he didn't know how they got here. Baron Austin, face contorted with rage, declared that if he killed them all, it would be like nothing ever happened, and ordered his men to strike. Guards immediately descended upon Ghislain, weapons drawn, ready to attack. The mercenary king stood his ground, prepared to defend himself. A guard swung a sack at Ghislain, attempting to knock him off balance with the blunt force of the heavy object. Ghislain dodged the incoming sack, narrowly avoiding the attack as he moved to counter the guard assault. Another guard lunged forward, dagger in hand, aiming for a swift strike against the defenseless mercenary king. The guard's fist clenched tightly around the dagger, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Ghislain. The dagger pierced through the air, aimed directly at Ghislain's chest, promising a bloody end to the confrontation. The guard's eyes widened in shock as his attack connected, the impact sending a spray of blood into the air. Meanwhile, the other members of Gislin's party engaged the remaining guards, swords clashing in a chaotic melee as the battle raged on. Gislin, his expression stern, warned someone not to kill them, his blue eyes glowing with intensity. The man with red hair scoffed, acknowledging Gislin's command with a reluctant fine as he prepared to disengage. He parried the incoming strike, the force of the blow reverberating through his arm. The guard stumbled backward, momentarily stunned by the counterattack. The clash of steel echoed through the hall as the battle raged on, multiple guards converging on the mercenary king. Another guard lunged forward, his sword aimed at a vulnerable point. A swift kick sent one of the guards sprawling, his armor offering little protection against the force. The guard's attack was relentless, each strike carrying the weight of desperation. The guard's sword met resistance, sparks flying as the blades collided. Gislin countered with a precise strike, aiming to disarm his opponent. The guard gasped, clutching at his chest, a dark stain blooming on his armor. Up! The guard stood firm amidst the chaos, his eyes scanning the battlefield. The guard's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. What are you? Another guard pressed the attack, his face contorted in a savage grin. The Baron's face contorted in a mask of pain and fury. His voice trembled as he questioned, "Why would you go this far for me?" He supported the Baron, his expression unreadable as he held him. Sweat beaded on Baron Austin's brow, his mouth set in a grim line. He had come to feel, deep in his bones, that there's no such thing as kindness without a reason. Baron Austin spat. "Why, you scoundrel, you dare to do this to me, a noble?" Gislin responded, "As I mentioned, I'm taking the money and Anna." He reached out, his fingers gently touching Baron Austin's cheek. Gislin's gaze was steady, his expression a mix of calculation and something softer. Baron Austin declared, "If this is how you're going to be, then I won't refuse your kindness. If you have a problem, Baron Austin, come to Fenris of the Lithania Kingdom." They stood together, an unlikely alliance forming between them. Baron Austin finished, "I'll at least treat you like a guest." Dark clouds roil, the sky a canvas of shifting grays and blues. A fortified city rises from the landscape, stone walls bathed in golden light. Mountains stretch into the distance, their peaks shrouded in mist and shadow. Sunlight filters through the trees, illuminating a forest floor covered in mist. A winding path cuts through a verdant landscape, leading towards distant hills. A small cottage sits nestled amongst the trees, smoke rising from its chimney. A horse-drawn carriage travels along a winding road, heading towards a distant town. He gazes out at the passing scenery, lost in thought. He wonders, are you sure you don't want to live with Anna? Well, he thinks, Anna will also find it more comfortable in her homeland without me. He reflects that it's not even that he saved her entirely by himself. With this, Gislin thinks, I repaid the debt, Claude. The sword stood as a testament to a debt fulfilled. He remembered when he was consumed by revenge. The sky stretched out, vast and blue. He felt much lighter now. He and the green-haired man walked together, surveying the land. The green-haired man commented on the air and suggested killing the landlord. He wondered if he was suggesting he harm himself. The green-haired man exclaimed that this poor-looking countryside was his land. He admitted he only followed him because he looked rich as hell. The green-haired man was suddenly grabbed from behind. A voice declared that from now on, they were the land's steward, and everything they saw from here was under their management. The green-haired man was thrown from the cliff. He plummeted towards the ground. His eyes widened in terror. He took back what he said, declaring he'd like to be with Anna, and begged to be let go. A voice declared it was too late. A symbol glowed with an eerie light. A figure sat upon a throne, observing all. The name Perdium echoed in the halls. Around a table, hushed voices spoke the name Fenris. The light seemed to be directed to Amelia. Gislin's face was grim, shadowed by determination. An order was given, sent a messenger. The plan will be moved up. A single feather drifts on the wind. An eagle's talons reach out, ready to grasp its prey. The eagle descends, its gaze fixed on the city below. The city of Cardinia sprawls beneath the eagle's shadow, a testament to human ambition. Life bustles along the riverfront, merchants hawking their wares and travelers seeking passage. Imposing soldiers stand guard, their spears glinting in the sunlight. The city's architecture blends grandeur with practicality, a fortress and a home. Gislin Perdium surveys the scene from horseback, taking in the sights of Cardinia. The hooves of the horses echo on the cobblestone streets. Two soldiers discuss the city's grandeur, one daring the other to speak ill of their captain. The man with glasses points out materials for sale, ones he claims are unseen even in the magic tower. The man with green hair expresses his dislike, stating that it requires more effort than their tower. He asks for clarification. Gislin Perdium's expression hardens as he recalls a past event. The man with green hair wonders what's wrong with him, while the woman with white hair accepts his decision. The man with green hair notes that Ghislain Perdium seems to be holding a grudge from his past life. Ghislain Perdium remembers the impregnable, undefeated fortress. He recalls that they say the city, capital Cardinia, is blessed by the goddess. Ghislain Perdium remembers when he brought it down and died there. He recalls attacking the capital to kill Duke Delphine, who had seized the throne, but that bastard wasn't there. Ghislain Perdium's eyes glow with power as he remembers. He thinks to himself that he can't achieve anything by himself, remembering Castle Perdium and the question of heading to the capital. He listens intently, acknowledging his father's words on an important matter. The man with the beard inquires about the Fenris territory, his expression serious. He states he will provide Perdium with 1 year's worth of food. Ghislain requests that General Homern and Knight Cadden Randolph be sent to the Fenris territory during his absence. The man with the beard questions the 1 year's worth of food, stating that it is not the important thing right now. He reminds Ghislain that Rayfold is planning to harm them. He acknowledges the rebellion and the danger if Desmond and Rayfold join forces to attack during his absence. However, the scene shifts to a mounted figure, spear in hand, riding with purpose. An arrow pierces a raven in flight, the impact sending feathers scattering. Ghislain realizes Amelia's recent control of internal affairs will take time to stabilize the system. He knows they must gather power to resist. He questions what his father means by power, his expression thoughtful. The focus shifts to a distant kingdom, the words "getting the kingdom on our side" floating above. A flock of ravens gathers, their presence ominous. A man in purple confirms that the request has been fulfilled, his expression knowing. The mansion was cheap, huge, and marvelous, complete with a garden. The group stood for the imposing gates, ready to inspect the property. Ghislain considered the space. The white-haired woman beside him agreed that it seemed spacious. Another man questioned what was wrong with the place. The manager admitted there had been unsupervised problems. A man shivered violently, goosebumps rising on his skin. Guards surrounded the shivering man, one commenting on his lack of appropriate attire for the forest of beasts. Claude dismissed the rumors of ghosts and phantoms as baseless, swearing on his name that the mansion had none. Ghislain stated he would take it, asking how much Claude had said it was. Claude was happy to be rid of the mansion, citing the concept of geomancy as a reason for its difficulty to sell. Ghislain reassured someone that a ghost wouldn't kill them, suggesting they could just beat it up if scared. Claude explained that the mansion and land should cost at least 1,000 gold, but due to poor management, he couldn't deny a lower price. Claude revealed the price would be 500 gold, then corrected himself, saying it would be 200 gold. He raised an eyebrow, questioning the seller's hesitation. Ghislain stated that he was scared of the ghosts in the mansion. He threatened to leave if the price wasn't lowered to 200. Claude sputtered, insisting that he couldn't accept such a low offer. He claimed there was no cheaper place in the capital for such a large mansion. The seller sweated, explaining that the maintenance costs for a cursed property like this were higher than the property value. He added that he still had to pay land taxes every year. Ghislain wondered aloud who else would want to buy the mansion after him. He seemed confident in his negotiating position. The deal was done. Ghislain had secured the mansion for a pittance. The mansion loomed, a Gothic monstrosity against the skyline. Meanwhile, Winnie ordered everyone to get moving. She was ready to begin the cleanup. Winnie declared that they would get rid of all the gloominess from this mansion. She seemed determined to transform the place. The cleaning crew began their work, sweeping and scrubbing the mansion's interior. Elsewhere, Ghislain was addressed as Lord. The man with green hair reminded Ghislain that he had said he would make a faction in the kingdom that would work with them. He asked how he planned on doing that. The man with green hair doubted that nobles in the kingdom would even meet a countryside noble. Ghislain acknowledged that the nobles didn't have a reason to meet with him at all. He wore a slight smile, a plan forming in his mind. Bowls of herbs and strange powders sat ready, awaiting their transformation. The others questioned the purpose of the ingredients, wondering if it was some form of alchemy. Ghislain declared that from now on, they would be making cosmetics. He planned to make a prototype and send it as a gift to every noble mansion in the capital, establishing connections across the kingdom. Ghislain assured them that they would see what he meant once they used one of his products. He assured them that they wouldn't last a day without it after using it. Nobles saw exceptional looks as a symbol of power and dignity, stopping at nothing to become handsome and beautiful. The recipe, once plundered from a ducal house, promised a dream cosmetic that resolved all the flaws of the old products. Deneb. First, magic was used to oxidize zinc and turn it into powder. Meanwhile, beeswax was placed into a preheated steamer and left to melt, mixed with evening primrose seed oil and shea fruit extract. Then, oil extracted from the blessing of the fairy was blended in, Ghislain holding the vial. He oversaw the bubbling concoction, the cream nearing its final form. A day remained until the cosmetic solidified, its magical properties ready to be unleashed. Magical energy swirled around the pod, a visible manifestation of the power infused within the cream. The air crackled with anticipation. The young master stood with 2 attendants, all captivated by the scent. One asked if this was the cosmetic he had mentioned, her eyes wide with curiosity. Elsewhere, a man with green hair frowned, seemingly displeased by the prospect of this new cosmetic. His expression was one of disdain. Ghislain held up a jar of the finished cream, its contents glowing with a soft, purple light. He examined it closely, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Hands reached out, eager to grasp the cosmetic. The text indicated that once someone used a neb, they couldn't bring themselves to use other cosmetics. Ghislain looked at the jar, a determined glint in his eyes. He thought to himself that he would use Deneb well in Duke Delphine's stead. He instructed Claude to wrap these up and give them to the nobles as a gift. The young master's plan was taking shape. Claude seemed hesitant, but Ghislain reassured him, saying it was fine. He seemed confident in his plan. A single, menacing red eye stared out from the darkness, its gaze intense and foreboding. Something sinister was brewing. Elsewhere, a storm raged outside a Gothic building, lightning illuminating its imposing structure. The weather mirrored the brewing conflict. Inside the building, two figures lay on stone slabs, seemingly unconscious or dead. The scene was grim and mysterious. Elsewhere, two figures lay still in their beds, slumbering peacefully. The room was quiet, save for the soft breathing of the sleeping women. The room below was large and ornate, decorated with intricate patterns and elegant furniture. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows. A lone figure stood in a grand hall, cloaked in shadow. Light poured in from the windows behind, silhouetting the masked individual. Rain lashed against the windows, the storm outside intensifying. The elements seemed to mirror the brewing tension within. The masked figure's red eyes glowed intensely, piercing the darkness. An unsettling aura emanated from the armored form. The masked figure stood motionless, their gaze fixed on an unseen point. The air crackled with anticipation. Several stone jars sat on a table, their contents unknown. The masked figure approached, their intentions unclear. The masked figure carefully lifted the lid of one of the jars. The contents within remained hidden in shadow. The masked figure's hands worked with practiced ease, manipulating the contents of the jar. A faint aroma filled the air. A viscous substance dripped from the masked figure's fingers, its color obscured by the dim light. The process continued, deliberate and precise. The masked figure was confronted by Ghislain Perdium, who stood in the doorway. He asked, "Are you the ghost from the rumors?" The masked figure's eye flared with an intense light, a silent response to the question. The air grew heavy with anticipation. The concoction explodes with arcane energy. He states with confidence, guaranteeing its effects. Ghislain Perdium's expression is one of cold determination, his blue eyes narrowed. Ghislain Perdium stands in a dimly lit room, a question hanging in the air. Are you the ghost from the rumors? Elsewhere, a masked figure looms, their gaze intense and unwavering. The masked figure's eye glows with an eerie light, a silent promise of danger. Ghislain's expression is unreadable, his blue eyes betraying nothing of his thoughts. Lightning flashes, illuminating the stormy night. The rain lashes against the ancient building, obscuring it in a veil of water. He walks away, his back turned to the unseen questioner. The masked figure raises a gleaming sword, ready to strike. The masked figure's eyes burn with determination, their face obscured by the helmet. The masked figure grips the sword tightly, preparing for battle. He clashes with the masked figure, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The masked figure's sword cuts through the air, a blue arc of energy trailing behind. Their footwork is precise, each step calculated as they circle each other. The masked figure presses the attack, forcing Ghislain to parry again and again. Close up on the swords, locked together in a tense stalemate. The masked figure's attack sends Ghislain staggering backward, struggling to maintain his balance. The masked figure stands poised, their sword glinting in the dim light. Ghislain's eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. He realizes that sword technique is... Ghislain recovers, readying himself for the next exchange. The masked figure attacks with grace and modesty. The two warriors clash once more, their swords meeting with renewed intensity. He clashed blades with the masked figure, the force of the impact reverberating through the air. Every single one of her movements traced a graceful arc, a testament to her skill. The swords met again, the sound echoing as the masked figure continued to press the attack. He parried another blow, the masked figure's relentless assault showing no signs of slowing. The blades locked, a brief moment of stillness before the next exchange of blows. They broke apart, each assessing the other, ready for the next attack. The masked figure remained silent, her gaze intense. Ghislain regarded the masked figure, his expression thoughtful. He wondered aloud. A lady pretending to be a ghost in a place like this? What's your relationship with the Brantford family? Meanwhile, the castle stood tall against the night sky, its spires piercing the darkness. A woman with white hair exclaimed, "Young master, what was that noise?" Back in the training room, the masked figure stood silently as Ghislain watched. The man with the white hair wondered, "Young master?" Ghislain's expression hardened as he spoke, Go back to your posts. Meanwhile, a sliver of moon hangs in the sky, framed by the Gothic arch of a high window. Delicate hands carefully smooth a rich cream into pale skin, a silent ritual of self-care. With a steady hand, a touch of color is applied, enhancing the natural curve of the lips. Before the mirror stands Countess of Aylesbury Muriel, her reflection seemingly frozen in time. The Countess scoffs, her expression hardening. Her face feels burdened by layers of paint and powder. Once she led the fashion world, her cosmetics and styles imitated by every noblewoman in the capital. But those days are long gone. Muriel's makeup now feels like a veil, hiding the passage of time. Could she ever return to those glorious days? A maid informs the Countess that it's time to head to the salon. Muriel agrees, a hint of resignation in her voice. Her eyes gleam with a strange intensity, a mix of defiance and desperation as she prepares for the salon. Freshly made up, the Countess stares ahead, a faint blush on her cheeks and a renewed sparkle in her eyes. She winced as her face was manipulated, enduring the beauty treatment. The woman in the hat assessed the moisture and firmness of the skin. The angry woman demanded to know what had been done to her face. Count Aylesbury received cosmetics as a gift, but he didn't need them and handed them over to the maids. Meanwhile, a grand cathedral loomed in the distance, its spires piercing the sky. A gilded carriage, flanked by armored soldiers, awaited its passenger. Two men stood together, one looking concerned, the other with a more neutral expression. One of the men wondered what the carriage was, speculating if a queen was inside. The distressed man's face was etched with worry, sweat beading on his brow. Countess Muriel held a flower, marveling at how well the cosmetic had worked. Someone demanded to know what others were doing, ordering them to greet her. A figure was slapped, reacting with a pained ugh. A voice cuts through the air, suggesting they move the conversation indoors. The Countess's arrival has drawn everyone's attention to the courtyard. A green-haired man rushes to Ghislaine's side, announcing, Lord, the Countess Aylesbury has visited us. Ghislaine remains seated, a raven perched calmly on his gloved hand. Countess Muriel holds a feathered fan, partially obscuring her face as she observes the scene. Hands meet, a formal greeting exchanged. It's nice to meet you, she says. Ghislaine clasps her hand, replying, It's an honor that you've come all the way to this secluded place. The Countess's eyes narrow. I reckon you didn't send any gifts my way? I was told that you only sent it to my husband. It seems that my fame wasn't great enough to reach where you live. Ghislaine's expression hardens slightly. That's not true at all. Countess Muriel tilts her head, saying, I thought it might be impolite to give the madam, who leads the capital's fashion, something that wouldn't satisfy her. Indeed, it seems you're not completely clueless. They settle into a gazebo. The Countess states, Then let's get straight to the business. Your cosmetic, hand it over to me. Countess Muriel leans forward, her gaze intense. So you've used it? She found the product quite excellent, so much so that the cosmetics she used were no longer needed. The Countess wanted to monopolize it, focusing on developing and delivering the products. Ghislaine listened intently, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications of her words. The young master would always welcome a bulk purchase, his eyes narrowing slightly as he thought of his stubbornness. The Countess warned that doing business in the capital would be very difficult alone, no matter how good the products were. The sound of a door closing echoed as Ghislaine considered the Countess's words, his gaze hardening. One of Ghislaine's companions thought that woman dared to threaten the young master. The choice of mansion was simply because of his stubbornness, the Countess thought, as she was told the supply price would be a little high. She thought to herself that they should put the jokes aside, as she was sure he already knew that their Aylesbury family was one of the wealthiest in the capital. Ghislaine stated that it was 100 gold apiece, his blue eyes gleaming. The Countess stared intently, her expression unreadable as she listened to the price. She asked if he was jesting, but he was not. She had set her eyes on this product, Ghislaine stated, so it should fetch at least that much. The Countess of Aylesbury Muriel considered the offer, her expression unreadable behind her fan. Her eyes narrowed, a hint of displeasure flickering across her face as she listened to the Count's proposition. A jar of cosmetics was an absurd price, she thought, indignant. How dare he toy with her like this? Ghislaine watched her reaction, his expression calm as he awaited her response to his initial offer. The Countess of Aylesbury Muriel countered, her tone suggesting a different approach to the negotiation. Ghislaine stood beside a chest, explaining that he couldn't give her an exclusive deal if it were jewelry or furniture. The young master offered her honor instead, his words hanging in the air as he gestured towards the chest. The Countess of Aylesbury Muriel's gaze intensified as she considered the alternative, her fan held close. With a flourish, the chest was opened, revealing rows of small, ornate jars nestled within. The Countess of Aylesbury Muriel gasped softly, her eyes widening as she beheld the contents of the chest. This cosmetic, which he handcrafted himself, was called Deneb, Ghislaine explained, presenting his alternative offer. She is presented with a gift meant to commemorate something, a chest sitting on the table between them. There are still many nobles who don't yet know just how effective Deneb is, the text bubble states. It's a product that can change the market, the text bubble states as a hand holds up the cosmetic. Ghislain states that it will be the Countess Muriel who changes that market. The Countess's eyes narrow slightly, her expression unreadable behind the large hat. The Countess thinks that the Baron certainly knows how to pick only the prettiest words. Fine, let's do it that way, the text bubble states as a hand opens a chest. Ghislain states that she will distribute the cosmetics, holding a feather. The Countess states that she will lead the trend, smiling slightly. Ghislain responds that it is excellent, madam, with a slight smile. Ghislain states that he will be leaving now, and if she needs anything within his influence, he'll make sure to help out. The Countess asks if he could then grant her a request, looking at him intently. She had asked for a request? Ghislain listened intently, curious about what she would ask. The Countess, her expression unreadable, asked, "Could you relay these words to Marquis Bramford?" Meanwhile, a majestic castle stood against a backdrop of a vibrant, cloud-strewn sky. The scene shifted to a dark, wooded area, identified as Bramford's territory. Inside a grand hall, a figure sat at a large desk, seemingly in deep thought. The camera zoomed in, focusing on a man's stern face and meticulously groomed mustache. This was Marquis Bramford, a man with a piercing gaze and an air of authority. The announcement rang out. They had hit the jackpot. The man threw his hands up in celebration, ecstatic at the news. The Countess must be famous, someone mused, as the expensive cosmetics were selling like hotcakes. With all this money, the man declared, he could gamble until the day he died. One of the men suggested that they should focus on the cosmetic business instead of fixing their land. Another wondered why he was so excited, as it wasn't even his money. He was praised for easily securing a spot within the kingdom. Not quite yet, came the reply. What he really wanted. Ghislain Perdium walked outside night. He continued his walk. Are you Baron Fenris? The summons arrived, declaring that Marquis Bramford requested his presence. He strode purposefully through the castle gates, his red coat billowing behind him. The doors to the Marquis's chambers loomed large, guarded by silent sentinels. The guards stood motionless, their armor gleaming in the dim light. With a resounding groan, the massive doors swung inward, revealing the chamber beyond. Marquis Bramford sat at his desk, awaiting his guest. A servant stood silently by his side. Ghislain Perdium entered the room, his expression unreadable as he approached the Marquis. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly, betraying nothing of his thoughts. Marquis Bramford's gaze was intense, his face etched with years of experience. One of the men stated that it was an honor to meet Marquis Bramford. Ghislain Perdium then declared, I am Baron Ghislain Fenris. Marquis Bramford's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening at the unexpected claim. The Marquis considered the man before him, the son of Margraves Walter Perdium and the heir of Perdium. He stood, his expression unreadable, as he faced Marquis Bramford. Marquis Bramford considered the man before him, an arrogant brat who won the war against the guard, killed the count, and seized the lord's seat, Ghislain Perdium. The man stood silently, his back to the Marquis, awaiting the next move. The Marquis observed him closely. You're completely different from your father, aren't you? He remarked. The young master had been watching the situation unfolding in the outskirt territories, as expected. Marquis Bramford was the minister of the kingdom and the greatest authority in this nation. He was also the leader of the royalist faction that opposed Duke Delphine. All the kingdom's affairs, small or big, passed through the Marquis's hands. If it weren't for Countess Muriel, a fellow royalist watching his back, he wouldn't have been able to meet him this quickly. Marquis Bramford gestured toward the chair. Sit, he commanded. The mercenary king stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he faced the Marquis. Ghislain sat in the offered chair, facing Marquis Bramford across the desk, the tension palpable in the room. The Marquis regarded the young man, his expression unreadable. So, he questioned, the words laced with doubt, could he solve his daughter's problem? Ghislain met his gaze, unflinching. Yes, he affirmed, he could cure her illness. The Marquis's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed, the silence thick with skepticism. Bramford placed his hand on a book. He stated that Ghislain had never met his daughter, Rosalind, before. The Marquis steepled his fingers, his gaze intense. How? He pressed. Did he plan on curing her illness? Ghislain's expression remained confident, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. For his information, he had cured an illness once before. Bramford tilted his head, his gaze unwavering. He liked his confidence, he admitted, but the compliment was laced with a warning. Ghislain's eyes narrowed slightly, acknowledging the unspoken threat. He flattered. The Marquis's gaze hardened, a dark memory flickering in his eyes. He stated that Ghislain was not the first to claim he could cure her illness. Bramford continued, his voice low and dangerous. Those others had to pay the price with their lives for not taking responsibility for their words. The Marquis held a small object in his hands, his expression grim. He did not want to see such a talented youngster throw his life away. Ghislain's eyes narrowed, his gaze unwavering. That, he stated, was a cold consideration. But as the Marquis said, he likely exhausted every possible treatment for Rosalind's illness. Marquis Bramford, seated at his desk, questioned the young master's true intentions. Do you not plan on curing her? Ghislaine responded with a calm demeanor. It's not a big deal, but I'm sure the lady thinks otherwise. The Marquis's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. The reason I called you here today is because I wanted to confirm it with my own eyes. Bramford's gaze intensified, his voice laced with skepticism. Are you that confident? Ghislaine met his gaze, his expression unreadable, different. The two men remained locked in a silent battle of wills, the tension in the room palpable. Marquis Bramford warned, his voice low and dangerous. If you must risk your life for it. Bramford relented, his expression still guarded. Fine, try your best. The Marquis turned his attention to his subordinates. Do not spare any support for Baron Fenris's treatment. If things go well, he will be rewarded well. Bramford slammed his fist on the table, his patience wearing thin. Enough. The Marquis stood, towering over Ghislaine, the weight of his expectations heavy in the air. The young master's expression hardens, his blue eyes narrowed with determination. A voice echoes, demanding a single wish be granted. The Marquis's brow furrows, his gaze intense as he listens. Ghislaine, standing before the Marquis, repeats his demand, his voice firm. The young master acknowledges Marquis Bramford's importance to the kingdom. He suggests that granting him one small wish would be a simple matter. Marquis Bramford questions if he is demanding a price for treating his daughter. Ghislaine believes his request is more than worth it, his gaze unwavering. The Marquis questions the meaning of being the pillar of the kingdom if he cannot protect his own family. Ghislaine challenges the Marquis, asking what use all his authority is then. The young master awaits the Marquis's response, his hands clasped before him. The woman with white hair is shocked by the audacity. The man with green hair seems nervous about the situation. Marquis Bramford's face is partially obscured, but his words are clear. The price is steep. Regardless, if you so desire. The Marquis's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he considers the request. The woman with white hair stands behind Marquis Bramford, observing the exchange with a critical eye. Ghislaine Perdium is told to put everything he has on the line, raising the stakes of the negotiation. Marquis Bramford's red eyes seem to pierce through Ghislaine, assessing his worth. The Marquis extends his hand, the question hanging in the air. Can you do that? Ghislaine mirrors the gesture, his expression determined as he considers the offer. A close-up reveals Ghislaine's resolve, his lips set in a firm line. Their hands meet, sealing the agreement with a silent understanding. Marquis Bramford's gaze is unwavering, his expression hinting at the weight of the decision. He affirmed his commitment, the weight of the agreement settling upon him. Marquis Bramford's grip tightened, a silent promise of consequences hanging in the air. The Marquis's gaze burned with an intensity that hinted at the stakes involved in this bargain. Ghislaine's eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination hardening his resolve. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man ordered the royal treasurer to cut off all support for Perdium and instructed the guards to surround Baron Fenris' mansion, forbidding all entry and exit. Marquis Bramford issued his ultimatum, 1 week to bring Rosalind before him, in perfect condition, without so much as a blemish. The Marquis placed a hand on his shoulder, the gesture a mix of encouragement and threat. Ghislaine met the Marquis's gaze, a quiet confidence in his voice as he stated that he could do it. The woman with white hair cursed, frustrated that they no longer had to worry about money, only to be hit with this new problem. The woman with white hair knew that if the Marquis moved, it was only a matter of time before Perdium and Fenris were finished. A voice called out to him, addressing him as young master. The Marquis did not tolerate anyone who challenged his authority, and at the center of it all was the illness of his daughter, Rosalind. The text speaks of a problem so profound. Even the kingdom's most powerful man couldn't solve it, resigning himself to acceptance. He stands alone, cloaked in determination. That is why he has to succeed. He thinks, the weight of the world on his shoulders. Ghislaine Perdium, clad in a red coat, steels himself for the task ahead, his expression a mask of resolve. The boots hit the ground, each step a deliberate echo of the path he has chosen. A man with a beard reflects. There is no turning back now, his gaze firm, his resolve unyielding. The camera pans up a grand staircase, a visual metaphor for the climb ahead, the challenges that await Ghislaine Perdium. Amidst the rubble, a figure kneels, a silent testament to destruction and perhaps a glimmer of hope amidst the ruins. A voice echoes, a single word filled with longing and perhaps regret. Father, bathed in the light of stained glass, a question hangs in the air. Do I have to risk my life helping others? Two figures stand in a church, the words echoing in their minds. The help of the powerless is nothing but hypocrisy. The figure looks up, contemplating the path to power. If you wish to be in a position to give help, first acquire the strength befitting it. A voice whispers, and so I did as you said, a promise kept, a debt fulfilled, or perhaps a bargain made. He had done as he was told, acquiring the strength his father demanded. But the masked figure wondered if this hideous appearance was the result of that strength. Ghislain stood tall, the weight of his responsibilities settling upon him like the dust motes dancing in the sunlit chamber. The masked figure stared ahead, his red eyes gleaming ominously. Then, the masked figure spoke of the daughter of Marquis Bramford, Rosalind Bramford. Ghislain placed a hand over his heart, his expression unreadable. His blue eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within their depths. Ghislain extended his hand, declaring himself the Lord of the Fenris. Ghislain stood firm, his gaze leveled at the figure before him. He declared, his voice echoing in the stone chamber, that he knew it was them. The masked figures stood silent, their hands stained crimson. The air crackled with unspoken tension. A single, blood-red eye peered out from behind the mask. The figure's gaze was intense, unwavering. Ghislain placed a hand over his heart, his expression hardening. He proclaimed himself the lord of the Fenris territory. The young master's blue eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched. He was ready for a fight. The masked figure extended a hand, palm open, as if offering something. But the gesture felt like a challenge. The masked figure stood with their back to the title card. They questioned why Ghislain was there. Ghislain stood defiant, his hand outstretched. The tension in the air was palpable. A rock hurtled through the air, aimed directly at Ghislain. The attack was sudden and unexpected. Ghislain reacted instantly, his eyes widening in surprise. The rock was about to strike. The masked figure challenged him, asking if he thought he was the first to attempt curing their illness. The cloaked figure declares that medicine and methods are futile, demanding to be left alone. Ghislain's expression hardens as he listens to the cloaked figure's words. The cloaked figure continues, stating they're putting their life on the line with this treatment, like others driven by greed. Ghislain is told that he thinks he is special because his cosmetics are selling well. The scene shifts to a portrait of Rosalind Bramford, the girl who inherited the bloodline of her father, the leader of the royalist faction, and her mother, the daughter of the kingdom's chancellor. After her mother passed away, Rosalind became the sanctity of her family. Rosalind was gifted both with the pen and the sword, a master of both intellect and combat. She knew how to wield the sword and mana, building her achievements as the foremost patron of Gardenia's various industries. However, an unknown skin disease completely overturned her life, casting a shadow over her accomplishments. Even when the Marquis Bramford's family exhausted every possible means, Rosalind's illness would not heal, so Marquis Bramford sought to resolve her problem through a political marriage. She could no longer live as before, yet the name of Bramford would at least protect her. The cause of her affliction was an irreversible, spontaneous skin eruption caused by improper training of the mana cultivation technique. Her mana road itself was in disorder. The masked figure, radiating power, prepares to strike with a glowing blade. Ghislain vows to kill, acknowledging that her actions make her illness harder to cure. He apologizes, but he declares he will treat her forcefully, his expression grim as he advances. A close-up reveals a menacing, glowing red eye, filled with murderous intent. The masked figure unleashes a flurry of attacks, the blade leaving trails of light. The masked figure continues the assault, their movements swift and deadly. The masked figure presses the attack, forcing their opponent backward. The masked figure stands over their downed opponent, ready to deliver the final blow. Elsewhere, Ghislain is addressed by Belinda and Wendy, who confirm his orders with a respectful, "Yes, Lord." Belinda and Wendy restrain a figure on a table, who demands to be released immediately, questioning their actions. Ghislain declares he will remove the figure's mask first, his expression unreadable. The masked figure, restrained, protests the examination, insisting they don't need the treatment. A masked figure plummets from above, crashing into the ground below. Ghislain, Belinda, Wendy, and a figure with green hair look down at the fallen person. The blonde-haired man holds up a vial, as the figure with green hair stands beside him with an open box. The injured person, covered in blood, wonders if Ghislain can truly treat their illness, determined as they are. He begins to tend to the injured person, who groans in pain. Ghislain states that the injured person will endure. The injured person's face is shown in close-up, covered in blood. The injured person's red eyes are visible, as they are told not to worry, that it will undoubtedly succeed. Ghislain's hands glow with a blue energy. Because this treatment method, Ghislain, Belinda, Wendy, and the injured person are enveloped in a sphere of glowing blue energy. The blue energy intensifies. The energy crackled around the inverted figure, pain etched into their expression. It hurts, the sensation echoing through every fiber of their being. The pain intensified, a chorus of agony reverberating within. A voice, laced with disbelief and suffering, questioned the duration of this torment. The injured person wondered why they had to endure such suffering. Ghislain's face was grim, knowing his own life was tied to their survival. The stakes were high. Failure meant death for both him and the injured person. Blood stained the face of the injured person, a testament to their pain. Ghislain steeled himself, resolving to give it his all, even if it meant his own demise. A fierce determination burned in his eye, a silent promise to succeed or die trying. The blue energy intensified, a beacon of hope amidst the suffering. The energy surged, a storm of healing power unleashed upon the injured person. Silent, unmoving, the armored guard stood watch over the capital. The man with glasses exclaimed that they were stuck in the capital. His companions suggested finding their captain instead of staying there. One of the men stated that there was no need for that, descending the stairs. The man with red hair offered a drink, suggesting they relax. Someone mused that the guy wouldn't move without any thoughts. Later, a week had passed. The castle stood tall, its spires reaching towards the sky. The wind howled through the narrow passage. Guards stood watch over the courtyard. Marquis Branford stood framed by the archway, flanked by his guards. The hem of his coat swayed slightly as he walked forward. Marquis Branford's gaze was stern, his expression unreadable. The stone walls of the chamber seemed to close in, heavy with unspoken dread. He stood over the body, the scene painted with the grim colors of violence. A white sheet concealed the victim, stained with the unmistakable marks of bloodshed. Ghislain Perdium's blonde hair was matted with blood, his shoulders slumped with exhaustion. His blue eyes, usually sharp, now reflected a weariness that went bone deep. Elsewhere, Marquis Branford's face was a mask of grim determination, his red eyes narrowed. A hand lifted the bloodied sheet, revealing nothing of what lay beneath. Marquis Branford's expression remained unreadable, a stoic facade hiding his true feelings. His red eyes burned with an intensity that hinted at the turmoil within. Meanwhile, the castle stood tall against the sky, a silent witness to the events unfolding within its walls. Whispers spread through the town. Marquis Branford's daughter had been cured of her illness, an event considered impossible. Rumors also spoke of a banquet soon to be hosted by the Marquis, fueling speculation and intrigue. The ornate doors of the Marquis' meeting hall stood open. Ghislain, flanked by Belinda and another man, strode confidently into the room. The Marquis' retainers stood silently as the young master approached the desk. Marquis Branford regarded Ghislain with a calculating gaze. "So, you weren't all talk after all." Ghislain lowered his gaze, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "It's all thanks to you giving me a chance." The Marquis leaned forward, his expression unreadable. "A promise is a promise. Tell me what you want." The two men faced each other, the tension in the room palpable as Ghislain prepared to state his terms. Belinda watched the exchange, her crimson eyes narrowed slightly, while another man stood behind her. The young master's expression hardened, his request about to be voiced. Marquis Branford waited, his hands clasped before him, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. One of the knights reacted with surprise, his helmeted head turning sharply. What? Belinda made a heart gesture with her hands, a knowing look on her face. The man with green hair believes that if the Marquis becomes their guardian, he must take responsibility. Marquis Branford recalls Ghislain's request, but suspects he came for more than just a small favor. Ghislain has someone in the north whom he has set his sights on. So, Marquis Branford already has someone in mind, but Desmond pretends to be neutral. The man asks if they're talking about Count Brivant. Marquis Branford wonders what makes Ghislain think it's him, as there are also Rayfold and Desmond, great lords of the north. Desmond pretends to be neutral, but no one knows what he's really thinking. Meanwhile, the Rayfold is currently in chaos due to the internal family strife. Besides them, the other lords are just incompetent and greedy. Count Brivant is indeed wealthy and close to the royalist faction, not to mention that he wields the military power of the Flame Magic Tower. He states that the only one that he'd settle his eyes on would be Brivant. Marquis Branford asks if he is claiming that he's more worthy than Brivant. He asks Marquis Branford to please be honest, and if he doesn't find Count Brivant. Marquis Branford's stern gaze pierces through the very soul, his expression unreadable as he considers the proposition. The Marquis chuckles, a hollow sound that echoes through the room, his amusement laced with a hint of something darker. "It's just as you said," the Marquis admits, revealing his true assessment of the Count's eldest son. The young master's face is partially obscured, but his sharp jawline hints at a growing resolve. He declares that he should be set as the representative of the North, his expression determined. The Marquis pauses, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of silence as he considers the implications of the request. The Marquis's hand rests on the table, his fingers interlaced as he contemplates the situation before him. With everyone present as a witness, Marquis Branford agrees, his words carrying the weight of his decision. Marquis Branford declares that he shall support Baron Ghislain Fenris as his guardian, the pronouncement echoing through the hall. The Marquis's expression hardens, his words avow, the Baron's enemy is his enemy. Marquis Branford demands that the young master pledge that he, too, shall consider his honor in all that he does. A surge of power emanates, a silent promise made in the face of the Marquis's demand. The mercenary king kneels, his sword held firmly in both hands. He declares his intentions with conviction. Marquis Branford stands in a grand room, surrounded by others. The woman in the foreground faces him, listening intently as he speaks. From below, the woman's voice echoes, revealing her thoughts on indebtedness and reward. Her red eyes are fixed on the Marquis, as she declares she shall become his guardian. The woman's hands are clasped, her expression unreadable as she makes her pledge. The banquet hall was adorned with intricate decorations. A rumor spread through the crowd, whispered from guest to guest. One guest confirmed he had heard the tale. A no-name noble had cured Lady Rosalind's illness with cosmetics. Could it be the Deneuve that Countess Muriel has been advertising? Another dismissed the notion. How could a cosmetic possibly cure an illness that even doctors couldn't? One man speculated that Marquis Branford wouldn't have hosted a banquet for no reason. He had heard that the Marquis had decided on whom to support, so that must be it. Another found the rumors irritating. The Marquis Branford listened to the rumors, his expression unreadable. A guest wondered if that man was the Baron of Fenris. The pair continued to walk through the banquet hall, their destination unknown. The man, speculated to be the Baron of Fenris, placed a hand on Belinda's arm. Belinda was asked if she thought she might be a little overdressed. She wondered when she would ever be able to attend a banquet like this. Ghislain knew they couldn't afford to be looked down upon by the real power of the kingdom. He wasn't so sure if this was for him, though. Light streamed through the doorway, illuminating the hall. The nobles gasped, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Marquis Branford stood at the top of the stairs with a woman, addressing the assembled guests. "Hello, everyone. I hope you've all been well." The crowd's attention was focused on the dresses descending the stairs. A woman's feet descended the stairs, her shoes gleaming in the light. A hand delicately opened a fan, the gesture drawing even more attention. Rosalind Branford smiled, her red eyes sparkling with confidence. The crowd whispered, marveling at Lady Rosalind's face and confirming the rumors of her cure. She almost didn't even recognize her, Belinda admitted, staring at Rosalind. No one could believe that Rosalind Branford was the same person as before. Her expression was serene, a stark contrast to her previous temper. Ghislain Perdium's gaze was steady, his expression unreadable as he stood before the crowd. Marquis Branford thanked the attendees for their presence at the banquet. The Marquis announced that the banquet was to celebrate his daughter, Rosalind, being cured of her illness. Whispers spread through the crowd, confirming the rumors that had been circulating. Marquis Branford stated that some may know him, but most do not, referring to the man beside him. Marquis Branford introduced Baron Ghislain Fenris, the man who freed Rosalind from her years-long illness. The Marquis declared that the Branford family would do its absolute best as Baron Fenris's guardian. Marquis Branford instructed the attendees to treat Ghislain Perdium as they would treat him. The Marquis then invited everyone to enjoy the banquet, as the crowd looked on with glowing eyes. Ghislain Perdium stood silently, the weight of the announcement settling upon him. Marquis Branford considered his options, knowing he must be resolute. He believed that his actions would provide help in the future. Ghislain observed the assembled figures, realizing most of the kingdom's important people had attended. He knew this banquet would be of help. Even though he had cured her illness, some felt his family had nothing to show for it. Belinda overheard the whispers, angered by their disrespect towards her young master. Marquis Branford acknowledged Baron Fenris before the assembled crowd. Rosalind extended her gratitude to Baron Fenris. Rosalind prepared to address the crowd. Rosalind stood before the assembled guests, Ghislain and Marquis Branford watching from nearby. A woman with red eyes remarked that one need not pay attention to the petty noises, as rumors always follow a popular figure. Ghislain listened to the whispers, his expression unreadable. Rosalind announced that today was a special day, confirming that she had officially returned to the public eye. She added that now that her father had become his guardian, they must be itching to do something. Everyone was waiting. The woman in the black dress stands tall, her expression unreadable as she looks down at Ghislain. Belinda watches with a smile, seemingly enjoying whatever is about to unfold. Ghislain's expression remains stoic, his eyes closed as he listens intently. The royalist faction is divided into three main groups, each vying for power and influence. First, Countess Muriel, head of the wealthy house of Aylesbury, which dominates the capital's culture and commerce. Second, the Chief Justice, who oversees law and administration, the eldest son of the Royal Chancellor my-in-law, Sir Bilor Norton. Sir Bilor Norton stands tall, his robes signifying his position and authority. Third, Marquis Morris Macquarie, Commander-in-Chief of the Kingdom's army, who bears responsibility for the nation's military might. The man in armor stands ready, a symbol of the kingdom's military strength. These are the high nobles of the Lithania Kingdom, who wield immense power over administration, finance, and the military. The world you're stepping into right now is completely different from the one you're from, the man with the white beard warns. You must choose well, the voice echoes, as Ghislain stands before the assembled nobles. He stood on the patterned tile, the hem of his robe brushing the floor. The high collar of his shirt framed his neck, a stark white against the dark fabric. A man with a meticulously groomed mustache and a wide-brimmed hat observed the scene. Two other men, one with white hair and the other with brown, watched with keen interest. A hand extended forward. "I'm Baron Fenris. Nice to meet you," he announced. Ghislain faced Baron Fenris, who was dressed in a long, tan coat. "Count Aylesbury," the Baron greeted. Baron Fenris smiled. "Oh yes, nice to meet you too. Thanks to you, my wife has gained some confidence." The Baron continued. "If you need any help, just let me know. Our little brother here is quite loyal." A woman with long brown hair spoke up. "Who cares? Anyway, thanks for saving our faces." The man with white hair cleared his throat. The others watched Ghislain with varying degrees of interest. Ghislain's expression remained unreadable, his blue eyes sharp and observant. The introductions concluded, the group stood together, the air thick with unspoken expectations. He stood beside a man with long brown hair, the tension palpable between them. Baron Fenris approached, a smile on his face. He said, "Hello, I'm Baron Fenris. Thank you so much for curing Rosalind." The Baron continued, "I heard from the Marquis that you're looking for dwarven and elven slaves, correct? I'll take care of the legal issues regarding the slave traders and taxes, so don't worry." Ghislain inclined his head in acknowledgement, the deal seemingly struck with a simple nod. The man with brown hair sneered, thinking to himself, "Don't get conceited just because Branford is backing you." Ghislain's expression remained unreadable, his gaze lowered as he considered the implications of the Baron's offer. The noble with white hair mused, perhaps it's because of his ties with Aylesbury, and since Sir Norton is related to Marquis Branford by marriage. A woman with dark hair asked him, was the order intentional? The crowd murmured, their attention focused on Baron Fenris. Baron Fenris, surrounded by nobles, pleaded, "Please spare some time to spend with my family." One of the nobles observed, "Now he's earned the resentment of Marquis Macquarie." Another replied, "Don't worry, he's a simple man. He seems to be jealous, but I'm sure." Another noble stated, "Of course, that's because he cured our Rosalind's illness, which no one else was capable of doing." Marquis Branford appeared, his expression stern. He acknowledges the discovery of an excellent friend, as expected of his brother, speaking to a white-haired man. The Marquis considers that it was entirely his own strength that brought him from the very bottom to stand before him. Branford reflects on the other's might, the power to turn an unfavorable war into victory, a formidable ability. He thinks of the ability to read the surrounding state of affairs and foresee what lies ahead. But since he suddenly shines so brightly, he only hopes the shadows cast are not too deep, as a sword is shown. A pair of eyes, illuminated by a purple glow, pierce through the darkness. A lone figure stands silhouetted in a grand doorway, the light casting long shadows. Marquis Branford's expression hardens, a subtle shift in his stern demeanor. The glowing eyes intensify, focused and determined, as a hand grips a cane. The bottom of the cane strikes the floor with a resounding thud. A man in a long coat and cane stands tall, his gaze intense and unwavering. Finally, the man's feet come to a stop. Finally, he's crawled out. My nemesis. My eternal enemy, Duke Delphine, his closest aide, and the strategist of the ducal house. Raoul Joseph. The man's hands are clasped, his expression unreadable. Raoul Joseph's gaze is intense, his features sharp and calculating. And Duke Delphine stands beside Raoul Joseph, both figures radiating an ominous aura. The scene is bathed in a crimson light, hinting at impending conflict. At long last, he has crawled out, the strategist of the ducal house. It is Raoul Joseph. The man's gaze is sharp, his expression unreadable. And a figure emerges, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. He's from the Delphine ducal house, one man whispers. There's nothing good about getting involved with them, another replies, TSK, and it was just about to get good. It's been a while, Marquis Branford. Viscount Joseph, I thought you had no interest in such an occasion as this. I just came to see you and pay respect, one man says. Not to mention that I heard you have retrieved a young lion. Marquis Branford's gaze is stern, his eyes narrowed in suspicion as he considers the situation before him. He remarks that the Duke's interest is unusual before asking Raoul Joseph who is standing behind him. Raoul Joseph, with a sidelong glance, simply states that the cloaked figure is his escort. Marquis Branford finds it unusual that Raoul Joseph would have an escort knight and demands that the cloaked figure reveal their face. The cloaked figure remains silent, their face hidden in shadow. An armored figure stands ready, prepared to defend the cloaked figure if necessary. Raoul Joseph dismisses the Marquis's concerns, telling the armored figure that it is okay. Marquis Branford warns Raoul Joseph not to bring dishonor to Duke Delphine's name. Raoul Joseph thanks the Marquis for his consideration, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Marquis Branford reflects on the fact that he received no report about Raoul Joseph being in the capital, despite him being a significant figure in the Duke's faction. He realizes that the Duke's influence has reached the capital, and that Raoul Joseph is avoiding his eyes and ears. The cloaked figure stands silently, as the tension hangs heavy in the air. He stood before the blond man, the air thick with unspoken accusations. Gislin's blue eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable as he stared back. Marquis Branford's gaze intensified, his stern features hardening with suspicion. The Marquis challenged him, demanding to know if Gislin recognized him. Gislin's hand rested on the ornate cane, his grip tightening slightly. His piercing gaze met the Marquis's, a hint of defiance flickering within. Gislin confirmed that he knew the Marquis, adding that he'd heard many things. Marquis Branford revealed his knowledge of Gislin's alias, Baron Gislin Fenris, and his exploits in the northern region. Gislin's expression hardened, a subtle challenge in his eyes. The accusation hung heavy in the air. The plots to bring Perdium to its fall were all his doing. Gislin's gaze intensified, his blue eyes burning with suppressed anger. Marquis Branford addressed Gislin by his first name, suggesting they move to a deeper conversation. He sat across from Gislin, the tension palpable in the grand hall. Raoul Joseph stood silently behind the Marquis, observing the exchange. Marquis Branford leaned forward, his expression serious. He declared, "I'll be straightforward." Gislin listened intently as the Marquis continued, explaining, "We are interested in your cosmetics." The young master anticipated a different line of questioning. "If you're here to talk about an exclusive contract or some technology sharing, I'd like to apologize in advance." Marquis Branford dismissed the apology. No, I'm not here to bore you with such tedious talk." The Marquis elaborated on his interest. "The point is, a brilliant young man such as yourself is rotting away in some countryside with nothing." The Marquis's eyes narrowed, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. Was it by luck? Gislin remained composed, his expression unreadable as he listened to the Marquis's veiled accusations. The three men remained seated around the table, the air thick with unspoken words and hidden agendas. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn. A close-up of a man with closed eyes. An advertisement appeared, urging viewers to come join Duke Delphine's faction. He gazes off, his expression unreadable as the Marquis continues his subtle coercion. Marquis Branford sits back, his words laced with veiled condescension. Gislin responds, his tone suggesting he's unmoved by the Marquis's offer. "But if you join us, you won't have to worry about that." Gislin reveals his allegiance, countering the Marquis's proposition. "But I've already joined the Royalist faction." Marquis Branford continues, suggesting Count Perdium's time may be coming to an end. Gislin's eyes narrow, a hint of defiance flickering within them. The Marquis seems unfazed by Gislin's declaration, implying he's used to such resistance. However, it's nothing more than a scheme to keep an uncontrollable variable within their grasp. Gislin's gaze hardens, his resolve seemingly unshaken by the Marquis's veiled threats. Marquis Branford extends an open invitation, suggesting Gislin take his time to consider. The Marquis concludes with a direct proposition, revealing his true intentions. "How about you join us, Viscount?" He stood, the Marquis's expression unreadable from this angle. The armored figure's gaze narrowed, a storm brewing behind their eyes. Elsewhere, a carriage, pulled by two horses, makes its way towards a grand city. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed against the cobblestone streets. Meanwhile, Marquis Branford sat with his legs crossed, leaning on his cane. The armored figure wondered how seeing Gislin had affected the Marquis. Silence hung heavy in the air. The armored figure's expression hardened, a dark desire flickering in their eyes, to gouge them out. Marquis Branford stated the obvious. Gislin had tried to kill him. The armored figure felt Gislin's killing intent, a palpable force. Marquis Branford had been gauging the armored figure's skills during their entire conversation. The armored figure wondered how Gislin planned to kill the Marquis after getting past him. His blue eyes glowed with an inner light, a storm brewing within him. The power within him surged, ready to be unleashed against his enemies. Meanwhile, Marquis Branford sat at a table, seemingly unaware of the danger that approached. An armored figure lunged forward, sword raised to strike. The armored figure's blade crashed against the floor, missing its target. Gislin parried another attack, his own blade a blur of motion. The armored figures pressed their assault, blades crisscrossing in a deadly dance. Blood splattered as one of the armored figures was struck. Gislin's eyes narrowed, his focus absolute. His determination burned brighter with each passing moment. The clash of steel echoed as Gislin fought against the two armored figures. He moved with blinding speed, his swordsmanship unmatched. He leaps into the fray, his blade a blur against the armored figures surrounding him. The mercenary king moves with practiced ease, deflecting blows and seeking an opening. Meanwhile, the blade cuts through the air, a flash of light accompanying each precise movement. Marquis Branford sits at a table with the Viscount, an armored figure standing guard nearby. The Marquis observes the Viscount with a calculating gaze, his expression unreadable. The Viscount's face is partially obscured, but his unease is palpable. Marquis Branford proposes, How about you join us, Viscount? The Marquis thinks to himself, so this is why Marquis Bramford took a liking to you. The Viscount replies, I enjoyed talking with you. Marquis Bramford says, hopefully, I'll see you again in the future, to which the Viscount replies, yes. The Viscount thinks, I'll also look forward to it. The weight of the past settled upon him, a realization dawning in his eyes. His expression hardened, the gravity of the situation becoming increasingly clear. Gislin's gaze intensified, a storm brewing behind his piercing eyes. He was known as Cain Balzac, the strongest swordsman of the kingdom. The weight of those words hung heavy, a silent acknowledgement of a shared history. The man's reputation preceded him. It was more than just a rumor, it seemed. Marquis Bramford, seated and plotting, admitted his plan was delayed, not ruined. The Marquis knew he had to warn Desmond, and to consider Gislin a knight captain of a territory. The words echoed in his mind, strongest sword of the north. He must tell Desmond to consider Gislin to be the strongest sword of the north. He was not just a mere knight captain, but something far more dangerous. A grand cathedral pierced the sky, its spires disappearing into the misty clouds. The soldiers bustled about, ensuring no coin was missed as they moved the military supplies. The Countess of Aylesbury Muriel turned, her red eyes gleaming. It was about time she headed back. Gislin stood near a fountain, listening to the Countess. He agreed that there was a lot to do. The Countess turned her head slightly, her expression unreadable as she listened to Gislin. The Countess steepled her fingers, her gaze intense. She wondered if there was anything else he'd like to discuss other than money. The Countess considered the Baron. She needed to deepen her understanding as a patron and learn more about him. Gislin looked away, the Countess's question hanging in the air. What was his real goal? Gislin stated that it was nothing special, that living well and eating well was his goal. The Countess knew that was not true. If that were really his goal, he would have joined Duke Delphine instead of the Royalist faction. Gislin, as the successor of Perdium and Lord of Fenris, had set a single goal. He stood before the Grand Estate, a determined look on his face. The young master muttered that he needed her power. She stood before him, her expression unreadable, but the Countess declared that she wouldn't burden him with it. The Countess questioned why not, believing that sharing burdens was the right thing to do. Her brow furrowed with concern. She reached out, her hand hovering near his. The Countess's expression was a mix of worry and determination. A staff fell to the ground, the sound echoing in the silence. The moment hung heavy with unspoken emotions. He took her hand, his touch gentle but firm. The young master looked at her, his expression unreadable as always. The Countess's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She seemed taken aback by his touch. His hand tightened around hers, a silent promise or perhaps a warning. The gesture was filled with unspoken meaning. She watched him walk away, her expression softening. The Countess only wished for his happiness, she thought. Her gaze lingered on his retreating figure, a hint of sadness in her eyes. The Countess's concern for him was evident. He continued his walk, seemingly unaffected by her words. The young master's destination remained unknown. The banquet concluded on a pleasant note, but his expression betrayed a deeper turmoil. The young master's eyes narrowed. Marquis Bramford had rejected Raoul's proposal, preserving his dignity. The aid meant for Brabant now flowed towards Fenris and Perdium. Under Bramford's name, they enjoyed various tax exemptions and privileges. Wagons overflowed with coin, a testament to their growing wealth. 50,000 royal subjects were secured to relocate to the territory. Valuable dwarf slaves had already moved to Fenris, bolstering their workforce. Now, their territory wouldn't be easily underestimated as small and poor. However, the fact that a stern gaze watches, the man's expression unreadable. His hands are clasped, hinting at hidden power. Hesitation leads to loss. The words echo with a chilling finality, the glowing eyes promising swift retribution. I will kill you and erase all traces of you from this world. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a promise of annihilation. A figure walks away, their back turned, leaving only questions in their wake. What path are they choosing? A serene landscape offers a stark contrast to the turmoil. A distant castle watches over fields of wheat, a symbol of prosperity and peace. Shackled hands and feet tell a different story. Imprisonment and suffering lurk beneath the surface of their apparent success. A group of muscular men stand guard, their faces grim. They are the enforcers, the muscle behind the throne. The man with the large beard is greeted. Hey, Galveric. The crowd murmurs, excitement rippling through the assembled people. Look over there. It seems the Lord has arrived. Gislin Perdium rides into view on horseback, the people cheering. The Lord has returned. The woman with white hair observes the scene with a critical eye. My goodness, everyone's come out. Another man replies, of course, this much is expected. The crowd surges forward, eager to catch a glimpse of Gislin Perdium. The man with the large beard is surrounded by others. So excited. But I've never seen a territory like this before. I heard the Lord builds new homes and makes sure no The residents adore the lord immensely. One goes hungry. Galveric narrows his eyes, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. Don't be fooled so easily. A noble is a noble. Ghislain Perdium surveys the crowd, a slight smile playing on his lips. Galveric is asked, so you're really going through with the plan? Galveric's expression hardens, his gaze intense. Ghislain Perdium walks away from the crowd, his destination unknown. He gazed out, a thoughtful expression on his face as he returned to his territory. The woman beside Ghislain Perdium chided him for not acknowledging the people, reminding him of his duties. Galveric beamed, declaring that nothing felt better than being home, now that money was overflowing. Ghislain instructed Lowell to bring the documents he requested to the office, his expression unreadable. Riding through the territory, Ghislain questioned what rest the slaves needed, stating they had rested plenty in the capital. An order was given to call a meeting immediately, the implications hanging heavy in the air. Ghislain inquired about any issues with Chief Homern while he was away, and instructed Lowell to report on the current situation. His gaze was intense, his mind already calculating the state of affairs. He read the report, confirming the territory was managed as instructed, and inquired about the major facility construction. The woman with white hair noted that the roads and waterways were finished even while Vanessa and she were away, reminding someone to be polite. The agricultural yield was especially bountiful, so much so that they wouldn't need to buy grains from merchants anymore. The woman with white hair asked how much yield they were talking about, her expression serious. He listened intently as Galveric explained the territory's yield. It was comparable to Rayfold, and the production per unit area was the highest in the kingdom. The advisors noted that the goal of saving the territory was becoming a reality. They believed their young master would become a great lord with the backing of the royalists. Ghislain acknowledged that they had at least managed the essentials, but his expression hardened as he thought to himself. It was not enough. He instructed Galveric to keep buying food until he deemed it sufficient. They also needed to increase residences and secure more land in advance. Ghislain declared that from now on, they would prepare for war. His expression was stern as he crossed his arms, the weight of the decision settling upon him. The word echoed, a stark contrast to the peaceful view of the castle. Galveric reacted with shock, questioning who would dare attack a lord who had joined the royalist faction. He wondered if it was Desmond or Rayfold. Ghislain instructed him to read the document, handing it over with a serious expression. Galveric's eyes widened as he began to read, the implications of the document becoming clear. Elsewhere, preparations were underway. Large-scale conscription and training, recruitment of freelance knights, and mass purchases of weapons and iron ore. He reviewed the report from Desmond County, a frown deepening on his face. The document detailed the bulk purchase of high-quality iron ore from the county of Cabaldi. The old advisor emphasized the critical nature of supplies in war. Food, troops, and weapons are the most crucial elements for any conflict. Iron ore, he continued, was essential for making and maintaining weapons. The sheer quantity Desmond was buying seemed excessive for peacetime. The man with red hair wondered aloud if this meant war was truly on the horizon. The situation demanded immediate attention. The old man with glasses expressed his frustration, lamenting the prospect of another cursed war. The woman with black hair stood silently by his side. The man with green hair stated that Desmond's monopolizing was troublesome. He questioned whether Cabaldi would sell to them, given the circumstances. The man with blonde hair agreed that they had to assume Count Cabaldi was siding with Duke Delphine. While they hesitated to procure iron ore, the enemy might already be preparing an attack. The advisors gathered, awaiting instructions. The tension in the room was palpable as they considered the gravity of the situation. Ghislain Perdium turned, his expression resolute. He declared that he would tell them the plan from that moment forward. The advisors listened intently as Ghislain began to speak. The man with red hair watched him carefully, anticipating his next words. Ghislain Perdium announced his decision. They would attack Count Cabaldi's territory first. His words hung in the air, heavy with implication. The man with red hair reacted with surprise to Ghislain's declaration. The other advisors seemed equally taken aback by the sudden shift in strategy. He lay prone on the floor, his eyes closed. A man with green hair knelt beside him, checking for injuries. Galveric stood nearby, his expression unreadable as he watched the scene unfold. Meanwhile, the imposing Cabaldi County and Cabaldi Castle stood as a testament to generations of power. A guttural sound escaped, a prelude to the words about to be spoken. The speaker's face contorted, revealing the intensity of the discussion. The man with blue hair sat at the table, his expression unreadable as he listened intently. A figure sat in contemplation, the silence broken only by the rustling of fabric. Count Cabaldi questioned if he was truly the strongest sword of the north. Within the Duke's territory, a report had been received, sparking concern among those present. The words hung in the air, Lord of the Fenris territory, Ghislain Fenris. The man with white hair urged them to consider him the strongest sword of the north when facing him. Count Cabaldi was warned that he's an unpredictable individual and preparations for war were suggested. He questioned why he was being told this information, his expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Marquis Bramford stated that the one who will be out to fight is none other than the herald. A man yelled that it was an order from the Duke, his face contorted in fury. Count Cabaldi, seated on his throne, asked if they had lost all their senses after that loss, wondering who would dare wage war on their territory. Marquis Bramford observed the castle. The one who will be out to fight is a double wall built sturdier than any ordinary fortress, with a moat surrounding the castle. Siege weapons forged with the North's finest smithing techniques stood ready. Count Cabaldi stated that he was being told to strengthen preparations after seeing this citadel that's been handed down for generations, adding that his castle has never been breached. Marquis Bramford's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed in determination. Marquis Bramford told Count Cabaldi that before he worries about him, Desmond, it seems it's best for him to worry about himself first. Bramford's hand clenched tightly, a sign of building tension. Marquis Bramford stared intently, his glowing eyes conveying a sense of menace. The castle stood imposingly against the horizon, a symbol of power and defense. He clasped his gauntlet hands, the Marquis's expression unreadable as he stood with a red-haired man. The group gathered, a woman with white hair among them, as Ghislaine Perdium stood resolute. The armored figure strode forward, each step echoing with the weight of responsibility. Soldiers marched in formation, their destination the castle in the distance. Ghislaine Perdium looked down upon the assembled troops, his expression determined. The capes of the soldiers billowed in the wind as they prepared for what was to come. The soldiers stood ready, their faces grim as they awaited orders from their leader. Ghislaine Perdium's blue eyes reflected the gravity of the situation, his gaze unwavering. The young master's expression was resolute, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Marquis Bramford addressed the troops, stating that trusting and following someone is not easy. The voice declared that they had trusted and followed him this far. The grip tightens on the sword's hilt, knuckles white with anticipation. He stands, sword drawn, a figure of determination against the storm. Ghislaine Perdium declares, with the force of a thunderclap, the founding of the Fenris Knights Order. Before him stand ranks of armored soldiers, ready to follow his command. The soldiers look up to him, their faces a mixture of awe and determination. Meanwhile, a man with green hair speaks, questioning the possibility of something, as the woman beside him remains silent. A while ago, Ghislaine's expression is stern, his blue eyes focused on an unseen point. The declaration rings out. They will be attacking the Cabaldi County first. Elsewhere, a sudden exclamation of surprise erupts in a room, the occupants clearly caught off guard. The scene is chaotic, several people are sprawled on the floor, the aftermath of some unseen event. The man with green hair expresses disbelief, questioning how events escalated so quickly. Count Desmond and Cabaldi are pretending to be neutral, acting as chess pieces for the ducal house. The young master's expression remained stoic, his gaze fixed forward as the plans for Cabaldi County moved forward. It was a great opportunity to slow the enemy's growth while accelerating their own, the mana crystals promised. The assembled lords and ladies listened intently as the strategy was laid out before them in the Grand Hall. One of the attendees, a man with long green hair, questioned, then how are we going to do this? One of the men present noted that Cabaldi's soldiers possessed some of the finest armaments in the north. He wondered if their overall military power was lacking in both quantity and quality. Another man declared his intention to turn all 200 of their mercenaries into knights who could wield mana. Forming an order of 200 knights would give them the equivalent strength of 20,000 men, the text claimed. A woman with white hair questioned how this would be possible, as it took years to master mana properly. A woman with dark hair, her eyes wide, affirmed, "Yes, my lord." Barrels overflowed with vials, each containing a compressed form of mana, ready to be deployed. The assembled group marveled at the sight of the mana compression items, realizing the potential they held. The man with green hair questioned Ghislaine Perdium, asking if he had spent all the runestones for the sake of creating these. He held up the mana compression item, explaining that it might stray a little from the standard. Ghislaine Perdium revealed that he modified the Perdium family's mana cultivation technique to make it easier to learn. His companion wondered if the lord would be angry. Count Cabaldi considered the castle. Speaking from memory, the count recalled entering Count Cabaldi's castle during his mercenary days. It had a sturdy double wall, a deep moat, and flawlessly arranged defensive weapons. The count stood before his forces, the castle looming in the background. A man with long green hair suggested giving up on the first strike and focusing on blocking off Desmond. He added that they could get iron or from other regions, although it may be difficult. Ghislaine Perdium, overhearing the conversation, told them to stop betting on their territory's fate. He reassured them not to worry. The soldiers looked up to Ghislaine, eager to hear his plan. One of the soldiers questioned if they needed to know how to use mana to become a knight. He thought it would take a few years to be able to do that. Ghislaine Perdium explained that it usually takes several years to learn, but he would make sure they all learned how to use mana within a month. He told them not to worry, and that he would explain it so it's easy to understand. The mana surged, crackling with visible energy around the neck of the trainee. The soldiers lay prone, exhausted from the training, as the young master continued his demonstration. He channeled mana into the large man before him, the compression sigil taking hold. The burden was enormous, compressing years of training into a single month. Through the compression sigil, they must have temporarily felt mana, and now they have to gather it. The Count imagined winding up a skein of thread, visualizing the process. The mana swirled around the training grounds, a testament to the technique's potential. Meanwhile, the castle loomed in the background as the training session concluded. He was thanked for his hard work and asked to bring the soldiers back to their lodgings, keeping an eye on them for a while. The young master listened intently, his expression thoughtful as he considered the request. The soldier reported that the elves hadn't arrived yet, but the dwarves were already waiting in their territory's lodgings. The Count's eyes narrowed, a question forming in his mind about the lodgings. He stood beneath the vast, star-dusted sky, lost in thought. The young master observed that it seemed the moon wouldn't be rising tonight. A distant castle loomed against the dark horizon, a silent sentinel. The ground was scorched, the air thick with the smell of ash and smoke. Someone lay collapsed amidst the devastation, their hand outstretched. Meanwhile, a hulking figure stood amidst swirling shadows, his presence commanding. Galvaric's gaze was intense, his voice a low rumble as he spoke. "Come up, everyone." Galvaric asked if they were sure, wondering if they'd be free if they escaped this kingdom. He urged them to go, stating that the border was right in front of them. A group of weary figures stood together, their faces etched with uncertainty. Galvaric's expression was hidden, but his words carried a weight of urgency. Galvaric questioned their hesitation, asking if they still had a lingering attachment to slave life and to go back if they were scared. Panic flared among the group. They realized their plan had been compromised. Ghislain stood before them, an air of authority radiating from his stance. His expression was unreadable, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The bearded men exchanged fearful glances, realizing he knew of their escape. One of the men stammered, questioning how he had caught up to them so quickly. Ghislain faced the group, his question hanging in the air. "Did you come alone?" A flicker of amusement danced in his eyes as he awaited their response. The group shifted nervously, their apprehension palpable as they surrounded him. Their eyes glowed with a menacing red light, revealing their true nature. One of the men, his face contorted in rage, declared that with him gone, they would be free. A subtle smile played on Ghislain's lips, betraying his confidence in the face of their threat. His blonde hair shimmered in the dim light, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding them. He stares down at his opponent, a smirk playing on his lips. Ghislain's eyes glow with an eerie light, a silent invitation to test his resolve. "You can try," he says, his voice laced with confidence. A distant castle sat atop a hill, illuminated by the moon's soft glow. Ghislain Perdium stood amidst the fallen, his expression unreadable as he surveyed the scene. A dwarf, covered in dirt and grime, glared intensely. The dwarf's voice rumbled, "Dwarves sure are sturdy." Ghislain spoke calmly, explaining that the slave traders would be searching for them, suggesting they work for him instead. The dwarf scoffed, "Humph, don't make me laugh. I'd rather die chasing freedom than be stuck here and make boring toys for you." The dwarf warned Ghislain that they would resist if he thought they would work without a fight. A close-up of the dwarf's face revealed a flicker of something akin to approval. "I like him." The dwarf stood tall, radiating the aura of someone destined to be called a legendary blacksmith in the future. Ghislain promised that if they cooperated, he would build an autonomous district for dwarves in his territory and free them from slavery. The dwarves questioned if he would truly give them freedom and if he was serious about his offer. The dwarf's face contorted with rage, his voice booming with indignation. Ghislain, his expression unreadable, countered with a calm assurance. Galvaric heard whispers that the noble had the royalist faction backing him. The dwarf's gaze narrowed, suspicion etched into his weathered features. His massive, bloodied hand clenched into a fist, barely restrained. Ghislain's piercing gaze remained fixed, unwavering in its intensity. Galvaric seemed interested in some luxurious craftworks. Ghislain dismissed the idea, a hint of amusement in his voice. The dwarf stammered, struggling to articulate his disbelief. A subtle smile played on Ghislain's lips, a spark of ambition in his eyes. Ghislain's ambition soared, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. Below, the dwarf watched him, a mixture of awe and apprehension in his eyes. A month later, Cabaldi Castle stood imposingly against the horizon. Count Cabaldi received a missive, the message within a blatant threat. The Count's expression hardened as he read the letter, his eyes narrowing. The advisors gathered, concern etched on their faces. One stated that it was a letter from Baron Fenris, calling him a rude, insolent little brat, and that he must be out of his mind. Count Cabaldi mused that this kind of method only works when used by those with power. He wondered how Fenris was doing for them to send such a piece of crap letter like this. One advisor noted that they've been buying up food in large quantities from other territories, even paying extra to get it. It seems they must be severely short on food after taking in immigrants sent by the royalist faction. Another advisor stated that he can't understand why they keep choosing to do things that only bring them losses. He added that soon, the harvest season will come, and prices will drop. The first advisor told him not to bother trying to understand. Acting recklessly without thinking is the typical youngster specialty. The letter was held up. The words describing a territory that was on the brink of ruin until just recently is now suddenly trying to bulk itself up. So of course, it's going to run into trouble. Count Cabaldi, his face contorted in anger, declared that he won't be able to see their downfall with his own eyes. The name of the sender echoed in the room. Ghislain Fenris. Meanwhile, a distant view shows Marquis Branford's mansion, nestled amongst the trees under a starlit sky. Inside the mansion, Marquis Branford stands in a lavishly decorated room, the very picture of noble refinement. He stands tall, his long coat flowing around him as he awaits news. The Marquis's gaze is sharp, his expression unreadable as he considers the unfolding events. A servant approaches, bearing a sealed scroll, its contents unknown but clearly important. Marquis Branford's brow furrows slightly, a hint of concern flickering across his stern features. He takes the scroll, his fingers carefully breaking the seal, anticipation building with each passing moment. The Marquis stands in his study, the scroll now open, its message casting a shadow over the room. The message is clear, it's Ghislain. The scroll continues, advising the royalist nobles to stockpile 10 years' worth of food in advance. The warning is dire. A great famine will soon come, severe enough to shake the entire kingdom. The Marquis stands resolute, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. He stood, unmoving, as if carved from stone, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through the tall windows, illuminating the silent chamber. The room remained still, the only sound the soft rustle of unseen forces at play. A maid, her expression troubled, reported, "I heard that you weren't in bed last night." Marquis Branford listened intently, his gaze fixed on some distant point beyond the confines of the room. He issued a command, his voice low and resonant. "Tell the vassals and the royalist nobles." The Marquis's face was grim, etched with worry, as he demanded action right now. Meanwhile, after sending the letter to Marquis Branford, an unprecedented great famine spread across the entire kingdom. A once thriving city now stood as a desolate monument to a dying world, its grandeur fading into dust. The climate turned arid, rivers dried up, and crops withered, leaving behind a barren wasteland. Starvation claimed victims one after another, and mass chaos erupted in the desperate struggle for food. It was a natural disaster that went down in history, a dark chapter etched in the annals of the kingdom. He sits at his desk, the weight of the kingdom pressing down on him. The reports of famine grow more dire with each passing hour. The noble's expression hardens, a decision forming in his mind. It is time, he thinks, to take decisive action. The news spreads like wildfire. Hunger stones are appearing everywhere. This is certainly a drought. The people whisper in fear. Food prices are skyrocketing, and whispers of royalist nobles hoarding food spread. How could such abnormal weather strike without warning? Frustration boils over, a fist clenching in impotent rage. The situation is spiraling out of control. The noble wonders what the hell Desmond is waiting for. He should have taken over Fenris in advance and secured their food and land. The messenger relays that Desmond says to wait a little bit more. It seems the Desmond territory has also missed the harvest. Sweat beads on his brow as he demands to know when Desmond is going to send the food. The pressure mounts. One noble proposes that he has an idea to secure food quickly, a glimmer of hope in the desperate situation. It is just as Baron Fenris wished, the noble states, giving iron in exchange for food. A risky proposition hangs in the air. One of the nobles asks what the other is saying. Fenris is a royalist, and the ducal house isn't going to appreciate it when they find out about this. The nobles are promised as such, so they should wait a bit more. There's a limit to requisitioning food from the citizens now, and unrest is growing. He knew that if the military grain ran out, even the soldiers would starve. This iron fortress, unbreached for generations, would fall to internal strife. The Marquis scowled, his eyes narrowed in displeasure. Did they expect him to crawl to that brat, after all that had happened? His jaw tightened, the muscles in his face tense with suppressed fury. The thought of humbling himself was unbearable. He would give Fenris iron in exchange for food. It was a transaction, not a surrender. A necessary evil to keep his people alive. A subordinate rushed in, his face pale with urgency. Lord, he stammered, interrupting the Marquis's thoughts. The Marquis clenched his fist, his knuckles white with anger. Giving them some iron wasn't going to change anything, he knew. He roared, his voice echoing through the fortress. Be it the ducal house or the Desmonds, if they had a problem, Tell them to come at this fortress. No one could take over his fortress anyway. But then, a chilling thought crept into his mind. What were? He turned to an attendant, his face flushed with anger. What were they doing? He demanded they send the messenger now, before everyone starved to death. A knight, clad in shining armor, spoke calmly. He didn't think there was any need for that, because Baron Fenris was already at their gate with his army. The Marquis's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. The news struck him like a physical blow. His eye twitched, his mouth agape. What? The words barely formed in his mind as the reality of the situation crashed down upon him. Dust billowed from the ground, signaling the approach of many riders. The imposing castle loomed in the distance, a silent challenge to the approaching force. Hooves pounded the earth, each stride kicking up clouds of dust and dirt. One of the armored soldiers spoke, his voice muffled by his helmet. Shut up. We used twice as many precious blood python scales because of you. The soldier's eyes glowed with power as he channeled mana. No one can even scratch my perfect muscles without this armor. The mana surged around the armored soldier, crackling with energy as he prepared for battle. Sturdy, as expected from the dwarves. The armored soldier sat astride his horse, the animal's eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Gislin, clad in blue armor, urged his steed forward. Let's go. The horses charged ahead, their hooves churning the ground as the army advanced. Elsewhere, beneath banners bearing the image of a snarling wolf, a company of mounted soldiers advances, their armor gleaming in the harsh light. The riders press onward, their steeds kicking up dust and debris as they march towards an unknown destination. The man declares the order of the day, Fenris Night Order. The mounted soldiers ride to war. A group of figures, clad in varying degrees of finery and armor, stand together, their expressions unreadable. One man laments the drought, noting that the moats have dried up. The men discuss the numbers they face, wondering if the royalist faction has sent support. The man in the red coat stands with his back to the viewer, the tension palpable. The angry man declares that if they deploy their powerful weapons, their enemies won't even be able to set foot on the castle shadow. Looking up at the castle, the man calls out, Count Cabaldi. The mercenary king stood tall, his expression unreadable as he inquired, Did you read my letter? Baron Fenris's face contorted in rage. What kind of nuisance is this, Baron Fenris? He bellowed. The blond-haired man's blue eyes narrowed, a hint of steel in his gaze. My intent, he thought. Another noble sputtered, incredulous. You call that a reason for war? He questioned, his face reddening. Baron Fenris raised his hand, his voice booming with indignation. Have war, prepare a proper justification, and formally declare it. A declaration echoed, a firm rejection of impropriety. I will not associate with anyone who disrespects noble etiquette like that. The declaration was made, the die cast. A declaration of war hung in the air, heavy with consequence. Gislin Perdium stood ready, his armor gleaming as soldiers behind him prepared for the coming conflict. An archer, clad in dark armor, meticulously prepared their bow, ready to unleash a deadly volley. Gislin Perdium drew his own bow, his gaze focused and unwavering as he prepared to fight. The archer stood poised, the bowstring taut, ready to rain arrows upon their foes. A call to arms echoed as soldiers raised their shields. Up your shields. Protect. He gazed up at the imposing wall, its height a clear challenge. The archers drew back their strings, preparing to unleash a volley. Mounted on horseback, Gislin drew his bow, ready to initiate the assault. The arrow flew, a streak of deadly intent aimed at the towering wall. The arrow struck the wall, a testament to the force behind the shot. A close-up revealed the arrows fletching, vibrating from the impact. The soldiers braced themselves, their shields raised in anticipation of the onslaught. Another arrow found its mark, piercing the defenses with deadly precision. A man lay fallen, an arrow protruding from his body, a casualty of the sudden assault. Blood trickled from the wound, a grim testament to the arrow's lethal power. Gislin declared, his voice ringing with the weight of his decision. This is my declaration of war. A determined glint shone in Gislin's eyes, reflecting the gravity of the moment. Word had spread quickly. Baron Fenris had initiated a war. The implications of this rash decision hung heavy in the air. Elsewhere, a council convened, the atmosphere thick with concern. The news of the Baron's actions had clearly reached the highest levels. One of the men present could scarcely believe it. To think that he'd start a war at a time like this. Marquis Branford listened intently, his expression grim. What could possibly be the justification for such a reckless act? The woman holding the baby frowned, adding that they didn't open up the iron market to Fenris or any other territories nearby. Because of this incident, it's been revealed that Count Cabaldi had been conducting nearly exclusive trade with the Desmond territory. The man in noble attire scoffed, suggesting that one could make up any justification. The situation was spiraling out of control. The man exclaimed, his frustration evident. The news was clearly unwelcome and unsettling. Marquis Branford's expression hardened. He declared that they needed to get him out of their faction before he caused more trouble. The other men present agreed, their faces grim. The situation demanded immediate and decisive action. One of the men lamented that at a time when they should be focusing all their efforts on recovering from the famine, a war was the last thing they needed. One man's face contorted in rage, demanding to know why the other hates the child. Someone adjusted their attire, a silent request for everyone's attention. A woman with red eyes insisted that they needed to prepare a solution for the situation. Another woman declared that the war had already begun, rendering any discussion about its cause meaningless. A man with a goatee clasped his hands, stating that they had no idea how calm he was. From the back of the room, a figure agreed with his opinion, addressing him as my beloved. The assembled group reacted with surprise, one of them exclaiming that he was from the ducal house. The camera focused on the face of antagonist Branford, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a man announced that Baron Fenris had declared war against Count Cabaldi, a neutral noble. Another man expressed disbelief that he would do such a thing while everyone was suffering from the natural disaster. He wondered if he could take this as the will of the entire royalist faction, before asking if the man before him was Marquis Branford. Marquis Branford's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. He listened intently, the implications of the intelligence network's strength weighing on his mind. The young master wondered if this meant his opponent was confident. The incident, it was believed, could turn neutral nobles against the royalist faction. This would give the ducal house an upper hand in influence, a dangerous prospect. However, the stakes were high. If Fenris won and secured Cabaldi's largest iron mine in the north, the balance of power would shift dramatically. The risk, whatever it may be, was deemed worth it. The potential reward outweighed the immediate danger, at least in someone's estimation. Hands clasped tightly, a silent tension filled the air. The weight of the decision pressed down, a heavy burden to bear. Marquis Branford declared that he believed the war was justified. His stern expression left no room for doubt in his conviction. A man with brown hair, his brow furrowed, asked what Marquis Branford meant by that statement. He seemed genuinely confused by the declaration. It was stated that this was a personal dispute between Baron Fenris and Count Cabaldi. It did not represent the will of their entire faction, and the ducal house had no justification to intervene. Someone stammered, pointing out that even war has its proper time. The declaration seemed premature, even by the standards of noble conflict. To turn a blind eye to this, Marquis Branford argued, was no different from abandoning their duty as royalist nobles to uphold the kingdom's order. His conviction was unwavering. The Marquis's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed on some distant point. His thoughts remained hidden behind a wall of aristocratic composure. Marquis Branford wondered why the ducal house was reacting so sensitively to this matter. The question hung in the air, unanswered and unsettling. He stated that it was almost as if Count Cabaldi belonged to the other faction. A blood-curdling scream echoed across the battlefield. The enemy advanced, scaling the castle walls with grim determination. A figure on horseback declared the decision excellent, while another mused on the enemy's impending demise. A soldier cried out, urging others to stop the bleeding of a wounded comrade. With eyes glowing red, a soldier commanded everyone to their positions. The soldier cursed, demanding that they show those bastards what they're made of. A commander urged his troops to show the majesty of Cabaldi Castle, a fortress that had never fallen. Another soldier affirmed, ready to follow orders and prepare to fire. Soldiers scrambled, preparing the catapults for a devastating barrage. Marquis Branford observed that the enemy was preparing to attack, noting their quick response. The catapults were loaded and ready, poised to unleash destruction upon the advancing enemy. He roared, his face contorted in a mask of furious command. A storm of arrows filled the sky, blotting out the light. The archers released their volley, a dark cloud hurtling towards the castle. The arrows rained down, an unstoppable torrent of sharpened steel. The mounted soldiers braced themselves as the arrow storm descended upon them. A soldier's eyes narrowed, his expression grim as he prepared for the onslaught. Arrows struck the ground, kicking up dust and debris as they found their marks. The air vibrated with the deadly twang of bowstrings and the impact of arrows. A knight raised his sword, deflecting the arrows that threatened to pierce him. Another soldier grimaced as an arrow grazed his armor, the force of the impact jarring him. The barrage continued, an unrelenting assault against the castle's defenders. The soldiers pressed forward, undeterred by the hail of arrows, their resolve unwavering. The soldier's face contorted in pain, blood splattering across his skin. Confusion warred with agony. Ghislain Perdium raised his sword, the metal gleaming in the fading light. He bellowed a command. The young master, astride his horse, surveyed the battlefield. He ordered a full retreat to the base. Ghislain's expression was grim, his blue eyes narrowed. The retreat was underway, but at what cost? The armored figure reclined, arms behind his head, musing that their lord had picked the perfect time to fight. The woman with white hair questioned his statement. She noted that their enemy probably didn't even stock up on any food, so they just had to wait until they gave up. The armored man asked why she even brought them here. He then stated that their mages worked hard to build this post, so they should get some rest. The man with glasses offered a suggestion. If the armored man was so bored, they could play a game. The armored man looked off panel, calling out, "Come out, Claude." The armored man recoiled, a look of surprise on his face, as if something unexpected had happened. The woman with white hair looked at the armored man, surprised. She asked why he was already back, and ordered Alfoy to gather the mages. Claude cursed under his breath, realizing he was being ordered to dig a tunnel toward the castle. The armored man told Claude that all they had to do was stay out here to win this war. He questioned if they really had to put in any effort. Elsewhere, the city stood tall, a testament to the power and resilience of its inhabitants. Claude walked away, his figure disappearing into the distance. Ghislain Perdium believed this war would conclude faster than anyone anticipated. Marquis Branford seethed, cursing Fenris as an insolent bastard. The Marquis was outraged that he dared injure his noble body and flee. They likely believed they stood no chance against his incredible firepower, so they changed their strategy. Marquis Branford scoffed, realizing they planned to wait until he surrendered. However, the Marquis had the ducal family backing him, and reinforcements would arrive soon. He would simply have to wait until then, he thought, his eyes glowing with anger. A soldier reported to his lord that they were digging an underground tunnel. The soldier was lost for words, realizing they were digging a secret tunnel in plain sight. It seemed they wanted to attack from below ground, since facing them head-on was difficult, one man observed. Considering the geography, the tunnel exit must be at their southern gate. Marquis Branford ordered Jaemon to station the soldiers at their southern gate. The soldier confirmed the order. The soldiers prepared to open the gates, readying the cavalry to sweep away the Fenris troops. On the castle wall, the soldiers considered the enemy's next move. They lacked siege weapons, making a direct assault unlikely. Marquis Branford's sinister smile stretched across his face, a glint of madness in his eyes. He was certain of his victory, only he would remain standing in the end. Meanwhile, the castle stood as a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The soldiers advanced, their determination unwavering as they marched towards the castle. Two hulking figures strained against the weight, hauling a massive contraption towards a dimly lit tent. One of the men grumbled about the Lord's orders, complaining about hauling such a thing uphill in the dark. His companion questioned the device's effectiveness, wondering if it would even work as intended. The bearded man's face filled with confidence. There was no way something he made wasn't going to work. A voice echoed in the night, a question hanging in the air. "You wish to fly?" Around a campfire, one of the men asked if they had obtained a blueprint of the legendary airship, a lost technology of an ancient empire. Marquis Branford's men watch as Ghislain Perdium hold a large cloth over a small fire. He explains that they will better understand his intentions once they see this. The cloth begins to inflate as the hot air rises, forming a large, rounded shape. One of the men looks on, puzzled by the sight. The cloth continues to expand, the heat causing it to billow outwards. The air crackles around the edges of the fabric. The heated air rises, filling the cloth and causing it to swell dramatically. The fire below provides a constant source of heat. The men watch in silence, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. One of them finally speaks, questioning what they are supposed to be seeing. Ghislain Perdium gestures towards the inflated cloth, drawing attention to how it has bloated up. He explains that the heated air is trying to rise, filling the inside of the cloth. The cloth strains against the rising hot air, its surface shimmering with heat. The air inside is visibly warmer than the surrounding environment. One of the men dismisses the phenomenon, suggesting it's just wind. Another man disagrees, implying there's more to it than meets the eye. The man elaborates, suggesting that if it were just wind, the cloth would flutter instead of bloating up in this manner. He urges the others to look closer. Ghislain Perdium listens intently, a slight smile playing on his lips. He seems pleased that they are beginning to understand the implications of the experiment. Ghislain Perdium begins to draw a diagram in the dirt with a stick. He is planning something bigger. He explains that if they make an air pocket much larger than this, and put a basket large enough to contain a person, they could generate hot air. The bearded man meticulously worked on the wooden frame, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. Ah yes, but the young master wondered aloud. Why does the phenomenon even happen? Why does hot air rise in the first place? The bearded man scoffed, wondering who'd ever think of this by looking at something like that. Ghislain Perdium simply told him to take him there. A woman asked where to, and the bearded man responded with a grin. To your workshop, of course. The bearded man, focused intently on his task, declared that they should make this thing right away and put it to the test. Ghislain Perdium stood near a large, covered wagon, the figures underneath obscured from view. The underside of the wagon revealed a complex framework, hinting at the scale of the project. The young master's expression was one of quiet determination, his blue eyes fixed on the task ahead. The bearded man scoffed, stating that this was just an easy job for them dwarves. Ghislain Perdium was informed that the mages and knights had finished their preparations too. He simply replied, "Good." A subordinate questioned why they were even told to dig a tunnel if they were going to do this. He was told not to raise his voice to his lord. Armored feet marched forward, the knights and mages ready to follow Ghislain Perdium's lead. A knight, clad in dark armor, stands ready for the coming battle. He is observed from behind by two figures, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. The armored feet of the advancing army march forward undeterred. In the distance, the castle looms, a silent testament to the war to come. The soldiers are told that from this moment forward, they will be dropped in the middle of enemy territory. The main objective of this plan is to open up the gate and call in Gillian's cavalry unit. The armored knight stands firm, knowing that the enemies they face will be even stronger than Cabaldi. The soldiers know that if they can't easily end a war of this level, there will be no next time for them. The details of his armor are visible, hinting at the battles he has already fought. The soldiers are told not to worry, as they've already pioneered the forest of beasts, which no one had ever managed to do. The soldiers are reminded that they've led a hopeless war to victory. Ghislain asks his soldiers if their preparation is lacking in any aspect. The soldiers, clad in heavy armor, affirmed their resolve. They stood firm, ready to face whatever lay ahead. He stood before his assembled troops, his gaze sweeping over them. The young master challenged them, questioning their courage. The unified response echoed through the ranks. Their collective voice resonated with unwavering determination. A cloaked figure watched from above, their presence adding an air of mystery to the scene. A voice acknowledged their rapid progress. Their growth had exceeded all expectations, a testament to their dedication. The structure loomed large, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon. It stood as a silent sentinel, awaiting the events to unfold. A figure stood in a hot air balloon, ready for departure. The vessel was poised to ascend, carrying them towards the unknown. Below, the ground shimmered with anticipation. The air crackled with energy as the moment of departure drew near. The declaration hung in the air, a promise of imminent action. It was time to take to the skies, to embrace the coming conflict. The landscape stretched out before them, a tapestry of mountains and valleys. The world awaited their arrival, unaware of the storm brewing. Two figures stood atop a fortified wall, observing the unfolding events. They watched as the pieces moved into place, preparing for what was to come. Meanwhile, a soldier peered through a telescope, noting the absence of tunnel diggers. He mused on their whereabouts, assuming they were resting. The shift change arrived, but one soldier wondered if anything was amiss. Another soldier replied that they didn't expect an attack. One of the soldiers sighed, relieved to finally get some sleep. He knew they had to endure this because of someone. The soldier adjusted his helmet, a weary expression on his face as he contemplated the situation. High above, strange objects approached, floating silently in the night sky. A soldier on the wall questioned what they were. Another soldier noticed the approaching objects, realizing with dawning horror that they were monsters. From above, a cloaked figure descended rapidly, a blade crackling with energy. The attacker moved with blinding speed, the energy blade leaving trails of light as it cut through the air. The soldier was caught completely off guard, the energy blade already descending towards him. The blade struck, the soldier's armor offering little resistance against the glowing edge. The soldier fell, blood splattering as the attacker continued their assault. The attacker loomed over another soldier, poised to strike again. The soldier cried out in fear. The energy blade descended once more, promising another swift and brutal end. Crimson liquid sprays, as an unseen force tears through the air. Ghislain Perdium looks up, sword drawn, facing a looming darkness. A cloaked figure stands poised above, red heels glinting ominously. The cloaked figure's weapon crackles with destructive energy. The figure declares, "I shall stand in the front lines this time too. Kill them all." The figure's helmet obscures their face, save for a single, glowing blue eye. Dust motes danced in the dim light, filtering through the castle windows. Fully armored knights marched through the halls, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. Cabald's knight captain, Leslie, wore a grim expression, his brow furrowed with concern. The armored knights stood guard outside a chamber, their spears held at the ready. Inside, their lord lay still, seemingly lost in slumber. "Where's the lord?" one knight wondered. Leslie stared at the sleeping figure. Leslie, what is the meaning of this?" the lord mumbled in his sleep. The knight captain's voice was urgent. "It's an emergency, lord. They have invaded the castle." The distressed knight's face was contorted with fear, sweat beading on his brow as he delivered the dire news. Meanwhile, the castle was under siege, with flaming projectiles raining down upon its walls. Knights clashed with invaders, the sounds of steel on steel echoing through the courtyard. A woman in dark clothing descends upon the castle defenders, blades flashing as she cuts through their ranks. The dark figure cleaves through a soldier's armor, the force of the blow sending him sprawling. A red-haired man shouts, ordering someone to tear off the last remaining ear of that butt-chin lord. Inside the castle, a figure lies prone in bed, attended by a servant as the sounds of battle echo closer. A soldier cries out in disbelief, questioning how the Fenrir soldiers hopped over the wall and what happened to the tunnel. According to the report, Leslie explains, the enemy came from the sky, riding on unidentified spheres, leaving the soldier in shock. The soldier declares that how they came flying is no longer important. The enemy's momentum is too strong, and they're taking over the castle at a rapid pace, so they need to get moving now. The soldier states he will head straight to the underground passage that leads to the outer bailey and defend the castle gate. The soldier suggests they call in the main force station at the south gate and encircle the enemy. The soldier laments that they targeted the tunnel and even laid a counter trap, but they fell for a diversion. The soldier asks if they are saying the lineage of the Cabaldi family will end with him, his face contorted in anguish. Another soldier cries out, his expression a mix of fear and desperation as the castle falls. She urged them to escape through the secret passage with their retainers. Leslie would remain to hold the castle. But even then, the situation did not settle. The threat was still very real. The grim reality settled over him, a heavy weight on his shoulders. The castle loomed, a beacon against the night, but now a target under siege. The armored soldiers cried out, wondering how the enemy had breached their defenses. A cloaked figure swung a blade, the energy crackling as it cut through the air. The blade found its mark, a spray of blood painting the scene as the soldier fell. Another soldier screamed, fear and adrenaline fueling his desperate defense. The cloaked figure pressed the attack, their movements swift and deadly. The soldier raised a shield, a desperate attempt to deflect the lethal blow. The cloaked figure urged the others to shoot, noting that there were only a few of them. The platoon leader called out, directing the others to focus their fire upwards. He grits his teeth, the sounds of battle echoing around him. A monstrous invader tears through the castle defenses, claws ripping stone. The invader's assault leaves soldiers scattered and broken amidst the rubble. One soldier, pinned beneath debris, curses his comrade. "You stupid muscle pig. I told you you'd be too heavy for this." Other soldiers look on in shock and horror as the battle rages around them. Eek! The monstrous invader continues its rampage, cutting down soldiers with ease. Amidst the chaos, one soldier asks another, "You all right?" The response is a pained, "Ah." Leslie's eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening her gaze. The armored soldier shouts, "Secure the gate," as the situation grows more dire. Leslie and Ghislaine stand together, observing the castle walls now breached. The enemy has invaded the castle. Another soldier notes, already in defensive formation, They reacted faster than I expected. Looks like there's someone sharp among them. Ghislaine's expression hardens. The enemy forces we dispersed with the tunnel operation will soon regroup. We have to hurry. The assembled knights await their orders, their armor gleaming in the dim light. They stand ready to defend the castle. A man with red hair instructs a knight to stop the soldiers on the wall and destroy their siege weapons. A woman with white hair is told to find Count Cabaldi. The knight responds, confirming his orders. The knight declares he will open up the path to the castle gate. He asks if everyone is ready for the coming battle. Ghislaine Perdium's expression is stern, his blue eyes focused on the task ahead. He prepares to lead the charge. The knights raise their swords, energy crackling around the blades. They are ready to fight for their home. The knights respond with a resounding affirmation, their voices filled with determination. They are ready for battle. Ghislaine Perdium grips his weapon, a massive halberd glowing with power. He stands as the vanguard against the invading forces. The knight's gaze is unwavering, his resolve hardened by the impending conflict. He will not yield. The text declares the group to be the Fenris Knight Order. They are the defenders of this castle. The knight stands ready, his armor dark and imposing. He is a bulwark against the coming storm. The castle walls are under siege, the sounds of battle echoing through the air. The invasion has begun in earnest. The castle is under attack, the enemy forces pressing against its defenses. The fate of the castle hangs in the balance. He watched as the enemy approached, the captain shouting a warning to his men. The soldiers responded instantly, raising their spears in unison, a wall of sharpened steel against the coming onslaught. The enemy crashed against the spears, a brutal collision of force meeting resistance, as the captain yelled for them to stop the enemy. The knight ordered his troops to hold them there, to buy time until the main force arrived at the south gate. The battle raged, a chaotic dance of steel and desperation, as the knights fought to defend their castle. Blood splattered, painting the ground crimson as the fighting intensified, each clash a desperate struggle for survival. Ghislaine's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he witnessed the enemy's relentless assault. The clash of steel echoed through the courtyard, a symphony of war as the knights struggled to hold their ground. A knight lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion as he struck down another foe, pushing back the tide of the invasion. The blade gleamed with an unnatural light, a sign of the power it held. ready to cleave through flesh and bone. The two knights exchanged a look of disbelief, the sound of battle fading as they realized something was amiss. Ghislain realized the terrible truth. Every single weapon the enemy wielded was imbued with mana. The soldiers questioned if they were truly facing knights. Even if they were knights, the line of medium infantry should not be pushed back so quickly. The armored knight's helmet gleamed ominously. Captain Leslie realized their momentum was too strong. They couldn't stop them with the troops here. At this rate, the gate would be breached before the main force arrived. The soldier commanded them to break through. The armored knight stood ready, his sword gleaming with power. The armored knight moved with unnatural speed, cutting down soldiers in his path. The armored knight's eyes glowed with an eerie light. The armored knight clashed with a soldier, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. The armored knight's expression was hidden behind his helmet, but his intent was clear. The armored knight's sword cut through the air, leaving trails of energy in its wake. The armored knight continued his assault, pushing the soldiers back with relentless force. The knight's blade cuts through the air, a flash of blue energy. He continues his assault, the glowing blade a blur of motion. The knight presses his advantage, his movements precise and deadly. Another knight joins the fray, his sword crackling with power as he advances. The two knights stand amidst the chaos, their glowing swords ready to strike. The ground trembles as the knights advance, their footsteps echoing through the battlefield. The knight's helmet obscures his face, but his glowing blue eyes pierce through the darkness. The knight captain of Cabaldi declares his presence, his voice resonating with authority. He addresses Leslie, his words a defiant challenge. You shall not pass. The knight's sword glows intensely, a beacon of power and defiance. Elsewhere, the city stands tall, its walls a testament to its resilience. But even the strongest walls can be breached, and the city's fate hangs in a balance. He stood, trapped behind the imposing bars, his back to the unseen observer. Chains bound him, a stark reminder of his captivity, the cold metal a constant weight. The rough metal chafed against his skin, a close-up revealing the grim reality of his situation. A man's face appeared through the bars, his words a veiled threat. You'll have to buy us some time. His eye narrowed, a silent response to the man's demand, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of darkness. The chains dug into his flesh, a constant reminder of his powerlessness, his expression unreadable. He retorted, his voice laced with defiance. Why don't you take this off me first? His hands, bound and bloodied, gripped the heavy chains, a symbol of his struggle against confinement. The battlements of the castle loomed, a silent promise of the conflict to come. A warrior's cry pierced the air, signaling the charge. The order rang out, leave no one standing. A figure with crimson hair charged forward, blade gleaming. The clash of steel echoed as the warrior's blade met its mark, a brutal dance of death unfolding. Meanwhile, rain lashed against the stone walls, a somber backdrop to the coming confrontation. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust and debris, a testament to the raw power unleashed. A figure clad in dark armor stood firm, a silent guardian against the encroaching chaos. From behind the imposing gate, Leslie, the knight captain of Cabaldi, declared her presence. The armored figure, radiating power, issued a stark warning. None shall pass. A single, glowing eye pierced the darkness, a silent promise of unwavering resolve. The wielder gripped the sword tightly, its purple blade humming with power. She stood her ground, the knight captain of Cabaldi, facing a towering foe. The figure in dark armor stood silhouetted against the besieged castle. Steel met steel, the clash echoing across the battlefield. Leslie's expression hardened, her resolve unwavering in the face of the assault. The knight captain of Cabaldi and the armored figure traded blows, each strike a burst of energy. Their swords danced in a deadly ballet, a whirlwind of motion and power. The figure in dark armor's blade shimmered, ready to strike again. Leslie parried, her own sword a blur of motion as she defended against the onslaught. The armored figure's eyes glowed menacingly behind the visor. The force of their clash sent sparks flying, a testament to their strength. The knight captain of Cabaldi and the figure in dark armor remained locked in combat, neither yielding ground. She clashed against her opponent, the force of the blow echoing through the air. The figure in dark armor met her blade with equal strength, sparks flying from the point of impact. Each strike was met with a resounding clang, the two warriors locked in a deadly dance. The figure in dark armor pressed the attack, forcing her to give ground. Their blades met again, the power of the blow threatening to shatter her guard. The figure in dark armor's sword pressed down relentlessly, driving her to her knees. She struggled to maintain her stance, the weight of the attack bearing down on her. With a grunt of exertion, she barely managed to deflect the blow. One of the soldiers shouted, "Captain Leslie," as he watched the fight unfold. He warned her to focus on her enemy. She thought to herself that the figure in dark armor possessed incredible strength, and her arm wouldn't last at this rate. The figure in dark armor declared that her strength was not enough to defeat him. The figure in dark armor added that she surely already knew this. She is warned that any more wasted time will result in being surrounded. Rather than blocking head-on, Leslie deflects the attack, maintaining an appropriate distance. The figure in dark armor notes that Leslie is unable to contain her impatience, following with a hasty attack. Leslie's eyes widen in shock. The figure in dark armor unleashes a beam of energy. The energy slams into Leslie, sending blood flying. The figure in dark armor asks if that is all she can do, declaring it will be her end. The figure in dark armor raises his sword, preparing another attack. Leslie is struck again, more blood splattering. Leslie and the figure in dark armor clash swords, the impact sending sparks flying. The figure in dark armor's expression is cold and menacing. The figure in dark armor states that she wasn't too bad. She is sent flying backwards, her body crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. The figure in dark armor stands over Leslie, blood splattered across his helmet and armor. He recalls Count Desmond's words, a sinister smile forming on his bloodied face. The narration declares him the strongest sword of the North, Ghislain Fenris. Ghislain's gauntlet slams into the ground, the force of the impact creating a shockwave. Leslie lies defeated before the castle gates as Ghislain Fenris stands triumphant, surrounded by soldiers. The soldiers express their shock and concern for their captain. The soldiers celebrate the gatekeeper's defeat, confident in their captain's strength. A soldier commands the others to charge forward, their eyes glowing with determination. The order is given to open the castle gate, the heavy mechanism groaning as it moves. The soldiers rush forward, their armored boots pounding against the ground. Ghislain Fenris stands over the defeated Leslie, his sword dripping with blood. Despite the blood on his face, the soldier spits out a defiant declaration. Another soldier reports grim news. The gate refuses to yield. The machinery meant to raise the gate lies in pieces, utterly broken. They can't open it. A voice cuts through the despair, laced with a hint of amusement. Someone used their brain. The same soldier points out the obvious. Cabaldi's main force is bearing down on them. One soldier declares that protecting the gate is their only path to victory, despite the odds. Panic sets in. The soldiers look to their captain, desperate for guidance in the face of overwhelming odds. Another soldier, trying to rally the troops, proclaims their willingness to fight to the bitter end. The grim reality sinks in. They've exhausted their mana, and the soldiers are too tired to fight. A soldier calls out for the captain, his voice filled with desperation and uncertainty. A gauntlet hand rests against the unyielding gate, a symbol of their trapped situation. He stands before the gate, a solitary figure against the looming threat. He stood ready, the mana blade gleaming with contained energy. He needed to use it, even if just for a moment. The knight commanded everyone to get away from him. In the current era, the mana blade was a knight's qualification. The title of master was closer to a title than a true state of mastery. The realm truly was. The mana blade, regarded as the qualification of knights. And core, unleashed. Gather the mana that tries to scatter in all directions. And compress. The knight's eyes narrowed, the power building. The mana erupted in a blinding explosion. The armored soldiers staggered back, caught off guard by the sudden blast. The light was blinding, searing itself into their retinas. A heavy boot came down, crushing the fallen warrior beneath it. Blood trickled from the warrior's mouth, his eyes wide with shock. Even those who honed their mana to the utmost extreme could not withstand this. There exists a necessary condition to be acknowledged as a master. He stood amidst the fading light, the mana blade's power resonating within him. An aura of immense power radiated outwards, a testament to his mastery. The word blade was etched into the very air around him. His eyes glowed with an inner light, reflecting the blade's potent energy. He stood tall, a silhouette against the fading brilliance, a master of the blade. The Fenris soldiers surged forward, undeterred by the display of power. The armored soldiers advance, undeterred by the recent explosion. "You'll pay for attacking the Cabaldi castle," one shouts. The soldiers continue their relentless advance, their armor gleaming in the aftermath of the blast. One of the soldiers is struck down, his armor failing to protect him from the force of the attack. Another soldier is sent flying, a testament to the power unleashed in the castle. The chaos continues as another soldier falls, overwhelmed by the assault. A horse rears up, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light amidst the destruction. The figure's torso is visible, the details obscured by the chaos of battle. From the shadows, a figure questions, "Why did you bring him here?" A voice declares that he followed on his own accord. The speaker is shocked that the castle gate was split in half. The armored soldier, identified as the commander, stands firm amidst the fallen. The commander orders retreat to the message cut off, the situation dire. The figure's torso is visible, the details obscured by the chaos of battle. He raises his glowing sword, ready to strike down upon the castle. The armored soldier and his mount are poised to charge into the fray. The order rings out. All soldiers are charged, sparing none. The chaos of battle continues to rage. Meanwhile, a figure kneels in supplication before a looming presence. The woman's crimson eyes are narrowed, her expression unreadable. The kneeling figure remains prostrate. The man stands tall, his polearm planted firmly on the ground. Tears well in his eyes, his face etched with worry. He demands to know what her relationship is with the Shadow Knights. The enemy forces pressed their advantage, their assault echoing through the inner castle. Steel clashed against steel as the defenders struggled to hold the line. Panic spread through the ranks. Retreat. Now, one soldier cried, fear etched on his face. We're going to die. The enemy advanced, cutting down those who hesitated. There's nowhere for you to run. A cloaked figure stood amidst the chaos, their voice cold and commanding. Taken over the inner castle. No need for prisoners. Kill them all. The figure's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a chilling intensity that promised only death. The sounds of battle intensified, a symphony of destruction and despair. The cloaked figure paused, their expression unreadable behind a mask. A flicker of exhaustion crossed their face. To get this tired after using some mana, I can't fight for long in this condition. Two soldiers approached the cloaked figure. Yo, Captain, you tired already? We have successfully subdued the enemy's main forces. All right, great work, you two. The captain's gaze swept across the battlefield. Where's? The man with red hair asked about Belinda, concern etched on his face. He learned she went inside the castle and hasn't been heard from since. A helmeted figure watched, thinking of the situation. They considered the others to be slowpokes. The castle loomed in the distance, smoke rising from its towers. A voice mused that there must be a secret escape route built somewhere within its walls. A knight on horseback listened to the hooded figure. The knight responded, "Yes, lord." As for Belinda, the man with red hair declared he would go search for her himself. The hooded figure stood amidst the destruction, their sword glinting in the dim light. The horse's eye glowed with an eerie light, its gaze fixed on some unseen point. A man with black hair stood in a grand hall, the light casting long shadows around him. He inquired about the relationship with the Shadow Knights. The woman with white hair stood with her back to the viewer, a spear held loosely in her hand. The woman with white hair stared intently, her red eyes narrowed in suspicion. Her eyes widened in shock as she asked how he knew that name. Gislin's expression hardens, his gray eyes narrowing as he prepares for a fight. He moves with sudden speed, bringing his weapon down in a swift arc. The mercenary king holds his weapon at the ready, his gaze intense. The woman with white hair is sent sprawling, her red eyes wide with shock. Gislin advances, his weapon a blur of motion as he presses the attack. The woman attempts to block, but the force of the blow sends sparks flying. Her face contorts in a scream, her red eyes burning with fury. Gislin's blue eyes glow with power as he prepares another strike. He swings his weapon in a wide arc, aiming to overwhelm his opponent. The woman is knocked to the ground, struggling to defend herself against the onslaught. Gislin continues his relentless assault, his movements precise and deadly. The woman with white hair is overwhelmed, her expression a mix of pain and defiance. He clashes with the mysterious woman, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The mysterious woman is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Gislin stands his ground, his expression grim as he watches his opponent. He raises his weapon, preparing for another strike against the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman struggles to regain her balance, her eyes narrowed in concentration. She grits her teeth, preparing to defend herself in the next attack. The mysterious woman plummets downwards, falling through the air. Gislin watches her fall, his expression unreadable as she descends. The mysterious woman continues to fall, her cloak billowing around her. Gislin looks down at the mysterious woman, his gaze following her descent. The mysterious woman crashes through the floor, creating a cloud of dust and debris. The impact reverberates through the structure as the mysterious woman falls. From below, the mysterious woman's voice echoed, laced with suspicion. How'd he know her name? She wondered. Her body plummeted through the newly formed hole, the impact still fresh in her mind. The fall was not without resistance, as she attempted to slow her descent. The air rushed past her as she fell further into the unknown. Gislin watched her fall, his expression unreadable as she descended. The mysterious woman braced for impact. He offered a cold explanation, stating there was no special reason. She simply reminded him of someone from his past. Her eyes widened, a flicker of shock crossing her face as she heard his words. The mysterious woman seemed almost offended by the comparison. She didn't care about the war's outcome, but she wouldn't slack off. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair watched the scene unfold. He offered to continue the fight, if that was Gislin's wish. A close-up revealed the woman's expression, a mix of surprise and determination. She insisted it was nothing personal. Her eyes narrowed, a surge of energy emanating from her as she prepared for what was to come. The impact was immense, sending debris flying as she crashed into the ground below. He narrowed his eyes, a grim determination hardening his features. The knight stood ready, his sword crackling with blue energy. The knight swung his blade, but he met the protagonist's counterattack. The knight stood firm, unfazed, while a woman with white hair looked on with concern. The knight's helmeted face remained impassive, his glowing blue eyes fixed on his opponent. "Belinda," Ghislain declared, his gaze unwavering. "I'll take care of this guy." A flicker of something dangerous crossed Ghislain's face. His eyes began to glow with an inner power, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The knight, unfazed by the display of power, scoffed. "Young master, huh?" Ghislain lunged forward, his movements a blur as he engaged the knight in close combat. The clash of their weapons echoed through the air, each strike carrying immense force. With a swift, decisive move, Ghislain launched a powerful kick. He clashes with the knight, the force of their blows sending sparks flying. Ghislain grits his teeth, realizing he can't keep up this pace. He thinks, "Yeah, I can't chase after her at this rate." The knight presses his attack, questioning, "Are you the noble who started this war?" The knight's blade crashes down, meeting Ghislain's desperate block. The force of the blow sends tremors through Ghislain's arms as he struggles to maintain his stance. The knight's attack continues, pushing Ghislain back. The knight's sword finds its mark, slicing across Ghislain's chest. Ghislain's eyes widen in pain and shock as blood splatters across his face. He thinks. He stumbles backward, the impact of the blow staggering him. Ghislain drops to one knee, struggling to maintain his grip on his weapon. The knight stands over him, his glowing eyes piercing through the helmet's visor. Ghislain glares up at the knight, blood dripping from the cut on his chest. He faced his armored opponent, who inquired if they knew each other. The knight's glowing blue eyes narrowed as he thought of Lucas, his past subordinate. Ghislain wiped blood from his face, finding the taste rather unpleasant. The knight declared that he did not fight like a noble, and his style was unfamiliar. Ghislain, wiping the blood from his mouth, asked the knight who he was. The knight held his spear, the weapon gleaming with a faint blue light. The knight revealed that he had worked as a mercenary in the past. Ghislain tilted his head, remarking on the knight's past as a mercenary. Ghislain, holding his spear, asked if he could make a proposal. The knight stated that if he were beaten, he would withdraw his soldiers and pay for the damages. Ghislain listened intently to the knight's terms. The knight questioned if Ghislain would throw away a victory for a petty bet. He considered the castle, its stones cold beneath his feet. Ghislain had no ties or regrets about this place. A voice echoed, suggesting a deal. "Work for me, won't you?" Ghislain's voice responded, explaining his willingness to risk the castle to make this bet. The stakes were high, and the game had begun. A piercing gaze reflected a figure, the words spoken with conviction. In his eyes, the figure was more valuable than this victory itself. The man in the white shirt watched, his expression unreadable. Dust motes danced in the air around him, illuminated by unseen light. The crisp white fabric of his shirt contrasted with the dim surroundings. The man's posture suggested a quiet confidence. A slight smirk played on his lips, hinting at amusement or perhaps a deeper calculation. His eyes narrowed slightly, assessing the situation. The man in the white shirt turned his attention to the armored figure behind him. He inquired, "Hey, what's your name?" The armored figure responded, identifying himself as Ghislain Fenris, Lord of the Fenris territory. His voice resonated with authority. The armored figure's stance was firm, his boots planted on the ground. The weight of his armor was evident in each step. The blond man stared intently, his blue eyes sharp and focused. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, betraying his unease. The words hung in the air, a declaration of servitude. The blond man was to be the one serving as their master, though he didn't look so good right now. Ghislain Fenris stood ready, his glowing blue weapon poised. A voice questioned if he wasn't overdoing himself, hinting at a potential strain. He wore a smirk, confident in his next move. The air crackled with anticipation. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, a silent promise of what was to come. With a flourish, the purple-haired figure materialized, brandishing a glowing sword. "As you wish," they declared. Ghislain Perdium stood with his back turned, seemingly unfazed by the sudden arrival. Snow blanketed the landscape, the mountains rising sharply into the sky. A hand cinched the top of a large sack, drawing it closed. Ghislain Perdium carried a sword over his shoulder, the snow crunching beneath his feet. The man with the spears stood tall, his weapon glinting in the pale light. Heavy boots broke the pristine surface of the snow. His expression was unreadable, his eyes narrowed and intense. Ghislain Perdium declared, "Today's the last day. I promise to work for you." The blonde-haired man responded, confirming that it had been 10 years since Moriana's recognition, marking the end of their contract. "You know that, right?" The two figures stood facing each other in the snow-covered clearing, the end of an era looming. The blonde-haired man breathed out, remarking, "It's been that long already?" He has offered an extension, but Ghislaine Purdium refuses the offer. The blonde man wonders if it's because of her that Ghislaine is refusing. Ghislaine Purdium thinks to himself that he can't let his life be devoured by the captain's fight. The blonde man tells him to go and find his precious woman and to finish his own task. Ghislaine turns away, his expression unreadable as he departs. The blonde man tells him not to take it personally, but promises one thing. Ghislaine continues to walk away, listening to the blonde man's promise. The blonde man promises that when Ghislaine is in danger, he will come and help him. Suddenly, swords clash, energy crackling between the blades. The blonde man's sword meets an unseen opponent, sparks flying. Ghislaine's blade is locked against the blonde man's, the fight now joined. The blonde man's eyes narrow, a fierce determination etched on his face. He parried the blow, the clash of steel echoing through the chamber as the fight continued. The scythe wielder pressed his attack, forcing Ghislaine Purdium to take a defensive stance. Ghislaine Fenris's scythe met Ghislaine Purdium's sword in a shower of sparks, the two locked in a deadly dance. The force of the blows sent them skidding across the stone floor, neither willing to yield an inch. Ghislaine Purdium's expression hardened, his resolve unwavering despite the relentless assault. Ghislaine Fenris pressed his advantage, the scythe a blur of motion as he sought an opening. The scythe crashed down, the impact sending tremors through Ghislaine Purdium's arms as he barely managed to block. The force of the blow carved deep gouges into the stone, a testament to the scythe's power. Ghislaine Purdium, wounded and weary, stood his ground against the relentless assault. Ghislaine Fenris sneered, observing, "Impressive, your face was screaming fatigue at first glance." Ghislaine Purdium gritted his teeth, thinking, "I can't lose a bet that I started." Ghislaine Fenris laughed, the sound echoing through the chamber as the fight raged on. He walked away, the sword dragging slightly as he considered his opponent's words. Ghislaine Fenris declared that things would get bothersome if he were to work for him. The sword pulsed with an intense, otherworldly blue energy, ready to strike. The blue energy crackled and danced, a visual representation of immense power. The two Ghislaines stood poised, surrounded by the swirling blue energy, a silent promise of the battle to come. The amount of mana he possessed was truly staggering, a testament to his strength. He had expected him to be strong, but not this strong. Lucas had worked for him for 10 years after losing in Moriana's recognition, a tradition of mercenaries. A figure clad in dark armor stood silently, a sentinel of a forgotten past. Even he couldn't find his lover, whom he chased after for his entire life. It was on the day when he fell right into Aiden's trap. A gruesome scene unfolded, a figure impaled by spears, a stark reminder of the dangers lurking. He tried to help me as he promised, and he lost his life in the process, a tragic sacrifice. The armored figure stood resolute, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. He gripped the shaft of his spear, the metal cold against his armored gauntlet. His opponent's eyes narrowed, a glint of determination flashing within them. The tip of a broken spear lay on the ground, amidst the dust and debris of battle. He raised his weapon, the spear's point aimed directly at his foe. Ghislaine Purdium's expression hardened. He vowed, "But I won't let that happen this time." The two Ghislaines clashed, spear meeting a flurry of blows. The dark-haired Ghislaine dodged a thrust, countering with a strike of his own. He spun, the cape billowing behind him as he brought his weapon around in a wide arc. The blonde-haired Ghislaine parried the blow, sparks flying as metal met metal. He pressed his attack, driving his opponent back with a series of rapid strikes. The clash of weapons echoed through the battlefield. He stood his ground, spear ready, prepared for whatever came next. The clash of steel echoed, a brutal dance of desperation and power. He roared in agony, the pain searing through every nerve ending. The blade pressed closer, a cold promise of finality against his throat. Ghislaine Fenris held the knife steady, a smug look on his face. The world blurred, the edges of consciousness fading into darkness. Ghislaine Purdium grimaced, the taste of blood and defeat bitter on his tongue. Damn it. A monstrous presence loomed, a silent observer of the unfolding drama. In the distance, a city burned, a testament to the chaos and destruction wrought by war. Things just got even more complicated. The battlefield was littered with corpses, a grim reminder of the cost of conflict. Amidst the carnage, the city burned on, an inferno against the night sky. His hands bound, a prisoner stood before his captors, awaiting an uncertain fate. Kneeling in defeat, the bound man braced himself for what was to come. Tears streamed down his face as Ghislaine Purdium lamented the fall of his knights. Armstrong Duggan Cobaldi stood tall, his back to the defeated count, as he was addressed by name. A piercing gaze focused intently, the character's eyes glowing with an inner light. The disembodied voice declared that no fortress could truly be called impenetrable. Ghislaine Purdium's face contorted in anguish as he struggled to comprehend his defeat. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi was questioned about the true goal behind the attack on the castle. Ghislaine Purdium was told that his opponent had many like him, one of whom was there to kill him. The speaker warned that killing him would have dire consequences, hinting at the involvement of Duke Delphine. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi stood clad in armor, a sword strapped to his back. Ghislaine Purdium's expression shifted to one of disbelief and mounting fear. It was revealed that the Duke's faction was slowly devouring the north by recruiting neutral nobles. Count Desmond and Rayfold were supplied with iron or to bolster their armaments for the northern conquest. The Crimson Magic Tower stood as a silent promise of a strike against the Royalists. His eyes glowing with an eerie light, he revealed his grand design, to ignite a civil war within the Lithania kingdom. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi recoiled, sweat beading on his brow. He stammered, "He knows everything." His eye widened in disbelief. Just who was this man, and how could Ghislaine Purdium know everything? If he already knew, there was no need for further explanation. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi looked down at Ghislaine, desperation creeping into his voice. He offered a deal, promising half of the iron ore production for the next 20 years. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi, kneeling before Ghislaine Purdium, proposed that he join their faction. He stammered, wondering if it wouldn't be more profitable for Ghislaine to spare him rather than kill him. His face contorted in a desperate plea, hoping to sway the young master. The intricate patterns of his robes seemed to mock his current predicament. Ghislaine Purdium looked down at the kneeling figure. He stated coldly that he had no intention of working with him. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi, bloodied and enraged, could only manage a single, choked word. The scene was awash in crimson, a testament to the brutal exchange. A voice declared that everyone present would die by his hands. Ghislaine Purdium, sword in hand, stood ready to deliver on that promise. The aftermath of the battle was a gruesome tableau of blood and shadows. A flurry of motions suggested a swift and decisive strike. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, a stained glass window cast an eerie glow. Upon his throne, a figure sat in silent contemplation, observing the unfolding events. A delicate hand released a white dove, a symbol of a message being sent. A fist clenched, a display of controlled power and brewing intent. The man with silver hair seized the opportunity, using that sliver of a moment to his advantage. The group discussed their meticulous preparation and planning, questioning the results of their efforts. The weight of defeat hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of failure. The scene repeated itself, a cycle of setbacks and broken aspirations. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi stood firm, the word failure echoing in his mind. Ghislaine Purdium watched, the implications of recent events settling upon him. The announcement reverberated. The Royalist faction was now backing Ghislaine Purdium, a sprout that must be trampled on. A piercing gaze, focused and unwavering, burned with resolve. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi declared that he no longer needed reports or commands from anyone. From that moment forward, he would decide everything by his own will. The utmost priority, the fall of Fenris and Purdium. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi's expression hardened, his eyes glinting with cold ambition. The capital city of Cardinia loomed in the distance, its spires piercing the sky. The sprawling capital city, Cardinia, stood as a testament to the kingdom's power. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi's face contorted in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. The assembled council murmured in disbelief. How could Count Cabaldi's impregnable fortress fall? One council member mused that Baron Fenris was exceptional, even in military capability. The woman speaking reminded the council that one cannot judge a book by its cover. Furthermore, Count Cabaldi's fortress wasn't surrendered, but taken over through a full-scale assault. Baron Ghislaine had proven his military capability. One man insisted that it was impossible, that Baron Ghislaine had simply gotten lucky. Without the famine, he wouldn't have won so easily, he claimed. Another man dismissed the excuses. What mattered was that Baron Ghislaine stood victorious. The man with the beard listened intently, his expression unreadable. The man with the beard asked about Count Desmond, but was told to be silent for now. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi revealed that he had dispatched some of the royal troops on the way to Cabaldi Castle. The man in the white wig stated that they had already gained plenty from this alone, since it had been revealed that Count Cabaldi was actually receiving support. The council member considered the implications of recent events and the difficulty of intervention from the ducal faction. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi clasped his hands, cautioning that it was too early to judge the situation. The council discussed the royalists' potential expansion of influence due to Baron Fenris's victory, but Armstrong warned against complacency. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi advised caution at all times, before adjourning the meeting for the day. Another council member observed that the Marquis was the same as ever, noting his lack of a smile despite the victory. Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi stated that his cold composure has allowed him to lead the royalists, and then instructed Rosalind to leave with him. The light glinted off of Armstrong's hair as he turned to leave. A close-up of Armstrong's face showed a hint of amusement. Rosalind looked up, her expression unreadable. Rosalind responded to her father's command with a simple affirmation. Elsewhere, 3 figures rode on horseback towards a distant castle. Meanwhile, near Cabaldi Castle, in the northern region of the Lithania Kingdom, a group approached. Several armored figures rode on horseback, their destination drawing ever closer. A figure with pink hair, partially obscured by a large hat, seemed troubled. The armored figure was addressed by another as Captain Max. The armored group continued their ride, the captain among them. Captain Max expressed concern about their mission, remembering their orders to rescue Baron Fenris at all costs. Another armored figure questioned why Max worried about such things, placing blame on Fenris for starting the war. The armored figure stated that since they were mercenaries, they should not worry too much as long as they were paid. One of the armored figures pointed out something in the distance to the captain. The armored figures could now see the castle in the distance. The castle loomed closer as the group approached. One of the armored figures ordered everyone to get in line. The miners murmured in awe as the contract was presented. Each of them would need to sign the document. A miner expressed his relief, believing the days of having everything stolen were finally over. Perhaps there would be no more labor without reward. An old man struggled to carry the wood. One of the buff men questioned his strength, but the old man retorted that he was a mage, not a laborer. The soldiers were instructed to hurry with the materials for the temporary housing. If they didn't hustle, the Baron would get mad at them. One of the soldiers wondered what was going on, questioning if the war was already over. Rosalind stood beside him. Rosalind overheard someone mention Count Cabaldi, calling him a sly bastard. They wondered how many stolen goods he had been hiding. The speaker continued, noting that there was so much gold and so many expensive artworks in the castle. The military warehouse was filled with high-end equipment and reserved iron ores. The soldier with Rosalind was shocked, repeating the words he had just heard. He questioned if the speaker had just said Count Cabaldi's stolen goods. The soldier wondered what that meant, stating that he hadn't seen them around here. The large figure loomed over the soldiers, his expression unreadable. The large figure's face was partially obscured, but his eyes glowed with intensity. The figure demanded that they reveal their identities. The imposing castle stood tall, a testament to power and history. Inside, a grand chandelier hung, casting light across the ornate halls. 2 guards stood watch, their armor gleaming in the dim light of the hallway. The guards remained motionless, their presence a silent warning to any who dared approach. Ghislain Perdium stepped through the doorway, his robe billowing behind him. He gazed out the tall windows, the light illuminating his blonde hair. The woman with the hat spoke to the man in armor, their expressions serious. The large man was tied up, his fate uncertain as the woman and the armored man looked on. The group stood in the hall, their presence hinting at a meeting of importance. The woman with the hat announced, "Have visitors from the capital city." Ghislain Perdium stood with his back to the window, the hilt of his sword visible behind him. Ghislain Perdium's expression was unreadable, his intentions hidden behind his stoic facade. The armored man muses on his long years as a mercenary and problem solver. He claims to grasp a person's true nature from their atmosphere or scent. The man's movements were restrained, as if holding back a great power. The man with blonde hair is identified as Baron Fenris. The camera focuses on the armored man's gauntlet. Ghislain Perdium looks on with a stoic expression. Max, sent by Countess Aylesbury and the daughter of Marquis Brantford, is pleased to meet Baron Fenris. Max explains that he was sent to rescue him at all costs if he was ever in danger. Ghislain listens intently, his expression unreadable. Max explains that they tried their best to arrive, considering the mission's priority. He adds that they didn't expect the war to end so quickly. Max states that they would like to leave, so please tell their clients. Ghislain asks where they think they are going. Ghislain states that the war just ended, so they're short on manpower and need some work done before they leave. He listened as Ghislain Fenris argued that this was outside their mission parameters. Ghislain Fenris explained that they were too late to help him, as the war had already ended. Ghislain Perdium pressed him, asking how he managed to survive, but Ghislain Fenris claimed he didn't know what to say. Ghislain Perdium suggested it would be best for Ghislain Fenris to save their faces. Ghislain Fenris looked away, sweat dripping down his face. Ghislain Fenris relented, stating he understood and would do as Ghislain Perdium requested, as Max looked on. Ghislain Perdium stared intently at Ghislain Fenris. Ghislain Perdium asked if the newcomer was perhaps the priest. The woman confirmed, introducing herself as Pyode, a servant of Wana, the goddess of beauty and abundance. Ghislain Perdium thought about Wana, the goddess of beauty, who rejected battlefields and all forms of uncleanliness. It was explained that there were almost no priests in the northern region, and Gillian had to stay in Rayfold's territory to cure her daughter. The divine power of priests was described as a very precious resource. The man's lips quirked into a knowing smile, as if expecting something. She had indeed come a long way. Ghislain Perdium greeted the priestess with a formal bow. The priestess stood silently, her face obscured by her hood, as Ghislain turned to face her. A soldier with a rose on his hat stood at attention, awaiting orders. Ghislain gestured for the priestess to follow. He spoke of lost sheep needing guidance. A heavily armored man with a white beard remarked that a priest was an unexpected fortune. Ghislain's expression remained unreadable, his gaze fixed on some distant point. Meanwhile, the soldier with the rose ordered someone to be called in. The sound of impact echoed through the stone walls. Captain Kaur lay defeated, blood splattered around him. The soldiers exclaimed in shock, realizing their captain had been demolished. The captain gasped for air, clutching his chest in agony. The young master is asked if he is the right-hand man of the Baron. He denies the claim with a slight smirk, his expression unreadable. The red-haired man's face contorts in rage, teeth bared as he spits out an insult. He shouts, demanding to know if the fight has started yet. A figure plummets downward, a trail of dust and debris marking their violent descent. The author, Park Jin-suk, greets the audience.